Li Fu, quickly apologize to your junior brother. Otherwise, do not blame your master for being merciless and expelling you from the sect. In the grand hall of the Xuanyi sect, the sect leader, Yu, sat majestically in the center, her elongated, phoenix-like eyes glistening with frost and snow, exuding an aura of authority that rendered all present unable to meet her gaze. Li Fu stood at the heart of the hall, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. Just moments ago, he had been brought into the hall to answer for the destruction of the medicinal field when he suddenly fell into a deep slumber, a dream that spanned 3,000 years. Why has he fallen silent? Just a moment ago, he was fervently defending himself. Perhaps he is at a loss for words, feeling guilty and afraid to speak. Once a prodigy, now reduced to nothingness, seeing his junior brother's exceptional talent has ignited his jealousy, leading him to destroy the precious herbs needed for his advancement, thinking he could halt the junior brother's ascension to the nascent soul stage. The junior brother is exceptionally gifted. Even without those herbs, he could break through to the nascent soul realm. Li Fu's action stems solely from envy. We once treated him like a dear brother, yet we never expected him capable of such despicable deeds. Truly, one can know a face, but not the heart. The dialogue between the fourth sister, Ji Mengdai, and the seventh sister, Wen Peiqin, seemed to solidify the accusation against Li Fu, their words piercing like daggers, as if they had confirmed his guilt. Seeing Li Fu's continued silence, the sect leader, Yu, lost her patience and chastised him, snapping him awake from his dream. Li Fu, regarding the medicinal field, was it you who was responsible? In the dream that spanned 3 millennia, Li Fu had become a mere observer, witnessing the events of 3,000 years unfold before him. Within the dream, he saw himself wrongfully accused and vehemently defending his innocence. Although he later provided evidence to exonerate himself, he was nonetheless stripped of his status as a direct disciple and expelled from Qingyang Peak, sentenced to reflect in solitude at the cliff of Remorse. Why, when the truth was apparent, did his master still impose such harsh penalties? At that moment, he finally grasped the reality. Within the Xuanyi sect, no one cared for the truth. He was merely a useless individual, devoid of value to the sect, a drain on its resources. Meanwhile, his junior brother, Jiang Chen, shone like a brilliant star, dazzling and resplendent. Since his arrival in the sect, the sisters had lavished him with affection, and the master had devoted the sect's resources to his training. Reporting to the sect leader, I witnessed with my own eyes that Li Fu, under the cover of night, secretly poured poison into the stream, causing the medicinal herbs to wither completely. I can also testify that it was Li Fu's doing. I found this vial of poison in his residence. At that moment, someone presented the vial. In his dream, he watched as Jiang Chen poured the potion into the medicinal field, causing the herbs to wither and die instantaneously. The empty vial had been stealthily placed beneath his bed. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood among the crowd, appearing innocent and aggrieved. From her high seat, the sect leader, Yu, spoke coldly. I acknowledge that you have contributed significantly over the past 800 years, yet even without you, the sect's development would not have faltered. Now, tell me, did you destroy the medicinal field? The chilling voice echoed in Li Fu's ears. He lifted his gaze, meeting the eyes of the sect leader he respected most, as well as those of his fourth and seventh sisters, with whom he had shared countless days and nights. In their eyes, however, there was only unmasked disdain and aversion. Ever since he had returned from the abyss, they had become estranged. Li Fu, you were once my most cherished disciple. Since your return from the abyss, it seems you have transformed into a different person, harming spirit beasts, sabotaging formations, and now committing this heinous act. I even doubt you are the same Li Fu I once knew. 800 years ago, as the sect's brightest prodigy, Li Fu had ventured alone into the abyss, a place of certain death, in pursuit of the world's fortune. At that time, the Xuanyi sect was merely a small sect with fewer than 100 members. He fought for survival against the elites of other sects in the depths of the abyss, seeking a glimmer of hope to secure fortune for his sect. No one knew the tribulations he endured there. Only Li Fu himself understood that the 800 years spent in the abyss were the most harrowing nightmare he wished never to recall. He had once believed he would remain buried within its depths forever, yet miraculously, he had clawed his way back. Upon his return, he found the sect had grown into a formidable force. Despite the destruction of his Dantian and severe injuries to his soul, Li Fu still felt it was all worth it. This was the sect he had defended with his life. Within it were his beloved master and sisters. Whenever he reminisced about the beautiful moments spent with them, Li Fu found the strength to awaken his potential and survive against all odds. Those warm memories had been the only thoughts sustaining him through despair. Born in the sect, he would also die for the sect. This was the conviction in Li Fu's heart at that time. Over the ensuing 800 years, the Xuanyi sect ascended to the ranks of the world's elite, rich in resources, with tens of thousands of disciples. His sisters progressed rapidly in their cultivation, and his master became one of the few revered figures capable of transcending tribulations. Yet he, once a prodigy, had fallen to the status of a mere mortal, devoid of all cultivation. He had never expected to return home only to become a burden to his sisters. As a transcendent master, his mentor could do nothing about his ruined Dantian, merely stating coldly, "Your Dantian is destroyed, your cultivation lost, the path to immortality is closed. From now on, you may perform menial tasks within the sect. As for your injuries, the sect will arrange for medicinal herbs to sustain your life. By the way, after you entered the abyss, I took on a junior brother. He is exceptionally gifted, surpassing even you in your prime. You may now find peace in the sect." At that moment, Li Fu felt a flicker of gratitude and warmth. Little did he know that the once close sisters would become distant upon his return, their warmth replaced by deliberate coldness. Yet everyone understood without speaking. Before this, Li Fu had naively believed that the sect's strength kept them occupied with sect affairs and cultivation, leaving no room for distraction. They must have many tasks to attend to and numerous disciples to teach. Had it not been for this dream spanning 3,000 years, revealing the world's harshness, he would still have been blissfully unaware. Li Fu, now aware of the inevitable outcome, knew that arguing his case would ultimately be futile. Yet, he would not admit to actions he did not commit. "I did not destroy the medicinal field," he declared, his voice low and resolute. In the dream, he saw that no matter how he defended himself or presented evidence, he received no words of justice, only deeper despair and greater humiliation. Li Fu's heart had grown cold. This unfeeling sect had long since left no place for him. Rather than be treated as a burden, despised and reviled, he would rather depart with dignity. "Impudent! The evidence against you is irrefutable. How can you continue to deny it? Li Fu, how have you fallen so low?" The sect leader, Bushiyu, expressed her utter disappointment. Li Fu suddenly raised his head, unleashing a heart-wrenching laugh. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind?" The fourth sister, Ji Mengdai, and the seventh sister, Wen Peiqin, looked on in confusion. "Mad? I am not mad. I simply find it all so worthless. 800 years of torment, 800 years of self-sacrifice, only to receive this heart-wrenching betrayal and chilling coldness." He was filled with hatred for himself for not having seen through it all sooner. "Stubborn and unyielding. Li Fu, I hereby revoke your status as my direct disciple. From this day forth, you are to vacate Qingyang Peak and do menial work with the outer disciples." Bushiyu's voice was as cold as steel, severing the last ties that bound him. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's laughter grew increasingly maniacal and mournful. "Ha ha ha ha, what a fine Swanny sect. To condemn me based solely on an empty vial is utterly absurd. I need not remain here." His laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the hall like a sword, each word a decisive declaration. "From this day forth, I, Li Fu, sever all ties with the Shuani sect." Chapter 2. The Oath of Heaven. What? Li Fu wishes to depart from the Shuani sect? Surely, I must have misheard. The moment Li Fu uttered those words, it was as if a colossal stone had plunged into a tranquil lake, creating a tempest within the solemn hall. Both the standing disciples and the two senior sisters, alongside the formidable Master Bushiyu, wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes brimming with incredulity. The Shuani sect, a prestigious sect of unparalleled renown, was a sanctuary that many aspired to join. Even in the capacity of a mere errand worker, the mere whisper of an opening would draw countless seekers. The entrance examinations were notoriously rigorous, with only the most exceptional candidates qualifying. Now, this coveted sect, which ignited the longing of countless hearts. Li Fu brazenly claimed he wished to sever ties. "Junior brother, what nonsense are you speaking?" The fourth senior sister, Ji Mengdai, expressed her reluctance, though a flicker of uncontainable joy danced in her gaze. Could it be true? That would be splendid, as it would spare her the sight of him. "Do not speak in anger, junior brother. Master only wishes for you to hone your skills in the outer sect. You shall surely return." The seventh senior sister, Wen Peiqin, feigned concern, yet her thoughts mirrored those of the fourth sister. In the grand hall, Master Bushiyu's countenance hardened. What insolence is this? A chilling pressure descended upon the room. With a thud, Li Fu fell to his knees under the weight of authority. "Do you presume that after 800 years of arduous cultivation, you can coerce me into sparing you? To absolve you of your punishment? Such delusions." Seeing this, fourth senior sister Ji Mengdai quickly intervened. "Master, please quell your anger." Li Fu must have spoken in a moment of impulse. "I beseech you to retract your command." "Indeed, Master," they echoed. "Li Fu has returned from the abyss in a fragile state. It is likely that his affliction has resurfaced, causing him to speak such absurdities. The Shuani sect is Li Fu's home. How could he ever wish to leave?" Then, the seventh senior sister urged Li Fu, quickly plead for Master's forgiveness. Surely, he will not hold it against you. Having seen through the true intentions of his senior sisters, Li Fu was acutely aware of their pretense. Their understanding of Master would only serve to inflame his ire further. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself against the ground. Yet the pressure of the tribulation was beyond what a mere mortal could withstand. Sweat drenched the floor, yet Li Fu stubbornly refused to bow his head. The visions of his dreams loomed vividly in his mind, foretelling the downfall of the Shu Yan sect. He envisioned his junior brother, Jiang Chen, gradually eroding the foundation of the sect until its inevitable ruin, at which point the 7 senior sisters and Master would finally recognize Jiang Chen's true nature. But what did it matter? The Shu Yan sect of today was no longer the one that resided in Li Fu's heart. The warmth of yesteryears had vanished from his sister's eyes, and Master's once kind visage had become a stranger. After 8 centuries of toil in the abyss, Li Fu had repaid the sect's nurturing grace, with his heart now unburdened by debts. His resolve to depart was unwavering. He implored the sect leader to grant his wish. With hands pressed to the ground, his voice, though hoarse, rang with determination. Master, please lift your pressure. My spirit is merely afflicted once more. Indeed, Master, please, retract your pressure. Li Fu scoffed inwardly at their feigned concern. Upon witnessing the scene, Bushiyu ultimately retracted her oppressive aura. Do you comprehend the words you utter? Are you seeking death? I grant you a singular opportunity to amend your statement. Li Fu slowly rose to his feet. Li Fu, hasten to acknowledge your master. Yet, Ji Mingdai's words were abruptly interrupted by Li Fu's cold retort. Ji Mingdai, cease your feigned benevolence. Do you truly believe that a useless individual incapable of cultivation could concoct the poison that ruined the medicinal fields? As an alchemist, you must be well aware of this. And you, Wen Peiqin, are you oblivious to the fate of the fiendish beasts from last year? Li Fu, what nonsense are you spouting? Ji Mingdai exclaimed. You know full well what I and your companion understand. There is no need for such hypocritical pretense. It is utterly revolting. Li Fu addressed them by name, his eyes brimming with contempt. Impudent. In the grand hall, the sect leader Bushiyu was consumed by rage. Appearing before Li Fu in an instant, with a resounding slap, she struck Li Fu's face. Such insubordination, do you truly believe I would hesitate to punish you? In a flash, her movements were imperceptible, and as her voice echoed, blood trickled from the corner of Li Fu's mouth. He slowly wiped away the blood, gazing at the master whose once amiable demeanor was now fading from his memory, and smiled faintly. At that moment, the last vestige of his attachment dissipated like mist. What are you laughing at? She demanded. I laugh at the fact that while all others are intoxicated, I remain sober. As Li Fu's words fell, he abruptly raised his hand, pointing straight at the heavens. I, Li Fu, hereby establish a solemn oath to the way of heaven. I willingly sever ties with the Shu Yan sect, renouncing all bonds with Master Bushiyu and fellow disciples Ji Mingdai and Wen Peiqin. I shall return all resources granted by the sect. Henceforth, my words and actions, life and death, shall bear no connection to the Shu Yan sect. The way of heaven is clear, with the sun and moon as witnesses. Should I violate this oath, I willingly accept the myriad calamities of heaven, my soul obliterated, never to be reborn. At the instant Li Fu concluded his oath, a thunderous bolt suddenly cleaved the clear sky. The vow was sealed. The way of heaven was vigilant. Bushiyu glared at Li Fu's resolute expression, rendered speechless by fury. The oath to the way of heaven is a pledge to the laws of nature, once established. It cannot be contravened. Even as a formidable being of the tribulation stage, she could not thwart the heavenly punishment for the oath breaker. This was a law of heaven, independent of a cultivator's prowess. He actually laid down a heavenly oath. To extricate himself from the sect, he resorted to such drastic measures. He was steadfast in his resolve, with no room for reconciliation. Seeing this unfold, the 4th and 7th senior sisters exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting joy. At last, they would no longer have to endure Li Fu. The burden would finally cease to consume the sect's resources. At the moment the heavenly oath was established, the crowd was left in shock. Li Fu had indeed severed ties with the sect, even enshrining a heavenly vow. Amidst the stunned silence, the gentle voice of junior brother Jiang Chen arose. Brother, why have you come to this? Do you truly wish to leave the Shu Yan sect? Have I somehow failed you, causing your discontent? I shall amend my ways. Please, do not depart. In the center of the crowd, Jiang Chen exuded an exquisite aura, his features resembling a picturesque painting, his eyes like ink, as if he had stepped from the pages of an ancient scroll, exuding a warmth akin to jade. Indeed, the travelers on the road are as refined as jade, and the young gentlemen are unparalleled in the world. Prior to this, Li Fu had truly been deceived, believing that his junior disciple was genuine and gentle, unassuming and uncompetitive. Yet, Upon witnessing the scenes in his dream, Li Fu realized the treacherous thoughts concealed beneath the harmless facade of his seemingly elegant junior. Cloaked in beauty, his heart was as venomous as a scorpion. Dear junior disciple, do not blame yourself. You have done him no wrong. It is clear that Li Fu seeks to depart from the Xianyi sect. The fourth sister, Jimengdai, felt a gentle breeze wash over her when her junior spoke, the softness of his voice warming her heart. Indeed, when will our junior disciple mature? Such innocence will not serve him well in navigating the world on behalf of our sect. The seventh sister, Wen Peichin, nodded in agreement, her concern for the junior's naivety palpable. As Li Fu observed the two sisters' affectionate regard for Jiang Chen, a fleeting sense of nostalgia washed over him. How once they had regarded him in the same manner. Back then, Li Fu had naively believed that the Xianyi sect was the warmest sanctuary in existence. With his sisters and master cherishing him above all, Li Fu smiled serenely. If I do not leave, how will I make room for you, my dear junior? Brother, you jest. You shall forever remain my elder brother, Jiang Chen replied. Look at him, how magnanimous and loyal he is in contrast. Indeed, sister, you have not misjudged him. Jiang Chen is the epitome of our ideal junior disciple. Li Fu chose not to linger further and prepared to depart. But brother, can you survive outside the Xianyi sect? Chapter 3, The Great Cycle of All Things. What does that mean? Li Fu suddenly turned, his gaze landing upon the smiling face of his junior disciple, Jiang Chen. The junior remained silent, yet the ever-somber sect leader, Shu, spoke coldly from the high dais. Emerging from the abyss, you have become a mere shell of your former self. Were it not for the abundant spiritual energy of the Xianyi sect and the countless elixirs prolonging your life, do you truly believe you could survive for many more days? Elixirs? Upon hearing this term, Li Fu felt as if he had encountered a jest. In the year he first returned to the sect, the Xianyi sect indeed harbored plans to restore his meridians and roots. However, once sect leader Shu delivered her diagnosis, coupled with the indifference of several direct disciples, the other disciples soon recognized that Li Fu had become a burden. Gradually, both inner and outer disciples regarded him as a liability. The life-prolonging elixirs had long been exchanged for the lowest quality goods, merely sustaining his breath. Prolonging life? What a farce. If I can leave today, even if I must perish tomorrow, I shall not linger for a moment longer. If you turn back, I shall not hold it against you. Shu's voice echoed from above. The fourth and seventh sisters exchanged urgent glances, their eyes filled with desperation. Do not look back. Above all, do not look back. He had already sworn an oath to the heavens to willingly depart from the sect. How could he waver? They were not ignorant of who had destroyed the medicinal fields, yet what did it matter? They cared not. It could be said that the entire sect was indifferent to Li Fu's departure or stay. No need, my decision is resolute. Li Fu stated with unwavering determination. You step out of the Xianyi sect, and you shall have, at most, 7 days of life. That is splendid. 7 days is more than sufficient. As long as I can depart from the Xianyi sect, living another day shall be deemed a stroke of good fortune. With that, Li Fu turned his back and strode out of the grand hall. Just as he stepped beyond the threshold, within the Xianyi sect's zwanyiage, a woman clad in white suddenly opened her eyes. She approached the window, gazing up at the heavens, her delicate brows furrowed. It was peculiar. Why would the fortunes of the Xianyi sect leak out today? What could be the cause? Without hesitation, the woman seated herself cross-legged, forming hand seals, and began to chant incantations. Before long, the sect's eldest disciple, Zhou Meng, wore a grave expression. Was there some grave matter afoot within the Xianyi sect? Soon, Zhou Meng cast aside her apprehensions. The immediate priority was to halt the leakage of fortune and mend the breach. From her spatial ring, Zhou Meng retrieved a translucent jade stone and tossed it into the air. Guided by her incantations, the stone floated slowly upward, emanating a faint golden-yellow radiance. Since Li Fu wished to leave, he could not take anything from the Xianyi sect, having sworn an oath to the heavenly way. However, there was one object he could carry away, something he had unearthed from the depths of the abyss, which was crucial to his survival. Arriving at the bamboo cottage on Qingyang Peak, Li Fu bent down and retrieved a rusted bronze cauldron from beneath the table. This item had been brought forth from the abyss, and at the time, he was unaware of its true nature, believing that anything from such a perilous place must be extraordinary. While ordinary treasures could recognize their master through blood, this bronze cauldron remained unresponsive to such attempts. Li Fu had assumed its unique material was the reason it had escaped the abyss's erosion and thus presented it to his master for appraisal. Yet even his experienced master, who had transcended tribulation, could not unravel its mysteries. Consequently, Li Fu had used it merely as a table prop until he glimpsed its true purpose in a dream. This object was known as the Cauldron of All Things, later acquired by his junior brother, Jiang Chen, who, with its aid, amassed a wealth of treasures. It was also in the dream that Li Fu discerned how to utilize this artifact, just as he was about to tuck the cauldron into his robe. A clear voice resonated from behind him. "Brother, are you preparing to leave the sect?" It was Jiang Chen, accompanied by Ji Mingdai and Wen Peiqin. "Speak plainly." Jiang Chen gazed intently at the bronze cauldron in Li Fu's hand, his eyes deepening with scrutiny. "But you have sworn an oath to the heavenly way, forbidding you from taking anything from the Xian sect. This matter need not trouble my junior brother. This object is merely something I used as a table prop. Now that I am departing, I wish only to take it as a memento." Having said this, Li Fu calmly secured the item within his robe. "Junior brother, do you truly intend to leave?" Ji Mingdai feigned reluctance. Wen Peiqin also prepared to speak, but was interrupted by Li Fu. "The oath has been established. I implore you three to choose your words wisely. I, Li Fu, have no further ties with the Xian sect. From this day forth, paths diverge. It is best that we do not meet again in this lifetime." With those words, Li Fu prepared to depart. "Wait." Ji Mingdai retrieved a vial of elixirs from her spatial ring, saying, "Here are the longevity potions I concocted. You should take them for your journey." "Longevity potions? Why did you not present them earlier? Now that I am leaving, you feign concern, only to appear virtuous. It is quite nauseating. Could it be that you, Taoist Ji, have forgotten the oath I made to the heavenly Tao, vowing not to take anything from the Xian sect? Are you not, by this action, attempting to harm me?" Ji Mingdia's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing these words. "Li Fu, how can you speak to senior sister for in such a manner? She is merely concerned for you," remarked senior sister Wen Peiqin, her tone tinged with discontent. "Concerned for me? Concerned that I did not perish on the spot?" Li Fu retorted with a piercing remark, turning his back and descending the mountain. At the bamboo house on Qingyang Peak, Ji Mingdai and Wen Peiqin exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable complexity despite the joyful occasion. Was it truly the case that this Li Fu, who had shared their lives for centuries, was departing just like that, without a backward glance, with no trace of nostalgia? Once, they had been inseparable, sharing every thought. How had it come to this? Ever since Li Fu emerged from the abyss, they had regarded him as a burden, a waste, and had avoided him at all costs. Today, upon witnessing his unjust treatment, they had only exacerbated the situation. Little did they expect that Li Fu would declare his oath to the heavenly Tao, severing ties with the Xian sect. This departure might well be their last encounter. "Senior sisters, he has walked far away." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's reminder, the two sisters shifted their gaze to their refined and elegant junior brother. This was the image of their beloved younger brother, cultured, with an ethereal demeanor, truly a reflection of their master's discerning eye. "Junior brother, Qingyang Peak shall be yours from now on. I shall have my disciples assist you in tidying up soon. Then I shall be in your debt, senior sister. No need for such formality. If I do not care for you, who else will? Our master, too, is quite unreasonable. Li Fu is already a wasted talent. Yet he occupies such a vast space on Qingyang Peak. It would be better to have you take over sooner. Indeed, it is fortunate that Li Fu understands his place and has left, sparing us the need to petition our master for this area." The sentiments of the two sisters were etched in Jiang Chen's heart, and he vowed to repay their kindness in the future. Stepping beyond the confines of the Xian sect and leaving the realm of abundant spiritual energy, Li Fu felt an immediate heaviness in his body, as if lead were coursing through his legs. His skin visibly sagged and dulled, the decay accelerating with each step away from the sect. In that moment, he had become an ordinary mortal. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on with all his might, one hand clutching his chest, safeguarding the mottled small cauldron, the Wan Wu Ding, that he had retrieved from beneath the table. In the dream, Jiang Chen discovered this object after moving to Qingyang Peak. At first, he paid it no mind, even kicking it off the cliff due to its rusted and unsightly appearance. It wasn't until one fateful night, when he uttered the word system, that he realized the object he had cast aside was indeed a treasure. Chapter 4. Greetings, Miao Kong Kong. Jiang Chen immediately rushed down the mountain in a frenzy to search for it. What puzzled Li Fu was the nature of the system that Jiang Chen spoke of. In the dream, Jiang Chen merely called out, pointed at the void a few times, and soon enough, an opportunity would present itself. Li Fu only understood that the system was neither human nor object, resembling a dream, a presence unseen and intangible, without form or shadow. He hoped fervently that, at this moment, Jiang Chen had not discovered the purpose of that object through the system. The moment Li Fu stepped out of the sect, at the Tianji Pavilion, the eldest disciple, Zhou Meng, suddenly opened her eyes wide. What was happening? The cracks were widening, and the flow of fortune had become an unstoppable force. Zhou Meng retracted the jade stone hovering in the air, observing the dim and lifeless gem in her hand, her expression grave. As she gazed towards the peak of the Xian sect, the signs of dissipating fortune grew increasingly alarming. What on earth had transpired within the sect? Without hesitation, Zhou Ming took out a tortoise shell and 3 copper coins to consult the oracle. Ominous, ominous, ominous again. 9 consecutive readings, each foretelling misfortune. Zhou Ming refused to accept this grim fate, unwilling to believe it. For 8 centuries, the Xian sect had flourished, its fortune profound. Why, on this day, did the omens reveal such dire warnings? Attempting to discern further, she consulted the oracle once more, only to hear a faint crack emanating from the tortoise shell, revealing a distinct fissure. This was a harbinger of calamity. Zhou Ming resolutely abandoned her divination, invoking the mystical treasure mirror, sacrificing her own lifespan to activate it. To her astonishment, the mirror's surface was shrouded in dense mist, obscuring its true form. Why was this so? Practitioners of the mysterious arts feared not ill omens or the consumption of their lifespan, but dreaded the absence of answers to their inquiries. Zhou Ming sought to divine the future of the Xian sect, yet all 9 readings foretold misfortune. Desiring to trace the source of this ominous sign, she found herself at a loss. The tranquility she had maintained for 8 centuries was disrupted, her heart racing with unprecedented trepidation. This was no trivial matter. The affairs of fortune were intrinsically linked to the rise and fall of the sect. Given the current rate of dissipating fortune, it would not be long before the initial consequences became apparent. Thus, Zhou Ming stepped out of the Tianji Pavilion, a place she had not left for 800 years. She needed to ascertain what had transpired within the Xian sect. As she emerged from the pavilion and set foot on the main peak, she encountered her cheerful 4th and 7th junior sisters, who were engaged in lively conversation. "Oh, eldest sister, you actually left the Tianji Pavilion?" 4th junior sister Ji Mengdai exclaimed in surprise. "Eldest sister, after a century, you are even more radiant than before." 7th junior sister Wen Peiqin affectionately linked arms with her. Zhou Ming had no time for nostalgic exchanges. Her only desire was to uncover the truth behind the recent disturbances in the sect. "Are you aware of any significant events that have occurred recently?" "Significant events? What major occurrences could possibly happen in our esteemed Xian sect?" "Indeed, eldest sister. How could anything of consequence transpire in a sect of such prominence? If we are to speak of significant events, one might consider what significant event." Zhou Ming regarded them with seriousness. The eldest sister, who has not descended the mountain for 8 centuries, emerging from the Tianji Pavilion today. Could that not be deemed a significant event for the sect? Upon uttering this, both junior sisters burst into laughter. Witnessing their levity at such a moment, Zhou Ming felt a surge of indignation rise within her. Enough! The forceful command silenced their mirth abruptly, confused by her sudden anger. The 2 junior sisters wondered why the eldest sister had reacted so sternly. They had merely been delighted to reunite with her after such a long absence, particularly in light of Li Fu's departure from the sect, and had shared a light-hearted jest. Was such seriousness truly warranted? Though the eldest sister was second only to their master in cultivation, she was also known for her solemn demeanor, causing them to feel a certain apprehension towards her. Especially after she had taken to practicing the mysterious arts, she had become even more enigmatic, rarely smiling, and spent her days secluded within the Tianji Pavilion, seldom venturing down the mountain. In contrast, the esteemed disciples often engage in social interactions, while the eldest sister, Zhou Ming, has completely forgotten when they last convened. Pray tell, has anything transpired within the Great Hall today? Zhou Ming, unwilling to squander her time, inquired once more. Indeed. The little junior brother's medicinal field has been ravaged, and Master is currently interrogating Li Fu publicly in the hall. Ji Mengdai promptly responded. The medicinal field has been destroyed. Why is Li Fu being questioned? Zhou Ming queried. It is indeed the doing of Li Fu. Li Fu's doing? Zhou Ming expressed her disbelief. You are unaware, eldest sister, Li Fu has changed. Ever since his return from the abyss, he has transformed, not only damaging the little junior brother's field, but also causing disturbances to us elder sisters in previous years. The 2 recounted the myriad of Li Fu's past transgressions. Impossible. Li Fu has always been forthright, and has even risked his life for our sect. He would never commit such acts. Despite the fervent assertions of her 2 junior sisters, Zhou Ming remained unconvinced. It is only natural that you, having resided long in the Xuanji Pavilion, are unfamiliar with Li Fu's true nature. We have suffered greatly at his hands. And what of others? They have departed, left the sect. The 7th sister, Wen Peiqin, recounted in detail the events that had unfolded in the Great Hall. He swore a celestial oath to depart from the sect. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming finally grasped the reason for the dissipation of fortune. How foolish. He risked everything for the sect, entering the abyss to contend for fortune. How could you allow him to leave? The eldest sister lamented in anguish. Where has he gone? Unknown. He should have already exited the bounds of the Xian sect by now. The eldest sister prepared to pursue Li Fu. Stay, eldest sister. Ji Mengdai interjected suddenly. What is it? Are you intent on retrieving Li Fu? Zhou nodded. It is futile. He will not return. Why so? First, he has sworn a celestial oath, severing ties with the sect. Second, without the Xian sect's spiritual herbs to extend his life, he has at most 7 days to live. The two spoke with a dispassionate air, as if Li Fu were merely a passerby. He was once your little junior brother. Zhou exclaimed. Why this indifference? Uncertain of the events that had transpired, Zhou recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. She was resolute in her pursuit of Li Fu. Observing the eldest sister's departing figure, the two exchanged glances. Is it truly so significant that Li Fu has left the sect? Indeed. I have never seen the eldest sister care so much for him. What has come over her today? At that moment, Li Fu had already stepped beyond the influence of the Xian sect. Rather than departing via the main road, he veered into a narrow, overgrown path amidst the mountains. Wary of Jiang Chen discerning that the rusted cauldron he held was a treasure. Given Jiang Chen's ruthless disposition, pursuing Li Fu to kill him and seize the treasure would be entirely within reason. In an abandoned cave, Li Fu sat upon the ground, gasping for breath. He now appeared as a frail old man, his skin etched with deep lines and mottled with brown spots, enveloped in an air of despondency. His physical decline was far swifter than anticipated. After a brief moment of adjustment, Li Fu cautiously extracted the rust-covered cauldron from his possession. Is anyone there? Silence enveloped him. Master Miao? No response. Li Fu cleared his hoarse throat and began to hum softly, his voice as faint as a wisp of smoke. Whose heart remains solitary? Is he well? How I long to love him. All was still, silent as before. Li Fu continued. That eternal terror solidifies that phrase. Perhaps it may evaporate. Yet, the stillness persisted, unyielding. Whose love is it that is stronger than tears, calling softly? Stop calling. Enough. Enough. A small figure emerged from the cauldron of all things, covering his ears and protesting loudly. At the sight of the little man, Li Fu smiled. Greetings, Mayakonking. Chapter 5. The 3,000 Sacred Lotus Paths. Do you recognize me? Mayakonking asked, his small eyes wide with surprise. Li Fu nodded. Not just recognize. Your name resonates like thunder. Thief Mayakonking. In the grand dream of 3,000 years. I have witnessed your prowess firsthand. Any time manipulating treasure you set your sights on, you can steal, regardless of place or time. There is nothing you cannot accomplish if you set your mind to it. Jiang Chen, too, had amassed countless heavenly treasures and miraculous elixirs, swiftly advancing on his cultivation journey, thanks to the cauldron of all things. After witnessing the cauldron's wondrous applications, how could Li Fu simply relinquish it? This was precisely why. After swearing his oath to the heavenly path, the first thing he sought to do was reclaim the cauldron. What thief? Such an unpleasant term. Call me the holy thief. Mayakonking. Despite his diminutive stature, Mayakonking possessed a grandiose spirit. Li Fu nodded repeatedly, saying, Indeed, indeed, holy thief, pleased to meet you. I am Li Fu. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mayakonking glanced at Li Fu and then turned his head away. No more pleasantries. I do not befriend the dead. You should be well aware of your own lifespan. Only 7 days remain. In this brief time, indulge in the pleasures of the mortal realm. Li Fu chuckled. Truly, the holy thief possesses sharp insight. Do not flatter me. If there is nothing else, do not disturb my slumber. Mayakonking declared, preparing to dive back into the cauldron. Wait. Do you have business? Mayakonking replied impatiently. Holy thief, on our first encounter, you wouldn't turn a blind eye to my plight, would you? Mind your words, fellow Taoist. I am not your brother. And since you know I am the holy thief, you should understand that I lack the ability to save. I am the holy thief. I can only steal, not rescue. As Mayakonking attempted to re-enter the cauldron, Li Fu once more intervened. Hold on. Just wait a moment. Go and admire the magnificent mountains and rivers. In your next life, choose a good reincarnation, and I shall prepare a red envelope for you. I do not desire a red envelope, nor do I wish to be reborn. Li Fu spoke resolutely. I want your 3,000 sacred lotus paths. What? What did you say? How do you know I possess the 3,000 sacred lotus paths? Who are you? Upon hearing the mention of the 3,000 sacred lotus paths, Mayakonking's expression shifted, his gaze toward Li Fu growing wary. Li Fu found great amusement in Mayakonking's cautious demeanor. In the grand dream of 3,000 years, Li Fu had indeed witnessed Mayakonking hand over the 3,000 sacred lotus paths to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen consumed the 3,000 sacred Tao lotus, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. The 3,000 sacred Tao lotus, born from chaos, absorbs the dual energies of yin and yang, drawing upon the quintessence of the 5 elements. It takes 100,000 years to take shape and another 100,000 to bear fruit. The lotus petals exhibit 7 colors, corresponding to the 7 laws of heaven and earth, yin, yang, and the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. For cultivators, it is an unparalleled treasure. For those unable to cultivate, it is a miraculous opportunity for rebirth. After emerging from the abyss, Li Fu found his Dantian completely destroyed and his meridians shattered. Without the 3,000 sacred Tao Lotus, he would have no chance to step into the realm of cultivation again. By sheer coincidence, during his 3,000-year dream, Li Fu encountered this precious item. Fortune favors the persistent. This treasure remained in the hands of Miao Kong Kong. Was it merely fate or a serendipitous encounter? This revelation rekindled Li Fu's hope, emboldening him to vow to the heavenly path, breaking free from the constraints of the Xian Sect. Thief brother, regardless of how I came to know, just hand over the 3,000 sacred Tao Lotus to me. I don't have it. Miao Kong Kong vehemently denied. Lying is unbecoming. You know, I truly do not possess it. Then swear by the heavenly path. That's out of the question. Even if I had it, why would I give it to you? You know how precious the 3,000 sacred Tao Lotus is. It's useless to you. Can you cultivate? No. To you, this item is as good as worthless. Li Fu gently coaxed. Thief brother, you are still young and do not comprehend. I must cultivate. I have the elderly above and young ones below, and a multitude behind me in need. I cannot afford to neglect my cultivation. That's of no concern to me. Wait, weren't you expelled from your sect? You know that. I left on my own accord. Li Fu retorted with irritation. Miao Kong Kong, I will ask you one last time. Will you give me the 3,000 sacred Tao Lotus or not? Li Fu's tone turned icy. Are you threatening me? No. Very well. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Miao Kong Kong scoffed. Let us see how ruthless you can be. All things are robust and unyielding. Throughout the ages, nothing has ever before she could finish. A piercing song suddenly erupted. Whose heart remains lonely? Is he well? How I long to love him. Miao Kong Kong clutched her ears in agony. That eternal tear crystallizes that sentiment. Stop singing. I'll give it to you. The song abruptly ceased, and a satisfied smile spread across Li Fu's face. See, I just found my rhythm. You're quite tenacious. Just as Miao Kong Kong prepared to retrieve the item, Li Fu called out, Wait, what now? Changed your mind? No, just toss me a few spirit stones. The 3,000 sacred Tao Lotus is, after all, a treasure, and its appearance would inevitably emit a remarkable aura. To ensure safety, Li Fu needed to set up a formation to conceal its presence. You truly owe me, Miao Kong Kong remarked, turning to vanish. In the next moment, a handful of spirit stones was tossed into Li Fu's embrace. After establishing a simple array to shield the spiritual energy, Miao Kong Kong finally produced the 3,000 sacred Tao Lotus. The instant this item appeared, the dim, damp cave was instantly illuminated with brilliance. Even Li Fu, devoid of cultivation, could distinctly feel the formidable power of the laws emanating from the 3,000 sacred Tao Lotus. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As the 3,000 sacred lotus entered Li Fu's body, an overwhelming and destructive energy surged from his lower abdomen, coursing through his limbs and bones. Initially, a subtle cracking sound echoed from his meridians, akin to the shattering of ice crystals. The meridians crumbled, disintegrating into ashes. Li Fu endured immense suffering, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, aware that this was the obliteration of his original meridians. Not only were the meridians being destroyed, but where that power passed, flesh and blood withered, and bones manifested crimson fissures, as if forged iron was being scorched by divine flames. Golden red cracks, resembling spider webs, appeared beneath his skin, slowly oozing droplets of blood. The excruciating pain nearly caused Li Fu to faint. The torment was unbearable, a soul-rending agony that threatened to engulf him in darkness. The mingling of sweat and blood, alongside his anguished cries, reverberated throughout the cavern. At last, the destructive force waned. The 3,000 sacred lotus began to emanate a gentle energy, rejuvenating all it touched like a parched tree in spring. Li Fu's meridians restructured, expanding rapidly and gaining resilience far beyond their former state. Flesh and bones were nourished, fortified, and remade by this pure energy. The rebirth of his meridians was a triumph. Subsequently, the destructive energy of the 3,000 sacred lotus invaded the ruins of his Dantian. The already shattered Dantian spun chaotically, and with a resounding crash, it disintegrated into dust, vanishing completely. Li Fu spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a tyrannical energy. Had it not been for the 8 centuries in the abyss, during which he had endured countless trials of life and death, the obliteration of his meridians and Dantian alone could have rendered him unconscious from pain. The torment surged through his very soul, an agony few could withstand. Once the Dantian was utterly annihilated, the 3,000 sacred lotus gradually radiated a gentle power. This energy firmly integrated with the Dantian, which, like a cracked riverbed welcoming spring rains, was revitalized under its influence. The Dantian began to expand continuously, mirroring the reconstruction of his meridians. First came destruction, then rebirth. First the meridians, then the Dantian. Chapter 6. The Immaculate Sacred Body. The destruction of the Dantian signifies the end of a cultivator's potential to practice, and without extraordinary fortuity. One is condemned to a mortal existence. Upon returning from the abyss, Li Fu had contemplated restoring his Dantian more than once. As a prodigy, his inherent pride made it unbearable for him to accept the fate of becoming a cripple. Yet, the damage to his Dantian was so severe that even the Tribulation period master, Shu, was powerless to assist. No remedy could save him. Hope was lost. The master's words plunged Li Fu into despair. After dreaming for 3,000 years, he witnessed Jiang Chen consume the 3,000 sacred lotus and the subsequent reconstruction of his meridians and Dantian. In that instant, his once silent heart raced with fervor. The opportunity to return to the path of cultivation lay before him. The energy of the 3,000 sacred lotus surged relentlessly, propelling the reconstruction of Li Fu's Dantian. A pond transformed into a lake, which gradually evolved into a river. The energy continued unabated, showing no signs of cessation. It is worth noting that an ordinary cultivator's Dantian is merely the size of a pond. However, Li Fu's Dantian had now transformed into an expansive and boundless ocean. Li Fu stood in awe, profoundly shaken. He understood that the 3,000 sacred lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth, capable of reconstructing meridians and Dantian. Yet he never anticipated it could elevate his meridians and Dantian to such extraordinary heights. Li Fu was unaware that dark clouds had already gathered above the cave entrance. Lightning flickered like silver serpents, yet it hesitated to descend, as if waiting for the moment of rebirth to be complete. Remarkably, the reshaping of his Dantian had provoked a tribulation. This lad, his fortune seems extraordinary, something unheard of. Miao Kong Kong sat leisurely by the cauldron of all things, idly swinging his legs, observing Li Fu as he reshaped his Dantian, lost in thought. Occasionally, he glanced upwards, a flicker of unusual anticipation in his eyes. Li Fu was entirely oblivious to the phenomena surrounding him. He was still immersed in the marvel of his Dantian. How vast it is! The Dantian is overwhelmingly expansive. Cultivators typically absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into their Dantian, which then transforms into liquid energy to solidify their foundation. But now, his Dantian resembled an endless ocean. How much spiritual energy would it take to fill it? At that moment, he had no time for such contemplations. As the energy of the 3,000 sacred lotus had finally been exhausted, and the reconstruction of his meridians and Dantian was complete. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief and savor the experience, a bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. The purple lightning coursed through the mountain, aiming directly at the seated Li Fu. In the face of the tribulation, the mountain seemed non-existent. It struck Li Fu directly, catching him off guard, and he fell unconscious. Unbeknownst to him, after he lost consciousness, his outer skin charred and peeled away, revealing a skin as smooth as jade, with a faint fragrance emanating from his pores. The newly formed meridians spread like glass branches from the Dantian to his limbs, with glimpses of the heavenly and earthly inscriptions faintly visible. The shattered meridians flowed like melting snow into a spring stream, and rebirth was akin to jade rising through mist. The old cauldron's ashes still smoldered, and from the severed roots of his spiritual essence, new sprouts emerged. How could the Dantian achieve the unity of heaven and earth without enduring 1,000 fractures? Miao Kong Kong watched in astonishment as Li Fu lay motionless on the ground. The tribulation refined the last trace of impurities, culminating in an immaculate sacred body. How extraordinary to witness such a rare sight of an untainted sacred body. This fellow seems to possess an extraordinary fortune. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Xianyi's sect, Zhou Meng, flying on her sword, suddenly sensed something and halted her flight, her gaze gravely fixed on the surging tribulation clouds on the horizon. A tribulation? Was it a treasure emerging, or someone drawing lightning to refine their body? For her, no heavenly treasure could compare to Li Fu. The fortunes of Xianyi's sect were continuously dwindling. No amount of precious treasures could compensate for that. Zhou Meng flew down the mountain, searching intently. Logically, with Li Fu having lost all his cultivation, he should be an ordinary person. How fast could he possibly move? Yet, despite flying for a considerable time, Zhou Meng had not caught sight of Li Fu. Beyond lay a mortal city, and she furrowed her brow. Could he truly walk that swiftly? Something was amiss. Could it be he had not descended the mountain? Or perhaps he had taken a different route. With this thought, Zhou Meng turned her sword back and summoned the Xianji mirror. The Xianji mirror was her lifebound treasure, and unlike other cultivators, Xianji masters needed to draw on their blood essence and lifespan to activate theirs. As Xianji masters peered into the secrets of the heavens, They were not recognized by the cosmos, for all things had their predestined course. Interfering with fate and revealing heavenly secrets would bring disaster to themselves and those around them. This was also the reason Zhou Meng had not left the Xianji Pavilion for 800 years. Practicing the secrets of Xianji was destined to be a solitary path. Had it not been for the significant matters of the sect, Zhou Meng would not have activated the Xuanji treasure mirror. Yet now, she found herself compelled to do so. Utilizing her essence blood as a catalyst to draw upon her lifespan, she sought to uncover the whereabouts of Li Fu. To her astonishment, the Xuanji treasure mirror was shrouded in uncertainty, failing to reveal Li Fu's location or even his appearance. The same obscurity had occurred when she previously examined the reasons for the sect's waning fortunes. Such a result could stem from two possibilities. Either the person being scrutinized has had their fate obscured by special means, or they possess great fortune themselves, rendering them impervious to divination. Regardless of the cause, this outcome further convinced Zhou Meng that the decline of the sect's fortunes was directly linked to Li Fu, or rather, that Li Fu epitomized the sect's fate. With this realization, Zhou Meng resolved not to squander any more time. Since she could not locate Li Fu, she would mobilize the sect's members to seek him. With tens of thousands of disciples within the sect, it should not be overly difficult to find him. Thus, she summoned all her strength to hasten back to Xianyi sect. Master, you have descended the mountain? The sect leader, Hu was instructing on various sect matters when she was surprised by the sudden entrance of her eldest disciple, Zhou Meng. This disciple, having practiced the Xuanji secret arts, had become increasingly taciturn. Since Li Fu had entered the abyss of extremes 8 centuries ago, Zhou Meng had secluded herself in the Xuanji pavilion, rarely emerging, to the extent that even her master had to visit the pavilion in person to see her. Now, her unexpected descent raised questions. What momentous event had transpired? Hu felt an ominous premonition. What had gone awry? Please, master, issue the command to retrieve Li Fu. Zhou Meng stated her purpose directly. Li Fu. He is no longer a disciple of our sect. Why should we retrieve him? The mention of Li Fu ignited an uncontainable ire within Bushiyu. Li Fu had increasingly disregarded her authority as his master, and his misdeeds were now beyond discussion. If he chose to leave, then let him go. As the leader of the sect, she had neither the time nor inclination to deal with such trivialities. Master, today, the sect's fortunes are dissipating. Dissipation can be remedied. As a Xuanji master, what relevance does this hold for you? I am not versed in such mysteries. The disciple deduces that the cause of the dissipating fortunes is connected to Li Fu. Who? Li Fu. What connection does he have? He is merely an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Zhou Meng stared in disbelief at her elegantly attired master. An ordinary person? Merely an incapable mortal. Such a dismissive statement could come from her master? Li Fu had grown under her watchful eye. How could a millennium of master-disciple bond be so cold? In a daze, Zhou Meng felt a strange unfamiliarity with her master. Was she still the patient and diligent teacher who tirelessly guided them in swordsmanship? After all, Li Fu had been the cornerstone of their sect's ascent within the abyss of extremes for 8 centuries. The sect's fortunes were derived from him. Without him, how could the sect have risen to its current esteemed status? Presumptuous. Bushiyu's expression turned icy, silencing the elders present in the hall who were reporting on the sect's matters. Are you implying that the sect's current exalted status is solely due to Li Fu? That I am of no use? That your fellow disciples are of no use? Without Li Fu, the Xianyi sect would never have attained its esteemed status. Chapter 7. The Rift Between Master and Disciple. The disciple harbored no such intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meng immediately bowed to plead for forgiveness. Over the years, I have exerted every effort for the sect. While your fellow disciples have led students in cultivation, refining resources for the sect, and nurturing talents, who among them has not poured their heart and soul into their endeavors? How is it that in your words, we have all become useless? The progress the sect has made to this day is solely credited to Li Fu's contributions. Is it not? Zhou Meng, you have remained in the Xianji pavilion, without taking on disciples or contributing to resource refinement. Has the master ever criticized you? Zhou Meng's words incited the ire of sect leader Bushiyu. Li Fu distanced himself from the sect and swore an oath to the heavens. Has the master ever compelled him to do so? Were it not for the lingering bond of our years as master and disciple, I would have long since eliminated him for his treasonous remarks. How dare he stand before me and declare his oath to sever ties with the sect? Preposterous. The mention of this matter stirred a tempest of anger within Bushiyu. To make such a resolute declaration to sever ties with the sect was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Yet, master, why would he choose to swear such an oath and leave the sect? Li Fu grew up within these walls. This is his home. There must be a misunderstanding. Zhou Meng felt certain there was a miscommunication. She could not believe her junior sister's claim that Li Fu was envious of the younger disciple Jiang Chen and sabotaged the medicinal fields. Perhaps he chose to leave because the situation had become untenable. Bu Shiyu's tone remained indifferent, clearly unconcerned about Li Fu's departure. If he wished to leave, then let him go. His presence would merely squander the sect's resources. Now, the sect has the more qualified Jiang Chen. This is sufficient. Master, there must be a misunderstanding. Li Fu is not that kind of person. He would never commit such acts. Enough, enough. The truth is of little consequence now. What matters is that he has departed. Why should we wish for his return? He can no longer cultivate. Yet, he entered the abyss for the sect. And his dantian was destroyed for its sake. We cannot treat him this way. Zhou Meng, are you implying that I have treated him unjustly? Bu Shiyu's gaze shifted to the always silent Elder Hu. Elder Hu, you oversee the allocation of sect resources. Speak. Since Li Fu returned from the abyss with his cultivation obliterated, have I ever deprived him of anything? Whether it be healing elixirs or the basic necessities of life, have I ever withheld from him even the slightest bit? However, Elder Hu merely lowered his head with a pallid expression. Speak. Witnessing Elder Hu's timidity only fueled Bu Shiyu's wrath, and she scolded sharply. Sect leader, do you truly wish to know? Elder Hu spoke tremulously. Speak. Li Fu has not received any elixirs or spirit stones from me. What? Why not? Elder Hu's confession astonished Bu Shiyu. Sect leader, do you truly wish to know? Elder Hu quavered. Nonsense, speak. It was you who explicitly stated not to waste your energy. Preposterous. When have I ever uttered such words, or ever denied Li Fu resources? Bu Shiyu erupted in fury, feeling as though she had been wrongfully accused. An invisible pressure caused Elder Hu to kneel in submission. Zhou Meng gazed at her master in astonishment. What had transpired since Li Fu's return? Sect leader, you stated that Li Fu's dantian was destroyed, that no remedy could mend it, and that he should find solace at Xingyang Peak, forsaking all thoughts of cultivation. Elder Hu's words awakened Bu Shiyu, for she seemed to have uttered this before. Zhou Meng remained silent, her gaze fixed on her master. But I did not instruct you to deny him resources. Elder Hu hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Have you forgotten, sect leader? You also mentioned that matters of cultivation had no bearing on Li Fu, suggesting he retire within the sect and live as a mortal, wasting neither time nor energy on pursuits of cultivation. Upon uttering these words, Elder Hu felt a cold sweat break out. Bu Shiyu's complexion shifted slightly. She indeed recalled saying this. Thus, the sect ceased to provide Li Fu with any resources for cultivation, as elixirs and spirit stones had become futile for him. Indeed, he is merely a mortal now. What need has he for cultivation resources? Moreover, you specifically ordered that all resources be redirected to junior uncle Jiang Chen, granting him whatever he requires. At this juncture, Zhou Meng felt as though her heart had been pierced, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Master, Li Fu was once your most cherished disciple. Upon his return from the abyss, his treatment was even inferior to that of the outer disciples. Master, your heart is indeed ruthless. He lost his cultivation for the sake of the sect. How can we treat him thus? The junior disciples will surely feel disheartened. Bu Shiyu, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen, yet she resolutely inquired, what of his daily necessities? Surely, there must be some assurance? Unyielding, Bu Shiyu pressed on. Why has he not come to request anything? Why? Zhou Meng's voice bore a tinge of sorrow and revelation, tears welling in her eyes. It is precisely because of you. Because of me? The sect leader, Bu Shiyu, was bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Because you are the master he reveres above all else. Because you are the illustrious sect leader of Xianyi. Because you are the renowned lord of Xianyi Dao. He cannot bear to let others know that his once great master now has a disciple whose dantian is utterly destroyed, incapable of cultivation. He wishes to shield you from shame. Zhou Meng, without realizing it, felt her eyes moisten. In that instant, she seemed to glimpse the figure of the proud individual who, even in dire straits and tattered clothing, would never stoop to beg for the mundane necessities of life as a direct disciple. The once dominant Li Fu, who had overshadowed his peers. How could he ever lower himself for mere survival? Because he is Li Fu. Because his master is Bu Shiyu. Bu Shiyu's body involuntarily trembled. Only then did she recall the figure in the grand hall, clad in worn but clean garments. Is it truly so? Is it really because of me? At that moment, the heart of the venerable lord of Xianyi, hardened over countless years, felt a profound ache for the first time. Then he could very well communicate with his senior sisters. I am beset with duties. How could I possibly attend to such matters? Why can't you, his senior sisters, show more concern for him? She endeavored to shift the blame onto her disciples. Enough for today. Li Fu has sworn an oath to depart from my Xianyi sect. Given the circumstances, as the leader of the sect, I cannot sacrifice the dignity of our order for a mere forsaken disciple. Bu Shiyu waved her sleeve, restoring her authoritative demeanor as the sect master. However, I acknowledge Li Fu's contributions over the years and shall grant him an opportunity, should he choose to return. My Xian Yi sect would gladly welcome him back to avoid any accusations of being heartless. She paused, her tone softening slightly, adopting a magnanimous stance. If he sincerely repents and willingly returns, Xian Yi sect will certainly reinstate him, lest I be criticized as someone who is ungrateful and unkind. Yet, I must caution you. Given his obstinate and proud nature, he may not return, so do not harbor excessive hope. Bu Shiyu sat majestically in the great hall, exuding an air of solemnity. Zhou Meng sighed in relief. As long as the master had softened her stance, there was still room for negotiation. As for the rest, that could wait until Li Fu's return. Li Fu's fate is intertwined with our sect's fortune. I beseech the master to allocate assistance. The Xianin Pavilion has only her, and she cannot succeed alone. Seek your junior sister's help and see if they are willing to support Li Fu's return with the master's approval. Zhou Meng, without hesitation, immediately exited the great hall. Above Xian Yi sect, the flow of fortune, symbolic of the sect's destiny, accelerated rather than diminished. Bu Shiyu watched Zhou Meng's departing figure, her gaze clouded and inscrutable, filled with unexpressed complexity. She knew that Zhou Meng's endeavor was destined to be fruitless. Who claims that Xian Yi sect thrived because of Li Fu? The true bearer of great fortune is Jiang Chen. It was only after Jiang Chen joined Xian Yi sect that it began to flourish. How could you, as a master of mysteries, fail to perceive this? If you are inclined to meddle, so be it. After 800 years without leaving the Xianin Pavilion, a stroll down the mountain would do no harm. Chapter 8. The Rebirth of the Sacred Body. The initial glimmer of brilliance at this moment. Within the cavern, Li Fu slowly opened his eyes. You have finally awakened. Miao Kong Kong yawned as he spoke. Li Fu sat up, feeling his dantian and meridians, and exclaimed in delight. My dantian is not only restored, but has also ascended to the second tier of qi refinement. The 3000 sacred lotus truly lives up to its name. Emerging from the abyss, Li Fu's dantian had been destroyed, and his meridians damaged, rendering him unable to cultivate. The proud Li Fu could not accept such a fate, suffering in silence through countless nights. A once great prodigy reduced to a mere mortal. The stark disparity left him in despair and anguish. Upon hearing Sect Master Bu Shiyu's words that no medicine could heal him, and that he would never cultivate again, Li Fu lost all hope, severing any thoughts of resuming his practice. Just when he believed he could only drift through the remainder of his life, he entered a deep slumber for 3,000 years, witnessing the miraculous effects of the 3,000 sacred lotus. The once dormant heart was reignited with hope, pulsating with renewed vitality. Li Fu was unafraid to start anew. What does it matter if he is at the second tier of qi refinement? As long as he can cultivate, Li Fu is confident he can reclaim his past glory. You young man, you have stumbled upon an immense opportunity and remain oblivious to it. You are now the embodiment of the Immaculate Sacred Body. Miao Kong Kong looked at him with disdain, realizing that this lad was still unaware of the monumental fortune he had acquired. The Immaculate Sacred Body? Li Fu thought he had misheard. The Immaculate Sacred Body. A legendary existence. The ability of a cultivator to practice is contingent upon the quality of their spiritual roots. From the inferior waste roots to the three-rooted, dual-rooted, single-rooted, and the extraordinary aberrant roots, the superiority of one's spiritual root significantly influences the heights a cultivator can reach. Once, Li Fu possessed an exceptionally rare single spiritual root, endowed with extraordinary talent and an astonishingly swift cultivation speed. The pristine sacred body, which Li Fu had only encountered within ancient texts, was described as possessing an unparalleled purity of body and soul, harmonizing effortlessly with the spiritual energies of the cosmos, thereby enhancing the efficiency of absorbing and refining spiritual energy far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, this constitution proves to be remarkably advantageous in the realms of alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting, significantly increasing the likelihood of success and even elevating the quality of the products crafted. Regardless of the path chosen, the future holds boundless potential. Such a twist of fate truly transforms adversity into fortune. Li Fu, eager to cultivate, began to absorb spiritual energy, guiding it into his body. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the surrounding cosmos surged towards him like a gentle stream, obediently converging into his once barren dantian. There was no need for deliberate refinement. The spiritual energy was incredibly pure. Li Fu had previously worried about how to cultivate within such an expansive dantian, but now he realized such concerns were entirely unwarranted. He even thought that his dantian could be aptly named a dantian C. With such a vast reservoir of energy, what fear could there be of depletion in future battles? Challenging higher realms would not merely be a dream. Immersed in his cultivation, Li Fu found himself unable to extricate from the experience. In merely 3 days, his cultivation ascended to a new level, reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement. This astonishingly rapid advancement far exceeded his expectations. Li Fu was overjoyed. Such a feat had previously been beyond his wildest imagination. Attaining the qi refinement stage extended his lifespan. Eager to forge ahead, he wished to continue cultivating. Just one step away from breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Suddenly, a cacophony of discordant sounds erupted outside the cave. Li Fu immediately became alert. Someone was approaching. Could it be Jiang Chen, having discovered the wondrous uses of the myriad things cauldron, had come looking for him? With his current cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, facing Jiang Chen would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Li Fu held his breath, focusing intently, and stealthily approached the cave entrance. Outside, 2 cultivators at the 3rd layer of qi refinement surrounded a young woman at the 2nd layer. The girl was surprisingly agile. Attempting to escape. Let us practice dual cultivation together. I'll protect you from now on. Brother, I want that one. I like her. Brother, I like her too. What shall we do? How about we split it? Odd months for you, even months for me. Sounds good. The 2 3rd-layer cultivators, brothers, leered at the girl sprawled on the ground. The girl, looking pitiful with disheveled hair, had torn her clothes in her flight, revealing her fair skin, causing the brothers to drool. No, please. I can offer you spirit stones in exchange for my freedom. The girl was terrified, frantically kicking her legs and shielding her chest with her hands. Brother, she has spirit stones. Brother, she is already ours. Can the spirit stones really escape? They burst into laughter, slowly closing in on the girl. Please let me go. I am a princess of the great martial dynasty. If you spare me, I can grant you anything you desire. With nowhere to retreat, the girl found herself backed against a towering tree. Upon hearing the word princess, the brothers paused, their actions stalling. As long as you spare me, feel free to express your desires. I shall persuade my father, the emperor, to grant them. I wish to become the prince consort. May I? Ha ha. The 2 men laughed unabashedly, sending the woman into a state of utter panic. The heavens serve as a canopy and the earth as a bed. Today we shall cultivate together, and tomorrow we shall approach your father to propose. Brother, does this not mean we shall enjoy boundless wealth and honor? Indeed. I wonder if your father has any daughters left. If I become the prince consort, my brother must also have a chance to assume such a title. You are truly kind, always considering your younger brother. It is only natural for an older brother to care for his sibling. Ha ha. In the forest, their laughter echoed loudly. Without hesitation, they approached the woman and tore at her garments. With a ripping sound, a piece of cloth was stripped from her arm. Terrified like a startled rabbit, she struggled desperately. Unfortunately, before 2 cultivators at the 3rd level of qi refinement, her efforts were utterly futile. Li Fu, hiding behind a cave, felt fortunate that it was not Jiang Chen pursuing him. He wished to remain uninvolved, yet the sight of the helpless woman lingered in his mind. It was not in his nature to stand by and do nothing. Stop. Li Fu finally emerged from the cave, shouting loudly. Who dares? The brothers were taken aback, astonished that anyone else was present. Bald donkey, this is none of your business. Be gone. Upon seeing Li Fu emerge, their vigilance heightened. Bald donkey. Are they referring to me? Li Fu instinctively raised a hand to his head, feeling its smoothness. He stood frozen in place. Where's my hair? Was it that lightning? Have I lost it all? Master, save me. As the woman saw Li Fu step forth, she hurriedly crawled over and took refuge behind him. No wonder he was called master. It seemed he was mistaken for a monk. Li Fu, unfazed, slowly spoke. You may either leave or perish. Bald donkey, you speak boldly. We are both at the 3rd level of qi refinement, and you are but one. It is you who should leave. With that, the older brother took the initiative, drawing a sword from his spatial ring and swinging it toward Li Fu. The younger brother prepared his own sword, ready to strike. Come at me. After his rebirth, Li Fu was eager to test the strength of his pure holy body. He would use them for practice. As the sword lunged, Li Fu sidestepped, then struck swiftly with his fist, landing a blow to the assailant's chest. Bang! The older brother spat blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he collapsed. A single strike, and he was slain. You, the younger brother, standing nearby, was astonished, his lips trembling. What kind of monster are you? Chapter 9, Silent Authority, a single strike. And the older brother was as fragile as paper, dispatched in an instant. The younger brother was momentarily stunned. Not only was he bewildered, but even Li Fu himself stood in shock. Li Fu gazed incredulously at his own fist. Was he truly this formidable? His younger brother, overwhelmed by fear, turned tail and fled without a backward glance. Li Fu was no benign figure. With a deft motion of his foot, he kicked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. The blade soared like a shooting star, piercing through his brother's chest, resulting in an instantaneous demise. In mere moments, 2 practitioners at the 3rd level of Qi refining had perished without a fierce struggle or even a confrontation. This was a one-sided annihilation. The woman who claimed to be a princess looked on in astonishment. How could this bald master possess such incredible power? Might I inquire your esteemed name, great master? She ventured. Li Fu, however, paid her no heed. He collected their spatial rings and incinerated the 2 corpses with a flicker of flame. His gaze then shifted to the woman. A sudden tension gripped her heart. He wouldn't intend to harm me as well, would he? Great master, you are indeed a righteous monk, correct? Li Fu's expression remained serene and unwavering. Yet to her, it appeared particularly menacing, especially after he had dispatched 2 nefarious individuals. In her mind, he had become a figure of ruthless decisiveness and coldness. Shouldn't a monk embody compassion and concern for all sentient beings? Why did this master seem so fearsome? No. Li Fu's response sent a chill through her. Had she just escaped a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair? Wu Zixu felt tears welling up, regretting her impulsive decisions and wishing she had remained within the palace's safety. As she watched Li Fu stride toward her, she closed her eyes in despair. Father, mother, I was wrong. Yet the anticipated pain did not come. Li Fu simply bypassed her, setting the cave ablaze, and departed without a backward glance. This place was no longer safe. Wu Shixue, not meeting her demise, opened her eyes to see Li Fu's retreating figure. After a moment of hesitation, she followed him. What do you want with me? Great master, could you lead me out? I have lost my way. Wu Shixue thought. Since he had not turned against her, he must be a legitimate monk. If that were the case, following him might indeed lead her out of this mountainous region. Having been lost for some time, and having encountered unsavory characters, she had been forced onto a haphazard path, completely oblivious to her whereabouts. In recent days, Wu Shixue had faced numerous hardships, and her food supply had long been depleted. Now, she could only drink from the stream, all the while worrying about potential beasts lurking nearby. Fortunately, no beasts had appeared, but 2 loathsome practitioners had found her instead. What is your name? Wu Shixue. Li Fu continued forward without any intention of halting. She followed closely, interpreting his silence as tacit consent. Great master, where are you headed? Shuyan City. In the grand dream of 3,000 years, Li Fu had glimpsed something of great significance within Shuyan City, later acquired by Jiang Chen, which became his fortune. However, Li Fu resolved to seize the opportunity first, determined to sever Jiang Chen's claim to it. Coincidentally, I too shall head to Shuyan City. Wu Shixue made up her mind. Wherever Li Fu went, she would follow. Despite his apparent strength at the 3rd level of Qi refining, he had effortlessly vanquished adversaries of equal prowess. Wu Shixue understood that this individual was anything but ordinary. Shuyan City was also under the jurisdiction of the Great Wu Dynasty. Once they reached the city, she would have no worries about finding her way back. In the Xian Yi sect, upon receiving the affirmative response from her master, Zhou Ming wasted no time. With her master's consent, it was certain that her junior sisters would not object. She made her way directly to the 2nd junior sister, Cai Jingqiu, who resided near the main peak. Unfortunately, Zhou Shibua had arrived at an inopportune moment, as her master was in seclusion. Thus, Zhou Ming proceeded to visit her 3rd junior sister, Chu Yuerong, only to find that she too was engaged in seclusion. Such coincidence that both were unavailable. Still harboring a trace of doubt, Zhou Ming went to the 5th junior sister, who was also in seclusion. At that moment, it dawned on her that such a coincidence could not be mere chance. All 3 of her junior sisters were in seclusion. When had they become so diligent in their cultivation? But the 4th junior sister was available. She was not in seclusion. Zhou Ming proceeded to visit Ji Mingdai, the 4th junior sister. Indeed, Ji Mingdai was not in seclusion. Sister, how unfortunate. My disciples are all busy concocting elixirs. As you know, the demand for elixirs in the Xian Yi sect is currently quite high, and we truly cannot spare the time. Ji Mingdai politely declined. Zhou Ming's expression grew solemn. I am deeply sorry, senior sister. I must guide them in alchemy, so I cannot accompany you. Please excuse me. Ji Mingdai hastily concluded her words and turned to leave, leaving Zhou Ming alone in the grand hall. Unwilling to yield, Zhou Ming continued to visit several other junior sisters, receiving the same responses. Either they were preoccupied with urgent matters or had already ventured out, or they were in seclusion, unable to attend. In the vast Xian Yi sect, could not a single person be spared? For 3 consecutive days, Zhou Ming was unable even to catch a glimpse of them. Ultimately, she was courteously ushered to tea by her disciples. Zhou Ming understood that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Li Fu was tied to the sect's fortunes, and as a practitioner of the mysterious arts, Zhou Ming grasped the significance of Li Fu better than anyone else. However, what had transpired within the Xian Yi sect? Why did they become so indifferent at the mere mention of Li Fu? Zhou Ming was perplexed by their transformation. On the road to Shuyan City, Wu Shixue, having learned that Li Fu was not a villain, became more talkative. Master, how is it that you are so powerful? Though we are both at the third level of the chi refining stage, you annihilate them as if they were mere ants. Master, your skin is exceptionally well maintained. It is even more youthful than mine. Master, you smell delightful. It is truly pleasant. Master, how much longer until we reach Shu Yan City? Master, your hair has grown. Throughout the journey, Li Fu found himself overwhelmed by Wu Shixue's incessant inquiries, her chatter akin to that of a lark, leaving him regretting his decision to save her. Hush! After a lengthy trek, Li Fu suddenly made a gesture for silence, and Wu Shixue, understanding, promptly closed her mouth. Ahead, the sounds of combat could be heard. Li Fu glanced over, noting that many had already fallen. Hand over the Foundation establishment pills, and I will let you leave, the leader growled, his blade dripping with blood and his eyes filled with menace. Foolish delusion. The young man in the azure robe bore several wounds, yet faced the overwhelming odds without fear. In that case, do not blame me. Brothers, eliminate them. At his command, dozens surged forward. The young man in azure called out to the cart, Nielao, please lend your aid. Just as the words left his mouth, an invisible sword aura surged from the carriage. Wherever the aura passed, the figures of the dozens besieging them abruptly halted. A master of the Foundation establishment stage, the leader, in disbelief and despair, opened his mouth to speak. In the next moment, blood erupted from the bodies of the dozens, their breaths extinguished as they fell to the ground. Thank you, Elder Nya, for your assistance. The young man in the azure robe expressed with a bow and clasped fists in gratitude. The carriage remained silent, offering no response. The young man, not wishing to intrude further, signaled his subordinates to clear the battlefield and prepare for their return journey. At that moment, a hoarse and resonant voice emerged from within the carriage. Friends behind the trees, uncertain if you are foes or allies, please reveal yourselves. Upon hearing this, the azure-robed youth became instantly alert, drawing his sword and positioning himself protectively beside the carriage, scanning the dense forest with vigilance. Is there someone else? Li Fu realized he had been discovered. He stepped out from behind the tree with Wu Shixue by his side. Neither foe nor friend, I inadvertently trespassed. If I have caused any disturbance, I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. We shall take our leave now. Having said that, Li Fu intended to turn and depart with Wu Shixue. He wished to avoid trouble, especially considering that the 5 individuals ahead were all at the 7th level of chi refinement, while the azure-robed youth was at the 9th level. The individuals within the carriage eluded his understanding, but based on the sword aura, he surmised they might possess the peak level of Foundation establishment. Wait. As Li Fu was about to leave, a voice called out, halting his steps. An elder clad in black emerged from the carriage, lightly clearing his throat before speaking in a raspy tone. Though you are merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, young brother, your demeanor is quite remarkable. May I ask your name and whom you are apprenticed to? I am Feng Mu, a humble wandering cultivator. It is prudent not to reveal one's true name while traveling, especially in this vast dream of 3,000 years, having witnessed the cruel methods of the junior brother Jiang Chen. Without sufficient strength, it is wise to conceal one's whereabouts. I wonder if he has discovered the uses of the Wanjin Ding. Upon contemplating the mysterious system Jiang Chen had mentioned, Li Fu felt a sense of unease. Wandering cultivator? The elder furrowed his brow, continuing in a hoarse voice. May I inquire where you are headed? To Shu Yan City. How fortuitous. We are also bound for Shu Yan City. The journey ahead is perilous, with demonic beasts frequently appearing. With your cultivation levels, it may be challenging to cope. Why not travel together? The elder invited. Elder Nya. The young man in the azure robe, Chang Hongyi, displayed hesitation and attempted to interject. It is of no concern, Elder Nya interrupted Chang Hongyi. Before Li Fu could respond, Wu Shixue chirped excitedly. That sounds great. The more, the merrier. After a moment's contemplation, Li Fu clasped his fists and replied. If that is the case, I thank you for your consideration, senior. Thus, Li Fu and Wu Shixue joined Niesong's party. Along the way, Li Fu learned that the young man in the azure robe was named Chang Hongyi, the 2nd son of the Chang family in Shu Yan City, and that Elder Nye's name was Niesong, a revered elder of the Chang family. They had been targeted because these wandering cultivators had somehow learned that the 2nd son of the Chang family possessed a batch of elixirs, including Foundation establishment pills. Wealth is often pursued through danger. These individuals, having long danced on the edge of a blade, resorted to desperate measures, setting an ambush along the mountain path. Little did they expect that accompanying them was Niesong, who was half a step into the golden course stage, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. Chang Hongyi remained wary, concerned that Li Fu and Wu Shixue were also cultivators coveting their elixirs. As one gradually engages, it becomes evident that Wu Shixue is lively and radiant, akin to an innocent maiden untouched by the complexities of the world. Feng Mu speaks little, yet his demeanor is noble, and his gaze is pure. not resembling those with ulterior motives. Moreover, one is at the second level of qi refinement, while the other is at the third. Even the weakest among them is at the seventh level of qi refinement, suggesting that even if there were ill intentions, they would not pose a significant threat. As night fell, the group settled down to rest. Li Fu set up a simple formation and retrieved 2 spatial rings. Upon a brief examination, he discovered they contained merely over 200 low-grade spirit stones and several yellow-grade weapons, rendering him quite impoverished. The treasured cauldron, however, he dared not reveal. For human hearts are treacherous, and possessing such wealth can invite peril. In the realm of cultivation, the most dangerous aspect is indeed the human heart. Subsequently, Li Fu commenced his meditation, for one must never cease their cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he gently closed his eyes. A faint light began to emanate from his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn toward him, flowing like a pure and orderly tide into his dantian. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation drew the astonished attention of the Chang family disciples. What is happening? Why can't I absorb the spiritual energy? Where has all the energy gone? Elder Nya, seated in the carriage and also meditating, discerned a slight presence of spiritual energy and prepared to absorb it, only to find it rushing uncontrollably toward a singular direction. What is occurring? Elder Nya exited the carriage and followed the gathering of spiritual energy, only to discover it converging on Li Fu, who was currently in meditation. A look of astonishment crossed Elder Nya's face. What is happening? Why is all the spiritual energy converging toward him? Is he cultivating? Elder Nya, the others, upon seeing him emerge, respectfully clasped their fists. Elder Nya seemed oblivious to their greetings, still in shock over the commotion surrounding Li Fu. Elder Nya, are you also unable to cultivate? Chang Hongyi inquired. Elder Nya nodded. Chang Hongyi, with a wry smile, remarked, for some unknown reason, I can no longer cultivate. The spiritual energy has suddenly become inaccessible. He gestured toward Li Fu beneath the tree, his expression one of resignation. All the energy is gravitating toward Taoist Fang. Typically, for cultivators with lesser aptitude, even sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can take considerable time, and absorbing it requires meticulous care to avoid scaring it away. Hence, many disciples seek places rich in spiritual energy or set up gathering formations to facilitate absorption. But what is the situation with Fangmo? The surroundings are commonplace, with sparse spiritual energy. Yet, despite this, the ambient spiritual energy rushes forth, eager to be absorbed, as if fearing it would be too late. What kind of cultivation method is this? Or does he possess some extraordinary constitution? Elder Nya, having lived nearly 2 centuries, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Li Fu remained oblivious to the spectacle. Not far away, Wu Shishua felt the sensation most acutely. Streams of spiritual energy hurried past her, ultimately entering Li Fu's body. His form seemed to act as a vortex, voraciously absorbing the energy. At this rate, it would not be long before his dantian would be filled. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, a quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour. Li Fu gradually opened his eyes after absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth for 2 full hours. He had reached the 4th level of the qi refinement stage. Exhaling slowly, he gazed with satisfaction at the pile of spirit stones, now devoid of spiritual energy. Young brother Fang, were you just cultivating? Elder Nya approached, his heart racing at the sight of the energy-drained stones scattered on the ground. This individual not only frantically absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings, but also instantaneously depleted the power contained within the spirit stones. What kind of extraordinary physique is this? Li Fu nodded gently, finally noticing the astonished gazes directed towards him. Beside him, Wu Shishua looked at him as if he were a monster. What is the matter? What happened? Li Fu inquired, puzzled. Wu Shishua promptly explained the recent gathering of spiritual energy. While you were cultivating, we could not sense any spiritual energy at all. It's not that we couldn't sense it. Rather, the spiritual energy was entirely absorbed, all taken by you. Fang Daoyu, were you cultivating or practicing a technique? What is going on? The group erupted in a chorus of questions. Li Fu, however, felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his brow. He never anticipated that such a simple act of cultivation would lead to this situation. The pure holy body truly lives up to its legendary reputation. It is indeed extraordinary. The technique I practice possesses certain peculiar traits, and I did not intend to disturb your serene cultivation. I sincerely apologize. He knew he must conceal the truth of his unique physique. If it fell into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could lead to dire consequences. Henceforth, he must cultivate in hidden places or set up more formidable formations. Congratulations, Fang Daoyu, on breaking through to the 4th level of the qi refinement stage. Chang Hongyi, suppressing his astonishment, was the first to offer his congratulations. While others felt jealousy, They refrained from further comment since their own young master had spoken. A chilling howl suddenly pierced the serene night, shattering the silence. The group turned in alarm, only to see countless eerie green eyes glimmering amidst the shadows of the forest. Soon, a multitude of grayish-white figures manifested like phantoms, silently surrounding the area. "Oh no, it's a pack of wolves. We are surrounded." The group quickly drew their swords, tightening their defensive formation. How could there be a wolf pack here? Is it possible that the commotion from your cultivation attracted them? It's possible. Demonic beasts are sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. They must believe there is treasure here. Feng Daoyu, you've brought us to ruin. Chapter 11. Revealing Talents 1. 2. No, there are over 30 of them. We're doomed. Li Fu focused intently, noting that most of the wolves were of first-tier strength, with a few larger ones boasting second-tier capabilities. First-tier demonic beasts correspond to human chi refinement practitioners, while second-tier is equivalent to those in the foundation establishment stage. The wolf packs silently closed in like a fan, their claws treading upon the dry branches without a sound. Feng Daoyu, you truly are something. You've attracted so many demonic beasts. We're going to be killed because of you. Indeed. Elder Nye, you should not have invited him to accompany us. Now we are finished. Here, only Elder Nye is at the foundation establishment stage, and there are at least 5 second-tier demonic beasts. We're doomed. The group lamented, placing all the blame on Li Fu. Having already endured a bloody battle before, they bore various injuries and now faced a wolf pack of demonic beasts, their complaints echoing in the air. How can you all be so certain that it was Feng Mu who led us here? Moreover, it was you who invited us to join, and now you blame us. It is truly laughable. Wu Shishue protested indignantly, just as others were about to respond. Elder Nye interjected sternly, enough. Prepare to face our foes. Li Fu's gaze hardened as he drew a sword from his spatial ring, silently charging towards the pack of wolves. This sudden action left both Wu Shishue and Elder Nye in astonishment. Attack! With a command, the others swiftly followed suit. Li Fu plunged into the throng of wolves, his heart unperturbed. The first demonic wolf leapt into the air, snapping dry twigs beneath its feet. Li Fu remained expressionless as he thrust his sword, the tip piercing the creature's throat with deadly precision. Without pausing, he continued his onslaught. The second demonic wolf lunged, but Li Fu cleaved it in midair, its foul innards splattering the ground like ink. The scent of blood provoked the remaining wolves. 3 demonic wolves pounced from different directions simultaneously. Li Fu expertly leveraged a tree with his left foot, his form blurring as his sword carved an azure arc through the air. 3 wolf heads fell in succession, their severed necks gushing crimson fountains that stained the green leaves a deep maroon. In mere moments, 5 first-tier demonic wolves lay slain beneath Li Fu's blade, rendering the disciples of the Chang family utterly speechless. What extraordinary prowess was this? The demonic wolves seemed as feeble as tofu, dispatched effortlessly by Li Fu. Without a glimpse of a fierce battle, were the demonic wolves truly so weak? Such fragility was astonishing. This act incited the wrath of the pack, and the alpha wolf howled, summoning the others to charge at Li Fu. In the span of a single incense stick, nearly 20 wolf demons fell to Li Fu's sword, not a single wound marring his form. The pungent stench of blood deterred the remaining wolves from advancing. Alone with his sword, Li Fu faced the pack, his gaze icy, his attire billowing in the night breeze. Drops of wolf blood fell from the blade, seeping into the earth, and soon the ground beneath him was darkened with crimson. Bathed in moonlight, Li Fu's silhouette appeared as an unstoppable deity of death in the eyes of the Chang disciples. Even Elder Nye could not help but question whether this individual truly was merely a 4th layer of chi training. He pondered to himself, were he in Li Fu's place, he might not have executed such flawless technique, the angles and force seemingly impeccable, devoid of any flaw. Wu Shishue watched in rapt fascination, the cool moonlight illuminating Feng Mu's gleaming bald head. Who would have thought that such a head could exude such charm? Little did they know, Li Fu had once been a prodigious talent, unmatched among his peers. His swordsmanship, elegant and profound, was rarely rivaled in his generation. It had been foretold by a great sage that given 200 more years, Li Fu could very well become the youngest sword immortal. Li Fu harvested the lives of half the wolf demons as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. The second-tier late-stage wolf, leader of the pack, let out a furious roar. Accompanied by 3 initial stage and 1 mid-stage second-tier wolves, they charged forth. Observing the scene, Elder Nye stepped forward. No matter how formidable Li Fu was, he could not challenge those above his rank. Standing protectively before Li Fu was Nye Song, at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, declaring, "Brother Feng, step back. Allow me to take this on." With that, Nye Song's aura surged dramatically. In his hand, the ink-black long sword transformed into a more ferocious wolf. With 3 thunderous roars, 3 initial stage second-tier demon wolves fell to the ground, The mid-stage second-tier demon wolf stood frozen, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. The lead wolf, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Nyesong, let out an unwilling howl to the heavens. The remaining dozen or so demon wolves swiftly retreated, vanishing from sight in an instant. Once the wolf pack had departed, Nyesong suddenly bent over, erupting into a violent fit of coughs. With the crisis averted, the members of the Chang family surrounded Li Fu, their faces adorned with expressions of flattery and reverence. Daoist Fong, I apologize for any previous offenses, please forgive me. I tend to speak without thinking, so I hope you won't take it to heart. Daoist Fong, your skills are impressive. Observing the rapid change in demeanor of those around him, Li Fu remained silent, while Wu Shishua let out a soft snort. Though her voice was subdued, the other practitioners, attuned to the nuances, heard her clearly, yet they paid it no mind. Daoist Fong, might you be interested in joining our Chang family? Li Fu's display of prowess in slaying demons left everyone astounded. As a vassal of the Chang family, Nyesong had previously cautioned Chang Hongyi, young Master Chang. This individual can only be a friend, not an enemy. Recruiting him is far more valuable than purchasing a large quantity of elixirs. It was upon hearing this sage advice from Elder Nye that Chang Hongyi experienced enlightenment and hastened to extend an invitation. Elder Nye shook his head, deeming Chang Hongyi still too inexperienced. Noticing the hopeful gaze of Chang Hongyi, Li Fu replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Chang. But I have no intentions in that regard." Upon hearing this, Wu Shishua let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chang Hongyi pressed on, "Daoist Fong, please do not reject my proposal outright. Our Chang family is a prestigious lineage in Shuiyun City. Should you agree, you may propose any conditions you desire." He has already stated he has no such intentions. Why persist? Wu Shishua interjected hastily. As a princess of the Great Wu dynasty, what better place could there be than her realm? She was preparing to find an opportunity to recruit Fong Mu under her banner. Chang Hongyi, feeling awkward, scratched his head. "The doors of my family will always be open to you, Daoist Fong. Here, please accept these demon cores that you have slain." "Thank you." Li Fu accepted the 19 demon cores with gratitude. By this time, dawn had broken, and everyone began to tidy up and continue their journey. At this moment, in the Xian Yi sect, Zhou Ming stood in the Xuanji pavilion, observing the continually leaking fortunes with a grave expression. "We can no longer afford to wait." The instant the sun rose, Zhou Ming took to the skies on his sword. On the serene waters of the back mountain of Qianyun Peak, the 4 junior sisters, Ji Mengdai, Wen Peiqin, and the second sister, Cai Jingqiu, sat in the pavilion, brewing tea and engaging in light conversation. Second sister, why do you suppose our senior sister is so concerned about Li Fu's departure from the sect after 800 years of seclusion? Ji Mengdai took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Has she sought you out? Of course, but I managed to find an excuse to turn her away. Ji Mengdai replied with a hint of pride. I too have experienced the same. For some reason, our senior sister has been acting as if possessed these past few days. Also looking for me, when Peiqin said, frowning, what does it matter if Li Fu leaves the sect? Why should we bring him back? A useless person who cannot cultivate only wastes the resources of the sect. Indeed, I have only seen him twice since his return from Jiyuan, said Ji Mengdai. I have hardly seen him at all. However, I have heard from the disciples within the sect that he sought me out a few times. The three exchanged their grievances, each voice resonating with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Cai Jingqiu raised her head abruptly, exclaiming in astonishment, Senior sister, when did you arrive? Ji Mengdai and Wen Peiqin instantly felt a chill run down their spines, hastily placing their teacups down and standing to pay their respects. Senior sister. Chapter 12. The enigmatic treasure mirror and the past second junior sister. Are you not in seclusion? And what of fourth and seventh junior sisters? How is it that you are all here, with the affairs of the sect weighing heavily upon us? How could there be time to witness the sunrise over the sea of clouds? The three in the pavilion felt their guilt swell, suddenly falling silent. Although Li Fu had departed from the sect, he had once been their junior brother. After a millennium of camaraderie, how could they have grown so cold? Zhou Ming could hardly believe such words were uttered from their lips. Senior sister, having long resided in the enigmatic pavilion, you may be unaware of sect matters. Li Fu is no longer the same Li Fu of yore. Indeed, his actions over the years have been utterly disgraceful. I truly feel ashamed to call him a fellow disciple. Me too. The things he has done are beyond what any disciple would dare. As Li Fu's name was mentioned, the three spoke with disdain, their resentment swelling like a tidal wave within the pavilion. Zhou Ming furrowed her brow, filled with suspicion. What exactly had he done to elicit such deep-seated loathing? Such a millennium of brotherhood, severed without hesitation. Since we are at my Qianyun Peak, allow me to speak first. Second junior sister Cai Jingqiu filled a cup with tea for the senior sister, and then pointed towards a black stone tablet not far ahead, saying, what is that? Surely, senior sister is not yet aware. Zhou Ming looked over, noticing the black stone tablet emanating a faint sword aura. Upon probing with her consciousness, she found it impenetrable. To the naked eye, it appeared merely as a black stone tablet, yet within her awareness, it transformed into a black longsword, a most peculiar phenomenon. Could it be a sword tablet? Zhou Ming inquired. Chai Jingqiu nodded. Senior sister, you truly are worthy of being a master of enigmas. Your insight is exceptional. That is indeed the sword tablet. As you know, our master instructed me to cultivate the Xian sword technique, hoping I would attain enlightenment through the sword. Thus, I have dedicated myself day and night, determined not to let down my master's grace. Hard work does not go unrewarded. My skills in swordsmanship have progressed remarkably. However, 8 centuries ago, my progress stagnated, and I found myself at an impasse, as if trapped in a bottleneck. Consequently, I descended the mountain in search of opportunities to break through. Fortuitously, 5 centuries ago, I discovered this sword tablet in a perilous location and brought it back to Qianyan Peak, immersing myself in its contemplation day and night, hoping to find a thread of opportunity for breakthrough. Yet, whether it be my lack of talent or the complexity of the sword tablet's understanding, I have failed to grasp its mysteries for 500 years. Nevertheless, I did not give up. 3 years ago, in a fortuitous encounter, I finally sensed a hint of sword intent emanating from the sword tablet. In that moment, I was overwhelmed with joy, believing that fortune had arrived, and thus I sought to comprehend it before the tablet. However, at this juncture, Chai Jingqiu abruptly smashed her teacup against the ground, pulling out a flask of wine from her spatial ring and gulping it down. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were filled with a seething hatred. Just as my consciousness began to merge with the sword intent of the sword tablet, he barged in. Not only did he intrude, but he also brazenly interrupted me. After 500 years of painstaking effort to grasp a sliver of insight from the sword tablet, he disrupted it all. Since then, the sword intent of the sword tablet has been utterly unreachable. Senior sister, can you feel this pain? Chai Jingqiu's gaze towards the sword tablet was filled with a mix of regret and fury. I hate it. Regrettably, in a moment of compassion, I failed to deliver a fatal blow to this transgressor. Immediately, Chai Jingqiu's gaze turned fierce as she lamented her leniency towards him, recalling their shared bond as disciples. At this revelation, Zhou Ming furrowed her brow in disbelief. In her memory, Li Fu was a bright and affable individual, known for his integrity and loyalty. How could he be as despicable as the second junior sister claimed? Was there not some misunderstanding regarding his character? Zhou Ming could not bring herself to believe that Li Fu could commit such acts, and thus sought to defend him. Upon hearing her words, the second junior sister scoffed, while the fourth and seventh junior sisters exchanged mocking glances. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there possibly be? My greatest error was placing too much trust in him. With that, Chai Jingqiu took another hearty drink. Zhou Ming fell into a contemplative silence. The atmosphere in the pavilion was as oppressive as leaden clouds overhead. Observing the expressions of her 3 junior sisters, it appeared that Li Fu's misdeeds ran deeper than she had imagined. Indeed, elder sister, you have long remained aloof in the Xuanji pavilion, oblivious to the trivialities of the sect. Ever since Li Fu returned from Jiyuan, he has transformed entirely. He is no longer the innocent junior brother we once knew. While we sympathize with his experiences in Jiyuan, it does not excuse his behavior towards us. The 3 junior sisters spoke in unison, their voices filled with indignation, and their teacups were exchanged for drinking vessels. Each had, to varying extents, suffered from Li Fu's disruptions. Whether intentional or not, they had no desire to pursue the matter further. Li Fu's departure from the sect could be seen as a severing of their long-standing ties. For them, this was a relief, out of sight, out of mind. Rumor has it that upon returning from Jiyuan, Li Fu's spirit was gravely damaged, frequently tormented by demonic energy. Could it be that his affliction was the cause of his recent disturbances? Zhou Ming recalled how fellow disciples had casually mentioned Li Fu's condition, prompting her to inquire further. Elder sister, if only I held grievances against him, it might not warrant such concern, but the 4th and 7th junior sisters share similar experiences of distress. You are the Xuanji master. Why not utilize the Xuanji mirror to unveil Li Fu's actions? Seeing the elder sister still attempting to exonerate Li Fu, Chai Jingqiu felt increasingly exasperated. Why had Zhou Ming not considered using the Xuanji mirror? However, the truth was that the mirror could not reveal Li Fu's whereabouts, as he possessed immense fortune, making it difficult for anyone to probe into his affairs. Otherwise, why would she have sought the assistance of several junior sisters over the past 3 days, if not to trace Li Fu's elusive path? An idea struck her. Instead of directly investigating Li Fu, she could examine the second junior sister, who lacked such extraordinary luck. Resolving this, Zhou Ming summoned the Xuanji mirror, utilizing her blood essence to activate it. The mirror promptly revealed an image. Second junior sister, Master advises you to practice your sword with patience. Haste makes waste. Each individual S-level differs, leading to varied insights into swordplay. You might benefit from exploring the world beyond. It could enhance your understanding of the sword path. In the vision, Li Fu was seen encouraging the troubled second junior sister, Chai Jingxiu, right there in the clear water pavilion. I understand. But my sole focus is on advancing my swordsmanship. Master has high hopes for me, and I cannot bear to disappoint him. Chai Jingxiu smiled as she affectionately ruffled Li Fu's hair. With a thoughtful expression, Li Fu departed. A few days later, Li Fu sought out Chai Jingxiu once more. Senior sister, can you guess what delightful treasure I have brought for you? Li Fu's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at his diligent second senior sister practicing her swordplay. What could you possibly have? Behold, a peachwood sword. I toiled late into the night to find this exquisite piece of wood. Thinking of you practicing your swordsmanship, I thought it best to carve a sword for you. While it may not serve well in combat, it could offer you solace during your practice, perhaps even inspire new insights. Li Fu held his head high, eagerly awaiting her praise as he placed the peachwood sword into her hands. Thank you, little junior brother. This peachwood sword is quite elegant. It must have taken considerable effort to create. As long as it brings joy to you, senior sister, any amount of effort is worthwhile. The four of them were engrossed in the moment. During that time, their bond was profound, akin to that of siblings. Li Fu, with his sunny disposition, always found a way to lift her spirits whenever she felt dismal. Chapter 13. Reflections on the sword steel. Chai Jingxiu felt a twinge of nostalgia at this scene, which seemed somewhat hazy to her. Were it not for the grand senior sister's unveiling of the mystical treasure mirror, she might have completely forgotten this moment. Why is this memory so indistinct? It feels as if it has been sealed away in dust. With her current cultivation, such forgetfulness should not be the case. In the mirror, their smiles appeared so vivid. Li Fu genuinely regarded Chai Jingxiu as an elder sister, and she reciprocated with great affection. Second junior sister. Do you notice the numerous cuts on Li Fu's palms? Those are the marks left from carving the peach wood sword for you. He feared you might become trapped in the path of the sword, and he racked his brain to bring you joy. Zhou Ming's reminder directed Chai Jingxiu's gaze to Li Fu's hands. The lingering scars were alarming, yet the young man discreetly concealed his injured hands, unwilling to cause her distress. At that moment, she was absorbed in examining the peachwood sword, oblivious to his plight. Senior sister, why dwell on past trivialities? People can change. Indeed, just focus on how Li Fu disrupts the second senior sister's comprehension of the sword steel. What purpose does revisiting memories serve? Zhou Ming sighed and continued to manipulate the mystical treasure mirror. The scene shifted to the peak of Qianyun Mountain, where Chai Jingxiu was contemplating the sword steel. Under the moonlight, the steel emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, Chai Jingxiu radiated joy, sitting cross-legged before the steel, her consciousness merging with it, enveloped by its brilliance. Meanwhile, on Xingyang Peak, Li Fu was intent on his carving. He muttered to himself. The second senior sister lamented the loss of her old sword, which has led her to be so fixated on the sword path. If this continues, she may succumb to inner demons. Though she is proud and would never accept help directly, remaining trapped in the sword path could hinder her mindset, making it increasingly difficult to break free. Amidst the flying fragments of wood, he decided to name the sword Demon Slayer, hoping the second senior sister would grasp his intention. After engraving the characters, Li Fu joyfully made his way to Qianyun Peak. Upon arriving at the back of Qianyun Peak and witnessing Chai Jingxiu's engagement with the sword steel, he suddenly shook his head in anguish. What is wrong with him? Has he been drinking? No, it's demonic energy. The three observed Li Fu's distress with alarm, their gazes shifting anxiously to the mystical treasure mirror, their hearts heavy with concern for Chai Jingxiu. Is it truly because he was invaded by demonic energy, leading to a disordered consciousness that disrupted the second senior sister's comprehension of the sword monument? Ji Mingdai inquired. No one responded. Chai Jingxiu clenched her sleeves tightly, her gaze fixated on the mystic treasure mirror, fully immersed in her understanding of the sword monument. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of blood-red eyes drew nearer from behind. Li Fu wore an expression of profound anguish, his eyes crimson. No, I cannot succumb to illness at this moment. I must remain alert. I must not. Li Fu endured immense pain, gripping his thigh with fervor in an effort to maintain a sliver of composure. Even as his thigh throbbed, blood welled beneath his grip. He dared not utter a sound, fearful of disturbing the second senior sister's contemplation of the sword monument. Yet the invasion of demonic energy was beyond his control, and his steps continued to encroach upon Chai Jingxiu. If indeed it was the demonic energy that caused his soul to be in disarray, thereby affecting my understanding, so be it. At this thought, Chai Jingxiu found herself unwilling to watch further. As a victim, she already knew the outcome. There was no need to witness it again and invite additional distress. The invasion of demonic energy into the soul was an affliction from which even they could not escape. Let alone Li Fu, who had lost his cultivation. Cai Jingqiu resolved to relinquish her pursuit, but suddenly, when Pei Qin's exclamation shattered the silence. Look, Li Fu was attempting to take his own life. Upon hearing this, Cai Jingqiu turned her gaze back to the mystic treasure mirror. In the image, Li Fu was in torment, realizing that he could not halt his advance. He intended to end his life without disturbing the second senior sister's comprehension of the sword monument. Li Fu understood that the sword Dao was the essence of the second senior sister's existence. The breakthrough in the sword Dao was her sole obsession. Should this contemplation be interrupted, it was likely she would never have another opportunity to understand the sword monument in her lifetime. Li Fu raised the wooden sword high. With the last vestiges of his calm, he aimed to plunge it fiercely into his heart. However, he had forgotten. He forgot that the sword in his hand was merely a wooden one. He also forgot that he was but a mortal, devoid of spiritual power. The wooden sword could not pierce his heart, nor could it inflict harm upon him. Upon witnessing this, the eyes of the four brimmed with tears. It turned out that Li Fu had not changed. He would rather perish than disturb you. His heart has always held you, second senior sister. Have we misjudged him? He would choose to end his own life rather than disrupt your contemplation. Can we forgive the possessed Li Fu for interrupting your understanding? Hearing her junior's question, Cai Jingqiu's eyes brimmed with tears, already dampening her clothing. It was clear that Li Fu's feelings ran deep. Can we forgive him? Cai Jingqiu's robes became soaked. Her throat constricted. Of course, I forgive him. In truth, guilt had begun to blossom within her. She had misunderstood Li Fu. She felt remorse for her attitude towards him. She cursed her senior sister for not revealing the mystic treasure mirror sooner. Li Fu had left the sect, his fate uncertain. If he were to meet with misfortune, how could Cai Jingqiu find peace in the future? As her words faded, the scene in the mirror abruptly altered. The crimson hue in Li Fu's eyes dissipated. He exhaled deeply, turning to leave, but suddenly halted, his clear gaze directed towards the figure before the monument. Had the demonic energy vanished? When Pei Qin spoke up to remind her, Cai Jingqiu lifted her eyes to the mystic treasure mirror. She beheld Li Fu's eyes gradually returning to normal, his demeanor restored. For reasons unknown, Li Fu suddenly turned his gaze towards Cai Jingqiu, who was absorbed in the contemplation of the sword monument. With a swift motion, he thrust his sword into Cai Jingqiu. Instantly, the radiance surrounding her dissipated, and she collapsed to the ground. Along with her, the brilliance of the sword monument faded into nothingness. After executing this act, Li Fu fell rigidly into the dust. Witnessing this scene, the four were left in utter bewilderment. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the senior sister, Zhou Meng, stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Had the demonic aura finally dissipated? With clarity in his gaze, he seemed to have regained his sanity. Yet, why did he destroy the second sister's comprehension of the sword monument? What had transpired? The three turned their eyes toward Cai Jingqiu, who now glared with murderous intent at the fallen Li Fu reflected in the Xuanji mirror. Wishing to pierce him 1,000 times over, after 500 years of dedication to the sword path, she was on the brink of success, only to have it shattered by Li Fu at the last moment. If he had truly been under the control of demonic energy, it would have been one thing. But he had awakened at the final juncture. Cai Jingqiu could not fathom why he would sabotage her efforts. He knew better than anyone her yearning for mastery in the sword path. It was her very life. Yet now, Li Fu had obliterated her aspirations with his own hands, feigning unconsciousness to escape the consequences. Cai Jingqiu's fury was palpable. She loathed herself for not seeing through Li Fu's true nature sooner and regretted not having ended his life herself. Her emotions deeply influenced the other three. Ji Mengdai and Wen Pei Qin, both of whom had suffered at Li Fu's hands, harbored only hatred for him. Only Zhou Meng, who had spent years alone in the Xuanji pavilion, still held a flicker of trust for Li Fu, reminiscing about their past. Faced with this scene, Zhou Meng found herself speechless, her heart heavy. Am I truly in the wrong? Li Fu, is this truly who you are? Chapter 14, Watercloud City Junior Sister, I. Zhou Meng still wished to say something. She began, but Cai Jingqiu waved her sleeve, sending the Xuanji mirror flying. She could no longer bear to gaze upon Li Fu. The mere thought of him ignited a desire to personally descend and annihilate him, even if he had only 4 days left to live. You are dismissed. With that, Cai Jingqiu vanished from sight, leaving Zhou Meng and her 2 junior sisters exchanging glances. Let us go, senior sister. I have long warned you that Li Fu had changed. Yet you refuse to believe it. Now that you see the truth, are you not disappointed? Alas, there is no need for further words among fellow disciples after a millennium together. The 2 departed from Qianyan Peak simultaneously. Zhou Meng sat alone on a stone bench, her expression dazed, lost in thought. Suddenly, the Xuanji mirror, which had fallen to the grass, flickered to life, revealing another scene. Li Fu strained to push the demon-slaying wooden sword toward Chai Jingqiu. Second sister, I nearly failed to save you. I present this demon-slaying wooden sword to you, hoping that it can slay demons for you as it did today. With those words, Li Fu succumbed to unconsciousness. The Xuanji mirror dimmed once more. After a long pause, Zhou Ming silently retrieved the mirror, letting out a deep sigh before finally standing to leave. Just as she departed, her junior brother Jiang Chen arrived gracefully. Junior sister, Jiang Chen has come to visit. Oh, it is you, junior brother. Please come in. At that moment, Chai Jingqiu's tone was gentle. As if she had transformed into another person, her gaze toward Jiang Chen filled with warmth. What brings you to my Qinyan Peak today? I find myself missing my senior sister, so I came to pay her a visit. Her words are truly sweet. By the way, senior sister, I believe I just caught a glimpse of our eldest senior sister. Has she descended the mountain? Indeed, what business does she have with our second senior sister? It is, after all, concerning Li Fu. Upon mentioning Li Fu, an unmistakable disdain flickered in Chai Jingqiu's eyes. Li Fu, has he not severed ties with the sect? Observing Chai Jingqiu's expression, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Yes, I am nearly driven to distraction by her. She insists that Li Fu's departure affects the sect's fortune and demands that we send someone to retrieve him. Did senior sister acquiesce? Certainly not. Not only did I refuse, but the other junior sisters would also decline. Upon hearing the second senior sister's response, Jiang Chen silently breathed a sigh of relief. Though he feigned a lamenting demeanor, senior brother Li Fu has fought valiantly for the sect. Our eldest senior sister's actions are also in consideration of the sect. Junior brother, you are simply too benevolent. What consideration for the sect? In my opinion, it is merely our eldest senior sister attempting to make amends to Li Fu. The matter of fortune is ethereal and incomprehensible to all within the sect. Only she understands its intricacies. She is merely using the notion of fortune to absolve Li Fu. At this point, Chai Jingqiu produced a wooden sword inscribed with the words Demon Slayer from her spatial ring, her gaze momentarily betraying a cold resolve. With a flick of her hand, the wooden sword disintegrated into dust. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the remnants. Second senior sister, Jiang Chen feigned regret. Such hypocrisy. I was foolish enough to hold on to a glimmer of hope for him. Now, all I feel is hatred. Jiang Chen sighed. Second senior sister, why must it be this way? Despite his words of sympathy, a subtle smile lingered on Jiang Chen's face. Enough of that person. What brings you to seek out the second senior sister? I wish to journey to Shu Yan City before my departure. I came to bid farewell and see if senior sister has any items she requires. The junior brother maintained his humble and gentle demeanor. It is true that junior brother is sincerely kind to senior sister, but I have no needs, Chai Jingqiu replied earnestly. You must remain vigilant upon descending the mountain. Do not be so naive. The intentions of cultivators outside the sect are complex, and I fear for your well-being. Do not worry, senior sister. I am not a child any longer. Upon arriving in Shu Yan City, Feng Daoyu inquired, are there accommodations available in the city? If you do not mind, my family has a vacant residence for your temporary stay. After reaching Shu Yan City, Chang Hongyi failed to attract Feng Mu, so, in a bid to foster a good relationship with him, he offered to provide housing. Li Fu was not one to be coy, as he truly had nowhere to stay. Then I must express my gratitude, young Master Chang. No need for formalities. Let us part ways here, and we shall reconnect in a couple of days. Inside the carriage, Nielao nodded slightly to Li Fu through the curtain. Ever since he had slain the demon wolf and rekindled an old ailment, he had remained reclined within the carriage. After bidding farewell to the Chang family, Li Fu glanced at Wu Shishua. Before he could speak, Wu Shishua hurriedly interjected, I have nowhere to go. I will accompany you. You are the princess of the great martial dynasty. How could you have nowhere to stay? Along the journey, the Chang family remained oblivious to the princess's identity. I snuck out, Wu Shishua replied bashfully. Li Fu had many matters to attend to in Shu Yan City, especially after witnessing Jiang Chen's mysterious capabilities, which left him with an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Jiang Chen possessed an enigmatic system treasure, and Li Fu instinctively sensed that the other party would inevitably become aware of his presence. Reluctant to involve those around him, Li Fu glanced at Wu Shishua and coldly stated, I have matters to attend to. You should seek out the lord of Shu Yan City. He will certainly make arrangements for you. With that, Li Fu followed Chang Hongyi's guidance to a residence. The sign read Chui Zhu Yuan, and true to its name. A dense grove of elegant bamboo greeted his eyes, serene and quiet, providing a tranquil haven amidst the bustling city. As he pushed the door open, Li Fu discovered that Wu Shishua had followed him. Why are you with me? I'm not going to find him. I'm going with you, Wu Shishua boldly declared. Li Fu maintained a stoic expression and replied matter-of-factly, being with me will be perilous. I am not afraid. As a princess of the dynasty, Wu Shishua possessed her own confidence. Given her insistence, Li Fu refrained from further protest, especially since she had already accompanied him this far. Ignoring her, he strode into the room and retrieved a spiritual stone to set up a barrier to obfuscate any external probing. Calculating the time, Jiang Chen was expected to arrive in Shuiyun City within the next couple of days. To seize the opportunity and acquire the treasure, Li Fu needed to prepare in advance. Subsequently, he took out the Wan Wu Ding. Miao Master, he called, but received no response. Thief Saint, he tried again, yet silence reigned. If you don't come out soon, I might just burst into song. It's been days since I last sang, and I'm suffocating. Spare me, Miao Kong Kong, begrudgingly emerged from the Wan Wu Ding. Sighing as he regarded Li Fu. I truly don't know what sin I committed to be entangled with you. Li Fu chuckled. You speak as if we are strangers. Fate cannot be obstructed. Besides, weren't you the one who chose to follow me? Nonsense. When did I ever choose to follow you? Miao Kong Kong retorted. Have you forgotten how I found you in the extreme abyss? I never intended to carry you with me. Isn't it true that you took the initiative to leap into my embrace as I exited the extreme abyss? When Li Fu first encountered the Wan Wu Ding, he was unaware of its purpose. He had scrutinized it for quite some time, even performing a blood oath to claim it as his own. Yet he could not discern its utility. Later, he paid it no mind, regarding it merely as a sturdy item. Little did he expect that upon returning to the Xianyi sect, this peculiar object would be in his possession. He completely forgot how he had brought it out. In his memory, he had thought it of no consequence and simply discarded it. Subsequently, consumed by the desire to restore his dantian, he used the Wan Wu Ding as a mere table prop. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that this entity had indeed taken the initiative to nestle into his embrace. Once exposed by Li Fu, Miao Kong Kong did not deny it. So what? Chapter 15. The ghostly face of the underworld. Li Fu regarded Miao Kong Kong. And since he had admitted to it, the matter was easier to navigate. I brought you out of the extreme abyss. Shouldn't you offer some token of gratitude? Offer what? I already gave you the 3,000 sacred lotus of the Tao. What more do you want? Miao Kong Kong replied, exasperated. That's different. The 3,000 sacred lotus were merely the fee for listening to my song. I have yet to settle the account for bringing you out of the extreme abyss. Li Fu shook his head. What? A fee for listening to your song? Miao Kong Kong's eyes widened, nearly leaping with indignation. Have I lost my mind, to pay for listening to you sing? With that voice of yours, howling like a banshee. It is a stroke of fortune that I have not sought compensation for my wounded spirit. Yet you audaciously claim it is merely a fee for your performance. Have you even listened to the cacophony you produce? Is that a melody that any human lips can utter? Furthermore, I bestowed upon you 3,000 sacred Tao lotuses. Are you not aware of their value? Do you not comprehend how you attained your pristine, sacred form? Now, you shamelessly inquire of me what token I might offer you. You, who stands before the myriad of existence, hurling insults at Li Fu with wild abandon, spitting in your fervor. Despite your diminutive stature, you possess a remarkable ferocity in your tirades. Li Fu merely observed as you ranted for nearly the duration of an incense stick before you finally ceased. What more do you desire? Exhausted from your tirade, your voice now tinged with fatigue and impatience, you utter the words, ghostly countenance of the netherworld. Upon hearing this phrase, you erupted in fury. I knew there was something amiss with you. Upon our first encounter, you demanded 3,000 sacred Tao lotuses, leaving me to ponder how you were aware of their existence. At that moment, I assumed it was serendipity. Yet now you no longer feign ignorance and precisely request my treasures. How do you know I possess the ghostly countenance of the netherworld? And the 3,000 sacred Tao lotuses? You are not right in the head. For countless millennia, I have not even revealed these two items. How could you possibly know? Your small eyes brimmed with wariness and dread as you scrutinized Li Fu from head to toe, utterly perplexed. How could this young man possess such knowledge? Li Fu merely smiled. Just give it to me. You have no use for it, and it would only go to waste in your hands. What nonsense is this? Am I not allowed to collect treasures? Do you have any authority over me? Not so fast. You have yet to answer my question. How do you know I possess these two items? Are you aware of anything else? At this juncture, you regarded Li Fu with the vigilance of a thief guarding his hoard. Do not be alarmed, Li Fu quickly reassured you. I cannot possibly divulge that I witnessed you pass these two items to Jiang Chen during a grand dream spanning 3 millennia. Jiang Chen, too, precisely demanded these two treasures. Perhaps his knowledge stems from a mysterious system that aids him. I am not anxious. I am merely curious about how you know. You pressed, your urgency palpable. What I fear most is not the thief, but the thief who covets. This principle is one that you, the illustrious thief saint, comprehend better than anyone. Years of painstaking accumulation should not be jeopardized by one fell swoop. My former master, the esteemed leader of the Xianyi sect, Bu Ziyu, once said. Li Fu replied. Bu Shiyu? I have never heard of her. You retorted, your frustration evident. You cannot possibly expect me to believe she knows of these 2 items in my possession. Is she a deity? Do you take me for a fool? Li Fu, undeterred, began to weave an elaborate tale. It is merely because she once stated that if a treasure is known only by reputation and has not been seen, there is a 99% chance it lies in the possession of Miao Kong Kong. As for who Miao Kong Kong is, Li Fu articulated with a cadence that rose and fell. She is the thief saint, capable of traversing heaven and earth at will. If she does not possess it, then it is unlikely anyone else does. As he exaggeratedly described her, an expression of longing and admiration flickered in his eyes. The flattery was precisely on point, and Miao Kong Kong, listening intently, couldn't help but smile, her anger dissipating significantly. Did she truly say that? Miao Kong Kong questioned, half in disbelief. How could it be false, even if he lacked it? As long as you express a desire for it, there is no treasure in the world that the renowned thief Miao Kong Kong cannot procure. Seeing Li Fuyan's earnest assertion and high praise, Miao Kong Kong felt quite flattered. Indeed, this individual named Bushiyu possesses considerable insight and speaks with remarkable objectivity. I shall take a moment to introduce us. With that, Miao Kong Kong turned and dove back into the all things cauldron. In a short while, she emerged, holding a jet-black mask, and with a flick of her wrist, declared, "Here you go, the netherworld ghost mask you desired." Li Fu received the mask with both hands, and, as a compliment slipped from his lips, remarked, "Truly worthy of the title of Thief Saint, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, to give away such a treasure so casually. Treating wealth as mere refuse, impressive indeed." Miao Kong Kong was rendered almost speechless by Li Fu's praises, her head spinning from the flattery as she waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing, just a trivial matter. All right, my friend, I won't say much more. If you need anything, just let me know." With that, Miao Kong Kong, brimming with satisfaction, turned and vanished into the all things cauldron. A smile graced Li Fu's lips. So, it turns out, this tactic worked wonders. He had prepared several songs as alternatives, but it seemed they would not be necessary. Flattery proved far more effective than singing. Li Fu examined the netherworld ghost mask with great care. The mask was entirely black, its surface seemingly swathed in flowing mist, cool to the touch, as if it could absorb light. The eye sockets glimmered with an eerie blue luminescence, reminiscent of phosphorescence on a dark night, and gazing too long induced a chill. Delicate dark patterns wove along the edges, resembling ancient sealing runes, faint and elusive. This mask possessed formidable capabilities. Once donned, it melded seamlessly with the wearer's visage. All life fluctuations, magical energies, and even murderous intent of the wearer would be entirely concealed, rendering it imperceptible even to high-ranking practitioners. Moreover, the mask could alter one's appearance, making it exceptionally useful for assassination, stealth, and evasion. Li Fu quickly pricked his finger to acknowledge the mask as his own. Upon wearing it, he felt a surge of extraordinary power coursing through him, his thoughts aligning effortlessly. He envisioned old Nia's appearance, and in no time, his reflection transformed to mirror old Nia's form. Every gesture and breath mirrored that of old Nia with uncanny precision. Magnificent. Shifting again, Li Fu became the spitting image of Chang Hongyi. It was not merely similar, it was indistinguishable. Even if a relative stood before him, they would struggle to discern who was the real person. Li Fu removed the mask and stored it in his spatial ring. All was prepared, save for the right moment. In his quest to swiftly intercept Jiang Chen's treasures and sever his opportunities, Li Fu dismantled the array and exited the chamber. "Where are you headed?" Wu Shishue inquired sweetly. Having just bathed and changed into fresh attire, the recent escapades had subjected this pampered princess to considerable hardship. Her first act upon attaining safety was to change clothes and cleanse herself of grime. Now, with the dust washed away and dressed in neat, clean garments, Wu Shishue appeared considerably more appealing. Her eyes sparkled with liveliness, and when she smiled, they curved into 2 crescent moons. Her fluttering eyelashes resembling the delicate wings of a butterfly. With a delicate, slightly upturned nose, she possesses an endearing charm. Her soft, pink lips resemble freshly blossomed cherry blossoms, naturally curving upwards at the corners, exuding sweetness even without a smile. Occasionally, she unconsciously purses them, adding a playful allure. "I'm going out to run some errands." "Absolutely not." "Why not?" Li Fu wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The presence of another person, especially the stunning Princess Wu, would undoubtedly attract attention. "Stay here or leave." "Why are you being so harsh?" "I can choose not to go." Wu Shishue pouted, feeling aggrieved. As Li Fu approached the door, Wu Shishue called out again. "Wait a moment. What now? I'm hungry. Could you buy something to eat on your way back?" Chapter 16. The refinement of elixirs. Li Fu did not respond and turned to leave. Once he donned the ghostly mask that altered his appearance, he exited the Emerald Bamboo Garden, heading straight for Hongfu Tower. Renowned for its trade in elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts, Hongfu Tower was a well-known establishment. Upon entering, an attendant approached him. "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? I seek some spiritual herbs and would like to inquire about the elixirs available." "Which aspects of the elixirs would you like to know? What elixirs are your best sellers, and which are rather scarce?" The Qi Recovery Pill is quite popular, while the Foundation Establishment Pill is notably rare. The Foundation Establishment Pill, Li Fu recalled that Chang Hongyi seemed to have acquired a batch of these. "What is the usual price for the Foundation Establishment Pill?" "Typically between 5,000 to 10,000, though prices have risen due to scarcity. It depends on the quality of the elixir. Are you looking to purchase one?" The attendant assessed Li Fu, noting that he was merely at the 4th level of Qi cultivation and suspected that his inquiry regarding the Foundation Establishment Pill might be premature. Li Fu pondered for a moment. "Is Master He available? Do you know Master He?" "I have heard much about Master He's exceptional alchemical skills and have come to seek his guidance." "Are you an alchemist as well?" Li Fu nodded. "I can refine some basic elixirs." Upon hearing this, the attendant's enthusiasm quickly waned. "Master He is quite busy and cannot meet with you." "That's preposterous. Everyone aspires to meet Master He." Master He, after all, was a renowned alchemist at Hongfu Tower, burdened with countless responsibilities, not someone any random person could simply meet. Li Fu merely smiled in silence. He casually jotted down a recipe on paper and said, "Please gather these materials for me." The attendant took the recipe and, upon glancing at the listed ingredients, furrowed his brow. All were materials for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of these ingredients?" "Of course. They are for elixir refinement." "You can refine the Foundation Establishment Pill?" The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. The individual before him, with an ordinary appearance and cultivation level matching his own, dared to claim the ability to refine such an esteemed pill, based on his years of experience in discerning character. This was utterly absurd. "Indeed," Li Fu replied succinctly. "How boastful." At that moment, a slightly portly middle-aged man descended from the upper floor. "Owner," the attendant greeted respectfully. The man remained silent, scrutinizing Li Fu from head to toe. "What is your name?" "I am Yuan Mu." "Yuan Mu? If you can concoct the Foundation Establishment Pill, I, from Hongfu Tower, am willing to purchase it at double the market price. Moreover, I could extend an invitation for you to become a consecrated alchemist at our esteemed establishment. However, that is unnecessary. All I require is for the Tower Master to introduce me to Master He. The Tower Master can simply command, 'Go. Prepare the materials for my friend Yuan.'" "Certainly." Shortly thereafter, the attendant presented an array of herbs and a brown alchemical furnace. "Please." The Tower Master led Li Fu to an open area and gestured for him to proceed. Li Fu, without further ado, accepted the herbs and seated himself on the ground. He opened the furnace, which contained a flame of its own. The Tower Master, quite considerate, had anticipated that Li Fu, being at the Qi refinement stage, might struggle to maintain the flame for an extended period, hence the provision of a furnace with its own fire source. This was unnecessary. Li Fu's dantian brimmed with spiritual energy. He could effortlessly refine not just one batch, but sustain the process for multiple batches without any strain. After inspecting the herbs and the furnace, everything seemed satisfactory. With ample materials at hand, if all goes well, he could refine 2 batches of pills. Li Fu commenced the alchemical process. The first step in pill concoction is refinement. The formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill is not overly complex, yet it demands a high level of skill and flame control from the alchemist. A moment's negligence could result in an explosion of the furnace. Li Fu began by placing the primary herbs, the rainbow grass, ice spirit fruit, and radiant sunflower, into the furnace. Once these 3 primary ingredients were refined, he gradually introduced the supplementary herbs, calming heartgrass and jade spirit mushroom. As Li Fu refined the pills, a considerable crowd began to gather. "Who is this? Refining pills directly at Hongfu Tower? Is he a newly hired alchemist? He seems quite unfamiliar. What kind of pill is he concocting?" Judging by the herbs, it appears to be the Foundation Establishment Pill. The Foundation Establishment Pill? Yet he is merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Can he truly concoct such a pill? What a jest! As word spread about the refining of the Foundation Establishment Pill, more and more onlookers converged. Li Fu paid no heed to the external murmurs, focusing intently on the refinement of the herbs. Under his meticulous control, the materials within the furnace gradually transformed into a liquid state. The next step, purification. Purification, as the term suggests, involves the removal of impurities from the herbs. This step is crucial, as it directly influences the grade of the pill. The fewer the impurities, the lesser the toxicity, and the more potent the medicinal effects. The grade of the pill also ascends. Li Fu concentrated, skillfully extracting the impurities from the liquid within the furnace. This young man exhibits remarkable proficiency. Indeed, his actions are systematic and composed, indicating he is no novice. When did such a figure emerge from Watercloud City? Purification rigorously tests the alchemist's skill and mental fortitude. Many alchemists can successfully produce pills, yet their grades remain low due to excessive toxicity, primarily because they falter in the purification step. Purification requires both speed and precision. The transformation into liquid occurs within a brief span, and the alchemist must swiftly eliminate the impurities during this window. Having frequently assisted his sect with pill concoction at Shu Yan Sect, Li Fu was thoroughly acquainted with the herbs. With the purification complete, the next phase was to fuse the materials into a pill. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. With a resounding bang, the furnace exploded, and thick black smoke billowed forth. The furnace had detonated. The furnace has exploded, I said. How could one in the Qi refining stage possibly concoct a foundation establishment pill? Indeed, it is a case of overestimating one's abilities. Where did Hongfu Tower find such a young alchemist? Youth often comes with a lack of caution. Upon witnessing the explosion, the tower master addressed Li Fu, who was seated on the ground. Enough, enough. I can see you possess some skills, but they are insufficient. The surrounding crowd murmured doubts, showing no faith in Li Fu. Young brother Yuan, perhaps it's best to refine some basic pills first, and wait until your cultivation improves before attempting the foundation establishment pill. One cannot become plump by eating in haste, the tower master advised, slightly adjusting his belly. The crowd continued to shake their heads and sigh in skepticism. Li Fu opened the alchemical furnace, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Reflecting on the refining process, he identified the cause of his failure. He had been a bit greedy. Just as he was about to merge the ingredients into a pill, he attempted to expel the impurities, only to meet with failure. His cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refining was indeed lacking. However, knowing the reason for his failure did not dishearten Li Fu. He ignored the voices of doubt around him. After clearing the residue from the furnace, he resumed his efforts. The young one is stubborn. He won't turn back until he hits a wall, some commented. There's no need to continue watching. Failure awaits him again. Nonetheless, Li Fu remained focused. Undeterred by the surrounding skepticism, he meticulously added the herbs for refinement. The process was remarkably successful, and he moved on to purification. Li Fu skillfully controlled the furnace hovering before him, swiftly and accurately eliminating the impurities from the herbal mixture. Before long, the impurities were removed. It was time for the crucial step of merging the ingredients into a pill. This time, Li Fu was determined not to repeat his mistakes. He would not falter again. He had achieved perfection in the purification stage. Li Fu combined the spirit liquid in the furnace according to the prescribed sequence in the recipe. Success. Having reached this point, the alchemical process was nearing its conclusion. The next step was pill formation. Just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Outside the window, the once clear sky was suddenly engulfed by a tempest, dark clouds rolling in ominously. What is happening? The weather has turned. It is going to rain. No, it is not rain. It is thunderclouds. Wait, it is a thunder tribulation. Chapter 17. The Heavenly Grade Foundation Establishment Pill. A spectacle that astonishes all. How could there be a thunder tribulation? Which mighty being has provoked it? The dark clouds in the sky were gathering with increasing speed. At this moment, Master He, who was meditating in Hongfu Tower, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating his murky gaze. He abruptly looked out the window at the gathering storm clouds, his expression changing drastically as he shot down the stairs like lightning. Master He, could it be that your cultivation has attracted this thunder tribulation? The Tower Master, recognizing the esteemed presence of Master He, quickly bowed and inquired respectfully. Among all at Hongfu Tower, Master He was the most powerful, and the Tower Master speculated whether the thunder tribulation was a result of Master He's breakthrough in cultivation. It is not me. This is the thunder tribulation of the pills. Master He spoke rapidly, his voice tinged with disbelief. He, being well versed in such phenomena, knew that only a heavenly grade pill nearing completion could invoke such an event. A pill can attract a thunder tribulation? What do you understand? If the pill can successfully endure the thunder tribulation for refinement, its quality will undergo a fundamental leap. A leap? Indeed, it is the fabled celestial grade elixir. Celestial. Shu Yan City has always been dominated by yellow grade elixirs. Xian grade ones are already considered treasures, and earth grade elixirs are exceedingly rare. As for celestial grade, I have never encountered one in my lifetime. Who could be the alchemist behind such a remarkable concoction? Surely, it must be a reclusive master of immense skill. The clouds thickened ominously, gradually forming a colossal vortex, its center as dark as ink. Within the depths of the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, like silver serpents slithering in and out of sight, each flicker accompanied by a deep, reverberating thunder. Friend, why do I feel as though the tribulation of thunder is hovering right above us? Indeed, why does it seem the thunder tribulation is at Hongfu Tower? Has it come to rest above us? Could it be that the alchemist from Hongfu Tower is refining elixirs? The most esteemed alchemist of Hongfu Tower, Master He, is present. How can such nonsense be spoken? The Tower Master was the first to regain his composure, his eyes instantly filled with incredulity. Trembling, he turned his gaze toward the corner, where a mere fourth-level Qi practitioner stood. Could it really be him? The crowd, now awakened to the situation, collectively turned their attention to the only practitioner still engaged in alchemy. In all of Hongfu Tower, he was the sole one refining elixirs. Yet, no one dared to believe that this young man, merely at the fourth level of Qi, could invoke the Thunder Tribulation. Master He's piercing gaze was firmly fixed on Li Fu and the floating alchemical furnace before him. His heart trembled with astonishment. A Qi practitioner invoking a Thunder Tribulation? What was this young man's true identity? Do you know who he is? I only know him as Yuan Mo. Yuan Mo? Master He extended his consciousness. Inside the furnace, the elixir glimmered with transparency, brimming with spiritual energy, and had already taken shape. It was astonishingly a foundation establishment pill. How could a fourth-level Qi practitioner concoct such a thing? Master He had been an alchemist for over 180 years, and the first foundation establishment pill he refined was only when he reached the pinnacle of the Qi stage, and it was merely a yellow-grade elixir. As an alchemist, he understood profoundly the challenges of refining foundation establishment pills, let alone a celestial grade one. Even now, with his peak foundation establishment cultivation, he could not produce a celestial grade foundation establishment pill. He gazed intently at Li Fu. A wave of indescribable shame surged within him. What right did he have to call himself a master? Master He had produced thousands of elixirs, yet none had ever drawn the Thunder Tribulation. In Shu Yan City, he was still revered. He felt undeserving of such respect. The crowd began to speculate about Li Fu's identity. Is there a prominent family with the surname Yuan? I have not heard of one. Yuan Mu, such a casual name. Has anyone seen him before? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Look, the furnace is reacting. Step back. The furnace before Li Fu opened of its own accord. A round and lustrous foundation establishment pill, radiating brilliance, burst forth from the furnace. At that very moment, the Thunder Tribulation descended from the heavens. A bolt of celestial lightning crashed down, as thick as a barrel, carrying with it the power of annihilation aimed at the suspended foundation establishment pill. The Thunder Tribulation was an awe-inspiring spectacle, reminiscent of a thunder dragon. Unbeknownst to the citizens of Shu Yan City, they remained curious about the sudden appearance of thunderclouds above Hongfu Tower. The gazes of all practitioners in Shu Yan City converged upon the Thunder Tribulation above Hongfu Tower, as if it sought to reduce the small elixir to nothingness. The suffocating power of destruction instilled fear in the hearts of those present, prompting everyone to retreat to a distance of over 100 paces, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the Thunder Tribulation. Boom! A mere foundation establishment pill bravely faced the lightning strike. The astonishing sound reverberated deep within their souls. If it were to strike them, they would surely be utterly petrified. The thunderclap erupted, splitting the earth asunder. What fragrance is this? How delightful! It is the aroma of the elixir. The pill has been successfully refined. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the foundation establishment pill shimmered in midair, radiating a more intense glow. Li Fu rose and grasped the pill in his hand, its spiritual essence overflowing with fragrance and still warm to the touch. A golden pattern adorned the surface of the pill, a low-grade heavenly foundation establishment pill. Li Fu never anticipated that he would concoct a heavenly-grade elixir, as the utmost limit for such materials is typically the earth-grade. How could it be heavenly-grade? As his thoughts whirled, he suddenly understood. It is the pure holy body. With his pure holy body, Li Fu's spiritual energy is exceptionally pure and pristine, allowing him to refine pills of significantly higher quality. Given his remarkable alchemical skills, coupled with the blessing of the pure holy body, it was only natural for him to produce a heavenly-grade foundation establishment pill. At this moment, a throng of onlookers surged toward him. Friend Yuan, may I borrow a glance at this foundation establishment pill? The humble demeanor of Master He was apparent. Li Fu smiled nonchalantly, placing the pill into Master He's hand. The Master, visibly trembling, cautiously accepted the divine pill, his hands shaking uncontrollably. His voice hoarse with excitement. Having practiced alchemy for nearly 2 centuries, it is a rare honor to witness a heavenly-grade foundation establishment pill and to behold the tribulation that accompanied its creation. The pill's potency was pure, its fragrance intoxicating, and the golden pattern subtly contained the laws of alchemy, a seamless perfection. Others clamored to get a closer look, inadvertently pushing Li Fu aside. Observing the scene before him, Li Fu's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted the Wanwu Ding in his embrace. Proceed. The reluctant Miao Kong murmured, understood. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a barely perceptible shadow slipped silently from Li Fu's grasp, darting like lightning into the storage ring on Master He's hand. In an instant, the shadow returned to its place. Acquired. So swiftly? You did not deceive me, did you? In the time it took to blink, Miao Kong had succeeded? Li Fu had not even glimpsed Miao Kong's figure. Are you doubting the thief saint? I dare not. However, at the very moment Li Fu obtained the treasure, Jiang Chen, flying toward Shuyan City on his sword, suddenly faltered, and then erupted in furious rage. Damn it! My opportunity has been stolen. Who is it? His eyes turned crimson, an aura of murderous intent swelling around him, and his speed on the sword surged to its peak. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng, having emerged from Qianyan Peak, was weighed down by heavy thoughts. In the vision, Li Fu had clearly regained his senses, yet he still chose to wield that sword. Despite being eroded by demonic energy, he preferred death over disturbing his junior sister's comprehension of the sword's steel. Why did he act in such a manner at the crucial moment? What could possibly justify it? Zhou Meng was left perplexed. Could it be that, as his junior sister suggested, Li Fu had changed since returning from the abyss? Or was there some hidden truth behind it? Zhou Meng could not fathom. Zhou Meng stood within the enigmatic pavilion, gazing anxiously at the dissipating fortunes of the Xian Yi sect. Time was slipping away, for Li Fu had but 2 days left to live. With her junior sister unwilling to lend assistance, it became clear that she must rely on her own abilities. Zhou Meng cast her eyes upon a chess set laid before her, a gift from Li Fu. She picked up a black piece and summoned the Xianji treasure mirror. As the heavens cleared and the earth became serene, with the sun and moon distinctly positioned, the Xianji guided her on a path of pursuit. With her essence as the guide and the black piece as the medium, she would lay down her move, leaving no trace behind. The Xianji treasure mirror shone brilliantly, and a drop of her essence entered the mirror. It seemed to receive a command, establishing a profound connection with the black piece. Both the black piece and the mirror trembled in unison, as if responding to a hidden directive. Observing this, Zhou Meng formed hand seals, retracting both the black piece and the Xianji treasure mirror. The black piece hovered above her left palm, while the mirror floated above her right. At last, she drew upon her own lifespan, bringing the black piece and the mirror closer. Upon nearing, the trembling intensified. Oh, Xianji, swiftly guide me, Zhou Meng uttered. And as her words fell, the black piece began to whirl rapidly around the mirror. Moments later, it fell onto the chessboard, and the mirror pointed in a specific direction. Zhou Meng's face turned pale. Although the treasure mirror indicated a path, the precise location remained elusive. She stowed the mirror and the chess piece, gifted by Li Fu, into her spatial ring. In the next instant, Zhou Meng soared from the pavilion, heading towards the direction revealed by the mirror, the Hongfu Tower. Meanwhile, the crowd remained captivated by Li Fu's crafting of a heavenly-grade foundational pill. Truly, it was a marvel of alchemical prowess, radiating an extraordinary aura. The potency was remarkably pure, with almost no toxic residue. Was this the essence of a heavenly-grade pill? Who could have imagined witnessing the birth of such a creation in one's lifetime? How remarkable! Consuming this heavenly-grade foundational pill, would it not effortlessly propel one into the foundational realm? While success was not guaranteed, the chances of advancement were undoubtedly heightened. The crowd's gaze fixed intently upon the freshly forged foundational pill, when suddenly, Master He stepped forward from the throng. Young friend Yuan, would you be willing to part with this foundational pill for our Hongfu Tower? I am prepared to offer 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in exchange. As soon as his words echoed, the assembled cultivators could hardly contain their excitement, erupting into a bidding frenzy. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000, 170,000. The atmosphere became electric, as the Hongfu Tower transformed into an impromptu auction house. The emergence of the heavenly-grade foundational pill ignited hope among numerous cultivators stuck at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, stirring their spirits. Common pills typically bore average effects and required time to refine the residual toxins. If one succeeded in foundational establishment, it would be beneficial. Yet failure would squander precious time and energy, an endeavor fraught with risk. In Shuyan City, most cultivators possessed only mediocre roots and qualities, lacking sect affiliation. Many would, in fact, spend their entire lives without ever stepping into the foundational realm. The arrival of this heavenly-grade foundational pill offered them a glimmer of hope. On the path of cultivation, everyone yearns to ascend to greater heights. The elevation of one's realm not only signifies an enhancement of strength, but also a corresponding extension of lifespan. The average lifespan of a mortal is approximately 80 years. Upon entering the Qi refinement stage, one's lifespan can extend to around 120 years. Once the foundation establishment is achieved, the lifespan may reach 200 years. In the Golden Core realm, one could even enjoy 500 years of life. Who does not aspire for longevity? The allure of immortality is irresistible. Even in the face of slim hope, cultivators are willing to risk everything for a glimmer of opportunity, let alone the readily available heaven-grade foundation establishment elixir. Within the halls of Hongfu Tower, cultivators willingly spend vast sums to procure this heaven-grade elixir. 300,000. I shall purchase it. 300,000. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Who is audacious enough to bid such a sum? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. It was none other than the second son of the Chang family, Chang Hongyi, accompanied by Elder Nye. Upon seeing them, Li Fu marveled at the coincidence of their swift reunion. However, with his altered appearance and aura, they naturally failed to recognize him. Furthermore, Hongfu Tower is eager to invite Taoist Yuan as an honorary alchemist, granting him access to all cultivation resources. True alchemists are scarce, especially among those like them who are rogue cultivators without sect affiliation, most of whom focus their energies solely on enhancing their cultivation. Few are willing to dedicate significant time and effort to the study of alchemy. Their innate talents are generally mediocre, compounded by a lack of time and resources. The ability to concoct heaven-grade elixirs is exceedingly rare, and if they could recruit such a person, the crisis facing Hongfu Tower could be alleviated. Chang Hongyi's proposition effectively dashed the hopes of the majority of cultivators present, setting aside the question of whether they could even muster the exorbitant sum of 300,000. The title of honorary alchemist at Hongfu Tower alone is worth its weight in gold, alongside access to their cultivation resources. In these times, such resources are exceedingly scarce. Witnessing the young master and master he speak, Chang Hongyi approached Li Fu with a smile, directly addressing him with humility and sincerity. The atmosphere here is quite tumultuous. May I trouble Taoist Yuan for a moment of private conversation? Li Fu nodded and followed Chang Hongyi and the others to a private room on the second floor. Observing this exchange, the crowd understood that the heaven-grade foundation establishment elixir was now beyond their reach. The attendant presented tea, and Chang Hongyi got straight to the point. May I inquire where Taoist Yuan has apprenticed? Have you joined any sects? Being a rogue cultivator without any affiliation, Hongfu Tower is a family enterprise of the Chang family, which is keen to recruit talented individuals. If Taoist Yuan does not mind, would you consider becoming the honorary alchemist of Hongfu Tower? There is no need for you to worry about any mundane affairs within the tower. You need only focus on your cultivation and will have access to all the cultivation resources Hongfu Tower offers. In your spare time, if you could concoct a few batches of elixirs for us, the rest would be entirely at your discretion. Li Fu did not immediately respond. To be fair, the conditions proposed by Chang Hongyi were indeed enticing for him at this juncture. The path of recultivation is arduous, and resources are undeniably the greatest constraint. However, having departed from the Xian Yi sect and witnessed the formidable methods of Jiang Chen over 3,000 years of great dreams, a profound sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He sensed that Jiang Chen would eventually come for him, regardless of his identity as Yuan Mu or Feng Mu. Li Fu wished to remain detached from any faction. Joining them could potentially lead to their downfall. I apologize, but I currently have no such intentions. Li Fu's refusal left Chang Hongyi visibly disheartened. First, the attempt to recruit Feng Mu was met with refusal, and now the endeavor to enlist Yuan Mu has also been thwarted. Chang Hongyi has begun to question whether his fate is at odds with those bearing the character Mu in their names. The disappointment in Chang Hongyi did not escape Master He's keen observation. He spoke slowly. Please forgive Yuan Taoist for laughing. Though I am a pill master at Hongfu Tower, I have been unable to refine elixirs for the past 6 months. Before Master He could continue, Li Fu interjected. I am aware of what you are about to say. You have both been afflicted by the ice toad's cold poison, which has invaded your dantian, eroding the spiritual energy within. What? How do you know about our poisoning? Master He and Elder Nye's expressions changed dramatically. Only a handful within the Chang family were aware of their affliction with the ice toad's cold poison. How could Yuan Mu possibly know? Earlier, during the Foundation Establishment Pills Tribulation, your luck allowed you to withstand the remnants of the lightning strike, yet I sensed the faint chill emanating from your spiritual energy. At that moment, I discerned that you were afflicted by the ice toad's cold poison. This individual, like yourself, though striving to suppress it, has already allowed the cold to infiltrate his lungs, releasing traces of chill with each breath. Evidently, your condition is far more severe than Master He's. Li Fu, possessing an immaculate sacred body, not only enhanced the grade of the pills, but also exhibited remarkable sensitivity to spiritual energy. The circumstances of the two were no secret to him. Li Fu spoke casually, but within Master He and Elder Nye, a tempest of astonishment brewed. They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief and shock reflected in each other's eyes. How could two practitioners at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage be perceived so easily by a mere junior at the 4th level of the Qi refining stage? Is he truly only at the 4th level of Qi refining? Chapter 19. The arrival of Jiang Chen. In truth, from their very first encounter. Li Fu had already discerned Elder Nie's physical condition. He was unable to continuously draw upon spiritual energy, and each time he wielded his sword, it would provoke a fit of violent coughing. This was also why Elder Nie seldom took action. Yuan Daoist, your observations are truly astute. As he surmised, we were in search of the spiritual herbs necessary for refining the dust-settling pill, but inadvertently trespassed into the ice toad's territory. Fortunately, we managed to escape with our lives. Yet we were invaded by the cold poison, rendering us unable to utilize spiritual energy for extended periods, halting our cultivation. Elder Nie coughed lightly at this juncture. Beyond the foundation establishment stage lies the golden core stage. The dust-settling pill can enhance the chances of reaching the golden core and stabilize its quality, serving as a crucial auxiliary elixir for foundation establishment practitioners striving to break through to the golden core stage. The ice toad's cold poison is potent and tenacious. Over the past 6 months, I have scoured numerous ancient texts and formulas, yet have found no method to completely expel the cold poison, only managing to suppress it and prevent its spread. Master, he sighed, his expression one of desolation, shaking his head in resignation. It was precisely because Master he was unable to refine elixirs that Chang Hongyi sought to procure foundation establishment pills from elsewhere. I can assist you both in refining detoxification pills, Li Fu spoke slowly. What? You can refine detoxification pills? Yuan Daoist, is what you say true? The two gazed at him with fervent eyes, reigniting their hope. Had this statement come from a mere junior at the 4th level of qi refining under different circumstances, they would have dismissed it with derision. However, having witnessed him refine a heavenly grade foundation establishment pill, they held no doubts, only anticipation. Chang Hongyi, upon hearing this, excitedly rose to his feet. Dear Daoist Yuan, should you indeed possess the capability to concoct an antidote for the ice toad's chilling poison, all that resides within the Hongfu Tower shall be yours to claim, should it pique your interest. In truth, however, the items have already been secured by Li Fu. Unbeknownst to you, under Li Fu's discreet guidance, Miao Kong Kong pilfered an item from Master He. Acquiring this item, crafting the antidote shall serve as a fitting recompense. For the Chang family, both Elder Nie and Master He hold significant positions, 2 accomplished foundational cultivators, if they can dispel the chilling toxin. With time they may well ascend to the golden core stage. The golden core stage commands respect wherever one may go, and thus, the Chang family's stature in Shuiyun City would undoubtedly rise. Li Fu approached the desk, grasping a wolf hair brush to inscribe a formula for the elixir. Please prepare these herbs, he requested. Master He glanced at the formula. Fire sungrass, 3-leaf green. These are the ingredients for the antidote? At that moment, Master He resembled an eager student, keen to absorb knowledge. Li Fu affirmed, indeed. At Xianyi Sect, Li Fu developed a profound interest in alchemy. Previously, Xianyi was but a modest sect, grappling with a shortage of medicinal pills. Thus, he diligently honed his alchemical skills, committing numerous formulas to memory. Naturally, Li Fu was well versed in the methods to counter the ice toad's poison. The Tower Master took the formula and descended to prepare the materials. I am unaware of your needs, but the Chang family shall spare no effort to accommodate them, Chang Hongyi stated, producing a pouch of spirit stones from his spatial ring. Here are 2 million spirit stones. Please accept them, Daoist Yuan. Are you not concerned I might abscond with your money? Would a cultivator capable of crafting a heavenly grade foundational pill flee for 2 million spirit stones? Chang Hongyi retorted. Li Fu chuckled softly. Initially, he intended to decline, having already acquired what he desired, yet a thought struck him. He accepted the spirit stones and noted a few additional herbs. In that case, I shall accept. By the way, could I trouble Master He to prepare a few more spiritual herbs? As a token of gratitude, I can offer to concoct another foundational pill, though I cannot guarantee its heavenly grade quality. Li Fu swiftly pinned down the required herbs. Master He furrowed his brow upon seeing the herbs. These are calming and restorative herbs. Has Daoist Yuan's spirit suffered injury? Li Fu remained silent. Of course. Master Chang hurriedly interjected, gesturing for the inquisitive Master He to step aside. Master He, please assist Daoist Yuan in preparing the herbs, and also gather additional materials for foundational pills. Master He, realizing that personal secrets were involved, acknowledged his indiscretion with an apologetic nod and proceeded downstairs to prepare the herbs. Before long, the materials were ready. I shall return in 2 days to the Hongfu Tower, Li Fu announced, accepting the herbs and departing. As he descended the stairs, he encountered an individual approaching him. Li Fu's expression tightened. It was Jiang Chen. Clad in white, he had indeed come. The two exchanged a momentary glance before parting ways. Li Fu, donning the netherworld ghost mask, altered his appearance and aura, remaining unrecognized by Jiang Chen. With a grim demeanor, Jiang Chen strode into the Hongfu Tower, while Li Fu maintained his composure and swiftly exited the premises. He understood the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit, yet he could not fathom the reason behind his grim expression. Could it be that he discovered something amiss? That seemed implausible. The item had barely been in his possession for a mere quarter of an hour, and Miao Kong had executed the theft with such finesse that even his vigilant observation failed to unveil the method employed. However, a troubling thought crossed Li Fu's mind: Jiang Chen's enigmatic system. An unsettling feeling gripped him. In a grand dream spanning 3 millennia, whenever the system was mentioned in Jiang Chen's discourse, he invariably acquired what he sought. What exactly was this system? Li Fu found himself at a loss. Upon exiting Hongfu Tower, he passed by a tavern and was reminded of Wu Shixue, who awaited him at home. He decided to enter the tavern to procure some meals to take back. After Li Fu departed, Jiang Chen entered Hongfu Tower. Is Master He available? Jiang Chen's voice resonated within the establishment. Who are you? The attendant barked, angered. How dare you shout in Hongfu Tower? Do you take this place for what it is not? Yet upon noticing Jiang Chen's attire, the attendant fell silent. Clad in the robe of the Xian Yi sect, the name of which echoed in their ears, he thought. To think a dignitary from the Xian Yi sect has graced us with their presence. I shall summon Master He at once. No need to summon. I have arrived. Master He, along with Chong Hongyi and Elder Nye, descended the stairs. Upon recognizing a member of the Xian Yi sect, Master He spoke with deference. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? 6 months ago, did you not come into possession of a brown alchemy furnace? Jiang Chen inquired forthrightly. 6 months ago? A brown alchemy furnace? Master He furrowed his brow, his thoughts drifting back to that time. He recalled how, while searching for materials to concoct the dust-settling pill, he and Elder Nye had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the ice toad and, in their flight for survival, had entered an abandoned cave where indeed a brown alchemy furnace was found. It seems there was such an occurrence. Where's the furnace? Jiang Chen pressed eagerly. It is with me. Master He replied. Produce it. Jiang Chen's expression remained impassive, his tone frigid. Daring not to offend a representative of the Xian Yi sect, Master He prepared to retrieve the furnace from his spatial ring. Yet, as his consciousness delved within, he was struck dumb. Where's the furnace? Such a sizable item. How could it be missing? Half a year ago, having narrowly escaped with his life, Master He had left the furnace in the spatial ring, never to take it out again. He distinctly remembered it being within, so how could it have vanished? Jiang Chen observed Master He's expression closely. The furnace is gone. Chapter 20. The vanished furnace. When did it disappear? Jiang Chen's face was as cold as frost. Master He found himself momentarily speechless. How could he remember when it had gone missing? Since the furnace had been left idle in the spatial ring, he had not given it a second thought. Had it not been for this visitor's arrival, he might never have realized it was lost. I cannot recall, Master He admitted, his face betraying distress. That is odd. A spatial ring embodies the laws of space. Aside from the owner who has bonded with their blood, not even a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage could silently bypass and remove items from within. Could it be that the furnace sprouted legs and fled? The notion was utterly absurd. Even so, he could not possibly remain oblivious. What on earth was happening? Master He felt a chill run down his spine. A chill crept up Master He's spine, while Chong Hongyi and Elder Nye trembled beside him. Could it be that the alchemical furnace belonged to the enigmatic Xian Yi sect? If so, that would spell disaster. What, one might wonder, was this brown alchemical furnace he spoke of? If it were indeed a treasure. They feared that their humble Hongfu Tower could scarcely endure the wrath of the Xian Yi sect. When had they even lost such an item? After Jiang Chen spoke, an immense energy radiated from him, causing the three to instinctively retreat. Please, esteemed immortal, do not be enraged. We at Hongfu Tower are willing to compensate you double for the furnace's value. Chong Hongyi steadied himself and hastily clasped his fists in apology. The young man before them appeared youthful, yet his aura was unfathomable, and his cultivation level was beyond comprehension. If today's matter could not be resolved adequately, they would likely face dire consequences. Can you truly afford such compensation? Even the entirety of Shuyan City would not suffice. Jiang Chen's icy retort hung in the air as he vanished from their sight. He already knew the answer. He had come merely to uncover any trace of the lost item. To behold such incompetence, utterly oblivious to the theft, how could they possibly offer any useful information? The three stood there, dumbfounded, like statues. Shuyan City? What was the true nature of that alchemical furnace to be so precious? How could Master He, with his discerning eye, have once perceived it as merely a low-grade yellow-tier item? He distinctly remembered that the furnace was a low-grade yellow-tier artifact, and when he had seen it prominently displayed in the cave, Master He had hesitated to take it. Once he did, he had even been too indifferent to examine it. Little did he expect that the furnace would attract the attention of the Xian Yi sect. Jiang Chen's departure left the three of them breathing a sigh of relief. Was that it? He did not demand any compensation. The Xian Yi sect was surprisingly magnanimous. In another corner of Shuyan City, Li Fu returned to the bamboo grove and removed the ghostly veil. In the courtyard, Wu Shishua sat on a stone bench, resting her chin on her hands. Lost in thought. Upon Li Fu's entrance, she weakly complained, "Where have you been for so long? I feel as if I might starve. After you left, I dared not step outside, following your advice. In this vast abode, there is not a morsel to eat. Do you have any idea how I have spent this day?" As she lamented, her stomach audibly protested. Li Fu silently retrieved several dishes from his spatial ring. "I got delayed attending to some matters," he explained. Seeing the table laden with a sumptuous feast, Wu Shishua momentarily forgot her grievances and began to eat voraciously. "This is so delicious. I can't believe such exquisite cuisine exists in this small Shuyan city." In a matter of moments, most of the food was devoured. Li Fu stared in astonishment. Was she truly the Grand Princess of Wu? How could she eat so much? How could such a small stomach hold so much? With a satisfied burp, Wu Shishua replied, "I received a message from my elder sister. She may come to take me away in a couple of days. It's about time. I've been out for so long. And I should return." Li Fu replied calmly, "It's good to return, but I had only just come out. I don't wish to go back yet." "I haven't even met Senior Li Fu." Wu Shishua expressed her disappointment. Who do you wish to meet?" Li Fu, thinking he had misheard, inquired. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't recognize him," Wu Shishua pouted, yet her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Have you heard of Li Fu from the Xianyi sect? He was a prodigy who braved the abyss for the sect 800 years ago. I've heard that he has returned to the sect." Her gaze was filled with awe. "What do you seek him for?" "Of course, to become his disciple." "To become his disciple? Do you not know that he has long lost his cultivation and will find it difficult to practice again in this lifetime?" "Impossible. What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Shishua suddenly stood up, her cheeks flushed with anger as she glared at Li Fu. Such an extraordinary figure. How could he have lost his cultivation? She was blissfully unaware that the very person she yearned to find was sitting right before her. Li Fu himself was equally taken aback by the existence of someone who still held such thoughts and admiration for him. "Believe it or not," Li Fu remarked with indifference. "Even if what you say is true, could the esteemed Xianyi sect not remedy his condition?" Wu Shishua retorted urgently. Upon hearing this, Li Fu fell silent for a moment. Memories of the torturous years after returning from the abyss quietly surfaced in his mind. After a prolonged silence, he rose and stepped into the room, leaving behind only the faint words, "There is no need to go to the Xianyi sect, nor to seek him out. Return home early." Wu Shishua stood there, staring blankly at Feng Mu's retreating figure, feeling somewhat dazed. That silhouette seemed to vaguely overlap with the figure of the ancient painting she cherished in her boudoir. In her room hung a portrait of Li Fu from 800 years ago. In the painting, Li Fu stood with a sword atop a palace, his garments billowing, exuding an air of confidence as if he were destined to trample the heavens and the earth beneath his feet. His youthful stature was as erect as the sword in his hand, and his eyes sparkled with the spirit of battle. The only words he uttered were, "Come forth and fight." Wu Shishua had stumbled upon this painting by chance and was instantly captivated by his unparalleled grace. After learning of the deeds of the man in the painting from her imperial grandfather, her admiration for him knew no bounds. Upon discovering that Li Fu was a disciple of the Xianyi sect, she disregarded everything to sneak out of the palace to seek him as her master. Unfortunately, she encountered ill-intentioned individuals along the way and never even glimpsed the gate of the Xianyi sect. Had it not been for Feng Mu, she would likely have faced dire consequences. The outside world was fraught with peril, which made her heart tremble. Is what Feng Mu said true? Has Li Fu truly lost his cultivation? How could that be? He was someone who defeated my imperial grandfather. In Wu Shishua's eyes, her grandfather was like a celestial being, and to conquer him was to rise above the heavens itself. How could such a person possibly lose their cultivation? Wu Shishua was unwilling to accept this reality. Yet, how did Feng Mu know? Upon returning to his chamber, Li Fu set up a formation and retrieved the All Things Cauldron. "Thief Saint, where's the item?" A half-man-high brown elixir furnace clanged into existence from the All Things Cauldron. "What a piece of junk. Do I really have to take action myself?" Miao Kong Kong didn't even want to glance at it. The esteemed Thief Saint has been reduced to stealing such a trinket. If others knew that I, the illustrious Thief Saint, was reduced to stealing this, how could I maintain my reputation? Do I not care for my dignity? Li Fu calmly observed Miao Kong Kong venting his frustrations, remaining silent. He quietly approached the elixir furnace, opened it, and tapped it a few times. Miao Kong Kong exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, the furnace has restrictions?" I was taken aback, having failed to notice the intricate and concealed restrictions. Given Li Fu's current cultivation level, he was unable to discern them. Had it not been for the insights gained from the dream of 3,000 years, wherein he observed Jiang Chen's method of unbinding restrictions, Li Fu would have remained oblivious to how to proceed. With the first layer of restrictions lifted, the hidden object within the alchemical furnace was revealed, a tower resembling the hues of Xian and Huang. Miao Kong Kong spoke again. This object seems oddly familiar. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the second layer of restrictions was undone, unveiling the aura emanating from the Xianhuang Tower. This aura was notably potent. Miao Kong Kong continued to observe Li Fu as he dismantled the restrictions. Another incense stick later, the third layer was finally lifted. Li Fu was drenched in sweat. These restrictions had concealed the treasure tower exceedingly well, imperceptible to anyone lacking celestial cultivation. Indeed, he owed a debt of gratitude to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, even if Li Fu had suspected the presence of something within, he would have been unable to decipher the restrictions. Li Fu retrieved the tower. Upon witnessing its entirety, Miao Kong Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the primordial Qian Kuan Tower. Chapter 21. The primordial Qian Kuan Tower. Awakening of the spirit. As the primordial Qian Kuan Tower emerged, a profound and distant aura enveloped them. Miao Kong Kong was astounded. Goodness! You must be extraordinarily lucky to have discovered the primordial Qian Kuan Tower. This artifact has eluded detection for countless years, better hidden than I could have imagined. I thought it had been destroyed, only to find it concealed within this unassuming alchemical furnace. Who could have suspected? Even I, the illustrious thief saint, was mistaken. You truly possess an extraordinary eye. While Miao Kong Kong continued to chatter, Li Fu remained undistracted. Without hesitation, he pressed a drop of his essence blood against the tower's surface. As the blood seeped into the artifact, a mere thought propelled Li Fu into the interior of the primordial Qian Kuan Tower. You rascal, bring me along. Miao Kong Kong exclaimed in a flustered manner outside. Have you forsaken me after taking what you wanted? The thief saint is incensed. Before he could finish, an invisible force whisked him into the tower. Ah, what an abundance of spiritual energy. Upon entering the primordial Qian Kuan Tower, Miao Kong Kong felt invigorated by the rich spiritual essence and curiously surveyed his surroundings. The flow of time here differed from the outside world. With my current abilities, I could only access the first 3 layers. I understand. In the first layer, 10 days pass here while only a single day elapses outside. The second layer is suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs, with extraordinary soil. The third layer possesses natural fire, ideal for alchemy and artifact crafting. Miao Kong Kong exclaimed excitedly as he looked around. Indeed, as he described, the first layer's temporal flow was precisely what Li Fu needed, an opportunity to start anew. What he lacked most was time, and within 10 days would only equate to 1 day outside. Curiously, while immersed in this realm, he felt no sense of the altered passage of time. Stepping into the second layer, he found himself upon a thick layer of deep-hued soil, emanating a warm and robust life essence. This soil, capable of nurturing spiritual herbs, would undoubtedly be rich in spiritual energy, and with the time acceleration within the tower, the maturation cycle would be significantly reduced. Regrettably, this fertile ground lay barren, devoid of even a single spiritual herb. It appeared that he would need to diligently seek out seeds or seedlings in the days to come. Upon reaching the third layer, a wave of intense heat enveloped him. A cluster of fervent, majestic earth fire blazed at the center, dancing with an ethereal blue glow. While the heat waves distorted the vision, this fire from the depths of the earth truly lived up to its name, harboring the pure essence of the 5 elemental forces. Utilizing this fire for alchemy and forging would not only yield twice the result with half the effort, but also elevate the quality of the finished products. Li Fu contemplated. His pristine sacred body could already refine elixirs to the low tier of the celestial grade, with the assistance of this divine flame. Reaching the mid-tier, or even the high-tier celestial grade was certainly within reach. Indeed, the environment here is quite splendid. I find it rather delightful. Miao Kong Kong expressed her satisfaction, showering praises. Not merely splendid, it was utterly perfect. Li Fu was eager to commence his cultivation. Breaking through to the 5th, or even 6th level of the Qi refinement stage within 20 days should pose no significant challenge. Li Fu returned to the first floor of the Taichu Qiankuan Tower, ready to cultivate. Suddenly, a tender, melodious voice echoed. Who are you? Startled, Li Fu and Miao Kong Kong turned towards the source. To their surprise, a plump, exquisitely carved little girl stood there, her round, rosy face framed by large, innocent eyes that sparkled with untainted wonder. The pure and pristine sound instantly softened Li Fu's heart. Miao Kong Kong, even more exaggerated, gazed in awe, nearly drooling. I am the master of the Taichu Qiankuan Tower. My name is Li Fu. What is yours, master? The little girl tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by the concept of a master. Her round eyes reflected a naive confusion about the world. Miao Kong Kong quickly leaned in. My name is Miao Kong Kong. You must be the spirit of this tower, right? What is a spirit? The little girl inquired, her voice tinged with innocence. I don't understand what you're saying. Are you bad people? It appeared that the spirit had only recently been born, with a low level of intelligence. We are not bad people. I am a good person. No? I am a good spirit. Miao Kong pointed at Li Fu and explained, he is bonded with the Taichu Qiankuan Tower through blood. Henceforth, he shall be your master. The little girl blinked her large eyes at Li Fu and exclaimed, I find you very endearing. I like you. Hearing this, a smile crept across Li Fu's face. The little girl was simply adorable. What about me? What about me? Miao Kong looked at the little girl with expectation. I don't know, the little girl replied candidly. What is your name? I don't have a name. Would you like to have a name? Li Fu asked. He thought that since the tower had birthed a spirit, they would likely spend much time together in the future. It would be best to give her a name, lest they struggle to address her. A name? I want one. The little girl nodded earnestly. Thief Saint, who gave you your name? Miao Kong? Li Fu inquired curiously. Of course, I came up with it myself. Inspired by Miao Shou Kong. How does it sound? Nice, right? Miao Kong responded with pride. He adored the name, much like his thieving skills. It sounds lovely. Li Fu then asked the little girl, do you have a favorite name? The little girl fell into deep thought upon hearing this. I don't have one. I'll name you. I'll name you. I can come up with a beautiful name. Miao Kong exclaimed enthusiastically, pushing to the forefront. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then slapped his thigh. Since you are the spirit of the primordial universe tower, why not be named Qiankuan? His excitement grew as he continued. As for the surname, you shall take mine, and be called Miao Qiankuan. How does that sound? Grand and melodious. Li Fu promptly picked up Miao Kong and said, you should go aside. A little girl naming someone Qiankuan and taking my surname Miao, what were you thinking? The little girl shook her head vigorously. It doesn't sound nice. I don't like it. Miao Taichu is also quite good. Miao Kong, undeterred, continued to suggest names. Li Fu lifted her again. Is this how you come up with names? You simply use the tower's name. You directly borrowed 4 characters from the primordial universe tower. Are you going to name the next one Miao Tower? Miao Kong exclaimed in surprise. How did you know? Just stay over there, Li Fu replied curtly, keeping Miao Kong away from the little girl. Then you name her. Let us see what you can come up with. Miao Kong, feeling challenged, pouted and crossed her arms. What a beautiful name it is, magnificent and grand. Especially Miao Qiankuan, it exudes dominance. Imagine how impressive it sounds. Li Fu, not skilled in naming either, pondered for a moment and suggested, since today is our first meeting and it's the onset of Jingzhe, why not call you Jingzhe? The spring thunder stirs, awakening all things. Jingzhe, the little girl repeated. Miao Kong dismissed it with disdain. How can it compare to Miao Qiankuan? It lacks grandeur. Can you even name well? Would the little girl like this name? I like this name. From now on, I shall be called Jingzhe, the little girl said, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Miao Kong was filled with disappointment. Oh no, Jingzhe, what a terrible name, not grand at all. Miao Qiankuan sounds so much better. If I find a name I like in the future, I can always change it. I want to change it. I like this name, Jingzhe. I have a name now. The little girl cheerfully approached the disheartened Miao Kong. Hello, Miao Kong. I am Jingzhe. Miao Kong forced a smile, responding, hello. Hello, Jingzhe. Not having his chosen name accepted, Miao Kong couldn't muster any joy. The little girl was immersed in the delight of her new name. Completely unaware of Miao Kong's disappointment, Li Fu chose to ignore the 2 spirits, focusing on his cultivation. Currently, he was only at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, and his power was too low. He needed to elevate his strength promptly. With the primordial universe tower at hand, he intended to make good use of it. Sitting cross-legged, Li Fu began to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Observing Li Fu enter a state of cultivation, Miao Kong ceased to disturb him and, along with Jingzhe, wandered off to another area to chat. Chapter 22. Jiang Chen loses the tower, thunderous fury. Zhou Ming seeks the water cloud city. Li Fu's immaculate holy body caused quite a stir during his absorption of spiritual energy. Ever since he became aware of the phenomena associated with his cultivation, Li Fu had refrained from practicing openly. Ultimately, his current cultivation level was still low, and such a commotion would inevitably attract unwanted attention. If someone were to uncover the secret of his legendary immaculate holy body, he feared that powerful beings might covet it, even going so far as to attempt to seize it. After traversing the world for many years, Li Fu had long since witnessed the brutal scenes of life and death in the struggle for treasures. He understood well that while the deepest abyss has a bottom, the human heart remains unfathomable. Fortunately, he found himself within the Taichu Qiankuan Tower, isolated from all external influences, which provided an ideal environment for cultivation. At this moment, outside the city, Jiang Chen, returning empty-handed, was in a fit of rage. He roared into the void, demanding, investigate for me. Who has stolen the Taichu Qiankuan Tower? After a brief silence, The system's feedback that it could not identify the thief only intensified Jiang Chen's fury. Useless. What good are you? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Unable to find anything, and updates are slow, utterly worthless. At this point, all semblance of grace had evaporated from Jiang Chen, who raged against the emptiness, venting his inner turmoil. Over the years, having relied on the advantages of the system, Jiang Chen's cultivation had soared, surpassing the once prominent Li Fu of the Xianyi sect. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, yearning to reach even greater heights and soar farther. However, in recent days, he had felt an inexplicable force seemingly targeting him. The ability to silently extract items from a spatial ring was not a skill possessed by a mere nobody. Was it possible that a powerful figure had set their sights on him? The thought stirred a flicker of panic across Jiang Chen's face. If that were the case, it would spell disaster. With so many secrets on his person, being monitored would lead to unimaginable consequences. He needed to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Currently, he had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, just a step away from reaching the nascent soul stage. Failing to locate the Taichu Qiankuan Tower served as a wake-up call for Jiang Chen. In a world where strength reigns supreme, relying solely on the system is insufficient. The foundation must lie in one's own cultivation. After lamenting the inefficiencies of the updates that had cost him a precious treasure, Jiang Chen resolved to return to the sect for seclusion. Just as he was about to depart, he caught sight of a graceful figure flitting across the horizon. It was his senior sister, Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng, flying on her sword, also noticed Jiang Chen. She landed gracefully before him and inquired, "Jiang Chen, what brings you here?" Instantly, Jiang Chen regained his composed demeanor. "Senior sister, I have come to Shuyan City to attend to some matters, specifically to procure medicinal herbs." Zhou Meng frowned slightly. What rare medicinal herbs could possibly be found in Shuyan City that our Xianyi sect lacks? Even if there were a need, why would the esteemed disciple of the sect need to descend the mountain personally? Within the Xianyi sect, countless individuals would rush to assist Jiang Chen if he merely asked. Zhou Meng harbored doubts about Jiang Chen's words. "I am on the verge of breaking through. But the herbs required for the transformation elixir were destroyed by senior brother Li Fu. In my desperation, I had no choice but to come down myself to search." Jiang Chen replied with ease and confidence. Zhou Meng remained cold and unyielding, for it was widely rumored within the sect that Li Fu, out of jealousy, had sabotaged Jiang Chen's materials. Yet, Zhou Meng refused to believe it. Given Li Fu's character, he would never stoop to such underhanded deeds. "Did you witness him damaging the herb fields?" Zhou Meng questioned sharply. Jiang Chen shook his head. "I did not see it with my own eyes. But I found a poison vial at senior brother Li Fu's residence. Furthermore, a disciple within the sect witnessed him administering poison. If senior sister does not believe me, you may verify it personally." Zhou Meng, with an expression devoid of emotion, spoke. "The junior disciple is of upright character. He could not possibly commit such an act. I shall personally investigate the matter of poisoning. Until it is definitively concluded, one must refrain from making reckless statements." With that, Zhou Meng departed on her sword. Observing her vanishing figure, Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold and piercing. Among the entire sect, only Zhou Meng persistently referred to Li Fu as her junior disciple. In her heart, only Li Fu held that title. Despite Jiang Chen's relentless efforts, he had never truly caught the attention of this senior sister. He found Zhou Meng to be an enigma. Unlike the other senior sisters who showered him with affection and even obeyed his words, Zhou Meng would scarcely acknowledge his presence. This left the proud Jiang Chen feeling profoundly frustrated. Was it due to her cultivation of mysterious arts, or was there a genuine bond of brotherhood among them? Jiang Chen chose not to dwell on it further, taking to the skies on his sword to return to the sect. Zhou Meng had never harbored a favorable impression of Jiang Chen, although the sect, from the leader to the outer disciples, held him in high regard. Zhou Meng remained impervious to such opinions. From their very first encounter, an instinctive sense of detachment had taken root in her. Her mystical treasure mirror could unveil the intricacies of the world, yet it failed to penetrate the veils surrounding two individuals, Li Fu, who had returned from the abyss, and Jiang Chen. Li Fu, endowed with great fortune, eluded the mirror's gaze, which was understandable. However, Jiang Chen appeared devoid of such fortune. Yet the mirror could not discern him either. He seemed shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, inscrutable and enigmatic. Zhou Meng surmised that Jiang Chen had been shielded from the heavenly secrets by a powerful figure. Unaware of the identity of this individual, she had consciously maintained her distance over the years. Despite Jiang Chen's numerous visits, Zhou Meng consistently kept her door closed to him. Zhou Meng found Jiang Chen's aura unappealing. Moreover, over the years, Jiang Chen had displayed an almost flawless humility and gentleness, devoid of any apparent flaws or even a hint of temper. Zhou Meng could not believe that such a perfect individual could exist, unless he were a sage. If not a sage, Then he must be someone with profound cunning, deliberately masquerading his true self. As for what he was concealing, Zhou Ming was uncertain and unable to uncover. Nevertheless, she was convinced that a fox would eventually reveal its tail. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to locate Li Fu. It had been 5 days since Li Fu departed from the Xianyi sect, leaving only 2 days before the deadline. Zhou Ming entered Shuyan City, where her mystical treasure mirror offered no further guidance. Was Li Fu in Shuyan City? With little time to ponder, she began her search. Li Fu's fortune rendered him elusive to the mirror, and with the city being vast and teeming with all manner of people, finding him on her own proved to be a daunting task. Yet Zhou Ming remained undeterred. The safety of the sect and Li Fu was paramount, and she was resolute in bringing him back. At that very moment, Li Fu, who was diligently cultivating within the Taichu Qiankuan Tower, remained oblivious to Zhou Ming's search for him in the city. His sole desire was to enhance his strength. However, while immersed in his practice, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his mind. The injury to his soul had now manifested. This was the first time it had flared up since leaving the Xianyi sect. Li Fu collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. The pain struck deep, piercing his very soul. If one cannot endure, it would be a descent into a realm of madness. Jingzhe's heart ached for Li Fu, who lay on the ground in torment. What has happened to him? Jingzhe asked anxiously. The demonic energy has invaded his soul, causing damage to his spirit. It has flared up at this moment. Miao Kong Kong was unperturbed by the sight. How could this be? It is a lingering effect of the abyss. It is an old affliction. Will he be all right? He should be. He has endured this 1,000 times. He is in great pain. Do you have any means to assist him? Jingzhe pleaded, grasping Miao Kong Kong's arm. Miao Kong Kong spread her hands, feeling powerless. The injury to his spirit can only be healed by himself. What should I do? How can I help him? Jingzhe's eyes brimmed with tears from worry. Not disturbing him is the best form of assistance. Chapter 23. Zhou Ming enters the garden having witnessed such situations countless times. Miao Kong Kong was already accustomed to it. Jingzhe felt utterly helpless, his eyes reddening. Li Fu's spiritual injury had persisted for a considerable duration. Unable to bear the sight, Jingzhe turned away discreetly. Finally, after a series of labored breaths, Li Fu began to recover. How do you feel? Jingzhe hurriedly approached, wiping the sweat from Li Fu's forehead. His touch was gentle and considerate, akin to a snug little quilt. Much better. Li Fu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. This time, the duration of the flare-up seemed to have lengthened. It appears that the matter of the demonic energy's invasion must be resolved swiftly. If this continues, there will inevitably come a day when he can no longer endure. The pure holy body can reshape meridians and the dantian, yet it cannot dispel the demonic energy. It is that single wisp of demonic energy that torments Li Fu, who is merely at the qi refinement stage. There are methods to eliminate the demonic energy, but they are beyond Li Fu's current capabilities. For instance, the pure and unyielding heavenly thunder can not only refine the body, but also thoroughly eradicate the demonic energy within. However, Li Fu is only at the 4th level of qi refinement. How could he invoke heavenly thunder to refine his body and soul? The waters of the Tianshan sacred spring also possess the ability to dispel demonic energy. If he could soak in the spring for the duration of an incense stick, the demonic energy could be eradicated. Yet, the Tianshan sacred spring has only been heard of in legends. It is elusive and difficult to find. And Li Fu does not even know the location of Tianshan. Li Fu turned to console Jingzhe. It is all right. One grows accustomed to it over time. I have managed this way for many years. No more tears. Jingzhe's tearful visage melted Miao Kong Kong's heart. How could a little girl weeping be so heart-wrenching? No more tears. He possesses a strong will and will not easily succumb to madness. As for you, you must stop crying. If you continue, it won't be a pleasant sight. As a vessel spirit, Miao Kong Kong had never witnessed such a scene. She quickly pulled Jingzhe aside, offering comfort. Li Fu smiled gently and resumed his cultivation. Within the primordial Qiankuan Tower, the abundant spiritual energy, combined with the slow passage of time, allowed Li Fu to finally reach the 5th level of qi refinement on the 12th day within. Meanwhile, in Shuyan City, Zhou Ming tirelessly searched day and night. Throughout the entire day, Zhou Ming had yet to uncover any trace of Li Fu. Where could he possibly be? Without cultivation, how could he survive? Zhou Ming was filled with worry for Li Fu. Simultaneously, she hastened her search. There was only 1 day left. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. She had no time to waste, and neither did Li Fu. Zhou Ming searched from house to house, with each intrusion into a dwelling. Failing to locate Li Fu's whereabouts would swiftly lead them to the next. Thankfully, Zhou Ming's cultivation far surpassed theirs. Otherwise, such brazen searches might provoke a conflict with an ill-tempered cultivator at the slightest provocation. As Zhou Ming stood at the entrance of the bamboo garden, her heart jolted, as if it had skipped a beat. This sudden sensation startled her. Throughout her cultivation, instances of losing control over her mind had been exceedingly rare. As a master of the mysterious arts, Zhou Ming was exceptionally sensitive to anomalies concerning herself. In ordinary circumstances, she would have immediately consulted the divination for guidance. But at this moment, there was no time for hesitation. She pushed open the grand door of the bamboo garden and entered. "Who are you?" Wu Shishue, momentarily lost in thought, was startled and drew her sword in inquiry. "How many people live here? What do you want?" Wu Shishue retorted, her tone sharp. This was the first time she encountered someone so audacious as to intrude upon a private residence and question her with such confidence. Was this woman even more arrogant than herself? "Answer my questions, or face dire consequences," Zhou Ming declared, her figure shifting as the point of her sword was aimed directly at Wu Shishue's chest. Wait, I'll tell you. There are 2 of us living here." Wu Shishue stammered. "The other person? He's in the inner room. Bring him out. He's cultivating. Is the other one male or female?" "Male." "What is his name?" "Fengmu." Wu Shishue answered each question, knowing that under the threat of the sword, the truth was undeniable. Zhou Ming stepped past Wu Shishue, intent on verifying the information. Since Li Fu was incapable of cultivation, this individual, being a practitioner, could not be Li Fu. Yet, Zhou Ming was determined to see for herself. Suddenly, Wu Shishue noticed that Zhou Ming was clad in the robe of the Xian Sect. "A member of the Xian Sect?" Wu Shishue exclaimed with delight. "Are you a disciple of the Xian Sect, senior?" Zhou Ming paused her advance, glancing back at Wu Shishue. "Indeed. Do you know Li Fu?" "Li Fu? What do you seek him for?" Zhou Ming's demeanor shifted to one of caution. The woman before her was merely at the second layer of qi refining. How did she know Li Fu? What could she possibly want with him? Zhou Ming pressed urgently. "To become his disciple?" "Senior, my name is Wu Shishue, and I am the princess of the great Wu dynasty. I have come to the Xian Sect to find Senior Li Fu and become his disciple." Zhou Ming scrutinized the young woman before her, remaining silent. The senior's cultivation was unfathomable, and she surely held a significant position within the Xian Sect. She must know Li Fu, wouldn't she? Zhou Ming had not anticipated that there would be someone in Shuiyun City who sought to become Li Fu's disciple. Within the Xian Sect, the most she had heard were the grievances of her junior sisters towards Li Fu and the disdain of the inner disciples, who even felt shameful having such a waste of a senior uncle among them. They would never refer to Li Fu as their senior uncle, but would mockingly refer to him as that useless man who returned from the extreme abyss. This was the first time Zhou Ming encountered someone who harbored admiration and respect for Li Fu since descending the mountain. A flicker of emotion stirred within her heart. "How do you know about Li Fu?" "Of course, it was spoken of by my royal grandfather. 800 years ago, Senior Li Fu single-handedly entered the great Wu imperial palace with just a sword, engaging in a duel and exchange of skills with my royal grandfather. My grandfather holds him in high regard and shared tales of Li Fu's exploits with me. I heard that Li Fu has returned from the extreme abyss. Is it true?" Wu Shishue's eyes shone with anticipation. Zhou Ming nodded slightly. "Indeed. I would say that a figure more formidable than my royal grandfather would not easily fall within the extreme abyss." Wu Shishue excitedly spoke up, then inquired further. "Given his past sacrifices for the sect and his triumphant return, surely the Xian Sect must hold him in the highest esteem? Do the disciples not revere him as much as I do? I must confess to you, senior, I have long admired Elder Li Fu. It has been my heartfelt aspiration to take him as my mentor, as a significant contributor to the Xian Sect. Elder Li Fu must surely occupy a position of great prestige. I have heard that 8 centuries ago, he was a prodigy of the sect, highly valued by the sect leader, who intended to pass on his legacy. Is that true? Surely, he has countless disciples. If I were to seek him as a mentor, would he acknowledge me? If I were fortunate enough to be chosen by Elder Li Fu, and he were to become the next sect leader, would I not then be a direct disciple of the leader?" Lost in her beautiful daydreams, Wu Shishue rambled on, unaware that Zhou Ming stood silently, enveloped in her thoughts. Indeed, Li Fu had risked his life for the Xian Sect for 800 years. Upon his return, he should have been wholeheartedly supported and revered by the disciples. Yet the reality was starkly different. He had lost all his cultivation. Not only was he unfit to succeed the sect leader, but he seemed to have been abandoned by the sect. His dantian had been destroyed, and the sect leader appeared indifferent. Resources had long been disproportionately allocated to Jiang Chen. The disciples within the sect did not merely lack respect for Li Fu. Their tone was laced with disdain, as if he were a disgrace to the sect. How had the Xian Sect transformed into such a cold and unwelcoming place? "Senior, why do you remain silent? Is it truly so?" Chapter 24. The anomaly in Shuiyun City. Zhou Ming found it difficult to meet the piercing gaze of Wu Shishue. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over her. Here was a person who had risked everything for the sect, yet was scorned and discarded as if she were worthless. Zhou Ming was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Wu Shixue, perceiving the silence and hesitation of the person before her, mistakenly believed it was disdain for her, a reluctance to introduce her to Li Fu. In a flurry, Wu Shixue explained, "Please, senior, do not worry. My talents are commendable. My royal grandfather has said that I possess a rare, single spiritual root. As long as I am willing to cultivate, I will surely surpass my peers. However, I only wish to be accepted as a disciple of Elder Li Fu. You need not doubt my sincerity. I escaped from the Grand Wu Palace, facing numerous dangers to arrive here. Had I not encountered ill-fated events and lost my way just a few days ago, I would have reached the Xian Yi sect long before." Zhou Ming quietly observed the princess of the dynasty, and in her, she saw a reflection of her former self, headstrong, stubborn, yet brimming with vitality and hope like the rising sun. There was a spark in her eyes as she spoke of her idol, a fervor that mirrored the brightness that once ignited her own gaze. Yet, she could not recall when that light had extinguished. She had grown silent, isolating herself from the world, reluctant to engage with others. Perhaps it was the pursuit of esoteric cultivation techniques that had instilled a fear of endangering those around her, and in turn, they feared being drawn into her troubles. Thus, Zhou Ming appeared out of place within the sect. Her smile gradually faded, and she no longer revealed her heart to anyone. Apart from Li Fu, no one within the sect genuinely wished to draw near her. Only Li Fu, unafraid of being burdened by her, would converse with her, share his thoughts, and even gift her a finely crafted chess set, fearing her solitude. However, this singular individual has become the subject of disdain among the sect's members, and even the few sister disciples who once shared close companionship have, at some unknown juncture, drastically altered their demeanor towards her. "Senior, why are you silent?" Suddenly, an inquiry arose. "By the way, senior, I have heard whispers that Senior Li Fu has lost her cultivation. Is there any truth to this? It strikes me as mere rumor. After all, Senior Li Fu is exceptionally talented. How could she possibly lose her cultivation? Even if she were to lose her powers, wouldn't a prestigious sect like Xian Yi still be able to restore her?" Zhou Ming felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She was at a loss for how to remain in this place. As the esteemed chief disciple of Xian Yi sect, Master Li Fu found herself rendered speechless by a junior at the second level of qi cultivation. An outsider seems to appreciate Li Fu's contributions, yet none within the sect expressed gratitude, only disdainful glances. Zhou Ming felt a pang of guilt towards Li Fu. She was Master Li Fu, and she had failed to safeguard her. Now, having sworn an oath to heaven and departed from the sect, it has already been 7 days. If she fails to locate Li Fu today and bring her back to the sect, Zhou Ming would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon descended from the heavens. The clear skies of Shuyan City were suddenly shrouded by rolling dark clouds. The cultivators of Shuyan City raised their heads in unison to gaze skyward. The oppressive black clouds loomed over the city, seemingly heavier than the previous day's tribulation of pill thunder, an impending pressure weighing down upon them. Deep within the inky clouds, flashes of purple lightning flickered menacingly, continuously accumulating. A grand tribulation was brewing. Standing in the bamboo grove, Zhou Ming furrowed her brow in concern. How could there be someone in this small Shuyan city capable of refining heavenly-grade elixirs to provoke a tribulation? Aren't the inhabitants here generally of lesser talent? How could such an extraordinary alchemist be concealed among them? The power of the tribulation surged mightily, and the clouds swirled like boiling water. Who is undergoing the tribulation? No, it is not a personal tribulation, but rather a tribulation induced by a heavenly-grade elixir. You were not present 2 days ago. You did not witness this scene. A heavenly-grade elixir? Who could it be? A wandering cultivator named Yuan Mu once refined a heavenly-grade foundational elixir at Hongfu Tower, which triggered a tribulation. Is it him again this time? Who can say? This tribulation seems even more formidable, exerting immense pressure. The cultivators of Shuyan City began to emerge from their residences, gathering in the streets, whispering and speculating whether it was indeed that wandering cultivator, Yuan Mu, engaged in alchemy. Inside Hongfu Tower, Master He gazed up at the sky, filled with longing and envy. When would he also be able to refine a heavenly-grade elixir? The aspiration to create heavenly-grade elixirs is the lifelong dream of every alchemist. Chang Hongyi turned to Master He and inquired, "Master He, is it that Yuan Mu who is refining elixirs?" Master He shook his head, "I do not know. This tribulation appears to be of greater magnitude. The last time Yuan Mu refined a lower-grade heavenly foundational elixir, yet this tribulation seems more potent. Could it be that a mid-grade, or even a high-grade heavenly elixir is emerging?" Chang Hongyi could scarcely fathom what sort of alchemical techniques would be required to produce a mid-grade or high-grade heavenly elixir. Such methods of alchemy are virtually unheard of. Master He, lacking experience in this realm, refrained from making any presumptions. Something feels amiss, remarked Elder Nya, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated upon the tumultuous clouds above. What seems amiss? Master, he asked. 2 days ago, the alchemical endeavor at the Hongfu Tower triggered a heavenly tribulation, with the ominous storm clouds gathering solely above it. Observing the current situation, the clouds of tribulation continue to expand, showing no signs of abating. Indeed, is the extent of these clouds not rather extraordinary? The onlookers began to realize the peculiarity of the event. Other cultivators also sensed something amiss. The prominent families of Shuyan City hastily dispatched individuals to investigate the matter. Quickly ascertain who is concocting elixirs. We must invite this individual to join us at any cost. The major families issued their commands in quick succession. The streets within the city were already congested with cultivators, all gazing upwards in awe at this rare spectacle. Goodness, the scope of the tribulation clouds is immense. Who could it be? Where are they? It feels as though the entirety of Shuyan City is about to be enveloped by this heavenly wrath, and it shows no signs of halting. In the Tsueju Garden, even Zhou Ming had never witnessed such a sight. Among the Xianyi sect, only her master and her fourth junior sister, Ji Mingdai, possessed superior alchemical skills. Even they only occasionally experienced a minor tribulation during their elixir's refinement, and never on such a grand scale as the relentless storm clouds now above. Who could be the extraordinary figure engaged in alchemy? What high-tier celestial elixir could they be crafting? If such talent could be recruited into the Xianyi sect, it would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. She hoped to find Li Fu during this endeavor, and if fortune favored her, to also recruit the alchemist into their sect. In front of Zhou Ming, Wu Shixue stared in astonishment, having never encountered such a scene before. Elder, surely you and the Xianyi sect are accustomed to such occurrences? Zhou Ming remained silent, unwilling to engage. Wu Shixue, not pondering further, assumed that her elder was simply jaded from frequent exposure to such sights. At the city lord's mansion in Shuyan City, a pair of murky eyes gazed skyward. When did such talent emerge in Shuyan City? Who could it be? At this moment, all cultivators in Shuyan City paused their activities. Those curious watched in fascination, while others sought information. Moreover, there were those who thrived on chaos, seizing the opportunity to spread rumors. Surely, it must be the reincarnation of the alchemy sage here in our Shuyan City. The reincarnation of the alchemy sage? That is not entirely implausible. Such a grand spectacle could only be wrought by the alchemy sage himself. Could it be that Shuyan City shall henceforth be known as Alchemy City? As the storm clouds thickened, an oppressive aura weighed heavily upon the entire city. Deep within the clouds, flickers of purple lightning danced, waiting for the tribulation to fully coalesce before unleashing its fury. At this moment, all cultivators in Shuyan City looked to the heavens. Yet, within the third layer of the Taichu Qiankuan Tower, Li Fu remained oblivious to the astonishing transformation occurring outside, focusing intently on the alchemical cauldron before him. His brow slightly furrowed. How peculiar it is that, despite refining so many batches of elixirs, not a single one has reached the heavenly tier. Chapter 25. The 100 elixirs crossing the tribulation. Miao Kong Kong also found himself perplexed. Despite Li Fu's adeptness in alchemy, with every step executed flawlessly, why was the highest grade achieved only that of the earthly tier? He understood well that Li Fu possessed the Immaculate Sacred Body, granting him exceptional affinity with the spiritual energies of the universe, complemented by the assistance of the Earth-Fire Cauldron within the Taichu Qiankuan Tower. Logically, he should have been more assured in refining heavenly tier elixirs, yet his current results fell short of those achieved at the Hongfu Tower. What could be the reason behind this? Both Miao Kong Kong and Li Fu were equally bewildered. How is it that within the Primordial Universe Tower, one cannot concoct the celestial-grade elixirs despite diligently refining? What circumstances have led to such an outcome? Where lies the issue? Li Fu, undeterred by misfortune, successfully crafted the soul-soothing elixir and proceeded to formulate the detoxification elixir. With each furnace, he transitioned seamlessly from one concoction to the next. Yet as he gazed upon the plethora of elixirs before him, confusion clouded his mind. His refining techniques were flawless, every step executed with near perfection. Why then did none of his batches reach the celestial-grade quality? His confidence began to wane. However, Li Fu remained resolute. Possessing ample medicinal materials, he resumed his alchemical endeavors. Little did Li Fu know, while he tirelessly refined within the tower, chaos reigned outside. Above Shuyan City, dense tribulation clouds cascaded like a dark ocean, obscuring the light of day and plunging the vast city into an almost eternal night. The oppressive clouds loomed ominously, threatening to crush the city beneath their weight, instilling a sense of dread among the many cultivators within, who found it increasingly difficult to breathe. In the face of such divine wrath, they fell silent, fearful that even the slightest movement might attract the ire of the impending tribulation. The various families and factions had descended into disarray. Have we identified the powerful figure engaged in alchemy? Are we any closer to discovering their location? Other families are also investigating. It appears that none are from the prominent families of Shu Yan City, which brings me some relief. Is it too dark to see anything? Can you not light a candle? Are you truly unable to find your way? Use my long-preserved luminous pearl for illumination. Shu Yan City lay shrouded beneath the tribulation clouds, resembling a desolate night. The cultivators struggled to breathe under the weight of the heavy clouds. While turmoil erupted outside, Li Fu continued his fervent work within the tower. Mid-grade earthgrade? No, that will not suffice. Low-grade earthgrade? Still not adequate. High-grade earthgrade? Alas, that too is insufficient. Li Fu labored tirelessly, refusing to believe that within the primordial universe tower, endowed with the essence of earth fire, he could not produce celestial-grade elixirs. Time within the tower stretched. 10 days had passed outside, while merely 1 day elapsed within. Li Fu had already concocted 100 elixirs, soul-soothing elixirs, detoxification elixirs, foundation-building elixirs, and even utilized the remaining medicinal herbs to create energy-replenishing elixirs. Without exception, they all fell within the earth grade, with the finest reaching only high grade. What could be the reason? Why, despite the benefits of the primordial universe tower's earth fire, was he unable to produce celestial-grade elixirs? What was the underlying cause? Frustration weighed heavily upon Li Fu. At this moment, he had exhausted all his medicinal materials, leaving him devoid of any further resources. Do not despair. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Miao Kong consoled him. Li Fu replied, if you cannot offer true comfort, it would be better to remain silent. How long have we been here? Exactly 20 days. Miao Kong answered. Li Fu sighed, grateful that he had not left empty-handed, as his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement. The process of refining elixirs had also served as a means of cultivation. The creation of 100 elixirs made him feel that a breakthrough to the 6th level of qi refinement was imminent. It was time to venture outside and witness the reality beyond. Accompanied by Miao Kong, Li Fu exited the primordial universe tower. Upon returning to his chamber, he was taken aback by the enveloping darkness outside. Above Shu Yan City, the endless tribulation clouds had coalesced into a vortex reminiscent of an abyss, with rumbling thunder echoing ominously at its center. A tempest of violet lightning roiled through the depths of the clouds, reminiscent of an ancient thunder dragon awakening from slumber, exuding an aura of devastation. Whose tribulation is this, so grand in scale? Retrieve the primordial universe tower and lift the restrictions. As I stepped into the courtyard, a familiar figure came into view, Zhou Meng. What brings her here? She has indeed sought him out. Little junior brother, Zhou Meng exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy upon seeing Li Fu. Her perseverance had finally borne fruit on this last day. She approached, eager to take Li Fu back to the sect. However, to Zhou Meng's astonishment, Li Fu regarded her as a stranger, raising his hand to halt her advance. Esteemed friend, you have mistaken me. I am Feng Mu, a mere wandering cultivator. At these words, Zhou Meng felt as if struck by lightning. What had he called her? Esteemed friend? It was as if she heard the sound of her heart shattering. How could she be mistaken? Despite the change in his aura, she was certain that the person before her was her long-lost little junior brother, Li Fu. Yet, at this moment, Li Fu was too preoccupied to acknowledge Zhou Meng. As an unexpected stir emanated from within his spatial ring, the 100 pills he had just refined began to tremble violently, as though desperate to break free from their confinement. In that moment, coupled with the terrifying impending tribulation above, a bold thought surged within Li Fu's mind. Without hesitation, he opened his spatial ring. In an instant, the 100 spiritual pills burst forth, transforming into streaks of radiant light, soaring towards the skies above Shu Yan City. Just as they revealed themselves to the world, the long-anticipated heavenly tribulation finally locked onto its target. Indeed, they had come for them. As the pills ascended, the eyes of all cultivators in the city were drawn to the spectacle. Look, the pills have manifested. Over there, let us investigate. Quick, follow. The members of the Chang family were among those hastening to the scene. Chang Hongyi felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the path he tread. Was this not the direction to my bamboo grove? Upon arriving at the edge of the grove, he stood in stunned silence. This was indeed the place. He had lent it to Feng Mu and Wu Shixue for their temporary stay. Could it be that the extraordinary pills causing such a commotion originated from their hands? Outside the bamboo grove, a throng of onlookers surged forth, quickly surrounding the area to the point of being impassable. Meanwhile, on the eaves of a building across the way, a figure clad in black, holding a wine gourd, materialized silently. He surveyed the multitude of pills with great interest. Ah, no wonder the spectacle is so fearsome. 100 pills transcending the tribulation. How intriguing. Within the courtyard, Zhou Meng was utterly incredulous. She had witnessed the 100 spiritual pills erupting from Li Fu's ring. Little junior brother, did you truly refine all these pills? Her voice trembled with disbelief. 100 pills triggering the tribulation simultaneously. How did you accomplish this? Wu Shixue was equally astonished. She was aware of Feng Mu's formidable prowess in combat, but had not anticipated his extraordinary mastery in alchemy. Once the Empress arrives, I must endeavor to have her enlist this individual into her ranks. Yet, why did this elder refer to him as little junior brother? Could it be that he truly is a disciple of the Xianyi sect? At this moment, Feng Mu distinctly denied, when suddenly, the tempestuous dark clouds that had been brewing in the sky erupted with a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Retreat. Scatter. Step back. Make way. In the center of the swirling clouds, a vortex spun rapidly, with 100 elixirs suspended high above the city, forming an extraordinary whole, quietly awaiting the baptism of heavenly thunder. Only through the tempering of tribulation fire could they shed their mortal impurities and transform into true celestial-grade elixirs. The vortex thundered as the first bolt of lightning descended with ferocity. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A soft yet resilient barrier illuminated the space between the 100 elixirs, and the violent thunder struck the barrier, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, being quietly absorbed without a sound. 100 elixirs united to face the tribulation. Such a phenomenon was truly unprecedented. How could the first bolt of tribulation lightning be so effortlessly endured? Before the words had fully escaped, the second and third bolts of lightning tore through the sky, intertwining and crashing down. Boom! The colossal sound of the thunder explosion resonated through the clouds, forcing the nearby cultivators to retreat 100 feet away. These two bolts of heavenly thunder, even more powerful, were likewise swallowed and absorbed by that peculiar barrier, creating merely a few barely perceptible ripples on its surface before falling into silence. There seemed to be a connection among them. They were indeed collaborating to resist the heavenly tribulation. Truly miraculous. Unprecedented. Li Fu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze firmly fixed on the core vortex of the dark clouds above, his expression grave. Were the first 6 bolts of tribulation lightning too effortlessly overcome? Chapter 26. Li Fu takes action, elixirs achieve completion. Were the tribulation lightning's powers truly so ordinary? The thunder roared, yet the raindrops were few. What do you know? That is because the 100 elixirs are collectively resisting the tribulation. Now that 6 bolts of tribulation lightning have passed, it appears that the 100 celestial-grade elixirs are about to emerge in Shuyan City. We, the scattered cultivators, are indeed fortunate. 8 bolts of heavenly thunder have been safely traversed, leaving only the final one. Once overcome, the elixirs can transcend to celestial grade. The cultivators believed they were secure and began to fantasize about whether they could purchase a celestial-grade elixir. However, Li Fu's expression grew increasingly serious. It was not so simple. The 1,000-foot tribulation lightning could not merely possess this level of power. How could 100 elixirs undergo the tribulation with such little commotion? After the 8th bolt of heavenly thunder, the dark clouds fell into an eerie silence. What was happening? Why had the final bolt of lightning not yet descended? Indeed, how much time had passed? It had been the duration of an incense stick. With no lightning descending and the dark clouds not dissipating, what was going on? It had been so long without any movement that I had already completed my tasks twice. The cultivators grew anxious as they waited. Zhou Ming had never witnessed such a situation and uneasily remarked, "The power of the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder may be extraordinary." Above in the pavilion, the old man in black took a hearty swig of wine. The final bolt of tribulation lightning had brewed for so long, it could very well be catastrophic. Would the 100 elixirs be able to endure it? Another incense stick's time passed. The dark clouds slowly began to stir. The thunderous roars within the dark clouds surpassed those of the previous 8 bolts, and their might was steadily escalating. The 1,000-foot dark clouds quietly contracted towards the core. Though the range diminished, they became increasingly dense and solid, the pervasive aura of destruction intensifying exponentially. The cloud mass ultimately shrank to a 100-foot radius, hovering above the emerald bamboo grove. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of annihilation. Li Fu felt his breath becoming increasingly labored. Wu Shixue, filled with trepidation, had retreated to the room, yet her curiosity compelled her to peer out, her large, round eyes gazing intently at the unfolding events. Zhou Ming stood beside Li Fu, her gaze fixated on the swirling vortex at the heart of the calamity cloud. After a prolonged silence, the ominous clouds ceased their sounds and movements. Instead, faint, dark purple lightning began to flicker within the central vortex. Merely the hint of it sent Li Fu's heart racing, a wave of intense palpitations engulfing him. A resounding boom shattered the silence, a tremendous sound that tore through the heavens. The ninth bolt of heavenly thunder had finally revealed its true form. It descended from the firmament, enveloped in a thick, black aura of destruction, manifesting as a purple beam of light. Though its descent was slow, it emanated a pressure that stemmed from the depths of one's soul, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. At the moment this beam appeared, it seemed as if the vitality of Shu Yan city was instantaneously siphoned away, leaving only the aura of annihilation to permeate the air. The cultivators within the city found even breathing to be a monumental challenge. The beam struck fiercely against the protective barrier conjured by the collective efforts of the alchemists. Upon impact, the barrier shattered like ice flowers. Yet, the will of the elixirs was resolute. Soon, the barrier reformed, united in its defense against the calamity. Alas, the destructive force was overwhelmingly formidable. The barrier was continuously fractured and reconstituted, layer after layer, each time displaying an admirable tenacity. The 100 elixirs were striving to diminish the energy of the thunderous tribulation. However, the overwhelming divine might would not allow such trespass. In an instant, the aura of the tribulation surged dramatically, forcefully suppressing the 100 elixirs. The elixirs fought back valiantly, yet under the might of the tribulation, they appeared so insignificantly small. It was over. The elixirs were on the brink of annihilation. What a pity. To attempt the tribulation all at once was far too reckless. If only they could face it one at a time. As the brilliance of the elixirs dimmed under the relentless pressure, a miraculous transformation occurred. In that moment of despair, the 100 elixirs suddenly radiated with renewed vigor, rebounding against the oppressive force. They were igniting their very essence to resist the tribulation. Li Fu had not anticipated such a defiant response from the elixirs. The might of the tribulation was gradually being diminished. Would they succeed? Li Fu's heart tightened, beads of sweat forming as he anxiously watched. The cultivators of Shu Yan city shared his tension. Their hopes pinned on the success of the elixirs as they observed the ascending brilliance. Unconsciously, they clenched their fists, their eyes fixed above, as if willing the resolute elixirs onward. However, the tribulation had more lethal moves in store. As the onlookers held their breath, the beam of light abruptly exploded, transforming into a multitude of slender lightning serpents, striking each elixir in a bizarre manner. Could this be allowed? In an instant, the 100 elixirs were struck by the tribulation, their brilliance waning significantly. Several foundational elixirs could not withstand the onslaught, slowly descending. Was this the failure of their tribulation? 1, 2, 10, 20. More and more elixirs succumbed to the oppressive aura, cascading down like dim stars. Only a few high-grade elixirs remained valiantly resisting. Yet the momentum suggested that failure was merely a matter of time. It was over. They had failed. Attempting the tribulation simultaneously had proven far too perilous. Alas, what a pity. If only I could acquire a heavenly stage foundation establishment pill, then I would have hope for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. I too have languished at the peak of the chi cultivation stage for 20 long years, unable to advance. My plight is even more dire. I have failed in my attempts to establish my foundation 3 times. In this moment, all the loose cultivators in Shu Yan city fervently wished for the success of the pill's tribulation. However, as the last struggling pill fell, the light in everyone's eyes dimmed. What a shame. Such a great loss. The cultivators sighed, acknowledging the predetermined outcome. Continuing to watch held no meaning. Yet, witnessing such a spectacle made life worthwhile. Just as the crowd believed the pill's tribulation had failed without a doubt, someone in the throng suddenly shouted, "Look, what is that person doing?" The crowd turned in unison. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared atop the roof of the bamboo garden. He stood resolutely beneath the swirling tribulation clouds, emanating 100 streams of spiritual energy that precisely infused the descending pill. In an instant, the once dimmed pill, which was still in descent, was reinvigorated by this overwhelming spiritual energy, and its fall was abruptly halted. Yet, this was insufficient. The destructive force of the thunder tribulation was not to be underestimated. Li Fu certainly did not believe that a mere wisp of his spiritual energy could alter fate. He bellowed, his aura surging. The spiritual energy from his dantian continuously flowed into the pill, resembling the mighty ocean, diverting 100 torrents, relentlessly supplying each pill. This shared power felt akin to a blood connection. Nurtured by Li Fu's primordial spiritual energy, the pill radiated with an even more resplendent glow. In that moment, the residual might of the thunder tribulation and its destructive aura seemed to transform into nourishment, continuously fostering the 100 pills. These pills were crafted by Li Fu himself. He would not permit their destruction. Infused with Li Fu's primordial spiritual energy, the potential of the pills was greatly stimulated. With shared roots and origins, aided by Li Fu, the final moment arrived. The pills successfully transcended their tribulation. 100 pills simultaneously emitted brilliant light, sparkling like stars in the night sky. They hovered beneath the tribulation clouds, silently proclaiming their success. As if sensing its mission complete, the tribulation clouds gradually dissipated into the horizon. Thus, the 100 pills had successfully transcended their tribulation. With the thunder tribulation dispersed, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Witnessing such a rare event, one that might not be seen for a century or even a millennium, left all the cultivators filled with immense excitement. Moreover, the successful emergence of the heavenly stage pill filled the air with a rich fragrance, elevating the atmosphere of Shu Yan City to its zenith. As the tribulation clouds vanished, the skies over Shu Yan City cleared, and the crowd finally beheld the true visage of the alchemist. Li Fu stood tall upon the rooftop, seemingly bathed in the radiance of victory. Chapter 27. The emergence of 100 pills. Heroes compete for the pills. Who is that person? Do you recognize him? I have not seen him before. Have you? I have not seen him either. Whispers circulated among the cultivators, for none had encountered Li Fu, as if he had materialized out of thin air in Shu Yan City. However, amidst the crowd, Chang Hongyi furrowed his brow. Elder Nya, do you see that person? Is he not Taoist Feng Mu? Indeed, it is he. He unexpectedly mastered the path of alchemy, his skills remarkably refined. Feng Mu and Yuan Mu were names that Chang Hongyi repeated incessantly, when suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Nia Lao and Feng Mu Yuan Mu are the same person? No, that can't be. One is at the 4th level of qi refinement, while the other at the 5th. Initially, Nia Lao denied it, but as he spoke, his expression changed abruptly, disbelief washing over him as he looked at Chang Hongyi. Indeed, it is quite possible. How could two individuals capable of crafting heavenly-grade elixirs emerge simultaneously from a mere small city like Shu Yan, especially when neither is familiar? While they were still speculating, the quick-witted cultivators had already taken action. The door of Cui Zhu Yuan was nearly battered down. Fellow cultivator, I am Li Hu and seek to purchase a foundation establishment pill. I too seek a foundation establishment pill. Don't crowd. I arrived first, it's first come, first served. What do you mean first? I have spirit stones and will offer a high price. Li Fu leapt down. At this moment, Li Fu was convinced that the Tai Chu Qian Kuan Tower isolated external energies, preventing any tribulations from descending directly during the refinement of elixirs within. No wonder he had produced so many elixirs without triggering a single thunder tribulation. The issue lay there. It seems that in the future, he must exercise caution when refining elixirs. Taking out 100 elixirs at once and attempting to endure tribulation simultaneously would create too much commotion and pose excessive risk. Had it not been for the vastness of Li Fu's dantian and the abundance of spiritual energy, he might have faced failure during this tribulation. Li Fu had expended too much spiritual energy in one go and needed to recuperate properly. He paid no mind to the buyers outside. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming remained in the courtyard. Having witnessed the spectacle of 100 elixirs undergoing tribulation, she was rendered speechless by shock. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. Even if her master were present, it would be impossible to orchestrate such a scene. 100 elixirs crossing tribulation without a single failure. Even if a pill saint intervened, they would likely be left in the dust. Little junior brother, when did your alchemical skills become so extraordinary? Li Fu retrieved the elixirs and consumed a recently successful heavenly-grade replenishing elixir. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his vast dantian. Esteemed fellow cultivator, I must clarify once more, I am not your little junior brother, Li Fu replied with indifference. Having left the Xianyi sect, he felt only liberation, devoid of any lingering attachments. I understand there must be some misunderstanding. Could you please return with your senior sister? Zhou Ming urged, hoping to bring Li Fu back to the Xianyi sect. Upon hearing those words, Li Fu let out a cold laugh. His master believed in her character? If it weren't for Demeng's 3,000 years of observing Bushiyu's attitude, he might have been swayed. Had she ever cared about the truth? Even when Li Fu later found evidence to clear his name, he was met only with a cold, indifferent response. I am aware. Let this matter rest. That icy demeanor left Li Fu utterly disheartened. He couldn't fathom that these were the words of his revered master. In the end, not a single word of justice was uttered, allowing the taint to be cast upon him. Esteemed fellow cultivator, please leave. I am Feng Mu, a mere wandering cultivator. Zhou Ming wished to persuade him further, but just then, the door of Cui Zhu Yuan was pushed open, and a throng of cultivators surged into the courtyard. Esteemed fellow cultivator, I seek to procure a foundational elixir. I too desire one. Count me in as well. I must have a foundational elixir. Li Fu underestimated their fervent longing for the heavenly tier foundational elixir. Esteemed friends, please depart. I have made alternative arrangements concerning the elixirs and do not intend to sell them at this moment. The soul reinforcing elixirs and chi replenishing elixirs are for my personal use. The detoxification elixirs are to be refined for Master He and Elder Nya. The remaining nearly 50 foundational elixirs are bound by an agreement with Hongfu Tower. Though their value far exceeds 200,000 spirit stones, having made a promise, how could I betray that trust? Li Fu is not so lacking in integrity as to renege for such trifling elixirs. These foundational elixirs are beyond my purview to dispose of, and thus I must graciously decline. Nay, we shall not leave. I demand a foundational elixir today. I will not depart without one, protested another. I, too, have failed to cultivate thrice. The heavenly tier foundational elixir is a necessity for me. Esteemed fellow, I am from the Qinghua gang, seeking to acquire the elixirs you possess. The Qinghua gang has arrived as well. The Jindao gang seeks foundational elixirs, as does the Huoyan sect. Unbeknownst to them, dozens of factions from Shuyan City and its vicinity had gathered. I have already stated that I have alternative arrangements for the foundational elixirs. I implore you all to leave. However, none of those present made any move to depart. I have clearly indicated my intentions. Cannot you comprehend? Depart at once, Wu Shishua exclaimed, hands on her hips in irritation. With such a sudden influx of individuals, their clamor displeased her greatly. If I do not acquire a foundational elixir today, I shall not leave. Upon finishing, this individual brandished their weapon. They all noticed that Li Fu possessed merely the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refinement. The 5th layer of qi refinement? Is he not easily subdued? Oh, resorting to force? As if it would faze anyone here, one individual retorted, prompting others to draw their weapons as well. For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds fall. The majority of the cultivators present were at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement, with several possessing foundational cultivation. The appearance of the heavenly tier foundational elixir was truly attention-grabbing. Given the stance of those present, they seemed unwilling to relent without obtaining the elixir. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing a precious item. Li Fu shook his head in resignation. He was not fearful, and as a 5th layer qi refinement cultivator, he was curious to test his own limits. Zhou Ming had no intention of remaining a bystander. Should they dare to harm his junior apprentice, he would not hesitate to hasten their reincarnation. Why are there disciples from the Xianyi sect? An astute observer in the crowd exclaimed upon noticing Zhou Ming's robe. What of the Xianyi sect? Even they must queue to purchase elixirs. Though they shouted such taunts, none dared to truly underestimate this prestigious sect. In the presence of the Xianyi sect, they were but ants. Tensions rose, but it was merely a matter of verbal sparring. Esteemed friends, I am Chang Hongyi of the Chang family. Fellow Taoist Fangmu is a distinguished guest of our clan, so I kindly ask you to refrain from rash actions. Chang Hongyi interjected, eager to seize this opportune moment to draw closer to Fangmu. Master He and Elder Nye stood solemnly behind Chang Hongyi. The Chang family? Is it truly the Chang family of Hongfu Tower? The same family that refined the heavenly tier foundational elixir just days prior? Could it be him? The various factions of Shuyan City could scarcely believe that the esteemed guest who had produced the heavenly tier elixir was indeed a member of the Chang family. The Chang family cannot intervene. I demand a foundational elixir. Indeed, I, too, require a foundational elixir. If I do not acquire it today, I shall not leave. Chang Hongyi surveyed the crowd. At the forefront stands the illustrious master of the Duobao Pavilion, a member of the Su family, alongside the Chen family, who are also stirring the pot. The Chang, Su, and Chen families represent the 3 greatest powers in Shuyan City. Should Li Fu find himself without allies, they might not take significant action, perhaps merely purchasing a few foundation establishment pills at an exorbitant price, seizing the opportunity to win him over. However, with a member of the Chang family proclaiming Li Fu as an esteemed guest, matters become far more complicated. The 3 families currently balance their influence. If the Chang family were to acquire the services of this alchemist, they would undoubtedly rise in prominence, leveraging his skills to their advantage. Once equilibrium is disrupted, chaos ensues. The principle of the cosmos lies in balance. Once tilted, it heralds the onset of turmoil. Chapter 28. The 3 families gather at the bamboo garden for centuries. The 3 families have stood unyielding in Shuyan City, and they are no ordinary entities. I am Chen Yuanshan, and I am curious as to how this young friend intends to handle the foundation establishment pills. An elder with graying hair steps forward from the crowd. Chen Yuanshan, the patriarch of the Chen family? He has come in person? We of the Su family are equally eager to know how these pills will be dealt with. This voice belongs to Su Lin, the head of the Su family. The presence of 2 patriarchs from the 3 great families casts a pall over the many unaligned cultivators in the bamboo garden. Hope for the heavenly grade foundation establishment pills seems bleak. The financial might of the 3 families far exceeds that of mere wandering cultivators. All eyes converge on Li Fu, anticipating his decision. You all are rather amusing. The pills are not crafted by your hands. What business is it of yours? If you possess the skill, you should refine your own. Wu Shishue remarks with a hint of amusement, defending Li Fu. These individuals are absurdly concerned about matters that do not involve them. Having spent much time within the palace, surrounded by those who care for her, the pure-hearted Wu Shishue cannot comprehend their motives. She innocently believes that ownership grants one the right to make decisions. Before Wu Shishue can finish her thought, Li Fu pulls her protectively behind him. These Foundation establishment pills were promised to be refined for Hongfu Tower 2 days prior. As for their subsequent handling, you may consult with them, Li Fu responds candidly. Yuanmu is indeed Fangmu. Li Fu's words dispel any lingering doubts in Chang Hongyi's mind. No wonder this individual has continuously rebuffed his overtures. However, now is not the time for such reflections. The gazes of the two family heads converge on Chang Hongyi, and he feels the weight of their unspoken pressure. Behind him, Master He and Elder Nia also sense the mounting tension, rendered immobile. Chang Hongyi understands that a poorly worded response could lead to a fractious confrontation with the two families. Are you two so brazen as to bully my family's junior, as if the Chang family is without defenders? The voice of a middle-aged man, Chang Yoshin, precedes his arrival at the bamboo garden. Instantly, the pressure on Chang Hongyi dissipates. He exhales in relief, realizing that the patriarch of the Chang family has also arrived. Now, the gathering becomes lively as the three families convene at the bamboo garden, leaving all to wonder who will ultimately claim the coveted heavenly grade pills. It seems we are unlikely to receive even one, murmurs the crowd, who, understanding the situation, tactfully retreat to the periphery. Li Fu has shifted the burden of the matter onto the Chang family, rendering himself a mere observer. Wu Shishue was detained by Li Fu, yet she chose to remain silent, for her temperament could hardly bear not expressing herself. Chang Yoshin, you have arrived as well. Splendid indeed. Since our three prominent families have gathered at the bamboo garden, let us speak candidly. How shall we distribute the celestial rank foundation pills? At this moment, the heads of the Chun and Su families stood united on the same front. The celestial rank foundation pill possesses the power to alter the current equilibrium among the three families. Each pill symbolizes a foundation disciple. Should the Chang family utilize this to attract talents, they would undoubtedly draw a multitude of aspirants. With the assistance of that alchemist, their swift rise and dominance over the other two families would be effortless. The Su and Chen families could not allow such an outcome to unfold unchecked. Though they had not conferred beforehand, in light of this matter, both families instinctively joined forces. They could not stand idly by as the Chang family sought to monopolize power. For in the end, they would be slowly eroded and consumed. The heads of the two clans understood the principle of mutual dependence better than anyone. In my view, these pills should be evenly divided among our three families. As for the alchemist, they should not be permitted to join the Chang family, nor either of our families, nor any other faction. It would be best for them to remain in Shuyan City. As long as that young brother continues to refine pills, our three families shall provide the resources and materials, and the resulting pills will be shared equally. How does that sound? Upon hearing Su Lin's proposal, Chen Yuanshan nodded in agreement. However, Chang Yuxin remained silent, calmly observing the two present. Chang Yoshin, what is the meaning of your silence? Indeed, do share your thoughts openly. I believe you both have forgotten what my son previously stated, Fang Mu remarked. Fang Mu is a distinguished guest of the Chang family. His choice to join any side, or remain unaffiliated, is entirely his own prerogative. Have you two grown so accustomed to commanding from your positions of authority within your families? As for the foundation pills, I advise you both not to harbor any ambitions regarding them, as they were procured by Hongfu Tower with spiritual stones and materials for Fang Mu to concoct, and thus rightfully belong to the Chang family. To even consider splitting the foundation pills is an unrealistic notion. Chang Yuxin's words resonated with conviction, leaving the two heads visibly perturbed. Indeed, where Fang Mu chooses to go is of no concern to you. Your shamelessness knows no bounds, Wu Shishue interjected, passionately defending him. Fang Mu is a living being, not an object for you to dictate. This outing had overturned Wu Shishue's previous perceptions. She once believed that matters in the world were black and white, either right or wrong, either good or bad. Yet now, she realized it was not so simple. Frequently, individuals chose to turn a blind eye. Right and wrong merely reflected differing perspectives and understandings. There was no absolute truth or falsehood, no definitive good or evil. When one is weak, they cannot even decide their own fate. This assertion thoroughly infuriated the two family heads. Being called shameless, their countenances darkened with rage. You, young girl, what business do you have interjecting in the elders' deliberations? Chen Yuanshan glared at Wu Shishue, a palpable wave of anger sweeping through the air. Preposterous, Zhou Ming admonished, as the surging wave of anger rebounded with even greater ferocity. Caught off guard, the two family heads were abruptly propelled 2 yards away, landing in a disheveled manner. Such prowess! With a single strike, They were sent flying. What kind of strength is this? It dawned on the onlookers that this disciple from the Xian Yi sect possessed extraordinary power. They had assumed that the Xian Yi disciple was merely here to procure foundational pills like themselves. It was clear now that the disciple had no need for such pills. To be able to send 2 family heads flying with one blow, their strength must surely reach the nascent soul stage, if not beyond. Wu Zixiu had not anticipated that a mere comment would provoke the ire of the 2 family heads. Her sense of justice compelled her to speak out. She was equally surprised by how easily they became enraged and retaliated against her. Even more astonishing was the formidable strength of this elder from the Xian Yi sect. What a reassuring presence. Wu Zixiu's eyes sparkled with admiration for the elder standing before her. The Xian Yi sect. Could it be that such a prestigious sect is also vying for the foundational pill business against our humble families? Have they overreached their bounds? None present could discern the strength of Zhou Meng. In fact, no one had witnessed how Zhou Meng had struck. In an instant, the 2 family heads were sent reeling. Truly, the Xian Yi sect's power is awe-inspiring. The Xian Yi sect need not concern themselves with your affairs. Consider your own standing before acting in my presence. Zhou Meng's expression remained impassive, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the crowd. No one dared meet her eyes. Chapter 29. Visitors from the dynasty. The 2 family heads felt as if their insides were ablaze, racked with excruciating pain, their spiritual energy in turmoil. Nearly spiraling out of control, they were filled with dread. What kind of strength is this? Just a single blow had rendered them so helpless. The entire bamboo garden fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. The assembled cultivators were stricken with fear, breathing cautiously, while some held their breath entirely, fearful of attracting the attention of that formidable presence. After 8 centuries of restraint, the Xian Yi sect's expert Zhou Meng finally revealed her might. We harbor no intention of offense. Chen Yuanshan and Su Lin, upon regaining their composure, bowed deeply in apology, anxious not to provoke the disciple of the Xian Yi sect. Simultaneously, they speculated about the relationship between the Xian Yi sect, the alchemist, and that lady. Was there a connection between the Xian family and the Xian Yi sect? If such a relationship existed, why would the Xian family need to compete with their 2 families for a share in the Shuyan city? Was it perhaps to recruit that alchemist? To appreciate his alchemical talents and invite him into the Xian Yi sect? If that were the case, why were they even contending? Who would dare challenge the Xian Yi sect for talent? Chang Yoxin seemed to possess knowledge of this matter from the very beginning. His calm demeanor and composed expression indicated he was aware of something. No wonder he was so unperturbed. The members of the Chang family are truly cunning. In the heavens, the 9-headed bird. On the ground, the Chang family rascals. Begone, Zhou Meng uttered coldly, and the 2 family heads felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Hastily bowing as they attempted to withdraw, we take our leave. However, just as they turned to depart, they were startled to find that the street outside the bamboo garden had become densely packed with ominous figures, standing in tight formation. Hundreds of armored figures filled the street, standing solemnly, blocking any escape. The atmosphere was chilling, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The black-armored army stood in perfect formation, their ranks imposing and severe. An invisible aura of impending doom enveloped the bamboo grove, causing all who dared to tread forward to instantly retract their steps. What is happening here? My goodness. I cannot fathom the cultivation levels of each individual. This is the black-armored army of the great Wu dynasty. Someone in the crowd, having seen them before, gasped in astonishment. The black-armored army. The 2 family heads' pupils contracted in shock, leaving them nearly speechless. What is transpiring in Shuyan City today? First, the astonishing spectacle at Baidan Crossing. Then, the arrival of a formidable expert from the Xian Yi sect. And now, even the elite black-armored army of the great Wu dynasty has arrived unnoticed? Could it be? Are they also here to vie for the heavenly great elixir? Or perhaps to compete with the Xian Yi sect for that alchemist? If so, there is certainly a grand drama unfolding. The dark, oppressive ranks of the black-armored army gradually parted, creating a pathway, under the gaze of countless bewildered eyes. A woman clad in a pale yellow robe gracefully emerged from the depths of the army. Her features were exquisite, her demeanor serene, and her steps dignified and elegant, radiating an undeniable aura of nobility and cold beauty that demanded reverence. The crowd in the bamboo grove instinctively parted to make way. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Wu Shishua's complexion paled, and she instinctively hid behind Li Fu. The woman's gaze, sharp as lightning, briefly flickered towards Wu Shishue before she advanced to stand before Chen Yuanshan, the head of the Chen family. Was it you who acted just now? Her tone was frigid, exuding an icy quality that left Chen Yuanshan breathless. Before her, he could not even muster a thought of resistance. With a resounding slap, a crisp and sharp sound echoed as her palm struck Chen Yuanshan's face without warning. The onlookers gasped in shock, their mouths agape, too stunned to make a sound. Who exactly is this woman? Chen Yuanshan fell to the ground, paralyzed with fear, silently spitting out 2 bloodied teeth. At his age, he found himself kneeling on the ground. No matter her identity, one who leads the Black Armored Army is not someone he could provoke. Such a person must hold a significant position within the Great Wu dynasty. The question remained as to which esteemed figure she was. Get over here. After delivering the slap, the woman's gaze fixated once more on the quivering figure hiding behind Li Fu. Wu Shishue lowered her head and slowly stepped out from behind him. Imperial sister. Wu Shishue called out as she approached the woman. What? She called her what? Imperial sister? She is a princess of the Great Wu dynasty? The cultivators around them dared not breathe. Chen Yuanshan, kneeling on the ground, felt his heart sink, his forehead nearly touching the earth. Had he just laid hands on a princess of the Great Wu dynasty? Despair engulfed him. It was over. He was finished. The Chen family was doomed. Centuries of their legacy were about to be destroyed by his actions. Chun Lin secretly sighed in relief, thankful he had restrained himself from acting. That old fool, Chen Yuanshan, at his age still could not control his temper. Even a junior's words could provoke him. The Chong family, especially Chong Hongyi, was utterly astonished. The woman he had seen just days ago, a mere second-layer qi refinement cultivator, was actually a princess of the Great Wu dynasty. At that moment, his focus had solely been on Feng Mu, intent on recruiting him into the Chong family, and he hadn't even bothered to inquire about the woman's name. Unexpectedly, the young woman possesses such a remarkable background. Chong Hongyi has begun to reminisce about their interactions, pondering whether he had inadvertently displeased this princess in any manner. Li Fu, already aware of Wu Shishue's true identity, remains unfazed. His demeanor is composed as he observes the cultivators in the bamboo garden, who, moments ago brimming with arrogance, now resembled docile kittens. Do you still hold me, your elder sister, in your heart? She chastises silently as she emerges from the palace. Do you know how worried our parents have been? What would happen if something were to befall you? Wu Anyu, the eldest princess of the Great Wu dynasty, appears as cold as frost. Upon discovering that Wu Shishue had stealthily departed the palace, their father was enraged and commanded Wu Anyu to bring her back. I was wrong. Wu Shishue pouted playfully before Wu Anyu. Fearless in the face of the world, she nonetheless trembles at the thought of her elder sister. Wu Anyu feels a sense of helplessness towards her younger sister. Since her birth, their father has doted on her, perhaps even to the point of indulgence. As the youngest princess of the Great Wu dynasty, she has received immense affection from her siblings. It can be said that Wu Shishue is the embodiment of countless adulations, which has fostered her capricious nature. She is now capable of leaving at a whim, while even declaring her intention to take Li Fu as her mentor. Are you hurt? Wu Anyu inquires with concern. Wu Shishue shakes her head vigorously. On his knees, trembling in fear, Chen Yuanshan silently rejoices, relieved that all is well. Otherwise, his entire clan would face dire consequences. Come back with me, Wu Anyu insists, preparing to escort Wu Shishue away, but Wu Shishue releases her grip. Feng Mu, you should return with me, she boldly invites, stepping forward to Li Fu amidst the gazes of many. Having witnessed Li Fu's prowess, Wu Shishue had long entertained the thought of recruiting him, and today's trial of the 100 pills has only solidified her resolve. Such a talent, once under her wing, would surely shield her from reproach for her impulsive escapade. Furthermore, despite Feng Mu's reticence, his remarkable abilities in alchemy provide her with a profound sense of security. Indeed, the Great Wu dynasty seeks to recruit Li Fu, sighs Chong Hongyi. No. Before Li Fu can respond, Zhou Ming beside him firmly declines. Senior, may I inquire as to why? Wu Shishue asks. He wishes to return to the Xianyi sect. The Xianyi sect and the Great Wu dynasty, two paramount powers, are openly vying for one individual within the bamboo garden. Such a rare spectacle. A prodigy capable of concocting heavenly-grade elixirs could never be concealed within the confines of a remote place like Shuyan City. Wu Anyu approaches Wu Shishue, glancing at Li Fu, and inquires, who is this? He is my savior. Savior? Wu Shishue recounts the story of their meeting. Lastly, she adds, the 100 pills trial was orchestrated by him. Chapter 30. I shall not depart. Wu Anyu is taken aback. The 100 pills trial was indeed his creation? She had just witnessed the spectacle upon arriving in Shuyan City, and is now curious about who is behind the alchemical feats. If he could be brought under their banner, it would be a tremendous asset for the Great Wu dynasty. A single heavenly-grade foundational elixir signifies the presence of a foundational-level master. The ability to concoct a celestial-grade foundation establishment pill inevitably implies the capacity to refine a celestial-grade dust-settling pill, and with the passage of time, one could certainly achieve the creation of a celestial-grade transformation pill. Should this individual be persuaded to join us, the journey would not have been in vain. Upon entering the Emerald Bamboo Garden, Wu Anyu's gaze was immediately drawn to Zhou Ming of the Xianyi sect. Zhou Ming radiated an aura that Wu Anyu found inscrutable. She surmised that the commotion surrounding the 100-pill tribulation was instigated by someone from the Xianyi sect. Such a grand spectacle could not possibly be orchestrated by an inconspicuous individual. Since it stemmed from the Xianyi sect, she felt it was beyond her reach. However, her sister Wu Shishue's words left her momentarily speechless. The scene of the 100-pill tribulation was not the handiwork of the Xianyi sect, but rather that of a cultivator who had merely reached the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Was he truly only at the 5th level? The great martial palace was brimming with talent. Not only was the 100-pill tribulation seldom witnessed, but even the tribulations of celestial-grade elixirs were rare. Wu Anyu resolved instantly that such talent must be recruited. Given that he had saved her sister's life, he would henceforth be considered a friend of Wu Anyu. Feng Mu, my friend, come back with me, she urged. I said no. Wu Anyu's words were interrupted as Zhou Ming spoke again. The Xianyi sect was indeed a premier sect of the present age. Yet was the friend's assertion not excessively unilateral? Feng Mu was not one of your Xianyi sect disciples. Wu Anyu remained undeterred, speaking candidly. While others might hesitate to voice their thoughts out of fear of the Xianyi sect's might, Wu Anyu was the princess of the great Wu dynasty, and her every word and action represented the dynasty itself. Although her strength paled in comparison to that of the Xianyi sect's disciples, she commanded the presence of 800 armored soldiers, which bolstered her confidence. He is my disciple from the Xianyi sect, Zhou Ming declared decisively. No, Feng Mu is not. He claims to be a free-spirited cultivator, Wu Shishue asserted firmly. After their exchange, all eyes turned to Li Fu, with the exception of Chen Yuanshan. What was the situation? Was Feng Mu truly a disciple of the Xianyi sect? I had suspected that anyone capable of refining celestial-grade elixirs could not be an unknown figure. If he were indeed a disciple of the Xianyi sect, it would be understandable. But why was a disciple of the Xianyi sect not residing in their sect, but rather appearing here in Shuyan City? Did you not hear him say that the materials for refining elixirs were provided by the Hongfu Tower? He certainly cannot be a disciple of the Xianyi sect. One represented the great Wu dynasty, while the other symbolized the premier sect of the era, the Xianyi sect, as they vied for a master alchemist. How I lamented that I was not cut from the cloth of an alchemist myself, for I too wished to be sought after by both parties. The gathered cultivators could only murmur quietly among themselves. Zhou Ming gazed at Li Fu, and the sisters Wu Shishue did likewise. All cultivators' attention was fixated on Li Fu, waiting for his response. Outside the courtyard, the armored soldiers stood in disciplined formation, their oppressive aura deterring any approach. Li Fu had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such a degree. He understood that Zhou Ming had come here with the intention of persuading him to return to the Xianyi sect, perhaps out of lingering affection or for other reasons. Wu Anyu claimed it was due to her sister's life-saving grace that she wished to bring him to the palace. Yet Li Fu was acutely aware that her true interest lay in his alchemical talent. Everyone present had their own thoughts regarding Li Fu's ability to refine celestial-grade elixirs. Until this point, he had merely been regarded as a waste who could not cultivate. In the nearly 8 years since his return from the abyss, Li Fu had endured scorn and disdain. The nuances of human emotions are vividly manifested at this moment. When one is devoid of utility, they are merely a piece of detritus, scorned by others. Conversely, when one possesses value, they are fervently sought after by the masses. Li Fu smiled gently and began to speak. I am Feng Mu, a humble cultivator with no affiliation to any sect. The terms wandering cultivator and no sect incessantly reverberated within Zhou Ming's heart. How could he be so resolute? Can the bonds forged over a millennium within a sect be so easily cast aside? Do the sentiments shared with his elder sister and master dissipate so readily? Zhou Ming found it difficult to believe. Senior, did you hear that? Feng Mu is not a disciple of your Xianyi sect. Wu Shishue interjected hastily. I am a wandering cultivator with no intentions of joining any faction. Please, everyone, take your leave. Li Fu gestured for the crowd to disperse. Wu Shishue attempted to speak again, but was halted by Wu Anyu. In that case, I shall not press the matter further. Here is my token. With this, you may freely enter any city of the Da Wu dynasty, including the palace itself, without fear of obstruction. Should there be any matter that you cannot resolve, present this token, and it will be as if I am present myself. Li Fu accepted the golden token tossed by Wu Anyu, upon which the characters Da Wu Jingyu were inscribed. Princess Jingyu, should you ever seek a place to belong, feel free to seek me out. The Da Wu dynasty awaits your arrival. With that, Wu Anyu departed from the bamboo garden, accompanied by Wu Shishue. You must come. Wu Shishue lingered, casting glances back at Li Fu until she and the black armored army faded from view. Wu Anyu's departure brought a collective sigh of relief among the gathered cultivators. The black armored army exuded an overwhelming pressure, and Wu and Yu was stifling. Finally, they are gone. Chen Yuanshan awkwardly rose and took his leave first. The remaining cultivators, finding no further purpose for their presence, gradually exited as well. Fang Daoyu, Chang Hong, he clasped his fists and spoke, unsure of how to continue. Li Fu handed him a storage pouch. This contains the Foundation establishment pills promised to Hong Fu Lu, all accounted for. These are detoxification pills. Master He and Elder Nye should find a quiet place to consume them after returning, as the expulsion of cold energy may affect others. Li Fu then placed a detoxification pill into the hands of both Master He and Elder Nye. The two received the pills, overwhelmed with emotion. The icy poison had tormented them for half a year, and now, seeing the heavenly-grade detoxification pills in their hands, tears streamed down their faces. Thank you. Fang Dao, you must have matters to attend to. We shall not impose further. In a few days, I will come with my son to express our gratitude for the pills and the favor of detoxification, Chang Hong remarked. Observing the Xian Sect disciples still lingering in the bamboo garden, aware of their unique connection, and decided not to linger, leading his companions away. At this moment, the once bustling bamboo garden was left with only Li Fu and Zhou Meng. Esteemed friend, if there are no further matters, please take your leave. Li Fu addressed Zhou Meng. Junior brother, have you truly forgotten your senior sister? Zhou Meng felt a sense of alienation from Li Fu's cold demeanor. She could not fathom how her once affectionate junior brother could transform so drastically, leaving her feeling a chill in her heart. I am Fang Mu, a wandering cultivator. Not the junior brother you speak of. It seems you have mistaken me for someone else. I shall not admit my error. We have trained together, lived together, dined together, and practiced swordsmanship together. How could I possibly be mistaken? After Zhou Meng delved into the arcane arts, her emotional fluctuations became quite rare. Yet, Li Fu's denial disrupted Zhou Meng's previously tranquil state of mind. How did it come to this? Junior brother. Li Fu gazed into the distance, silent. Let us return. Senior sister, shall we clarify any misunderstandings? Zhou Meng reached out, intending to grasp Li Fu's wrist, but he evaded her touch. Go back. The person you seek is not here. I will not return unless you accompany me. I refuse to go back alone. You should know my temperament. Zhou Meng resolutely sat upon the stone bench, unwilling to budge. Li Fu indeed understood Zhou Meng's character. Once she made up her mind, she would not easily waver. Otherwise, she would not have remained in the Suanji Pavilion for 8 centuries without departing. I have sworn an oath to the heavens, severing ties with the sect. I am no longer a disciple of the Xian sect. I understand, but wasn't that merely a moment of pique with the master? Pique? Li Fu chuckled lightly. Who would stake their very soul on a mere whim? I am not acting out of spite. Leaving the Xian sect was the wisest decision of my life. Moreover, my departure must be a matter of delight for many. Had it not been for his 3,000 years in the Great Dream, Li Fu would still be unaware of the extent of his unworthiness in the eyes of his senior sisters. The disdainful gazes he received from them remained etched in his memory, chilling him to the core. No, that isn't the case. Li Fu's words brought to Zhou Meng's mind the attitudes of her fellow disciples on Shiyan Peak, 2nd sister, 4th sister, and 7th sister. After all these years, you still cannot tell a lie. This is a lesson you ought to learn from your junior sisters. Their deceptions are indistinguishable from the truth. Seeing the expression on Zhou Meng's face, Li Fu sneered. Uncertain of how to respond, Zhou Meng hesitated before speaking. There must be some misunderstanding. Junior brother, please return with me and let us clarify the matter. Can we discuss any misunderstandings face to face? Zhou Meng spoke with heartfelt hope. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Only meticulous scheming and malicious framing. What does it matter to clarify anything? It cannot change the fact that I have severed ties with the sect. Furthermore, there is no clarity to be found, for no one cares for the truth. Since his return from the abyss, he had become a pariah. In the eyes of the sect's disciples, he was a burden, unworthy of being the direct disciple of the sect leader. The sect leader's direct disciples were all of considerable skill, while he alone was deemed a failure. Such a revelation would only tarnish the sect's reputation. Zhou Meng discerned the deep-seated resentment Li Fu harbored towards the Xian sect. His impression of his junior sisters seemed less than favorable. Was it truly as her junior sister had described? Then, senior sister has a query that has long puzzled her. Would you be willing to enlighten me, junior brother? Will you leave afterwards? Li Fu inquired. Yes, Zhou Meng affirmed. Very well, please ask. On that day atop Qianyun Peak, the younger disciple was besieged by demonic energy. His mind in turmoil. Nevertheless, you summoned your last vestige of reason to refrain from disturbing the second junior sister as she contemplated the sword steel. It was evident that you were willing to sacrifice yourself to avoid interrupting her meditation. Yet, at the crucial moment, when you had regained your sanity, why did you still unleash that sword strike? Zhou Meng understood clearly. Li Fu, she could not bring him back today. In light of this, it would be more prudent to listen to Li Fu's perspective on the matter. However, why should Chai Jingxiu not express gratitude for my strike? Gratitude towards you? Zhou Ming thought she misheard. Why would she thank you? You disrupted the second junior sister's contemplation of the sword steel. What reason does she have to be grateful? Upon hearing this, Li Fu chuckled. So, Chai Jingxiu had not mentioned it. Zhou Ming was perplexed. Mention what? Is the sword steel still atop Qinyan Peak? Yes. Zhou Ming had visited Qinyan Peak before descending the mountain, and the sword steel remained intact. Since the sword steel is still there, I believe you are more than capable of seeking the answer on your own. When I was within the sect, my justifications were feeble and met with disbelief. Now that I have distanced myself from the sect, my words carry even less weight. The answer lies within the sword steel. You should verify it for yourself. What could be more compelling than the truth you uncover? Even if Li Fu speaks eloquently, without concrete evidence, any assertions he makes remain questionable. Rather than this, it would be better for her to investigate independently. Zhou Ming fell into contemplation. The answer lies within the sword steel. What does that imply? Could there be hidden circumstances surrounding this matter? She had witnessed the scene within the Xuanji mirror. Was there anything concealed that the mirror could not reveal? Furthermore, what did he mean when he said the second junior sister had not spoken? Zhou Ming was bewildered. In that case, I shall search for the truth myself. Zhou Ming rose, gazing at Li Fu with sincere concern in her eyes. Although I am unaware of how you achieved this, I am genuinely delighted that you have returned to the path of cultivation. The longevity elixir I prepared for you may no longer be needed, which is quite good. Upon returning to the sect, I will ascertain the truth. Should there be any hidden matters, I will not hesitate to inform our master and clear your name. I hope that when we meet again, there will be no barriers between us. With that, Zhou Ming turned to depart. As she reached the entrance of the bamboo garden, she suddenly glanced back, her gaze tenderly resting on the younger disciple she once regarded as a brother, softly asking, "In this farewell, I wonder when we shall meet again. As your elder sister, may I hear you call me elder sister before we part?" It seems that every younger brother experiences a quarrel with his sister. As the elder sister, I must certainly be accommodating. The Xuanji sect, as a large family, has grown rapidly in recent years, inevitably overlooking the guidance of younger siblings. However, as long as the family remains intact, how could a brother stray far? Zhou Ming mused to herself, for in her heart, Li Fu was that eternally youthful younger brother. He had endured hardships at home, and as his sister, it was only right for her to stand up for him. At the entrance, Zhou Ming's eyes shimmered with anticipation. At this moment, the figure eagerly gazing at the entrance was not the esteemed disciple of Xianyi sect, nor the enigmatic master of the Xianji pavilion, but merely Li Fu's senior sister. Li Fu shook his head resolutely. I am no longer a disciple of Xianyi sect. I am afraid I cannot speak. Zhou Ming's eyes dimmed instantly. However, as a once devoted junior, I have a word of caution to offer. Having severed ties with the sect, be wary of Jiang Chen. Throughout the vast dream of 3,000 years, only Zhou Ming had never harbored any disdain towards Li Fu. Even though she could not hear those 3 words she longed for, and felt a pang of disappointment in her heart, Zhou Ming still forced a smile. The sect was her home. How could she ever sever her ties? As for Jiang Chen, Zhou Ming had always maintained her distance from him. When your senior sister returns to escort you back to the sect, you will forever remain my little junior brother in her heart. After uttering these words, Zhou Ming departed. Watching her gradually fading silhouette, Li Fu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Zhou Ming would ultimately meet a tragic fate at Jiang Chen's hands. Yet, Li Fu still harbored a warmth for this once great senior sister. The Xianyi sect was no longer the same as it once was. Having resided long in the Xianji pavilion, she was woefully uninformed about the affairs of the sect. Thus, Li Fu imparted his final piece of advice, hoping she would heed it. Only when Zhou Ming's figure vanished from sight did Li Fu collect himself. He glanced at the distant pavilion. Since I have come, why hide away? Come down. I am rather busy. Chapter 32. Damaged Dao Heart. For 8 centuries, old friends ask of the sword. The wine has grown cold. A shadow flitted past the pavilion, swiftly landing soundlessly in the bamboo garden. Long time no see. The visitor had a nose reddened by wine, skin as parched as tree bark, and a body that trembled like a withered leaf in the wind, appearing on the brink of decay. You merely possess a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refinement, and yet you managed to detect my presence? The old man plopped down onto a stone bench, clutching a jug of wine. I did not discover you. It was the person before you who did. Before departing, Zhou Ming had conveyed to Li Fu that someone had been sitting in the pavilion for quite some time, questioning whether it should be addressed. Only then did Li Fu become aware. Indeed, every disciple of the Xianyi sect was a prodigy. That young girl possessed unfathomable strength, and the old man felt ashamed in comparison. After speaking, the elder took a swig of wine. After 800 years apart, how did it come to this? Is your end near? Li Fu sat before the old man, scrutinizing him closely. You, my friend, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. The visitor was named Yin Yonghua, who had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage during Li Fu's time in the Xianyi sect. In pursuit of a breakthrough, Li Fu chose not to seclude himself like other cultivators, but instead opted to descend the mountain to gain experience, traversing the world on behalf of the sect. His first destination was Shu Yan City. The first challenger he faced upon descending was none other than the city lord, Yin Yonghua, who had already attained the nascent soul stage at that time. Though the difference between the Golden Core and nascent soul stages was but a single tier, it was a chasm of disparity. Nonetheless, despite this significant gap in cultivation, Yin Yonghua was defeated by Li Fu in a single strike. This battle catapulted Li Fu's reputation, and soon the world came to recognize the Xianyi sect. Li Fu snatched the jug from him, took a sip, and grimaced. Why have you switched wines? This one is far too strong. The pungent aroma of the wine was not to Li Fu's liking. What do you understand? The fiery liquor coursing down my throat brings unparalleled delight, the old man exclaimed, taking a hearty swig and emitting a pleasurable groan. Li Fu quietly observed the elder and inquired, How did you find me? Do I even need to search? With such a commotion, it would be impossible not to notice. The elder replied irritably, How dare you return to my Shu Yan city? Are you not afraid that I might slay you with a single sword? The old man's eyes gleamed with menace. If you truly wished to kill me, you would not have waited until now. Li Fu paused before continuing. So, how have you fared over these years? It seems you have not thrived. The elder cleared his throat lightly. It's apparent, isn't it? Your insight remains as sharp as ever. I now live one day at a time. As long as I have liquor, I find contentment. He shook the bottle of spirits in his hand. Today, encountering an old acquaintance has hastened my drinking. What troubles you? Are you hindered in your cultivation, unable to break through? Or are you afflicted by an incurable ailment? Li Fu was taken aback by the elder's demeanor. He was typically so optimistic, yet now he appeared so despondent. The elder finished his last gulp of alcohol, discarded the bottle, and declared, Isn't it all thanks to you? That sword strike from years ago severely wounded my Tao heart. Although my cultivation could still advance, my state of mind has been stagnant ever since. For years, I have been stuck at the late stage of the nascent soul, unable to progress, and now, my time draws near. Li Fu had not anticipated that the sword strike from years past would leave such profound repercussions. The damage to the Tao heart was gravely serious. Unlike realms, which one could improve through effort or elixirs, the Tao heart is intangible, akin to a person's essence. Once harmed, it is exceedingly difficult to mend. Unless one achieves clarity within oneself, no remedy can heal it. When Li Fu descended the mountain years ago, he was brimming with vigor, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. After years of practicing swordplay with several senior sisters, his skills had reached a remarkable level. Shu Yan City, being the nearest town to Xianyi sect, seemed a suitable place to test his abilities. It was unexpected that with a single strike, he would defeat Yin Yonghua, a practitioner of the nascent soul stage. Li Fu was at a loss for how to console the elder, who now resembled a drunken old man. In a crowd, he would merely pass as an unremarkable figure, devoid of the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. After you defeated me, you simply walked away, continuing your rise to fame, while I, poor old man, toiled diligently to reclaim my honor. Yet you merely turned and vanished into the abyss. Li Fu had heard of what transpired afterward. Yin Yonghua sought information about him from Xianyi sect repeatedly, yearning for a rematch, but he could never find Li Fu. Thus, the fissure in his Tao heart widened with each passing moment as he awaited the opportunity to challenge Li Fu. Now, with his Tao heart damaged and unable to break through to a higher realm, his desire for revenge had dissipated. The elder chuckled bitterly. You have truly caused me great suffering. I have imagined countless times obliterating you with a single strike to avenge that sword blow from years ago. Do you really dare to return to Shu Yan City? Are you not afraid of my vengeance? Li Fu shook his head. If I were afraid, I would not have come. Besides, you are not the type to harbor such grudges. Currently, I am merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. If it does not suffice, we may have a rematch, allowing you to reclaim your honor and mend your Tao heart. The old man crossed his legs disdainfully and remarked, Oh, spare me. I never anticipated that you could emerge from the abyss, nor did I expect to see you in such a state. How is it that your cultivation has regressed to merely the 5th level of Qi refinement? However, what intrigues me even more is how you managed to sever ties with the Xianyi sect and yet establish a heavenly oath. What transgressions did the Xianyi sect commit to compel you to leave with such resolute determination? In the past, you were proud to declare yourself as Li Fu, a disciple of the Xianyi sect. What transpired to bring about such a stark contrast? Yin Yonghua was genuinely curious. Recalling that Li Fu had once been a paragon of talent, the disparity was striking. and he pondered what experiences Li Fu had endured over the years that led him to renounce the sect with an oath. Especially considering the Xian Yi sect was no longer the obscure minor sect it had been 800 years prior. It had flourished rapidly, cementing its status as a leading sect. Nowadays, joining the Xian Yi sect was no longer a matter of mere desire. Potential disciples were subjected to rigorous scrutiny. Shu Yan City, the nearest settlement to the Xian Yi sect, became a hub of activity every 3 years when the sect recruited new disciples. It could be said that aspiring cultivators took immense pride in being accepted as disciples of the Xian Yi sect. Yet, this once proud youth, who had reveled in his affiliation with the sect, chose to sever ties at the peak of its prosperity, and his cultivation had declined to such a state. Clearly, something significant had transpired. This is a long tale, Li Fu sighed. Then please, make it brief, Yin Yonghua implored, eager to uncover the events that had led Li Fu to take such drastic measures, as it surely could not be a simple matter. Li Fu perceived the old man's determination to remain until he received an answer. After a moment of contemplation, he succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded since his return from the abyss, deliberately omitting the intricate foresight of the great dream spanning 3,000 years. As such matters seemed too esoteric to be believed. How infuriating! The Xian Yi sect's actions are utterly shameless. This is akin to abandoning a loyal steed once its labor is done. Abandoning a loyal steed? Careful with your words. I am still present. Chapter 33. The Uninvited Guardian. I am merely standing up for you, Yin Yonghua interjected. For such a grand sect to treat a disciple who has risked life and limb so callously is truly disheartening. What are your plans moving forward? Li Fu asked, his demeanor calm. I suppose I shall cultivate gradually, taking each step as it comes. With my current cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, it is imperative that I focus on elevating my abilities. Yin Yonghua remarked, the first time I met you, you defeated me with a single sword strike. The second time, you transcended the tribulation of the 100 elixirs. I cannot fathom how you cultivate. You are a true prodigy. Li Fu smiled. One must remain modest. Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Yin Yonghua shook his head and sighed before continuing. By the way, I have taken on a disciple. Would you care to offer some guidance? You actually took on a disciple? Li Fu exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you the one who despises being bothered by others? How could you possibly take on a student? Since realizing that a breakthrough was unattainable, my mindset has shifted somewhat. This apprentice, in particular, piques my interest. So I have decided to accept him. Speaking of apprentices, a flicker of tenderness crossed Yin Yonghua's murky eyes. Li Fu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this old fellow would take on a disciple. All along, Yin Yonghua had been a solitary figure, never seeking a companion. According to his own words, being alone brought him no attachments, and he relished solitude. Yet, astonishingly, this very individual, faced with impending demise, would choose to take on an apprentice. Remarkable indeed. Have you come to a decision? No. What can I possibly impart to your disciple? Moreover, I am currently only at the Qi refinement stage. I scarcely have time for my own cultivation. Li Fu declined. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. As a token of gratitude, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity, Yin Yonghua said, casting a mysterious glance at Li Fu. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity could you possibly offer? Li Fu felt a chill run down his spine under Yin Yonghua's gaze. Who do you look down upon? This opportunity is solely suited for you. Li Fu, somewhat skeptical, still refrained from giving his consent. You need not constantly instruct her. Occasional guidance and care will suffice. My time is limited, likely just 2 years remain for me. That child is innocent, and I fear for her safety once I am gone. I had been troubled about her fate after my departure, but fortuitously, I have encountered you today. With others, I would be apprehensive, yet if it were you, I could depart with peace of mind. Yin Yonghua spoke calmly, his eyes radiating a subtle kindness. Old trees bearing blossoms, this is unacceptable. You must teach her yourself. I cannot undertake that responsibility. In 2 years' time, you still have the chance. A breakthrough may be merely a thought away. I have faith in you. Li Fu rejected him once more. The sense of crisis brought by Jiang Chen, looming like a shadow for 3,000 years, persisted. This man harbored earth-shattering secrets and had grand ambitions. Even though Li Fu had glimpsed the great dream for 3 millennia, he could not unravel its ultimate purpose. However, he was aware that the Xian Yi sect was ultimately devoured by Jiang Chen. Even after severing ties with the sect, a sense of unease lingered in Li Fu's heart. He harbored an inkling that Jiang Chen would not let him off easily. It was only a matter of time before he would take action against Li Fu. Thus, Li Fu distanced himself from the sect, striving to conceal his whereabouts. He could not acquiesce to Yin Yonghua's request. Doing so would only endanger her. There is no opportunity left. I am well aware of my own situation. Enough of this conversation for today. I must return. Do not leave the city for the next few days. Prepare yourself. We shall depart in 10 days. Li Fu, Perplexed, inquired Depart. To where? I mentioned I would grant you an opportunity as a token of appreciation, Yin Yonghua replied before transforming into a shadow and vanishing into the sky. But I have not agreed to this. Li Fu shouted as he stood, but the old man had already disappeared without a trace. This is utterly unreliable. I did not consent. Li Fu was left speechless. However, soon enough, curiosity about the nature of the opportunity consumed him. Departing in 10 days, where to? He left without clarifying anything. Such unreliability, what kind of master could he be? Li Fu decided not to dwell on it further. Enhancing his strength was paramount. With that thought, he turned to enter his room for cultivation. Just then, a series of crisp knocks echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, is anyone there? A girl's voice. Li Fu cautiously glanced outside. Who are you? My master sent me. The girl replied. Master? Who is your master? The lord of Shuiyun City, Yin Yonghua. Li Fu opened the courtyard door and saw a girl standing at the entrance, dressed in black, with 2 small braids. My master sent me to protect you. The girl confidently stepped into the courtyard, appraising Li Fu from head to toe, then shook her head. You're at the 5th level of Qi refinement. You still have much to practice. Li Fu was taken aback, filled with confusion. What did your master tell you? He simply said to stay at Suizhu Garden these days to protect someone. Nothing else. What else is there to say? Li Fu said. You're at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and yet you're here to protect me? What? Can't I protect you at the foundation establishment stage? The girl, upon hearing this, defiantly puffed out her slightly rounded chest. Li Fu was left speechless. Yin Yonghua, fearing Li Fu would refuse him, acted without prior consultation. He didn't tell his disciple the truth. He just sent her over to get familiar first. Such an unreliable master. Looking at his disciple, she didn't seem very dependable either. She had a carefree demeanor, seemingly without any guile. What is your name? Since you're here, I can't just send you away, Li Fu asked helplessly. Mei Xiaoxian. The girl paused before continuing. You're so delicate. You must not have practiced for long. So you can call me Mei Jia or Xiaoxian Jia. Li Fu frowned. Big sister, you don't even know my age, and you want me to call you sister? The immortal Li Fu sighed softly, having lived for over 1,000 years. So unreliable. An unreliable master has taken on an unreliable disciple. And you? What is your name? Fengmu. Only Zhou Meng and Yin Yonghua knew Li Fu's true identity. Zhou Meng had already left, and Yin Yonghua hadn't disclosed Li Fu's true identity to his disciple. Fengmu, the name seems a bit plain, but the person looks quite spirited. With smooth skin. How come you look even younger than me? Mei Xiaoxian scrutinized Li Fu again, clicking her tongue in wonder. Strange. How can a grown man look so youthful? And you even smell sweet, though your hair is a bit too short. Since my master sent me to protect you, rest assured, I will take good care of you. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me. However, as a senior, I must tell you, a man should not only care about appearance and superficial qualities, one must strive for cultivation as the right path. Relying on a woman for protection. How embarrassing it would be to say that. Li Fu listened in silence. His face darkened, not refuting her. Could he blame her? Do you understand the concept of the pure body? No wonder Yin Yonghua said she was naive. Such indiscriminate remarks could easily offend others. Fearing that he might be unable to resist sending her away if he stayed any longer, Li Fu promptly turned and returned to his room. Where are you going? I haven't finished speaking. To cultivate. Not bad, very obedient. I like this, a teachable child. Mei Xiaoxian nodded in satisfaction, wearing a look of elderly reassurance. Chapter 34. Investigating the sword steel. Li Fu returned to his room, arranged the formation, and in an instant, his figure flickered as he entered the Taichu Qianquan Tower. Inside the tower, Jingzhe was quietly waiting. Upon seeing Li Fu appear, her youthful face instantly blossomed with joy. Master, you have arrived, Jingzhe said, nodding. In the future, there is no need to call me master. You may simply address me by my name, Li Fu. Jingzhe repeated his name softly. I shall still call you master. She replied, her innocent smile lighting up her face. Li Fu did not press the matter further. I am preparing to cultivate. You may amuse yourself, he stated. Jingzhe nodded earnestly, displaying her obedient understanding. Li Fu settled into a cross-legged position. As one delves deeper into cultivation, the pace inevitably slows, demanding unwavering perseverance. Once in a meditative state, Li Fu calmed his mind, and an abundance of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged within him, flowing into his dantian like rivers merging into the sea. 3 days passed in silence outside. At last, Li Fu reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. Inside, 10 days equated to 1 day outside, meaning his cultivation spanned 30 days. Even with the purity of the sacred body, his progress had become increasingly sluggish, and he was already on the cusp of a breakthrough. Nevertheless, Li Fu pressed on, fueled by determination. At Xian Yi Sect, Zhou Meng, upon returning from Shuiyun City, made her way directly to Qinyan Peak. "Senior sister, you have returned," Chai Jingqiu exclaimed, surprised that her senior sister had not reported to their master or visited her own Xuanji pavilion, but had come straight to her. "Have you found Li Fu?" Chai Jingqiu inquired. Zhou Ming regarded her second junior sister thoughtfully, casting a glance at the Black Sword Monument. Recalling Li Fu's profound words before his departure, she countered. "Second junior sister, do you wish for me to find our junior brother?" Chai Jingqiu was momentarily taken aback. Of course, she did not wish for her senior sister to find Li Fu. She hoped he would perish outside. However, what did her senior sister's question imply? Confused, she struggled to comprehend. "Of course I hope so. Li Fu is unable to cultivate and cannot survive outside Xian Yi Sect for more than 7 days. If you were to find him and bring him back, he would still have a chance at life," she replied, her expression shifting to one of concern, albeit reluctantly. Remembering their camaraderie, she thought, "Despite the disruption to my contemplation of the Sword Monument, we have been fellow disciples for many years, and as his former senior sister, I cannot bear the thought of him dying far from home." Zhou Ming observed Chai Jingqiu in silence. "Junior brother mentioned that you, junior sister, speak with a tongue that obscures truth. Whom does that refer to? One person or all? Is your sentiment genuine?" Zhou Ming pondered, uncertain of the truth. However, she sensed that Chai Jingqiu did not appear to be lying. Even a complete stranger would not turn a blind eye to someone in peril. Yet, recalling Chai Jingqiu's demeanor and tone on that day at Qinyan Peak made Zhou Ming suspicious. Did she truly wish for their junior brother's return? Setting aside the question of truth, it was prudent to first comprehend the matter of the Sword Monument. "I find solace in your thoughts," Zhou Ming continued, "but regrettably, I have not found him." She chose to conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of relief crossed Chai Jingqiu's eyes. "What a pity, senior sister. You are a Xuanji master. If even you cannot locate him, then what hope is there for Li Fu?" The words that followed remained unspoken. For Chai Jingqiu was acutely aware of her senior sister's lingering affection for Li Fu. Zhou Ming neither confirmed nor denied it. As a Xuanji master, her peers believed that if she desired to find someone, she could undoubtedly do so. If even she could not find him, did that not imply? Chai Jingqiu secretly speculated whether Li Fu had met a tragic fate. If that were the case, it would be splendid. Dying outside, unseen and unfelt, would be a relief. The absence of the senior sister's search was the answer. Zhou Ming had never imagined she would one day conceal something from her junior sisters. This time, she resolved to gain a deeper understanding of her junior sisters, starting with the second junior sister, Chai Jingqiu. She decided to play her role to the fullest. With a sigh, Zhou Ming shifted the conversation, inquiring about Chai Jingqiu's recent cultivation progress. Chai Jingqiu shook her head, lamenting, "Ever since my comprehension of the sword steel was interrupted, I have been unable to meditate and breathe properly." She brought up the sword steel herself, sparing Zhou Ming the need to find a segue. "Where did you acquire this sword steel? It is so profound that, with your talent, you cannot comprehend it." "Surely its origins are significant," Zhou Ming said as she approached the sword steel for a closer inspection. The steel was entirely black, to the naked eye. It appeared to be just a steel, but probing with her consciousness revealed it to be a black sword. The junior brother had mentioned that the answers lay within the sword steel, yet even with Zhou Ming's cultivation level, she could discern no issues. How had the junior brother perceived it? In Zhou Ming's eyes, it was merely a steel. Chai Jingqiu also stepped forward, stating, "This sword steel has a remarkable origin. It was discovered by me 500 years ago in a perilous area of the Southern Wasteland." "The Southern Wasteland? Isn't that a place where many demons gather?" Zhou Ming frowned upon hearing this. "Indeed, my junior sister sought to cultivate through battle, and as a swordsman, what better way is there than to slay demons? 500 years ago, I left the Xian Yi Sect alone with my sword, slaughtering my way to the Southern Wasteland. Though I made slight progress in my cultivation, I found it exceedingly difficult to advance in the sword path, until I inadvertently stumbled into a treacherous area and came upon this sword steel. The moment I laid eyes upon it, I was deeply captivated. I realized that my breakthrough in the sword path depended upon this steel," Chai Jingqiu said, her gaze intense. She yearned to advance even a single step in her swordsmanship, which, though modest, would be a significant achievement for her. Yet, that small step proved immensely challenging to take. Chai Jingqiu's sword path had stagnated, her techniques unable to progress further. For a swordsman, the inability to break through in the sword path was a torment even greater than the shackles of cultivation. For the fiercely competitive Chai Jingqiu, it was an unbearable agony. Zhou Ming empathized with her junior sister's sentiments. However, she still could not discern what secrets the sword steel held. Where lay the answers? If the junior brother could perceive something, why could she not? Zhou Ming inquired, "Junior sister, do you know who left behind this sword steel?" Chai Jingqiu shook her head, genuinely unaware. In truth, she too wished to discover the identity of its creator, who surely was not an inconspicuous figure. Is it possible for you, senior sister, to examine the steel with the mysterious mirror? Zhou Meng, having found no answers from the sword steel, sought to use the mysterious mirror to uncover any clues, thus soliciting her junior sister's opinion. Chai Jingqiu hesitated, a troubled expression crossing her face. Why is senior sister so concerned about the sword steel? Zhou Meng responded. Senior sister cannot bear to see you tormented by the path of the sword day in and day out. Although my own mastery of swordsmanship is limited, I have studied the arcane arts and pondered whether I might glean some insights from the origins of the sword steel and its master, in hopes of aiding your understanding of it. Zhou Meng could not directly express her desire to investigate the sword steel for the answers she sought. Senior sister, this endeavor may pose a risk to you, Chai Jingqiu said, feeling troubled. Fear not, for I am your senior sister, and it is my duty to assist you. Seeing her senior sister's unwavering determination, Chai Jingqiu felt it inappropriate to refuse. In that case, I must trouble you, senior sister. Chai Jingqiu harbored suspicions regarding her senior sister's sudden enthusiasm to help her comprehend the sword steel. In the past, the senior sister often maintained a cold demeanor, rarely emerging from the mystical pavilion, and seldom graced the sect with her presence. Even their master needed to seek her out there. However, of late, she had been frequently appearing within the sect, having visited Qianyun Peak on 2 occasions alone. Zhou Meng summoned the arcane treasure mirror. She let a drop of her blood fall upon it, channeling her life force into the mirror. In an instant, a profound connection formed between the arcane treasure mirror and the sword steel. Soon, an image materialized within the mirror. A man clad in black robes appeared, his eyes a fierce crimson, wielding a jet-black long sword, standing atop a mountain and gazing down at the myriad of beings below. The sword is a tool of slaughter. My path of the sword is nourished by blood, validated by the act of killing. Wherever my sword points, there lies the way of heaven. To slay one is a crime, to massacre thousands is valor. The souls extinguished beneath my blade are but stepping stones on my ascent to the pinnacle. Only the merciless can be invincible. Only the cold-hearted can remain undefeated. In this life, I shall not pursue the illusory essence of the sword, but rather seek the purest force of slaughter. Only those decisive in their killings may stand atop a mountain of corpses, gazing down upon the ants of existence. With that, the man released his grip on the black long sword, allowing it to hover before him. He closed his eyes, 2 fingers pressed against his brow, murmuring incantations. Today, I shall condense my understanding of the sword into the sword steel, hoping that a fated individual may comprehend my sword intent. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanated from him. Then, he opened his eyes, the crimson hue blazing within them, as 2 fingers descended upon the sword's blade. The torrent of demonic energy surged into the sword, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Meng's expression turned grave, while Chai Jingqiu's face paled. This is a practitioner of the demonic clan. Second junior sister, are you aware of this? I. Chai Jingqiu stuttered, hesitant to speak. It seems you are aware, then? Zhou Meng regarded her second junior sister with a cold gaze, her heart filled with trepidation. Was this truly the second junior sister she had always known? In pursuit of a breakthrough in swordsmanship, was she willing to delve into the path of demonic cultivation? In the realm of cultivation, good and evil have never coexisted. Righteous practitioners cultivate orthodox methods, striving for unity with the heavens, while demonic practitioners rely solely on their own desires, enhancing their power through the plunder of others' cultivation and lives, their methods cruel and against the natural order. The scene in the arcane treasure mirror shifted. On Qianyun Peak, Li Fu arrived, holding a wooden sword. That night, Chai Jingqiu felt the sword steel emanating its sword intent, and immediately entered a meditative state to comprehend it. Li Fu wielded his sword to halt Chai Jingqiu's understanding, collapsing to the ground. Senior sister, have we not witnessed this scene before? Zhou Meng remained indifferent, her gaze fixed upon the mystic mirror. Li Fu exerted himself to push the wooden sword towards Chai Jingqiu. Second senior sister, I nearly failed to save you. I bestow upon you this demon-slaying wooden sword, hoping it will aid you in vanquishing demons as it has today. This moment had eluded their observation on Qianyun Peak. Following Li Fu's strike, Chai Jingqiu, enraged by his actions, shattered the mystic mirror. What do you mean by this? Junior brother? Zhou Meng inquired sternly, directing her attention to Chai Jingqiu with deliberate emphasis. It means nothing, senior sister. He has been tainted by demonic energy and speaks nonsense. Chai Jingqiu reached out, intending to halt the mystic mirror, but Zhou Meng restrained her. What are you doing? The events have already transpired. Why continue to watch? Senior sister, I am weary. You may leave, Chai Jingqiu declared, unwilling to gaze any longer, and turned to depart. It is not yet concluded. Second junior sister, do not rush away. Zhou Meng grasped Chai Jingqiu's arm. Senior sister, you did not come here merely to assist me with the sword steel, did you? Of course, I am here to help you comprehend the sword steel. However, the disturbance caused by junior brother seems to harbor deeper implications. Now that we have witnessed this, why not continue? As her words fell, within the mystic mirror, Chai Jingqiu rose, awakening from her contemplation. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, an ephemeral black demonic aura swirling around her, and she gazed down at the unconscious Li Fu with an expression of icy malice, brimming with murderous intent. Zhou Meng, incredulous, glanced at her second junior sister, shocked by the stark contrast between the figure in the mystic mirror and the one before her. You truly intend to kill him? I do not. Senior sister, you misunderstand me, Chai Jingqiu replied, a fleeting panic crossing her gaze. Misunderstand? Second junior sister, you are terrifying. He prevented your descent into madness, and yet you wish to take his life? Is this the reason for your disdain towards junior brother? Claiming he obstructed your understanding of the sword steel? But what is the truth? Why do you defame him? Zhou Meng trembled, her previously tranquil heart now tumultuously stirred by her second junior sister's murderous glare. Zhou Meng sensed there might be a misunderstanding. Yet she never anticipated the truth would unfold in such a manner. It was unimaginable that her second junior sister, who ardently pursued the path of the sword, harbored such darkness within. Zhou Meng struggled to reconcile the person before her with the second junior sister she held dear in her heart, though proud and taciturn. Her second junior sister had always been kind-hearted, her focus singularly on the pursuit of the sword. Yet, how could such a transformation occur in just a few days? Where had the once pure and simple-minded second junior sister gone? The murderous gaze emanating from the mystic mirror felt foreign to Zhou Meng. Why? What is the reason? Second junior sister. With the truth now unveiled, Chai Jingqiu ceased her attempts at self-justification. She coldly regarded the unconscious Li Fu within the mystic mirror, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. Senior sister, what is the truth? How can you, residing in the mystic pavilion, know of the sect's affairs? I have stagnated in my sword path for far too long. Even Li Fu's swordsmanship surpasses mine. How long has he been practicing? In the past, I dedicated myself to the art of swordsmanship, and everyone praised my exceptional skills, declaring that in due time, I would surely attain the esteemed title of Sword Saint. Even my master lauded my efforts, encouraging me to specialize in the sword path and become the youngest sword saint of the Xianyi sect. However, everything changed when Li Fu began his sword training. All eyes turned to him, and you all began to say that his sword heart was pure, and that his future achievements would far surpass mine, perhaps even reaching the realm of sword immortal. Sister, do you know what I felt at that moment? Can you comprehend the depth of my despair? Chai Jingqiu's tone was laced with resentment. I understand the frustration of being unable to break through in the sword path, but that cannot be your justification for betrayal. Betrayal? Ha ha ha, what a splendid accusation of betrayal. Chai Jingqiu erupted into a piercing, chilling laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Sister, how can you presume to know that I do not wish to succumb to darkness? Her laughter abruptly ceased, leaving only a wild madness in her eyes. What did you say? Chai Jingqiu, do you realize what you are uttering? Have you lost your senses? Zhou Mengru felt as though struck by lightning, scarcely able to believe the words she had just heard. She could not fathom that such a statement could come from her junior sister. Is this truly your heartfelt conviction, or merely a reaction born of anger? Chai Jingqiu shook her head. I am not mad, nor am I merely reacting in anger. I am more composed than ever. I, Chai Jingqiu, am willing to spare no effort to advance further along the sword path. Even if it means succumbing to darkness, I accept it willingly. Each word from the second junior sister pierced Zhou Meng's understanding like a sharp blade. She had initially thought that Li Fu's departure from the sect was merely a common sibling squabble. Yet at this moment, upon hearing such blasphemous words, Zhou Meng stood frozen, her spirit shaken and her heart trembling. Chapter 36. Punishment. Zhou Meng could hardly believe that these words came from her junior sister. She stared blankly at Chai Jingqiu, at a loss for words. After a long silence, Zhou Meng finally spoke. So, you blame the junior brother for preventing you from comprehending the sword monument, obstructing your descent into darkness, and you even wish to kill him? And what of it? If he stops me from understanding the sword monument, then killing him is of no consequence. Zhou Meng felt a chill run down her spine. She could not fathom the depths of malice in her junior sister's thoughts. It seemed as if such a statement was merely a trivial matter to Chai Jingqiu. When Li Fu was consumed by demonic energy, he would rather take his own life than disturb Chai Jingqiu's enlightenment, and upon regaining consciousness, he was the first to prevent her from succumbing to darkness. Yet, the second junior sister, wholly disregarding Li Fu's intentions, contemplated taking his life. Master, did you hear that? Zhou Meng suddenly raised her voice, asking loudly. Chai Jingqiu's heart sank at her words, and she hurriedly followed Zhou Meng's gaze. Master Bushiyu stood in the air, having appeared unbeknownst to them. Master, you have arrived? Chai Jingqiu's complexion turned pale, panic washing over her as she looked at their descending master. Is it necessary for me to announce my arrival? Bu Shiyu's voice struck terror into Chai Jingqiu's heart. No, no, I dare not, master. When did you come? You have heard everything you needed to hear. Bu Ziyu replied expressionlessly. The last shred of hope within Chai Jingqiu dissipated. She fell to her knees. Please, master, punish me. Bu Shiyu regarded the kneeling Chai Jingqiu with indifference, turning her gaze instead to Zhou Ming and inquired, Is this the truth you wished for me to see? Zhou Ming met her master's eyes and replied, Yes, master. The junior brother holds an unwavering loyalty to the sect and would never betray his fellow disciples. I implore you to discern this. Bu Shiyu glanced towards the dimmed figure of Li Fu within the Xuanji mirror, her tone devoid of warmth. This matter, I am already aware of. Zhou Ming was taken aback, and then, is this where it ends, master? She pressed on. How shall we address this situation? Chai Jingqiu is confined to Qinyun Peak. She shall not step outside without my decree. With that, Bu Shiyu turned to depart. Master, Zhou Ming called out. Is mere confinement truly a punishment? Is this how it concludes? The junior brother still bears an unjust grievance. What course of action do you propose? Caught off guard by the sudden retort, Zhou Ming found herself momentarily speechless. Li Fu has already sworn an oath to the heavens to sever ties with the sect. He is no longer your junior brother. Your junior brother is Jiang Chen. I have already extended an opportunity to you. Should he wish to return, I would overlook past grievances, yet you have not brought him back. Now, with 7 days past, I fear for his well-being. But master, if this matter cannot be resolved adequately, Li Fu will never return, Zhou Ming stated candidly. Does his return truly matter so much to you? Is he worthy of such concern? Bu Shiyu questioned. I entrusted you with the Xuanji mirror for the purpose of diligent cultivation and attention to the sect's development. Not for trivial matters. It is important. It is worth it. Zhou Ming insisted. Master, the sect's fortune continues to wane. Everything I do is for the sect. And Li Fu's fate is intertwined with its destiny. For the first time, she boldly countered her master. Since Li Fu's departure, the sect's fortunes had not merely diminished but intensified in decline. As a practitioner of the Xuanji arts, her perception was acute. Though she could not sway her master's decision, she could only strive to remedy the situation. The truth was now laid bare, yet her master remained obstinately unresponsive. Such a dismissive resolution left her at a loss as to how to account to her junior brother. She had fervently vowed to clear his name. Enough. Bu Shiyu's tone turned sharp. How much influence can a departing disciple exert over the esteemed Xian Yi sect's fortunes? I am aware of his contribution to the sect's descent. But the progress of our sect does not rely solely on Li Fu. Everyone is striving and dedicating themselves to the sect's advancement. And you, Zhou Ming, since you began practicing the secret arts of Suanji, have I ever burdened you with the trivialities of sect affairs? Yet here you are, causing a stir over a departed individual. Do you intend to drive your junior sister to despair? With that, Bu Shiyu swept away, leaving Zhou Ming rooted in place. Had she ever harbored such thoughts? From the very beginning, her sole desire was to vindicate Li Fu. Such a modest request. Yet her master would not even utter a word. Could it be, as her junior brother had claimed, that no one in the sect truly cared for the truth? Zhou Ming gazed into the skies above the Xian Yi sect. The decline of their fortunes continued to escalate, and apart from bringing Li Fu back, she was at a loss for how to mend the situation. Just how much could Li Fu influence the sect's fate? Since his departure from the sect, the dissipating fortune appears to show no signs of abating, and it seems to be intensifying. Zhou Ming is also curious about the extent of Li Fu's influence on the sect's fortune, hoping that her master will not come to regret this in the future. After the master's departure, Chai Jingqiu slowly rose from her kneeling position. I truly underestimated the senior sister. Under the guise of assisting her junior in comprehending the sword steel, she investigated it thoroughly and even summoned the master to witness, fearing that I might escape punishment. Such cunning from the senior sister, I am in awe of her. Yet, it is unfortunate that she seems unsatisfied with this outcome. Having failed to witness the master condemn me to death, surely, she is quite disappointed. Chai Jingqiu spoke slowly, her eyes revealing both admiration and a hint of resentment. Junior sister, do not misunderstand. I merely seek the truth. Zhou Ming sensed the intense animosity and attempted to clarify. I harbor no misunderstandings. How could I dare? Li Fu has severed ties with the sect for 7 days now. His life or death remains unknown. Yet the senior sister still endeavors to vindicate him. What could her true intentions be? Is it really the sect's fortune? At this moment, Chai Jingqiu regarded Zhou Ming with great wariness. The senior sister, who had not descended the mountain for over 800 years, resorting to schemes for the sake of Li Fu, was beyond her expectations. Believe it or not, I am genuinely devoted to the sect. Li Fu is indeed significant to our order, Zhou Ming explained, asserting that she alone, as the sect's sole diviner, could perceive the waning fortune. Of course, Li Fu is crucial to the sect. We junior sisters are of little consequence. That is not what I meant, the senior sister replied. Chai Jingqiu scoffed. Senior sister, there is no one else here. Why not speak candidly? I am not as adept at scheming as you. Everything I do is for the sake of the sect. Zhou Ming stated once more. She could discern that the second junior sister had begun to lose faith in her words. Senior sister, to say such things is rather hypocritical. It is just the two of us here. Do not forget, it was you who decided to venture into the abyss. It was also you who chose Li Fu for this endeavor. The blame for Li Fu's current predicament lies squarely with you. Senior sister. This statement struck Zhou Ming like a dagger, piercing deep into her heart. Indeed, she was the diviner when the abyss appeared. Various sects dispatched emissaries to seize the fortune there. As the only diviner of the sect, Zhou Ming naturally took it upon herself to conduct the divination. The signs revealed that the abyss was a place of certain death, with no return. Chapter 37. A grateful visit, just as everyone had given up hope of competing for fortune in the abyss. Zhou Ming calculated that if Li Fu were to represent their sect, great fortune could be attained. The sect prospered at an astonishing rate. However, the journey was fraught with peril, and many were reluctant to send Li Fu into danger. Yet in the end, Li Fu resolutely stepped forward, declaring, for the sect, I would embrace death without hesitation. You do this merely out of guilt, seeking to make amends for him, Chai Jingqiu remarked scornfully. But he is no longer here. He cannot see your actions. I fail to understand the purpose behind them. Is it to protect your own moral standing? Or do you wish for Li Fu to find peace in the afterlife? Her words were sharp, and Zhou Ming could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Her unwavering dedication to the sect has only yielded such suspicions. If her junior sister harbors such thoughts, what of the other disciples? She is not a master of mysteries. Unable to discern the intricate balance of interests at play, Zhou Ming does not hold it against her. All that needed to be said has been articulated. Whether she believes it or not is of her own volition. Zhou Ming helplessly shook her head, sighed, and turned to depart. Within the Taichu Qiankuan Tower, Li Fu sensed the presence of someone entering the cooling garden. As it was his first foray into the Taishu Qiankuan Tower, Li Fu, lacking experience, had set up a formation to obscure both breath and sound. This time, however, he remained vigilant and did not isolate himself from external sounds. He could perceive the circumstances outside from within the tower and soon manifested outside. You finally emerged. 3 days of relentless cultivation without sustenance. Did I truly need to say anything for you to become so fervently industrious? Mei Xiaoxian exhaled in relief upon seeing Li Fu. Had he not emerged soon, she would have stormed in to ascertain whether he had been assassinated. Her master had entrusted her with his protection. He must not come to harm. What happened? Is there something amiss? Li Fu inquired. During your seclusion, these past 3 days, the door to the cooling garden was nearly battered down. Thankfully, my wits prevailed. The gate remained tightly shut, and none were allowed entry. What on earth have you done to offend someone? I must inform you. My master merely instructed me to protect you, not to assist in settling any enmities. Li Fu, taken aback, replied, Are you unaware of the recent events in Shu Yan City? What could possibly transpire in Shu Yan City? Mei Xiaoxian asked, genuinely puzzled. She had been punished by her master to enter seclusion and had only been released 3 days prior. The first task upon her release was to be dispatched to the cooling garden to safeguard an individual. It's nothing, Li Fu reassured. As he opened the garden gate, Chang Hong'ai was the first to step inside, followed closely by Master He and Elder Nya. Taoist Fong, you have finally come out of seclusion. Master He exclaimed heartily. Master He, is there something afoot? Li Fu observed Master He looking refreshed and noted Elder Nya's demeanor, which was devoid of gloom. Li Fu quickly deduced, could it be that Master He and Elder Nya have been liberated from the cold poison? Taoist Fong possesses truly discerning eyes. Thanks to your detoxification pills, both Elder Nya and I have been freed from the cold poison, Master He expressed with profound gratitude. The affliction that had tormented them for 6 long months had finally dissipated, allowing him to freely harness the spiritual energy within his dantian. Elder Nya bowed and clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, Taoist Fong. Not only have I been rid of the cold poison, but my cultivation has also advanced significantly. I now stand on the precipice of the Golden Core realm. Elder Nya, originally at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, had been stymied by the cold poison. With the poison now resolved, his cultivation naturally ascended, a true double blessing. Li Fu clasped his fists in return, saying, Congratulations, congratulations. This is all thanks to Taoist Fong. Without your detoxification pills, we cannot fathom the extent of the torment we might have endured due to the cold poison. Master He reiterated his gratitude. This is but a token of our appreciation. Please accept it, Taoist Fong. Chang Hongyi interjected, presenting a blue long sword with reverence, retrieved from his spatial ring. a mid-grade weapon of the Xian tier. Li Fu accepted the long sword, its blue blade inscribed with the characters for Qingfeng. In the realm of cultivation, treasures are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. A mid-grade Xian weapon is indeed a precious item for the Chang family. Chang Hongyi's personal weapon was merely of the yellow rank, yet it is evident that the Chang family holds Li Fu in high esteem. They have long harbored intentions to recruit him. However, upon witnessing his alchemical prowess and sensing his connections to the Shuani sect and the great martial dynasty, they realized that someone of Li Fu's caliber could never be confined by a modest family like theirs. It is conceivable that Shuyan City is merely a temporary refuge for such a prodigious talent, destined for far grander horizons. Thus, failing to recruit him, the Chang family opted for a more amicable approach. Such a figure can only befriend them. Enmity is out of the question. Moreover, Li Fu's crafting of 50 celestial-grade foundation establishment pills would significantly bolster the Chang family's strength. The issues concerning Master He and Elder Nye regarding the cold poison were also deftly resolved. Consequently, the Chang family decided to present their long-cherished mid-grade Xuan weapons, the Qingfeng, as a gesture of goodwill. Upon seeing the mid-grade Xuan sword, Mei Xiaoxuan was momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? The illustrious Chang family is extending such consideration to a mere 5th-layer Qi cultivator. Hold on. When did this fellow attain the 6th layer of Qi cultivation? The specifics are inconsequential. Mei Xiaoxuan could not fathom why the dignified Chang family would be so attentive to a cultivator of lesser rank. Being the disciple of the city lord, she was acutely aware of the power dynamics among the 3 major families of Shuyan City. Though she had never met Chang Hongyi, she had heard tales of his commendable aptitude and lofty ambitions. She was astonished that someone of his stature would exhibit such concern for a cultivator beneath him. Furthermore, the weapon being of mid-grade Xuan quality was particularly perplexing, as she herself wielded only a low-grade Xuan weapon. Observing Chang Hongyi's earnest gaze, Li Fu understood their intentions well. For them, a mid-grade Xuan weapon was a treasure of considerable importance, and he, in turn, was in need of a weapon worthy of display. His 2 swords were merely the spoils from vanquishing 2 miscreants while rescuing Wu Shixue, and were only of low-grade yellow quality. Li Fu accepted the Qingfeng graciously. Chang Hongyi, relieved by Li Fu's acceptance of the sword, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. They had been apprehensive about whether Li Fu would accept it. Perfect. I am in need of a weapon, and I shall gladly take this sword. The scene left Mei Xiaoxuan even more bewildered. Why did Li Fu accept such a precious weapon while the Chang family appeared relieved? Outside, an unexpected influx of visitors arrived. The Chen family, the Shu family, and the Jin Dao sect, all seeking an audience with Master Fang. Having received Li Fu's consent, they each entered the Cuizhu garden. The Chen family presented a millennium-old Zhu fruit, seeking Master Fang's forgiveness for their prior rudeness. A millennium-old Zhu fruit? Mei Xiaoxuan swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on the vibrant, spirit-rich fruit in the hands of the Chun representative. The Shu family offered 2 300-year-old blood ginsengs to foster goodwill with Master Fang, while the Jin Dao sect contributed a century-old spirit mushroom. The various families of Shuyan City were bestowing precious herbs, leaving Mei Xiaoxuan utterly astonished. What is going on? Wasn't my master supposed to have me protect him? Given the current circumstances, there seems to be no need for her protection. The major families of Shuyan City are eager to present gifts to this individual. Is he truly so well-liked? What is his background? Chapter 38. The Zhugua Yi skill and the ordeal of the beggar. What on earth has the Chun family done to offer a millennium-old Zhu fruit as an apology? Why are the 3 prominent families of Shuyan City so invested in a mere Qi refinement disciple? Mei Xiaoxian is utterly perplexed. Li Fu, however, comprehends their intentions. With opportunity at hand, Li Fu initially harbored no desire to engage. Yet, considering that he would remain in Shuyan City for a while, he deemed it wiser to cultivate amicable relations rather than shut himself away. Moreover, he indeed required certain items, for his future travels would necessitate the procurement of spirit stones. Li Fu spoke. I am truly grateful for your generous gifts, and I humbly accept them. In return, I find myself in need of certain items. And if it is convenient, I would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. What does fellow Taoist Fang Mu require? Indeed. Whatever you need. Our Qinghua gang will certainly assist you. Fellow Taoist Fang Mu's matters are our Chun family's matters as well. The Jin Dao sect is willing to offer its modest support. Please feel free to express your needs. Upon hearing that Li Fu sought certain items, the various powers exhibited an enthusiastic response. They feared not his desires but rather the absence of them. The most effective way to befriend someone is to cater to their interests. Aware of Li Fu's identity as an alchemist, they spared no expense in sourcing rare medicinal materials, visiting him for 3 consecutive days. Gaining access to heavenly tier elixirs from his hands would undoubtedly enhance their respective factions. Li Fu continued, As you all are aware, I am an alchemist, yet I lack a reliable cultivation technique. Therefore, I seek a decent martial art or sword technique to accompany me in my future endeavors. Upon his declaration, a brief silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances. What qualifies as a decent technique? Rest assured, Master Fong, allow us 2 days. And my Jin Dao sect shall search diligently for you. My Su family is on board. Count the Qinghua gang in. With unanimous agreement from the various powers. Li Fu added, in return, I shall refine Foundation establishment pills. In 2 days, you may exchange techniques for elixirs. As soon as Li Fu finished speaking, the factions hurriedly exited, racing home to search for techniques. Only Chang Hongyi and 2 others remained in the courtyard. They were unaware that Chang Hongyi and Elder Nye had witnessed Li Fu's prowess firsthand. His swift and incisive swordplay was nothing short of extraordinary. How could he possibly lack a technique? What a jest! Given his needs, the Chang family would undoubtedly offer their full support. A genius's thoughts are not to be fathomed by ordinary individuals. The ability to concoct heavenly tier elixirs implies he possesses unique insights into cultivation. They tacitly refrained from further inquiries. Could you assist in preparing some medicinal materials for refining? Of course, that is my responsibility, Chang Hongyi readily affirmed. Additionally, should there be any cultivable spirit plants, please keep an eye out. Spirit plants? What kind of materials does Master Fong require? Anything will suffice. Though they were unaware of where Fong Mu intended to cultivate, they eagerly accepted his request, as it was not their concern to ponder. They feared not his requests, but rather his silence. After the Chang family departed, Mei Xiaoxian could no longer contain her curiosity. What on earth are you up to? Why do they show you such reverence? Even as an alchemist, this treatment seems excessive. Oblivious to the events of 3 days prior at the Baidan crossing, she remained unaware of the grand spectacle that had unfolded. At that time, she was still in seclusion, diligently honing her skills. Perhaps it was due to my handsome appearance, Li Fu jested. Humph. Mei Xiaoxian glanced at Li Fu's delicate features, acknowledging that he was indeed not unattractive. Yet, it hardly warranted such reverence from the prominent families. Come, let us dine out, it's my treat. After 3 consecutive days of cultivation, Li Fu was famished. At this moment, he had yet to master fasting and still required sustenance. Absolutely. Just the thought of food makes my eyes sparkle, Mei Xiaoxian exclaimed, eagerly trailing behind Li Fu. Her life was simple, cultivation and dining. The former was enforced by her master, which she did not enjoy. Her true passion lay in food, delighting in all varieties of cuisine. Mei Xiaoxian was not picky. Delectable dishes sufficed, and she did not disdain plain steamed buns or water, rather than claiming to adore gourmet delicacies. It would be more accurate to say she simply loved to eat. As long as her stomach was satisfied, she was content. What delicious food does Shuyan City offer? Li Fu inquired. Are you treating? Of course. Follow me. Thus, Mei Xiaoxian led Li Fu to the most prestigious restaurant in Shuyan City, Daoxiang Building. Esteemed guests. How many are you? Will you be dining or staying overnight? 2 people. Bring us fine wine and exquisite dishes, and serve them generously. Mei Xiaoxian declared boldly as she settled comfortably in a window-side seat. Can you finish all this? What's wrong? Are you worried about the expense? Not at all. Li Fu replied, for he was currently wealthy, and this modest feast would not cost much. Soon, an array of delectable dishes was presented: steamed base, braised pork, marinated goose, and sauce trotters, 16 dishes in total, 8 meat and 8 vegetarian. Don't just sit there, dig in. Mei Xiaoxian rolled up her sleeves, swallowing hard as she unabashedly tore into the marinated goose leg with fervor. Li Fu was taken aback. After all, he was a disciple of the city lord. Yet she showed no regard for decorum. From behind, her bold posture might have led one to believe she was a famished rustic who had gone 3 days without food. Not to be outdone, Li Fu also picked up his chopsticks, eagerly transferring food to his mouth. As they savored their meal, the 2 consumed more than half of the 18 dishes. Burp. Mei Xiaoxian sighed contentedly. It has been ages since I've eaten so heartily. Can a city lord's disciple really lack for food? No, it's just that my master incessantly insists on my cultivation. I simply do not enjoy it. Mei Xiaoxian replied reluctantly. Just then, a timid voice interrupted. Sir, could you spare a bit of food? Go away, there's none here. The server brusquely urged the boy to leave, disgusted by the dirtiness of the small, frail child who hobbled into Daoxiang Building, leaning on a bamboo stick. People around him recoiled at his filthy presence, and the server promptly pushed him out. Get lost, don't disturb our business. I just want a morsel. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I can help you with work. The server roughly shoved the child to the ground. The boy rose once more, kneeling and clutching the server's pant leg in desperation. I'm very cheap to keep, and I'm strong. Will you take me in? Damn beggar. You've soiled my trousers. After the shopkeeper kicked away the small beggar, he noticed the dark smudges on his trouser leg. which filled him with an intense rage. He immediately resorted to violence, striking and kicking the boy. "You wretched creature, do you think this is a place for you? Damn you! You've sullied my newly bought trousers." The long-standing accumulation of repression, humiliation, and injustice transformed into an almost frenzied sense of release, allowing him to momentarily escape his identity as a victim and assume the role of an aggressor. The small beggar, clutching his head, wept bitterly. "I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Please spare me. I only seek a morsel of food. It's too late. Today, I shall end your life." Chapter 39. Redemption. The shopkeeper's gaze was fierce as he spoke with venom. The humiliation he had endured for so long seemed to find an outlet upon seeing the small beggar. A man who had been relentlessly bullied suddenly seized an opportunity to control another's fate. He chose not to extend a hand of mercy, but rather unleashed his violence without hesitation, seemingly forgetting that he too was once a powerless, pitiful creature at the bottom of society. With a surge of vengeful energy, he struck down hard. However, a delicate yet greasy little hand intercepted this fierce blow midair. It was Mei Xiaoxian, the one who stood up for the oppressed. "Get lost." With a sharp command accompanied by an invisible aura, the shopkeeper was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. "Spare me. Immortal, please spare me. I know I was wrong." The shopkeeper, jolted back to reality, knelt in desperation, blood spilling from his mouth. Was it necessary to beat him to death just for asking for food? Mei Xiaoxian despised acts of bullying the weak. She bent down to examine the small beggar's injuries, discovering 2 broken ribs and numerous other wounds. How could such a frail boy endure such a brutal beating? Mei Xiaoxian retrieved a medicinal pill from her spatial ring and fed it to the beggar. "Swallow it." The small beggar weakly opened his eyes and struggled to ingest the pill. Once swallowed, the medicine took effect, and his feeble heartbeat became strong, his breathing significantly improving. He could feel his injuries healing rapidly. "Thank you, Immortal." The small beggar rose and immediately knelt in gratitude. "Get up." Mei Xiaoxian helped him to his feet. "You too. Rise. This pill is for you." Her tone carried a hint of barely concealed irritation. "Thank you, Immortal, for sparing my life." "Thank you, Immortal." The shopkeeper, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, hurriedly swallowed the pill. Standing aside, Li Fu quietly placed some spirit stones on the table and turned to leave. "Immortal, I beg you to take this lowly man with you. I am willing to serve you like a beast." As Li Fu prepared to depart with Mei Xiaoxian, he saw the small beggar desperately kneeling before them, pleading earnestly. "Let us take him with us. He is so pitiful. If we leave, he won't survive." Mei Xiaoxian gently grasped Li Fu's arm, her eyes filled with compassion. Li Fu remained silent. He too felt trapped, with neither time nor energy to care for the boy. "You are truly heartless. If you want to take him, I will," Mei Xiaoxian declared, sulking as she walked ahead with the small beggar. Li Fu shook his head. In the realm of cultivation, excessive compassion was most frowned upon. "Esteemed Immortal, might you lend me some funds to afford my father's burial?" The little beggar hesitated, cautiously voicing his plea, his gaze filled with expectation as it turned towards Mei Xiaoxian. "Of course, I shall accompany you," she replied. Under the guidance of the little beggar, Mei Xiaoxian and Li Fu arrived at a secluded area of Shuyan City. Before them stood a dilapidated hut, precariously on the verge of collapse. "This is the home of the little one. My father passed away 3 days ago, and despite exhausting our family's savings in an attempt to cure him, I was unable to save him," the little beggar lamented, sorrow etched on his face. Feeling compassion for his plight, Mei Xiaoxian produced a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to him. "Will this be sufficient for your father's burial?" Yes, thank you, esteemed Immortal." The little beggar knelt, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Go now." The little beggar took the spirit stones and approached neighbors, humbly pleading for assistance. "Please, Uncle Su, help me with my father's burial. Please, dear sir, assist me with my father's burial." After completing these tasks, he went to a coffin shop to purchase a casket. Ultimately, with the help of the neighbors, the little beggar was able to lay his father to rest. "Thank you, esteemed Immortal. I have taken care of everything. In the future, I shall certainly work tirelessly to repay your kindness," the little beggar expressed once more, kneeling in gratitude. Mei Xiaoxian helped him to his feet and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Meng Yinyang." "Meng Yinyang, a fine name indeed. Now, let us return," she replied, leading Meng Yinyang forward while Li Fu followed behind. Upon their return, Li Fu did not concern himself with Mei Xiaoxian and Meng Yinyang as the Chong family had already delivered the medicinal herbs. He retreated to his chamber, setting up a formation to prepare for his entrance into the Taichu Qian Kuan Tower. "You rascal, why do you always sneak into the tower alone?" Miao Kong Kong emerged from the Wanshur Ding, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Sneaking?" Li Fu was baffled by her accusation. Miao Kong Kong stammered. "Why can't you take me with you each time you enter the tower?" Upon finishing her sentence, her cheeks flushed, and she fidgeted like a bashful bride. Li Fu suddenly realized. So, She longed to see Jing Zhe. Do you miss her? He teased. Miao Kong nodded vigorously, then quickly shook her head in denial upon noticing Li Fu's mischievous gaze. No, I simply wish to teach her the art of thievery. You know, my skills have no successors. Jing Zhe is quite clever. I want to instruct her in the ways of stealing, Miao Kong elaborated. Li Fu felt overwhelmed. Teaching her to steal? Did Miao Kong not comprehend that such actions were unethical? It appeared she took pride in her thieving ways, shamelessly seeking an heir to her dubious legacy. Furthermore, she intended to teach Jing Zhe, an innocent spirit, the art of theft. If she were to follow Miao Kong, she would inevitably be led astray. This would not do. Thievery is shameful. I must decline your request for a meeting, Li Fu declared with firm integrity. Oh, how you turn your back. You speak of thievery as disgraceful now, yet you never uttered such a sentiment when you asked me to steal. The Taichu Qian Kuan Tower was, after all, acquired through my own cunning. Miao Kong berated Li Fu for his inconsistency. Li Fu was thoroughly vexed by her words. I might consider it, but on one condition. You dare to impose conditions upon me? Have you forgotten who bestowed upon you the 3,000 sacred Tao lotuses? If you do not wish to keep the ghostly face of the netherworld, please return it to me. The mysterious void's air has soured. Do you wish to meet her? Indeed. What conditions shall we discuss? As the thought of the awakening of insects surfaced, Mysterious Void suppressed her fury and inquired. I seek a treasure. Here we go again. Mysterious Void was about to voice her thoughts when she was interrupted by Li Fu. This time, it need not be exceedingly precious. Something that barely reaches the celestial tier will suffice. What? Barely reaching the celestial tier? Do you think celestial artifacts are as common as cabbages in the market? The wind is strong enough to twist your tongue, you ingrate. Mysterious Void was taken aback by Li Fu's remarks. Did he regard artifacts as mere vegetables? I may not speak up for others, but you are the master thief. Ordinary items would hardly catch your discerning eye, Li Fu replied, maintaining his composure. Anything worthy of your attention and collection could never be mundane. Some cultivators take pride in possessing celestial artifacts, he continued, his tone imbued with persuasive power. However, some celestial artifacts gain prestige simply by being collected by the master thief Mysterious Void. After finishing his flattery, Li Fu observed Mysterious Void's expression. His compliment struck precisely at the core of her pride. As she listened, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her anger transformed into satisfaction. And she could not help but nod repeatedly, especially at Li Fu's final statement, which tickled her fancy. Indeed, I have little regard for ordinary artifacts. Although you are somewhat greedy, a bit flawed, and possess a fair share of cunning, there is a quality in you that I greatly admire. What quality is that? Li Fu inquired with curiosity. Honesty, a penchant for speaking straightforwardly. I particularly appreciate the last statement. It is an honor for any artifact to be recognized by me. The master thief Mysterious Void. With that, Mysterious Void contentedly retreated into the all things cauldron, emerging moments later with an object in hand, which she placed into Li Fu's grasp. Upon examining the item, Li Fu gasped in astonishment. The Eye of Breaking Illusions? Chapter 40. The Eye of Breaking Illusions. The Eye of Breaking Illusions can penetrate all falsehoods, reaching the very essence of all things. Any illusion, enchantment, formation, or disguise pales before its gaze. Furthermore, the eye can discern an opponent's weaknesses, allowing one to easily exploit them during combat. Its virtues do not end there. As a cultivator's prowess grows, this artifact can also serve as an offensive tool. It is versatile, capable of both attack and defense, with powers that defy the heavens. Legend has it that the Eye of Breaking Illusions was forged by a formidable ancient being who mastered eye techniques, shining brilliantly in the annals of history. However, after the demise of this great being, the artifact mysteriously vanished from sight. In truth, it was stolen by Mysterious Void. This fellow truly lives up to the title of Master Thief, pilfering all that comes her way. Within the grand dream of 3,000 years, Jiang Chen's acquisition of this item only bolstered his strength, while simultaneously accelerating the demise of the Xianyi sect. Li Fu struggled to suppress his inner elation. This item was of paramount importance to him. He adored it. Li Fu had not anticipated that Mysterious Void would so readily produce the Eye of Breaking Illusions. He recalled that in the dream, Jiang Chen had exerted significant effort to wrest it from Mysterious Void's grasp. So what do you think? Do you like it? Mysterious Void exclaimed, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. One must cherish, for how can ordinary items be collected by the Saint of Theft? The Eye of Breaking Delusion is fortunate to be gathered by the Saint of Theft. Indeed, the Saint of Theft, in her exaltation, appeared almost lost in her own pride. I shall seek out Jing Zhe. What is there to discuss? Jing Zhe awaits you at home, my dear brother. Li Fu led Maikonking into the Taichu Qian Kuan Tower. Jing Zhe, I have arrived, Maikonking exclaimed. Upon their meeting, the two spirit beings danced joyfully. Jing Zhe, with a heart as innocent as a child, and although Maya conking had existed for ages, she seemed rather dim-witted. In contrast to Jingzhe, Maya conking embodied childlike simplicity. Observing their delight, Li Fu chose not to intrude, instead finding a vacant space to refine the eye of breaking delusion. At the moment blood dripped into the eye, far away in the Xianyi sect, Jiang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. What is happening? Lately, I have been plagued by an inexplicable sense of loss. It is unbearable. I feel as though I have lost something of immense importance. What could it be? It is so distressing, so suffocating, my heart aches. I must calm my mind. I cannot afford to falter at this critical juncture, or all my efforts will be in vain. Jiang Chen endeavored to steady his restless heart. After Li Fu recognized the eye of breaking delusion with his blood, it did not acknowledge him as swiftly as the ghostly face of the underworld had. Li Fu understood that this object was extraordinary and required further refinement. He seated himself cross-legged to refine the eye. Meanwhile, Maya conking and Jingzhe engaged in cheerful conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. Finally, on the third day within the tower, Li Fu succeeded in his refinement. At the moment the eye merged into his own, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. It was profound. Li Fu opened his eyes, channeling spiritual energy within them. In his sight, the Taichu Qian Kuan Tower was filled with vibrant streams of spiritual energy. He could clearly perceive the flow of this energy, akin to gentle rivulets, encircling his form. Jingzhe appeared as a transparent doll, pure and untainted like crystal water. Maya conking, on the other hand, radiated a myriad of colors, enveloped in a faint, mysterious aura of yellow. What is this? Noticing Li Fu's gaze, Maya conking blinked with annoyance, as if to say, what are you looking at? You are disturbing us. Understanding her sentiment, Li Fu discreetly withdrew his gaze. The Chang family had sent a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, and Li Fu ascended to the third level to concoct elixirs. During his alchemical endeavors, the city of Shuyan buzzed with excitement. Have you heard? The three great families are scouring for martial arts techniques. What has transpired? Are the three families on the brink of war? No, it is Master Fong who is in need of techniques. Not only the three families but other factions in Shuyan City are also searching far and wide. How extraordinary! Master Fong cannot possibly be the alchemist who faced the tribulation of 100 elixirs, can he? Who else possesses such formidable influence? In the Chang family, Chang Hongyi placed 3 martial arts manuals on the table. Father, over the past few days, I have traversed Shuyan City and managed to procure only 3 manuals. I have also found 2, spoke Chang Ling, the eldest daughter of the Chang family and sister to Chang Hongyi. Chang Yoxin opened the manual, his brow furrowed in concentration. 3 books of yellow-grade middle-tier techniques and 2 books of yellow-grade upper-tier techniques, yet not a single volume of profound-tier methods. This is rather concerning. Father, what grade of technique does Master Fong require? Chang Yoxin shook his head, his face clouded with worry. Sister, he did not specify the grade of techniques he needs. Chang Ling interjected. Nonetheless, how could a master capable of refining heavenly-grade foundation-building pills be interested in such low-tier techniques? Moreover, it is rumored that the Su and Chen families are already preparing to release profound-tier middle-grade techniques. Chang Ling continued. Profound-tier middle-grade? They actually possess such techniques and are willing to part with them. Yet our Chang family has no profound-tier middle-grade techniques at all. Chang Yoxin's expression fluctuated between hope and despair, and the 3 fell into a moment of silence. Father, look outside. The thunder tribulation is approaching. That direction is Master Fong's bamboo garden, right? We have sent a considerable amount of medicinal materials, and with Master Fong's alchemical skills, he is sure to refine a good number of heavenly-grade foundation-building pills. If we could acquire another batch of heavenly-grade foundation-building pills, our Chang family's strength would surely increase significantly, and we would no longer fear being robbed by other loose cultivators when we venture out of the city. Since Master Fong can refine heavenly-grade foundation-building pills, could he also produce heavenly-grade dust-clearing pills if we provide him with the necessary materials? Dust-clearing pills. Upon hearing the words of his children, Chang Yoxin's gaze ignited with fervor as he looked at the gathering thunderclouds, feeling a sense of urgency. Father, didn't we acquire a fragment of a map from the auction house? That item is of no use to us. Why not give it to Master Fong? Chang Hongyi suddenly recalled something and spoke up hurriedly. The map fragment? Chang Yoxin seemed to have forgotten about it. Only when his son mentioned it did he remember. However, Master Fong requires techniques, and he was uncertain whether the master would accept such an item, especially since it was only half a piece. Regardless of whether he accepts it or not, let us show it to Master Fong first. He is well-traveled and knowledgeable. And this item is of no use to us. Perhaps with his capabilities and connections, he could locate other fragments of the map. Upon hearing this, Chang Yoxin made a decisive decision. Very well, we shall deliver this item tomorrow. Additionally, you both continue your search for techniques. The price is no object. After Chang Hongyi and Chang Ling departed, They continued to lead others in their search. Other factions were also fervently preparing, and soon, Shu Yan City was engulfed in a fervor for seeking techniques. Everyone was scouring the area for methods, with some even beginning to inquire in neighboring cities. At the bamboo garden, Mei Xiaoxian helped Meng Yinyang purchase a new outfit. After washing and donning the fresh clothing, he looked quite spirited, though his long-term lack of nourishment had left him as lean as a monkey. Meng Yinyang nervously gazed up at the darkening thunderclouds overhead. Master, why do these ominous clouds linger above us? Chapter 41. Transactions amidst the thunder tribulation. The fragmented map sparks controversy since witnessing the major factions of Shu Yan City showing favor to Fangmu a few days prior. Mei Xiaoxian had taken note and privately sought to uncover the reason. To her astonishment, she discovered that from the elderly to the young children, everyone in Shu Yan City was aware of Fangmu's momentous tribulation involving 100 foundation-building pills. Each person took pride in having witnessed the grand spectacle of 100 foundation-building pills simultaneously invoking the thunder tribulation, relishing the tale. Mei Xiaoxian suddenly realized that during her seclusion, she had missed such a monumental event. She felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the rare spectacle of the tribulation firsthand. At this moment, as she observed the thunderclouds gathering above the emerald bamboo garden, her heart raced with excitement. Could it be that the tribulation for the 100 foundational pills was upon them again? From now on, call me Sister Xiaoxian. There's no need to address me as a mortal. This thunderous tribulation must be related to my brother Fangmu refining pills. Meng Yinyang nodded thoughtfully. 2 days swiftly passed. Li Fu emerged from the primordial Qi Tower. Above the emerald bamboo garden, the clouds of tribulation had long been poised and ready. This time, Li Fu refrained from taking out 100 foundational pills all at once, after the last tribulation had been perilous beyond measure. It was prudent to proceed one pill at a time. Just as the first foundational pill began to endure the heavenly thunder's baptism, Li Fu opened the courtyard doors, beckoning the heads of the 3 prominent families of Shu Yan City and the leaders of various sects to enter. The attendees comprised the 3 prominent families of Shu Yan City along with the leaders of various sects, indicating their keen interest in the proceedings. Upon entering, they witnessed the successful tribulation of a foundational pill, which gently descended into Li Fu's palm, exuding a fragrant aroma with distinct pill patterns. It was a mid-grade heavenly foundational pill. The assembled guests took their seats, and before they could settle, Li Fu retrieved the second foundational pill to continue the tribulation. Let us begin, Li Fu stated calmly. Begin. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes darting between Li Fu and the rumbling thunderclouds above. Isn't the pill still undergoing tribulation? Shouldn't we wait for it to finish? No need. I am pressed for time. Let us commence. Li Fu's tone was tranquil and unwavering. All present were distinguished figures of Shu Yan City, having encountered countless grand scenarios. Yet, to deliberate amidst the resounding thunder was a novel experience, let alone to be part of it. The crowd exchanged looks of astonishment, their eyes reflecting their disbelief. Truly, Master Fang, despite only being at the Qi refinement stage, remained unruffled in the presence of such formidable thunder. Even with lightning striking perilously close, he exhibited no hint of trepidation. Such composure was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This only reinforced their suspicions that Fangmu was far from ordinary. Conversely, they, who possessed strength far exceeding Fangmu's, found themselves trembling under the thunder's might, fearing that a stray bolt might inadvertently strike them. Master Fang, I have brought some techniques for your consideration. Chen Yuanshan, the head of the Chen family, broke the silence, hesitantly pushing 2 tomes forward to Li Fu. Li Fu took the texts and glanced through them. Both were mid-grade techniques. One was a sonic wave technique, and the other a sword technique, titled 1,000 Layers of Waves and Lion's Roar technique. These are acceptable. Here are 30 low-grade heavenly foundational pills. Please accept them. Li Fu placed the recently tribulated foundational pills before Chen Yuanshan. Chen Yuanshan could not suppress his gulp. 30 pills were indeed unexpected. In his estimation, 2 tomes would exchange for a maximum of 20 pills, but 30 had exceeded his expectations, bringing him unexpected joy. He quickly accepted the foundational pills and expressed his gratitude. Next was Su Lin, the head of the Su family. Master Fang, I possess only one mid-grade technique. Before he could finish his sentence, another foundational pill successfully underwent tribulation. Li Fu calmly received the pill and proceeded to initiate the next one. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, Li Fu engaged in conversation with the leaders of various factions in Shu Yan City while simultaneously observing the tribulation process of the medicinal pills. Surrounding him, purple lightning danced wildly, crashing onto the foundation-building pills and erupting in dazzling flashes. Yet, he appeared utterly unfazed, casually flipping through cultivation techniques as if he were an indifferent bystander. Under the ominous clouds of tribulation, Li Fu remained composed, leaving Mei Xiaoxian in a state of astonishment. What sort of sorcery is this? She had anticipated that Feng Mu would wait until the tribulation concluded to converse, but instead, they were exchanging words beneath the very storm of calamity, trading amidst the tribulation. It was utterly shocking and unprecedented. How could he ensure that each foundation-building pill successfully weathered the tribulation? Despite being merely at the chi refinement stage, he could concoct heavenly-grade pills. How could he maintain such tranquility under the tribulation? This marked Mei Xiaoxuan's first encounter with the thunderous tribulation, and she felt diminutive in its presence. Yet, to Li Fu, the thunder sounded trivial, as if it were merely an inconsequential matter. The purple lightning struck the foundation-building pill, and Li Fu remained oblivious, continuing to peruse the techniques as though the tribulation did not concern him. Very well, 15 low-grade heavenly foundation-building pills, Master Su. Please take good care of them. With Master Feng as affirmative response, Su Lin's tightly clenched hands finally relaxed. After accepting the foundation-building pills, he fell silent. Observing this unassuming young man, much like Qin Yuanshan, they harbored a singular question in their hearts. Could he truly be at the chi refinement stage? Was he genuinely a loose cultivator? Amidst the roaring thunder, Feng Mu remained unperturbed. Next, thus, the various factions concluded their transactions with Li Fu beneath the tribulation. The tribulation persisted, and Mei Xiaoxian counted. Li Fu had already transacted 130 low-grade heavenly foundation-building pills and 10 medium-grade heavenly foundation-building pills. This fellow was truly enigmatic. Mei Xiaoxian could not fathom why such an individual required her protection when all the great families would venerate him as an ancestor, rendering her guardianship superfluous. Lastly, it was Chang Yoxin, who hesitated before presenting the low-grade Xiantir technique he had just acquired at a high price to Master Feng. Master Feng, I only possess a low-grade Xiantir technique. Chen and Su exchanged knowing smiles. They had produced medium-grade Xiantir techniques. What did it mean that Chang's family could only offer a low-grade one? Did they look down upon Master Feng? Subsequently, Chang Yoxin solemnly retrieved half a map fragment from his spatial ring and placed it before Li Fu. Master Feng, I obtained this item at an auction 5 years ago. It is said to pertain to the site of a fallen great power. It holds no value for my Chang family, but surely it will be of use to you. Upon these words, every gaze in the room swiftly converged upon the half-map fragment. Is that so? What does this half-map fragment signify? This is absurd. Doubts arose in a chorus, particularly from the Chun and Su families, who reacted most vehemently. Master Feng resided in their Chang family's Suizhu garden and was the first to be engaged by them, not to mention that just 5 days prior, Master Feng had concocted 50 foundation-building pills for their family. Proximity to the water ensured they were the first to benefit. The Chun and Su families may tolerate a slight enhancement in the strength of the Chang family, but they will not allow for such a rapid ascension. Previously aided by 50 Celestial Foundation Establishment pills, the Chang family has already experienced a significant increase in power. If this fragment of the map is indeed genuine, it could lead to the acquisition of even more Foundation Establishment pills. Qin Yuanshan and Su Lin cast glances at Chang Yoxin, their eyes filled with resentment. Despite Chang Yoxin's youth, his cunning surpasses theirs. While others exchange techniques for medicinal pills, this old fox resorts to a fragment of a map, defying all conventions. Regardless of the authenticity of the map, Master Feng requires techniques. Chang Yoxin, it would be wise for you to prepare your own techniques. Indeed, we have all sought techniques according to Master Feng's requirements. You cannot simply act on a whim and disrupt the established order. Qin Yuanshan and Su Lin harmoniously conspired to marginalize Chang Yoxin for his opportunism. Li Fu glanced at the map fragment, remaining silent, unable to discern its truthfulness. The locations depicted on the map were unfamiliar to him. However, Meng Yinyang, from a distance, observed the map fragment with narrowed pupils and a grave expression. Though no one else noticed his demeanor, their attention was solely on Chang Yoxin, preoccupied with criticizing him. The collective reproach left Chang Yoxin visibly embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 42. Imparting the art of illusory emptiness. As Chang Yoxin faced a barrage of accusations, the indignation was palpable. While others exchanged techniques for pills, this old fellow resorted to a mere fragment of a map. At last, the final Foundation Establishment pill was refined, and the ominous clouds of tribulation dissipated, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the Tsulu garden. All eyes turned eagerly towards Master Feng, anticipating his rejection of this unreasonable transaction. To their astonishment, Master Feng lifted the map fragment and declared, I possess only 2 mid-grade Celestial Foundation Establishment pills. Might they suffice to exchange for this map fragment? Absolutely. Of course. Chang Yoxin nodded vigorously, recognizing the considerable value of the 2 mid-grade pills, which far surpassed that of the low-grade ones. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, Chang Yoshin unashamedly accepted the 2 mid-grade Celestial Foundation establishment pills. After Li Fu stowed away the map fragment and techniques, Qin Yuanshan rose to present several dozen small white jade boxes. Master Fong, I have heard of your need for spiritual herbs. These are the herbs my Chun family has procured in recent days. Please accept them. Following Qin Yuanshan, Su Lin displayed 10 more white jade boxes, and the other leaders, unwilling to be outdone, hurriedly showcased their own collections of herbs. In an instant, the stone table was filled with nearly 100 boxes. Li Fu was momentarily taken aback. He had only discussed this matter with the Chang family. The Chang family acted swiftly, delivering the spiritual herbs from Hongfu Tower, though Li Fu had not yet had the opportunity to plant them in the Primordial Universe Tower. Chang Yoshin's expression darkened. These old rogues had been closely monitoring the Chang family's movements ever since they learned of their rapport with Master Fong. It seems that future endeavors must be conducted with even greater caution. Yet, I find myself with no pills left to exchange. Li Fu yearned for those spiritual herbs. But alas, the pills he had crafted were already traded away. Master Fong, you are too modest. These spiritual herbs are a humble gift from us to you. Indeed, there is no need for an exchange of elixirs. We merely wish to cultivate a friendship with you. Observing the sincere gazes of the crowd, Li Fu ceased his reluctance, saying, Very well, I graciously accept your generous offerings. With Master Fong accepting the spiritual herbs, everyone felt a sense of relief. Then we shall not disturb your rest any further. Should you require assistance in the future, the Chen family is more than willing to lend our support. So is my Su family, chimed in another. And we from the Golden Blade Sect, added yet another voice. Each family expressed their intentions before departing from the bamboo grove. Li Fu smiled. Recognizing their motivations were clearly etched upon their faces. They were simply eager for more elixirs. Furthermore, a family head had already proposed the concoction of the dust-settling pill, though 2 of the required herbs remained elusive in their search. Upon learning that Master Fong could refine the dust-settling pill, the heads of the families hastily exited the bamboo grove to pursue the necessary ingredients. Knowing that future interactions with them were inevitable, Li Fu, having accepted the spiritual herbs from the stone table, prepared to dedicate himself to diligent cultivation. There were 5 days remaining until the opportunity mentioned by Yan Yonghua would present itself. The old man had been elusive, offering no details on what the opportunity was or its whereabouts. Hearing Mei Xiaoxian call for him, Li Fu inquired, What is it? Mei Xiaoxian replied, How did you manage that? Manage what? Li Fu asked, perplexed. She pointed to the sky and said, The thunder tribulation, the heavenly grade elixirs. It is merely a matter of practice. Li Fu responded, nonchalantly turning to return to his room, adeptly arranging the formation to enter the primordial Qian Kuan Tower. Mei Xiaoxian glanced at Meng Yinyang and said, Didn't you want to cultivate? Let Sister Xiaoxian teach you. Really? Thank you, Sister Xiaoxian. Meng Yinyang exclaimed, overjoyed. Upon entering the primordial Qian Kuan Tower, Li Fu found Miaokong and Jingzhe engaged in animated conversation. Back so soon. Miaokong's tone carried a hint of disdain, as if he were suggesting their return had interrupted their private moment. Li Fu was not oblivious to the underlying message in Miaokong's words. Approaching the 2, he remarked, You 2 seem to be progressing quite swiftly. Progress? I don't understand what you mean, Miaokong replied, dismissively waving his hand. You should resume your cultivation and not disturb us. However, Jingzhe, ever considerate, said, The master has not interrupted us. Miaokong, exasperated, gestured towards Li Fu, indicating he should leave, while Jingzhe shot him a playful wink. Suppressing a laugh, Li Fu presented a white jade box. What is this for? Miaokong asked as he opened 2 boxes, revealing the spiritual herbs within. Take it away. I have no interest in such things, Miaokong said, shaking his head in disdain. With a mysterious smile, Li Fu drew Miaokong closer, teasing, You little fool. Is your only talent awkwardly chatting with Jingzhe? Awkward? How could that be? I was just sharing my illustrious accomplishments from the past years. Whether you have business or not. You should be busy. Please do not linger before us, all right? After finishing his remarks, Miaokong started to walk toward Jingzhe, only to be pulled back by Li Fu once more. What are you doing? Enough already. Maya Conking is quite upset. He was passionately speaking just now. Does this boy lack perception? Do you wish to enhance your relationship with her? Li Fu spoke, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Of course I do, Maya Conking replied. His curiosity piqued, his little eyes sparkling. Do you have a plan? Li Fu revealed an enigmatic demeanor, gesturing toward the pile of white jade boxes. Do you see those? Of course, I'm not blind. Go to the 2nd floor and plant them. Plant them? How does that enhance feelings? Maya Conking gazed at the boxes in confusion, his mind swirling with questions. A decayed wood cannot be carved. Planting spiritual herbs surely cannot enhance feelings. But if you both labor together, wouldn't that suffice? Maya Conking still didn't understand. What do you think can foster feelings between a man and a woman? What is it? He tilted his head, pondering. It is to engage in meaningful activities together. Meaningful activities? Feelings require careful nurturing. You can't simply boast to win her affection. Maya Conking struggled to grasp this concept. Li Fu continued, I only choose to share my years of experience with you because you clearly need guidance. Typically, I wouldn't divulge such insights to just anyone. Quickly, tell me, Maya Conking urged, now thoroughly intrigued. What is most important for two spirit beings in a relationship? What is it? It is, of course, the feelings and the beautiful experiences shared. Consider this. When you plant spiritual herbs together, isn't that a shared experience? Their essay saying, a man and a woman working together makes the labor light. Through this experience, not only can you deepen your bond, but you can also enhance your understanding of one another. If you cultivate the herbs well, she will see how capable you are, Maya Conking. As a female spirit being, she is sensitive. You must consistently showcase your charm as a male spirit being rather than merely boasting. Stealing alone is insufficient. A female spirit being requires a sense of security. Just think, if you can both steal and plant spiritual herbs, wouldn't she feel secure following you? Maya Conking nodded thoughtfully. What you say seems to have some merit. Thus, the most important thing between a man and a woman is planting spiritual herbs. Li Fu nearly choked at Maya Conking's words. Oh, foolish one. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Invasion of Xianyi's Sect. It is not merely about what you do, but rather about doing something together. Together, do you understand? Li Fu, exasperated, urged him on. I understand. I shall plant all these spiritual herbs at once. I want her to know that Maya Conking is not only a thief, but also a master cultivator of spiritual herbs. Maya Conking eagerly accepted the herbs and, grasping Jingzhi's hand, hurriedly made his way to the second floor. Energized by Li Fu's words, he was filled with determination. Li Fu watched Maya Conking's fervent retreat, shaking his head. This fellow has wasted so many years. Aside from thievery, he knows nothing. After they left, Li Fu retrieved the martial arts manuals, swearing an oath to the heavens. He severed ties with the Xianyi sect, rendering its techniques and swordplay unusable. He needed to cultivate other martial arts for self-defense. There were a total of 22 manuals, the highest rank being mid-grade in the Xian tier. Li Fu perused them one by one. The first, 1,000 Waves, was a mid-grade sword technique in the Xian tier. Li Fu's understanding of the swordsmanship had already reached a certain realm, and he swiftly grasped the essence of this sword technique. The 1,000 Wave style, as its name suggests, resembles the ceaseless ebb and flow of waves. One wave subsides only for another to rise, creating an unbroken onslaught of sword strikes. Its primary focus lies in overwhelming opponents with momentum and relentless assaults, leaving them flustered and defenseless, mainly serving to suppress and exhaust. As one progresses, the power of the sword strikes accumulates, enabling subsequent moves to inherit the force of their predecessors, thus amplifying the might of the attacks. Achieving the realm of 1,000 Wave would allow one to challenge foes beyond their level with ease. However, this sword technique demands certain physical and spiritual energy prerequisites. Those with inferior physical qualities may struggle to withstand the compounded force of the strikes, while insufficient spiritual energy would hinder the continuous execution of sword moves. Therefore, it is advisable for practitioners to reach the foundational stage before delving into 1,000 Wave. Yet, Li Fu had no cause for concern, being a pure sacred body. His physical prowess surpassed that of other practitioners, and his spiritual energy was abundant, as his dantian was more akin to a sea than a mere reservoir. Thus, Li Fu commenced his training in the 1,000 Wave sword technique. Grasping the Qing Feng sword, he diligently practiced the moves. Time within the tower slipped away gradually, and 50 days soon passed. Upon exiting the Taichu Qiankuan Tower, Li Fu found himself greeted by Yan Yonghua, the lord of Shuyan City, who was leisurely sipping wine upon a stone bench, alongside Mei Shaoxian and Meng Yinyang standing respectfully beside him. Shaoxian mentioned that you have been training diligently, hardly stepping outside day or night, Yan Yonghua remarked as he noticed Li Fu's emergence. Alas, my realm is too low. I must strive harder, Li Fu replied. But what exactly is this opportunity you speak of? You remain so cryptic about it. We shall discuss it when we arrive. Come along, Yan Yonghua concluded. Seizing both Li Fu and Mei Shaoxian by their collars and leaping into the air, soaring southward above Shuyan City. Master, where are we headed? Will we return today? Meng is still at home. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they descended in a secluded gorge. Upon landing, Li Fu beheld a throng of people gathered below. Among them a familiar face, Chang Hongyi, accompanied by a woman clad in a blue dress, bearing a striking resemblance to him. Old Yan, you have finally arrived. We were merely awaiting you, called out the gray-robed elder standing at the forefront of the crowd, alongside a middle-aged man in a blue robe. You all arrived quite early. Yan Yonghua responded, exchanging pleasantries with the two men. The elder is the lord of Wanlu City, while the man in blue is the lord of Pingwu City. Mei Shaoxian enthusiastically informed Li Fu. City lords? Li Fu mused, casting his gaze forward, noticing subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy within the gorge. Activating his eye of breaking illusions, he discerned a complex grand formation at the gorge's center, seemingly concealing numerous other formations. Through his enhanced perception, Li Fu realized that the spiritual energy within the gorge far surpassed that of the outside world. Could this be the opportunity that Yin Yonghua had spoken of? Withdrawing his gaze, he saw Chang Hongyi approaching him. Master Fong, you two have come to partake in the Li Fall Valley secret realm? This mystical domain was fortuitously discovered 60 years ago, and it is said to house numerous treasures, including an abundance of spiritual herbs essential for concocting the dust-settling pill. However, there exists a certain restriction regarding entry. What restriction? Cultivators of foundation building stage and above are barred from entering. Li Fall Valley is conveniently situated among the triad of cities, Shuyan, Wanyuli, and Pingwu. After its discovery, in order to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy and excessive exploitation, the three city lords united to establish a formation that opens once every 3 years, allowing 300 individuals to enter at a time, thus serving as a training ground for cultivators from the 3 cities. I see. This indeed serves as an excellent training ground for those with lower cultivation levels. However, Li Fu has no need for such practice. He would rather devote his time to refining his skills within the tower. What is that old coot, Yin Yonghua, truly contemplating? Or perhaps there are other opportunities hidden within. The Li Fall Valley secret realm opens today, and I trust all present are familiar with its lore. I shall refrain from elaborating further. While opportunities abound within, they are accompanied by peril, and the rewards are contingent upon one's own capabilities. As the city lord of Pingwu commenced his address upon the arrival of all participants, he stated, "The realm shall remain open for 7 days. After this period, the exit will be sealed, and should anyone fail to exit in time, the formation will forcibly expel you." Before he could conclude, the impending opening of the realm was interrupted by the arrival of a procession. Li Fu turned to see a contingent of disciples from the Xianyi sect, numbering an impressive 100. The leader, clad in the attire of an outer elder of the sect, was unfamiliar to him. "I recognize Elder Yuan. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" The city lord of Wanyuli respectfully asked. Despite the 3 city lords being more powerful than Elder Yuan, they were acutely aware of the latter's connection to the formidable Xianyi sect, and thus chose their words carefully. The arrival of the Xianyi sect members cast a shadow of unease among those gathered, suggesting that their journey might not unfold smoothly. It appeared they had come in pursuit of the Leaf Fall Valley secret realm. Elder Yuan, dismissing any pleasantries, spoke candidly. "I am here, of course, for the Leaf Fall Valley secret realm." Indeed, upon hearing this, the expressions of those present soured. The Xianyi sect sought to lay claim to the Leaf Fall Valley secret realm. Who would dare contest them for its treasures? Elder Yuan jested, claiming, "This realm serves as a training ground for the cultivators of our 3 cities. How could a prestigious sect like the Xianyi sect covet a mere local secret?" "I am not jesting. My purpose is to ensure that the disciples of the Xianyi sect gain entry to the Leaf Fall Valley secret realm for their training. Moreover, this realm lies between your 3 cities, and it does not exclusively belong to you. What then? Are we unwelcome here?" Elder Yuan's every utterance was laden with the weight of the Xianyi sect, exerting pressure upon the 2 city lords. They were seething with indignation, yet dared not voice their anger. Yin Yonghua, seemingly indifferent, appeared unconcerned. The other 2 city lords glanced at Yin Yonghua, urging him to speak. Only then did he, inebriated, slur his welcome. "Of course, we welcome the Xianyi sect." His words incited ire in the other 2 city lords, who thought to themselves, "We asked you to speak, not to extend a welcome. Have you indulged in too much wine?" Chapter 44. The unyielding demands of the Xianyi sect. An unquenchable fury in the 3 cities, Yin Yonghua, seemed oblivious to the gazes of the 2 men and continued, "However, the quotas for entering the Falling Leaf Valley this year have already been established. Perhaps Elder Yuan could return in 3 years? At that time, my Shuyan city would be willing to relinquish a portion of its quotas, if that is agreeable." This was more reasonable. The 2 city lords breathed a sigh of relief, nearly convinced that Yin Yonghua had turned against them. "I, Pingwu City, am also willing to yield a portion of our quotas. My Wanlu City can concede as well." With Shuyan City's lord having made such a statement, the other 2 lords understood his intentions and followed suit. What had already been determined would not change. Should your Xianyi sect still harbor interest in the next session, the 3 cities could relinquish a few quotas. There's no need for that. The quotas are fixed and can be altered. Elder Yuan appeared not to grasp their insinuations, bluntly rejecting their proposal. This year is this year. 3 years later is another matter. Are the three city lords unwilling to grant even this trivial favor to the Shuani sect? Elder Yuan's tone was haughty, leaving no room for negotiation. His demeanor suggested that the decisions made by the Shuani sect ought to be executed without hesitation. Present in the Falling Leaf Valley today were 100 individuals from the Shuani sect, from Elder Yuan to the disciples, all regarding the practitioners of the three cities with disdain. The Shuani sect had risen to a position of unparalleled status. To them, the practitioners of the three cities were mere scattered cultivators, not even in the same league as their first-rate sect. Their presence in the Falling Leaf Valley was a privilege for the three cities. These Shuani sect disciples were utterly detestable. Despite being a first-rate sect with boundless resources, they still sought to compete with us for quotas in the secret realm. How shameless! Mei Xiaoxian dared not voice her discontent loudly and could only quietly express her grievances beside Li Fu. Li Fu observed with a cold demeanor. The behavior of the Shuani sect unsettled him. As a former disciple, he once took pride in the Shuani sect. Back then, the disciples were harmonious and amicable, and the elders generously imparted their wisdom. Although there were distinctions between the inner and outer sects, there was a spirit of camaraderie. Outstanding outer sect disciples could ascend to the inner sect. Furthermore, they were humble and courteous to outsiders, never bullying the weak. However, upon returning from the secret realm, Li Fu sensed a significant shift in the sect's atmosphere, one that could be described as murky and toxic. The hierarchy among the disciples was rigid. The sect leader's direct disciples held an exalted status. Inner sect disciples looked down upon outer sect members, and outer sect disciples dominated the servants. Insults were frequent, and physical altercations were not uncommon. The sect's enforcement hall turned a blind eye, leaving the humiliated disciples to endure in silence. Moreover, a palpable rift existed among disciples from different peaks, and deep-seated grievances were prevalent, rendering the entire Shuani sect a fragmented assembly. Though Mei Xiaoxian spoke softly, the attendees were all cultivators with keen senses, particularly the three city lords and Elder Yuan, who were of high cultivation. They heard Mei Xiaoxian's words, and the two city lords admired her courage and supported her sentiments. Yet, her master, Yin Yonghua, was drenched in cold sweat. This girl was too outspoken, revealing her innermost thoughts. He noticed Elder Yuan's darkening expression and realized the gravity of the situation. Elder Yuan cast a cold, piercing gaze towards Mei Xiaoxian. His eyes filled with fury as he prepared to reprimand the impudent young girl who dared to speak ill of the Xian Yi sect before him. As if he were deaf, just as he was about to act, he was interrupted by Yin Yonghua, who inquired about the number of disciples Elder Yuan intended to send into the secret realm for training. Yin Yonghua, having no choice but to yield, understood that the Xian Yi sect's mission was not open for negotiation. The other two city lords were equally eager to ascertain how many disciples Elder Yuan planned to allow into the secret realm. If the number were few, they could extend a gesture of goodwill to the Xian Yi sect, which was preferable to incurring their wrath. Few? Elder Yuan retorted expressionlessly. Are you jesting, Lord Yin? I intend to send in 100 disciples. His unyielding declaration sent shockwaves through the three city lords. 100 disciples. Such audacity. With only 300 total slots allotted to the cultivators of the three cities, all of whom had been selected 6 months in advance, Elder Yuan's demand was staggering. Unable to contain themselves, the three city cultivators erupted in protest. Impossible. There are only 300 slots in total, and you wish to claim 100? Are you jesting? How can you presume to allow your disciples in? Can a first-rate sect behave so arrogantly? Absolutely not. We refuse. Mei Xiaoxian, standing aside, was infuriated, her brows furrowing in indignation. Known for her sense of justice, she found it intolerable to hear such words. Had it not been for Li Fu's restraining presence, she might have protested vocally at that very moment. Elder Yuan, upon hearing the discontented murmurs of the scattered cultivators, merely scoffed, paying their protests no heed. In the entire northern region, who dared to oppose the Xian Yi sect? Elder Yuan's presence was a representation of the sect itself, and his words bore the weight of the sect's authority. Any disrespect directed at him was tantamount to disrespecting the Xian Yi sect. With unwavering confidence, Elder Yuan dismissed the three city lords' grievances. He was on a mission, and he was determined to send 100 disciples into the secret realm. You jest, Elder Yuan. Our total slots amount to only 300. Is it not excessive for you to demand 100? Indeed, Elder Yuan. This expedition into the secret realm has been planned by our three cities for half a year, and the slots were finalized only as the opening approached. If you were to request 10 or 8 slots, we could perhaps accommodate you, but 100 slots is simply beyond reason. The other two city lords were expressions of dismay. Beyond reason? Elder Yuan laughed derisively. You are aware that our Xian Yi sect currently boasts a staggering number of disciples, numbering in the tens of thousands. With such a multitude, it is rather challenging for our sect to provide ample resources for their training. However, our esteemed leader is deeply committed to the growth of our disciples. It has come to my attention that the secret realm of the Falling Leaf Valley is about to be unveiled. I considered this an exceptional opportunity for training and thus conveyed this information to the sect. The leader wholeheartedly endorsed my proposal. Consequently, I have selected 100 disciples to participate, hoping they can hone their skills through this experience. Esteemed city lords, I trust you would not deny our Shu Yan sect this courtesy? Elder Yuan observed the 3 city lords, who, upon receiving his gaze, shook their heads in trepidation. Much to his satisfaction. What a jest it would be for anyone to disregard the Shu Yan sect. Elder Yuan continued, of course, if you 3 truly believe that the quotas are immutable, I shall not impose further. I shall take my leave. The 3 city lords were taken aback by Elder Yuan's willingness to depart. Just as their astonishment at his reasonableness was palpable, he swiftly shifted his tone, adding with a veneer of politeness, in that case, I shall return and report the facts, stating that the quota for the Falling Leaf Valley has been filled, and that you 3 were unable to relinquish any places. At that juncture, we shall have to send our sect leader to discuss this matter with you directly. The prospect of the Shu Yan sect's leader coming in person caused the 3 city lords to exchange glances. They understood well that Elder Yuan would not relent easily. His every word hinted at the powerful Shu Yan sect. Time and again, he invoked the name of their leader, indicating that the entry of 100 disciples from the Shu Yan sect into the Falling Leaf Valley was all but assured. Observing the disheartened expressions of the cultivators from the 3 cities, they felt a sense of resignation. With the name of the Shu Yan sect leader brought into play, what further arguments could they muster? Meanwhile, the disciples of the Shu Yan sect held their heads high, their haughty demeanor instilling a sense of frustration among the other cultivators, who dared not voice their grievances. The disparity in status was insurmountable, as they were, after all, disciples of the Shu Yan sect, a distinction that placed them far above the others. With a sigh, the 3 city lords ultimately relented. In that case, let the disciples of the Shu Yan sect enter, they declared. This pronouncement deepened the gloom among the cultivators of the 3 cities, while the disciples of the Shu Yan sect seemed to revel in their triumph. Casting disdainful glances at their peers, Elder Yuan smiled. Thank you, esteemed city lords, for your acquiescence. The Shu Yan sect shall remember your assistance. Despite his words, his expression bore no trace of gratitude. Rather, it was one of entitlement. Mei Xiaoxian, witnessing Elder Yuan's smug demeanor, felt a surge of indignation, wishing to deliver a few sharp slaps to alleviate her frustration. Chang Hongyi also cast a discontented glance at the members of the Shu Yan sect. After some deliberation, the 3 city lords collectively decided to remove 100 cultivators from the secret realms list, allowing the disciples of the Shu Yan sect to join instead. After waiting 3 years to enter the secret realm, they were now disrupted by the uninvited disciples of the Shu Yan sect. Those whose names had been struck from the list glared at the self-satisfied disciples, their eyes brimming with resentment. The disciples of the Shu Yan sect had usurped their places. They were consumed with anger and hatred, yet dared not voice their discontent. Noticing the disdainful expressions directed at them, the disciples of the Shu Yan sect merely scoffed in response. The mere scattered cultivators contesting for the qualification to enter the secret realm should reflect upon their own inadequacies. Your entry into the secret realm would be a squandered endeavor. It would be far more honorable for you to promptly relinquish your spots and join us, the Shu Yan sect. In this venture, the voice of the Shu Yan sect disciple echoed in the ears of the 3 city lords, their expressions darkening with displeasure. Do not take the words of the young ones to heart. Since the slots have been confirmed, I urge you 3 to proceed and open the secret realm. Elder Yuan remarked dismissively, pushing for action. Though the 3 city lords were visibly irked, they refrained from further protest. Upon your entrance, you will be randomly transported to a location within the Falling Leaves Valley, where 1st and 2nd tier demonic beasts reside. Should you find yourselves outmatched, do your utmost to regroup with your companions. The lords instructed, directing everyone to stand within the formation. Li Fu stepped into the array. Do not fear. Should you encounter any demonic beasts, avoid direct confrontation. I will locate you swiftly. Mei Xiaoxian reassured him. Take care, Taoist Fong. We shall meet within the secret realm. Li Fu nodded in acknowledgement. A blinding light erupted suddenly, prompting Li Fu to instinctively shut his eyes. An overwhelming sensation of being torn apart enveloped him in an instant. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself within the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm. The surroundings were rich in spiritual energy, adorned with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms amidst lush greenery. Only the verdant woods and blooming flora surrounded him. No other figures were in sight. The 300 participants had been randomly scattered, and Li Fu had not encountered anyone else, indicating the vastness of the Falling Leaves Valley. He chose a direction and began to advance. Upon entering, Yan Yonghua had informed Li Fu that there existed an item within the Falling Leaves Valley that would greatly nurture his spirit, urging him to seek it out. This item was known as the Ice Soul Profound Jade Lotus Cushion. Hearing this name filled Li Fu with excitement. He was aware of its origins. It was crafted from the millennium-old profound ice jade found in the frigid northern wastelands. It harbored pure, chilling energy that could effectively aid cultivators in calming their scattered thoughts, significantly reducing the risk of malevolent thoughts during cultivation, especially at critical junctures, thereby safeguarding the clarity of the mind. The efficacy of the Ice Soul Profound Jade Lotus Cushion did not end there. It also facilitated the rapid gathering of surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energy for cultivators. Sitting upon it while cultivating would greatly enhance the speed of their progress, particularly for those with ice and water attribute spiritual roots, yielding exceptional results. Having been invaded by demonic energy, it could significantly suppress this malevolence, alleviating the pain inflicted upon his spirit. Coupled with his immaculate sacred physique, obtaining the Ice Soul Profound Jade Lotus Cushion would be immensely beneficial for both his spiritual wounds and cultivation. Calculating the time, Li Fu realized it had been over 10 days since the last episode of his spiritual affliction. He had a vague premonition that it was about to resurge. During his time at the Shuani Sect, such episodes occurred every 2 to 3 days. However, he had been away from the sect for over half a month and had only experienced one episode. What could be the reason for this? The frequency of his afflictions had diminished after leaving the abundant spiritual environment of the Shuani Sect, a puzzle he could not decipher. Yan Yonghua had only provided him with a general location of this item. Information gleaned from a previous cultivator who had caught a glimpse of it, but could not obtain it due to the intricate formation surrounding it. Li Fu, however, was not concerned, for he possessed the eye of breaking illusions. Now, he merely needed to locate the position described by the aforementioned cultivator. The Falling Leaves Valley secret realm was indeed vast. Li Fu traveled for nearly an hour before finally catching sight of human figures. It was the disciples of Xian Yi Sect embroiled in a heated dispute with the cultivators from Wanlu City. This beast was slain by us. On what grounds do you claim it as yours? One cultivator from Wanlu City exclaimed indignantly. The two cultivators from Wanlu City had just been teleported down when they encountered the demon beast. After joining forces to defeat it, they were preparing to collect the beast's core when they were confronted by disciples of Xian Yi Sect, who asserted that they had discovered the beast first. The Xian Yi Sect cultivators, unfazed, proceeded to claim the core. I discovered the beast first. It merely ran to your vicinity. I have yet to seek retribution against you for your actions, and you dare question me. One disciple from Xian Yi Sect scolded, wiping the blood from his sword. You. The cultivator from Wanlu City, incensed by the disciple's words, was about to strike, but was restrained by his companion. Enough, enough. They are disciples of Xian Yi Sect. We should not provoke them. He reasoned. Despite their unreasonable claims, it is still unacceptable for disciples of Xian Yi Sect to brazenly snatch what is ours. The Xian Yi Sect disciple sneered. What do you mean by brazenly snatch? I discovered it first. The moment my companion and I landed, the beast was right here. How can you claim it was yours first? You are simply distorting the truth. The cultivators from Wanlu City had never encountered such arrogance, where one brazenly seizes another's possessions while offering a flimsy excuse. Why should we, the Xian Yi Sect, explain ourselves to a mere loose cultivator like you? I claim that I discovered it first, and that is the truth. Offering you an explanation is a courtesy. The disciple from Xian Yi Sect had grown weary of the argument, his gaze filled with derision as he looked at the two men. Do you wish to fight? By all means, come at me. The disciple taunted. His initial foundation cultivation level rendering him unafraid in the face of a cultivator from Wanlu City at the same level and another at the 9th level of Qi refinement. If you lack the courage to act, then get lost. With that, the disciple swaggered past them, claiming the beast's core. The two cultivators from Wanlu City were left seething, their fists clenched in frustration, yet they could only watch him depart. They dared not provoke such a formidable force as the Xian Yi Sect. Even if they managed to reclaim the beast's core, they could not bear the consequences of retaliation from Xian Yi Sect. Chapter 46. The Eye of Illusions seeks opportunities. The counterattack before the medicinal field loose cultivators are indeed just that. The disciple from Xian Yi Sect left with an air of arrogance, his words striking the two cultivators from Wanlu City like a resounding slap to the face. The disciple coldly eyed Li Fu, who was not far off. There's also a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator entering here to meet his demise. Li Fu observed the scene before him with an impassive expression. Meanwhile, similar confrontations were unfolding in various locations. The arrogant demeanor of Xian Yi Sect and their malicious appropriation of the possessions of cultivators from the 3 cities spread like a seed, quietly taking root in their hearts. Li Fu paid no heed to the disciple's mockery as he pressed onward, determined to find the Ice Soul Profound Jade Lotus Cushion. He sensed that the onset of his soul injury was imminent. It would be fortuitous if he could locate the cushion before it manifested. With increased urgency, Li Fu quickened his pace. Yin Yonghua had mentioned that the cushion was located in a cave beside a cold pool in the northern part of the Falling Leaves Valley's secret realm. The information was rather scant, leaving Li Fu feeling like a headless fly, compelled to journey northward. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the Eye of Illusions. If the Eye of Disillusionment were employed, one might wonder if it could unveil anything extraordinary within the secret realm. Thus, Li Fu summoned the spiritual energy within him, and the Eye of Disillusionment began to operate. Through his gaze, the entire Fallen Leaf Valley was enveloped in vibrant, multicolored spiritual energy. 100 paces away in the forest, 2 points of spiritual light emerged, one red and the other yellow, indicative of cultivators with fire and earth spiritual roots. To the west, there appeared a location that seemed distinct from the rest, with a particularly dense concentration of earthy-hued spiritual energy. What could lie there? Further northwest, Li Fu discerned an especially prominent white chill amidst the kaleidoscope of spiritual energies swirling around it. What secrets could that hold? Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Disillusionment, Li Fu identified at least 10 unusual locations. He understood that aimless searching could yield no results, as their stay in the secret realm was limited to 7 days. Rather than meandering without purpose, it would be prudent to first investigate these peculiar places. With that thought, Li Fu hastened towards the nearest site, where the earthy spiritual energy was notably pronounced. He resolved to explore it first. Along the way, he observed disciples from the Xian Yi sect and cultivators from the 3 cities, each pursuing their own paths in tranquil coexistence. An hour later, Li Fu arrived at the location rich in earthy spiritual energy. The sight before him filled him with delight, an expanse of medicinal herbs, comprising 10 varieties of rare spiritual plants, each over 50 years old and brimming with potent medicinal properties. It turned out that the earthy spiritual energy signified a spiritual field. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fu procured a spade, preparing to transplant these spiritual herbs into the primordial universe tower. He wondered whether Miaokong had been diligent in cultivating spiritual herbs, for these 10 specimens far surpassed the ones he had given her. However, danger lurked unseen. Just as he bent down, a green shadow darted from the depths of the herb field, striking at his wrist. Fortunately, Li Fu was swift. Before the green serpent could sink its fangs into him, he retracted his right hand with remarkable agility. The serpent shot past his arm like an arrow. That was close. Li Fu felt a shiver of apprehension. He glanced at the green serpent, relieved to note it was merely a first-tier beast, likely a guardian of the herb field. Li Fu drew forth his Qingfeng sword, and as the serpent lunged once more, he severed its body with a swift strike. After ensuring the area was secure, he employed the Eye of Disillusionment again to check for further dangers within the herb field. Finding none, Li Fu finally sighed in relief. He began to excavate the spiritual herbs one by one, placing them into a white jade box. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden sound of slicing air resonated from behind him. Li Fu swiftly swung his Qingfeng sword. With a clang, it intercepted the attacking blade. Oh, quite clever. A mere 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator managed to thwart my sneak attack, remarked a disciple clad in the robes of the Xian Yi sect as he stepped out from behind a tree. The assailant showed no shame for his treachery. Instead, he brazenly declared, "Since you have evaded my strike, it seems fate has spared you this time. Hand over the spiritual herbs and be gone." Li Fu could hardly contain his laughter at the audacity of his words. Such boldness in a sneak attack, coupled with such refreshingly unconventional demands. In his eyes, Li Fu appeared to be nothing more than an ant that could be casually crushed. However, in his current state of good spirits, he deemed it beneath him to engage in a confrontation with Li Fu. Li Fu cast a glance at his assailant, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. "What are you dawdling for? Do you wish for me to take action personally?" Seeing Li Fu stand motionless like a wooden block, the man urged him. "If I take action, you will either be dead or severely injured. You would do well to recognize your place." Li Fu smiled, intrigued, and inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "What? Is it necessary for someone of your ilk to know my name?" The man, brimming with arrogance, clearly held Li Fu in contempt. "I have long admired the Xuanyi sect, and today, to meet a disciple from such a prestigious lineage, I must say you are indeed remarkable. Indeed, I find your words pleasing. You are more discerning than other loose cultivators. Remember this, I am called Shishio. Now, hand over your belongings. I never said I would give them to you." "What did you say?" Shishio was taken aback that a mere 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator dared to defy him. "Do you wish to die?" Shishio's face twisted in rage as he retrieved his sword. "That remains to be seen." Li Fu's expression remained unchanged. "Very well, I intended to spare your life. But since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for what follows." With that, Shu lunged at Li Fu with his sword. Facing an opponent of merely 6th level chi refinement, Shu found the encounter tedious, as he had already attained the 8th level. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Before his sword could pierce the man's body, Shu felt as though his feet were frozen in place. A chilling sensation surged through his chest. He looked down to see that, unbeknownst to him, a blue long sword had pierced his heart. Crimson blood flowed from his chest, rapidly soaking his garments. You. Shu could hardly believe his eyes, panic spreading across his pupils. If you wish to kill me, you must first gauge your own strength. Li Fu withdrew the Qing Feng's sword, and in an instant, Shu's vitality waned. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, consumed by disbelief and fear. Unable to comprehend how a mere 6th level cultivator could defeat him, an 8th level. Li Fu collected his storage bag and tossed it into a fire, instantly reducing the corpse of Shu to ashes. A gust of wind swept through, carrying his remains into the medicinal fields, where they would nourish the seedlings. This was Li Fu's first kill of a Shuani sect disciple, yet he felt no turmoil within. To seek his demise, one must be prepared to pay the price. Mercy towards adversaries is cruelty towards oneself. The world of cultivation is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. Pity for the noble beasts only invites disaster. This was a truth Li Fu had gleaned from his 3,000 years of deep slumber. Shu, faced with a weaker opponent, could see only aggression and conquest. Having personally slain a disciple of the Shuani sect, Li Fu remained unfazed, for it was not a matter of justice or identity. It was simply a primal instinct for self-preservation. Besides, he had long severed ties with the Shuani sect. Furthermore, the Shuani sect of today was no longer the esteemed institution it once was in Li Fu's eyes. Nowadays, its disciples resembled bandits, bullying the weak and seizing by force. What distinguishes such actions from those of bandits and robbers? Solely honing magical prowess without cultivating one's character. Li Fu feels that the current Xian sect is even inferior to third-rate sections. In Chapter 47, blood debts must be repaid in blood. Li Fu activated the Eye of Broken Delusion, scanning the medicinal fields to ensure no precious herbs were overlooked before he proceeded without delay. He needed to locate the Ice Soul Xian Jade Lotus platform swiftly before the repercussions of his spiritual injuries manifested. If the yellow spiritual energy signified medicinal herbs, what then did the white spiritual energy represent? It must pertain to ice or water. The strikingly pure white spiritual energy emanating from the northwest was particularly conspicuous. Aligning with the location described by Yan Yonghua, the cold pool lay further north. Li Fu surmised that this might indeed be the site of the cold pool. In contrast, he chose not to pursue the other colorful areas of spiritual energy, as the Ice Soul Xian Jade Lotus platform held greater significance for him. With this thought, Li Fu hesitated no longer. Having determined the approximate location through the Eye of Broken Delusion, he pressed onward. Having slain a disciple of the Xian sect, Li Fu sensed that the signs of his spiritual injuries were becoming increasingly pronounced. He could feel the demonic energy clawing at him. To preempt the onset of his spiritual affliction, he quickened his pace. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, continuously activating the Eye of Broken Delusion to survey his surroundings. Striving to evade the gaze of others, particularly the disciples of the Xian sect. Even upon encountering cultivators from the 3 cities, Li Fu wished to remain uninvolved with them. He darted rapidly through the forest. Though the location of the white spiritual energy appeared close, Li Fu had already traversed nearly 2 hours without arriving. It was indeed a case of hoping to reach the mountain only to find the horse exhausted. While Li Fu sought the Ice Soul Xian Jade Lotus platform, tensions within the Li Fall Valley's secret realm had reached a critical point. Primarily due to the conflict between the cultivators of the 3 cities and the disciples of the Xian sect. Previously, cultivators from the 3 cities would enter the secret realm to acquire treasures solely based on their own abilities, occasionally engaging in covert skirmishes that remained in the shadows. Far from the public eye, however, the entry of the Xian sect disciples altered the dynamics. Some disciples from the 3 cities had previously entered the realm and obtained information regarding the general locations of treasures through various channels, allowing them to quickly locate what they sought. In contrast, the disciples of the Xian sect floundered like headless flies, aimlessly darting about. Yet, they exhibited cunning. Unable to find treasures themselves, they followed the cultivators from the 3 cities, should they discover or obtain a treasure. The disciples of the Xian sect would seize it at the earliest opportunity, even snatching it directly from the hands of the 3 cities' cultivators. With their elevated status, the disciples of the Xian sect displayed a blatant disregard for others, resorting to verbal insults or even physical intimidation towards the cultivators of the 3 cities. If one dared to retort, they would invoke the name of the Xian sect. Moreover, with their formidable cultivation, Encounters with the disciples of the Xian sect typically resulted in losses for the cultivators of the three cities. Many cultivators, wishing to avoid conflict, willingly surrendered their treasures. However, the disciples of the Xian sect showed no signs of restraint, even enslaving the cultivators of the three cities to assist in their searches, treating them as mere tools rather than individuals. Hurry, what are you dawdling for? In merely 7 days, 2 precious medicinal herbs were discovered today. How could you possibly enter here? Are you toying with me, circling around aimlessly? Our esteemed Xian sect is honored to share entry into the Fallen Leaf Valley's secret realm with your scattered practitioners. Do not overstep your bounds. Hurry and search. The enslaved individual, Li Fu, recognized none other than Chang Hongyi, yet at this moment, he could only harbor resentment and silence. The Chang family's business partially relies on the Xian sect, and should the sect sever ties with them, their enterprise would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow, potentially leading to its downfall and absorption by rival families. Moreover, with his cultivation merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement, and facing 2 disciples from the Xian sect, one at the same level and the other at the pinnacle of qi refinement, Chang Hongyi found himself utterly powerless. Unable to offend the Xian sect, he clenched his teeth and fists, leading the way in silence, hoping for an opportune moment to extricate himself from their grasp. You are the second young master of the Chang family, and Hongfu Tower is your family's enterprise, is it not? Inquired one of the 2 Xian disciples. Hey, we're talking to you. Chang Hongyi nodded in acknowledgement. Over the years, your family has reaped considerable benefits from our Xian sect. Yet you do not express your gratitude upon seeing us. Indeed, without the pills and talismans provided by our sect, could your Hongfu Tower have flourished? Could your family have become one of the 3 great clans of Shuyan City? Chang Hongyi retrieved 2 bags of spirit stones from his spatial ring, presenting them to the disciples. Here are 20,000 spirit stones. Please accept them. 20,000. Are you trying to insult us? After accepting the stones, the disciples unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Chang Hongyi. Do you look down upon our Xian sect? Produce more. Chang Hongyi glared fiercely at them, suppressing his anger. I only brought these spirit stones with me. Do you expect us to believe that? One disciple snarled, seizing Chang Hongyi's wrist. You are, after all, the second young master of one of the 3 great clans in Shuyan City. Surely you carry more than this paltry sum. The 2 disciples conspired to snatch the spatial ring from his finger. Chang Hongyi clung to it desperately. Within lay a heavenly grade foundation establishment pill worth millions, which he could not allow them to seize. Still protecting it, are you? This lad is certainly up to no good, commanded the senior disciple. Brother, teach him a lesson. With that, they intensified their assault, landing blows upon Chang Hongyi. The more he defended, the more suspicious they became. You little brat, dare to withhold? I'll make sure you regret it. Chang Hongyi staggered back, yet dared not retaliate. This boy is surprisingly resilient, remarked the senior. Let us both strike him. His desperate protection of the spatial ring surely indicates treasures within. The senior disciple then delivered a powerful punch to Chang Hongyi's abdomen, infused with spiritual energy, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The senior seized Chang Hongyi by the hair, his gaze menacing. Hand over the ring, or I will beat you to death. The junior disciple eagerly added to the threat. Senior brother, why continue to chatter? Let us eliminate him discreetly, and then we can divide the treasures within his ring. A splendid idea. The senior brother ceased his prattle, drawing forth a long sword from the spatial ring. His gaze cold and merciless as he addressed Chang Hongyi. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, a crimson sword shadow darted through the air, intercepting the blade in the senior brother's grasp. The newcomer was none other than Chang Hongyi's sister, Changling. She swiftly pulled her brother behind her. Concern etched upon her face. Are you all right? I'm fine, sister. Chang Hongyi replied, swallowing a medicinal pill to regain a modicum of strength before rising to his feet. Is it your intention to slay members of the Chang family, Xian sect? Chang Ling, wielding her longsword, glared at the 2 members of the Xian sect. Not at all. You have misunderstood. We merely engaged in a friendly spar with your brother. Do inquire with him if you doubt my words. One of the Xian sect members retorted. Indeed, we have been nothing but cordial. It seems you mistake us for bloodthirsty fiends akin to the demonic clan. They offered their explanations without concern for Chang Ling's accusations. Though she was merely a nascent cultivator, they were confident that the Chang family would not dare retaliate against them, emboldened by their own perceived superiority. Since your sister has arrived, we shall take our leave for now, young Master Chang, until we meet again. With that, the 2 swaggered away, vanishing from Chang Ling's sight. How outrageous. What manner of disciples are these from the Xian sect? They act like common brigands. Chang Ling tenderly caressed her brother's injured cheek, her voice laced with fury. Chang Hongyi hung his head in shame. It is my lack of strength that has allowed their bullying to persist. Thankfully, the Celestial Foundation pill remains in my possession. They did not seize it. His fists clenched tightly. The humiliation he felt cut deeper than his physical wounds. Chong Ling, well aware of her brother's concerns, reassured him, "Do not blame yourself. I understand your fears. You worry about provoking them and the potential retribution against our family. The entire Falling Leaf Valley is fraught with peril, and the presence of the Xian Yi sect has turned this expedition into a veritable quagmire. We shall remember this transgression." She comforted her brother, "We must not linger here. The commotion we caused may attract unwanted attention. Let us depart. If the Chong family is treated thus, what hope do other rogue cultivators possess? Should this continue, it is likely that the cultivators from the 3 cities shall find themselves merely aiding the Xian Yi sect, to the likes of their small faction. The Xian Yi sect looms like a towering tree, and even the slightest disturbance could render them powerless. Meanwhile, Mei Xiaoxian faced a similar plight. Beside a verdant medicinal field, the lifeless bodies of 2-3 cities cultivators lay strewn upon the ground, bloodied and bruised. The remaining 2 were engaged in a standoff with a pair of Xian Yi sect disciples. Both cultivators bore injuries. Their eyes filled with rage as they glared at the Xian Yi sect members. "Xian Yi sect, we have already given you the spiritual herbs. Why do you persist in your tyranny? We entered the secret realm together. Our paths should not cross. You have taken our treasures. Why must you resort to murder?" Both were at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, while the Xian Yi sect disciples were merely nascent cultivators. The disparity in their cultivation levels had led to the demise of half their group. Upon hearing this, the Xian Yi sect members merely laughed derisively. "You speak of paths not crossing? A jest. Do you think you are worthy to covet what lies within? Let me inform you. This will be your final entrance into the Leaf Fall Valley's secret realm. Henceforth, this sanctuary shall belong solely to our Xian Yi sect. You are but mere ants, easily crushed. Allowing you entry merely serves to guide us." The 2 disciples of the Xian Yi sect, unperturbed, mocked the treasures of the Leaf Fall Valley as if they were their own. The 2 scattered cultivators trembled with rage upon hearing this, with the death of their companion weighing heavily on their hearts. Their only feeling towards the Xian Yi sect was one of bitter hatred. "The Xian Yi sect seeks to eradicate us entirely, though we are but scattered cultivators. We shall not permit such humiliation. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Damn the offspring of the Xian Yi sect." Chapter 48. The Shattering of the Cold Pool. The cultivators from the 3 cities, long harboring grievances, bore witness to the murder of their comrade. In that moment, they ceased to be the timid and easily manipulated scattered cultivators. They recklessly charged towards the disciples of the Xian Yi sect. After all, death was inevitable, at worst. They would rise again as valiant men in 18 years. Alas, the chasm between their cultivation levels and swordsmanship proved insurmountable. In just 5 or 6 exchanges, they were swiftly defeated. With such insignificant ants daring to fight back? What audacity! A mere insect attempting to shake a tree, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. The disciples of the Xian Yi sect scoffed mercilessly. "Kill them. We still need to search for treasures." The disciples of the Xian Yi sect brandished their swords, their eyes gleaming with malice. As the 2 prepared to accept their grim fate, Mei Xiaoxian, wielding a large blade, intercepted the sword of the Xian Yi sect. "Halt!" Mei Xiaoxian, fierce in her disdain for evil, positioned herself protectively before the 2 scattered cultivators. Another fool unafraid of death. The disciples of the Xian Yi sect, noting that Mei Xiaoxian was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment and was alone, dismissed her entirely. However, as soon as these words left their lips, several figures emerged from behind Mei Xiaoxian. 7 in total, they stood resolutely behind her, their gazes sharp as they regarded the disciples of the Xian Yi sect. "Are you not leaving yet?" Mei Xiaoxian struggled to suppress her inner fury. "Very well, we shall depart." The 2 disciples of the Xian Yi sect, confronted with the gathering of Mei Xiaoxian and her companions, realized they were outnumbered and promptly retreated. Meanwhile, Li Fu, navigating through the icy thickets of the needle-leaved forest, finally discovered a place rich in white spiritual energy. As he sensed the chilling aura ahead, his heart burned with excitement. "At last, I have found it, the cold pool." Beneath the canopy of white spiritual energy, a profound cold pool emerged. Were it not for the possession of the eye of the broken illusion, such a concealed place would be nearly impossible for an ordinary cultivator to locate. Nestled within the dense woods of the mountain ravine, the cold pool was shrouded in a temperature far lower than its surroundings. At its depths, a cave could be faintly discerned, within which lay a white meditation cushion quietly placed. An ice soul mystic jade cushion? As Li Fu approached, an invisible barrier suddenly obstructed his path. "Is there a formation?" Li Fu promptly activated his eye of the broken illusion. To his astonishment, 3 layers of formations surrounded the cold pool. No wonder such a rare treasure remained unharmed for so many years. The seclusion of this location, coupled with the exquisite formations, served as the true safeguard. With 3 formations layered upon one another, Only those with profound mastery in formations could hope to breach such defenses. Li Fuqiang felt fortunate to possess the Eye of Illusion Breaking, an innate tool adept at counteracting various formations, capable of discerning the illusory and pinpointing the formation's core. Truly an invaluable asset for dismantling arrays. The initial formation alone could hinder most cultivators below the golden core stage. Although it was possible to forcibly breach the formation without a thorough understanding, one would need to possess at least the strength of the God transformation stage. Otherwise, breaking through would prove exceedingly difficult. Utilizing the Eye of Illusion Breaking, Li Fuqiang effortlessly identified the core of the first formation. Upon dismantling it, he stepped within. As soon as Li Fuqiang entered the formation, he was assailed by dozens of ice spikes. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, evading the onslaught while scrutinizing the formation for weaknesses. The second formation was a lethal array, cleverly leveraging the chill of the cold pond to mount its assault. Moreover, within the formation, the frigid air enveloped him, causing the temperature to plummet, as if he were immersed in a frozen wasteland. The breath he exhaled manifested as white mist. The piercing cold infiltrated every crevice, prompting Li Fuqiang to swiftly summon his inner spiritual energy for warmth. He needed to locate the core promptly, otherwise, his internal energy would inevitably deplete. Employing the Eye of Illusion Breaking once more, he noticed a white droplet suspended above the cold pond, connecting various parts of the formation. It appeared that this white droplet was indeed the formation's core. Drawing forth his Qingfeng sword, he unleashed a sword aura towards the droplet, only to be taken aback as the droplet emitted a faint glow, neutralizing his attack. What was happening? Li Fuqiang gazed at the white droplet in astonishment. No. The second formation was not merely a straightforward lethal array. It was intricately linked to a third formation, which unleashed the bone-chilling air. These two formations complemented each other, indicating that the array's creator possessed considerable skill, having thought to overlap two formations, revealing a profound understanding of array techniques. Li Fuqiang dared not linger, acutely aware that the demonic energy within him was on the verge of erupting. Once more, he focused on the formation with unwavering attention, utilizing the Eye of Illusion Breaking. The two formations were closely intertwined, and the white droplet above the cold pond appeared to be a mere distraction. After a brief period, under the scrutiny of the Eye of Illusion Breaking, he finally discerned the anomaly. It was indeed true that the white droplet connected various parts of the formation. However, the true core was not the droplet, but the cold air beneath it. The cold air floating above the pond entered the droplet at intervals in a unique manner, subsequently linking to the formation. The mind of the array's creator was quite profound. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary cultivator to detect the barely perceptible movement of that cold air, which concealed itself among other frigid currents. Had it not been for the Eye of Illusion Breaking, Li Fuqiang would have remained oblivious. Now that he realized the core was the cold air rather than the droplet, Li Fuqiang decisively swung his sword to sever the cold air. As anticipated, once the cold air was cut off, the white droplet dissipated instantly. The dual overlapping formations shattered with a resounding crack. The pervasive chill surrounding him instantly receded, like a tide withdrawing. However, there was no time for rejoicing. The demonic energy within him could no longer be contained. It slithered like a venomous serpent, corroding his very soul. It felt akin to an extreme icy breath, siphoning away his life force. This chill emanated not from the external environment, but from the depths of his being, impervious to spiritual resistance. Soon after, a sensation of tearing engulfed him, as if his soul were on the verge of being rent asunder. The pain was beyond the realm of words to describe. Li Fu endured the intense pain surging from the depths of his soul, his footsteps heavy as he entered the cave. Within, the ethereal icy jade mat caught his eye. A faint, chilling aura emanated from the mat, perfectly sized for one to sit cross-legged upon it. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, subtly accompanied by the delicate fragrance of ice lotus, which instilled a slight tranquility within him. With the remnants of his consciousness, Li Fu set up a simple magical formation before settling onto the icy jade mat. The moment he sat down, a pure, cool energy surged into his being. This force seemed sentient, swiftly penetrating the depths of his soul. Two energies, one white and one black, intertwined within Li Fu's essence. The white represented the pure, chilling aura of the icy jade mat, while the black symbolized demonic energy. These two forces appeared to be sworn enemies, clashing fiercely upon encounter. With Li Fu's soul serving as the battlefield, neither energy would yield to the other, and the slightest touch ignited a violent struggle. Li Fu felt as though he had plunged into an endless, viscous sea of blackness. The white energy transformed into wings, striving to lift him upwards, while the black ocean relentlessly dragged him down, threatening to engulf him in eternal darkness. This sense of powerlessness was profoundly disheartening, accompanied by a piercing chill and a suffocating sensation. At that moment, as Li Fu battled the demonic energy, Zhou Ming arrived at Qingyang Peak, the last place he had been before. Emerging from Qianyun Peak, where her second junior sister, Cai Jingqiu, resided, she was burdened with heavy thoughts. She could not fathom why her junior sister harbored such an obsession with the sword path, even willing to succumb to madness in pursuit of the sword intent within the sword monument. Despite Li Fu's good intentions to prevent her from falling into darkness, she had turned against him, accusing him unjustly. What had caused her to become this way? What troubled Zhou Ming the most was their master's indifferent attitude. She was well aware of the entire situation, yet chose to turn a blind eye, witnessing Li Fu's unjust accusation without any sign of intervention. The punishment meted out to Cai Jingqiu was merely perfunctory. Qingyang Peak was on the verge of becoming Jiang Chen's territory, and with Jiang Chen currently in seclusion. Striving for the nascent soul realm, Zhou Ming knew that upon his emergence, their master's favoritism towards him would lead to significant changes at Qingyang Peak. For reasons unknown, Zhou Ming felt compelled to visit Qingyang Peak during Jiang Chen's retreat, to see Li Fu's dwelling and the remnants of his life there. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The vast Qingyang Peak featured only a solitary, dilapidated bamboo house nestled beneath the trees. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing a few leaves to fall, further enhancing the desolation and solitude of the scene. This couldn't be right. How could Qingyang Peak consist solely of a rickety bamboo house, which had once been Li Fu's residence? Zhou Ming could hardly believe her eyes as she hovered in the air, scanning the entire Qingyang Peak, only to discover that Li Fu's previous abode had collapsed into ruins at some point. Had this bamboo house been constructed by Li Fu upon his return from the abyss? With that thought in mind, she cautiously approached the bamboo house. The interior was exceedingly cramped and stark, containing merely a bamboo bed, a table, a chair, and a few thin garments. Was this truly Li Fu's sanctuary? Upon observing the rudimentary furnishings within the dwelling, a wave of sorrow unexpectedly surged within Zhou Ming. It was difficult for her to fathom how he had endured such conditions in the bamboo hut. 8 centuries ago, he had ventured into the perilous depths for the sake of his sect, and upon his return, he found himself in such a dismal state. Zhou Ming picked up the carving knife and the unrefined wooden sword beside her bed, her fingertips gliding over the coarse wood grain. An overwhelming impulse to weep suddenly enveloping her. Having risked life and death for the sect, yet residing in such a place, Zhou Ming summoned the mystical mirror, letting a drop of her blood fall, and positioned the wooden sword before the mirror. Even though she was aware that Li Fu possessed an aura of fortune that rendered him elusive to her gaze, she could not resist the urge to glimpse into the life he had returned to. Thus, she sought out the ancient methods inscribed in the mystic texts regarding how to peer into the lives of those blessed with fortune. The procedure was straightforward, requiring the practitioner to expend considerable blood and lifespan, in addition to obtaining at least 3 personal belongings of the fortunate individual. The efficacy would be further enhanced if performed at a location where the person had long resided. Hence, Zhou Ming had come. Despite knowing that such an intrusion would significantly deplete her lifespan, she was undeterred. If 1 drop of blood was insufficient, she would offer 2. If 2 were inadequate, then 10. Lifespan held little value for her, since embarking on the path of the mystical arts, her only companion had been solitude. The mystical mirror emitted a faint glow, but unfortunately, the image remained exceedingly hazy. Zhou Ming cast the spell again, levitating Li Fu's clothing from his bedside before the mirror. At last, the mystical mirror gradually revealed Li Fu's silhouette. Zhou Ming witnessed the scene of his return. Contrary to her expectations, there was no warm welcome. After being brought back to the main peak for an assessment by the master, he was dismissed upon being told he could not cultivate further. At that moment, Li Fu was covered in blood, and though his spirit appeared weary, a glimmer of hope still shone in his eyes. He had lost his cultivation and struggled to ascend Qingyang Peak, only to behold the dilapidated ruins of what had once been. Nevertheless, a faint light flickered in Li Fu's gaze. Over the following 10 days, he tirelessly carved out this bamboo hut to shelter himself from the elements. At that time, his physical state was even weaker than that of a common mortal. Within the mystical mirror, Zhou Ming observed the arduous effort Li Fu exerted with each swing of his blade. A full month passed after his return to Qingyang Peak, and not a single member of Xian Yi Sect came to offer assistance, nor did anyone even bother to visit. It was as if Li Fu did not exist at all. The master seemed to have forgotten about him entirely. Thus, he persisted in solitude, chopping down bamboo to construct a refuge for himself. Once the bamboo hut was completed, Li Fu was again engulfed by the torment of demonic energy invading his soul. Curled up on the cold bamboo bed, he stifled his anguished cries, the torment vividly reflected in Zhou Ming's eyes, causing tears to slip down her cheeks. Little junior brother, you have suffered so. After a considerable time, the junior sisters began to visit Li Fu, albeit in a perfunctory manner. Noticing their unwilling expressions, Zhou Ming understood that it was likely the master's directive. Their polite exchanges with Li Fu felt distant and insincere, even to someone as naive as Zhou Ming. Yet within the mirror, Li Fu appeared unusually elated. He busily prepared water and poured tea with enthusiasm. The cramped bamboo hut could hardly accommodate the group, and they stood outside, their expressions indifferent as they observed Li Fu's industriousness, not a single one accepting the cup of water he offered. Their coldness resembled that of strangers. Yet Li Fu appeared utterly oblivious to this sense of estrangement and chill. He resembled a child who had rediscovered his cherished toys, rummaging through his belongings and offering his meager treasures to his senior sisters. Regrettably, none of them extended a hand to receive his offerings. His gestures went unacknowledged. Standing beneath the tree, he spoke joyfully to himself, reminiscent of the carefree conversations he had with them 8 centuries ago. However, the only responses he garnered were the fleeting glances of impatience and silence from his senior sisters. They did not linger for long, swiftly departing from Qingyang Peak, leaving Li Fu to stand alone in solitude before the bamboo hut, watching their retreating figures. Despite this, a radiant smile remained upon his face. His senior sisters had not forgotten him. They were simply overwhelmed with their own responsibilities. Each had ascended to the position of peak master, tasked with mentoring numerous disciples and managing various sect affairs. Once they left, Li Fu's life reverted to its mundane rhythm, living alone, dining alone, and gazing vacantly into the distance. Yet, he was merely an ordinary person, perhaps even less than that. The essentials of life became a significant burden for him. When hunger struck, he had no choice but to scour the mountains for wild vegetables to stave off starvation. Fortunately, Qingyang Peak was vast and abundant in such resources. Eventually, he cultivated a small plot of land behind his dwelling, planting some vegetables to scrape by. However, as winter descended, Qingyang Peak was ravaged by relentless winds and snow. How could Li Fu's frail body withstand the biting cold that cut through the peak like a knife? The icy gusts howled, sweeping through the crevices of the bamboo hut with ease. Huddled on the frigid bamboo bed, he wrapped himself tightly in his thin robe, curling into a small ball, akin to a trembling leaf in the wintry wind. Within the hut, Li Fu shivered uncontrollably. The sound of his teeth chattering was distinctly audible, and each breath formed a mist before him. Coupled with the encroaching demonic energy, he writhed in anguish, curled on the bamboo bed. His complexion grew pallid under the dual torment of suffering and cold. Hunger, cold, and pain intertwined, ensnaring him like a web of despair. The icy snowflakes within the Xuanji mirror seemed to cascade onto Zhou Ming's heart through the mirror's surface. Each agonized groan pierced Zhou Ming's heart like a dagger. The junior disciple, Zhou Ming, whispered in a voice laden with unspeakable pain and profound guilt. She bore an inescapable responsibility for Li Fu's tragic plight, for it was she who had calculated that Li Fu's entry into the abyss would greatly benefit the sect's development. The heart that had long been sealed away in the cultivation of secret arts now cracked open with a searing fissure upon witnessing Li Fu's grim reality. Zhou Ming dug her fingertips into her palm, tears blurring her vision. It dawned upon her that her junior disciple had been enduring such a long, bitter night all alone. She could scarcely fathom how he had managed to persevere. Even more piercing was the realization that, to Li Fu, this suffering seemed utterly insignificant. He remained filled with hope for the Xian Sect and unwavering anticipation for his senior sisters. He stubbornly believed that they had not changed from the way they had been 800 years ago. Li Fu harbored a profound affection for the Xian Sect, the sanctuary that cradled his cherished memories and nurtured his spirit. This was his home. Yet, unbeknownst to him, since his return, the disciples and elder sisters of the sect regarded him with disdain and aversion. Chapter 50. The malevolent energy within the bamboo cottage with a heart full of joy. He made his way to Qingyun Peak, where his second elder sister resided. However, upon his arduous arrival, he was informed by the disciples at the entrance that she was in seclusion, contemplating the sword steel, and was unavailable for visitors. Li Fu did not dwell on this. After all, his elder sister was a revered sword cultivator, a paragon of virtue who naturally led by example. Thus, he sought out his third elder sister, only to be met with the same response. She was also engrossed in her own cultivation, engaged in the intricate art of talisman crafting. Again, Li Fu thought little of it. His third elder sister was a master of talismans, with the majority of the sect's talisman designs originating from her and her disciples. Busy work was to be expected. As he continued to seek out various elder sisters, he encountered either the same closure of practice or hasty meetings before they departed. Their explanations were simple. They were busy, immersed in cultivation, or occupied with urgent sect matters. It was not until a later day that he encountered his master's newly adopted disciple, his own junior brother Jiang Chen. Observing the warmth and kindness with which the elder sisters treated Jiang Chen, Li Fu finally understood their busyness was merely a guise. They simply wished to avoid him. Occasionally, he would hear whispers among the sect's disciples about himself. Yes, the current Li Fu was nothing more than a useless individual unable to cultivate. It seemed that from that moment forth, he seldom ventured from Qingyang Peak. Nevertheless, his feelings for his elder sisters remained unchanged. Knowing that his second elder sister was troubled by the path of the sword, he meticulously selected a branch from the mountain and painstakingly carved it into the shape of a wooden sword. Outside the bamboo cottage, the frigid wind howled, yet it did not deter the carving knife in Li Fu's hand. The scattered wood shavings upon the ground seemed to narrate the fervor with which he carved. His eyes, tempered by 8 centuries of trials, sparkled with resilience, yet at this moment, they glimmered with a gentle warmth. This light emanated from the roughly hewn wooden sword he held tightly in his grasp. In that instant, there were no traces of the harsh winds or malevolent energies upon him. Li Fu appeared to be etching a silent promise, a wordless greeting, a humble yet fervent longing with his very essence. He devotedly carved the wooden sword until it was as smooth as jade, and only then did he contentedly set down his knife, believing that his second elder sister would appreciate his creation. Through the mystic treasure mirror, Zhou Meng seemed to empathize deeply, feeling the joy radiating from Li Fu's heart. He believed that through this means, he could offer aid to his elder sister. At this juncture, Zhou Meng found herself unexpectedly tasting blood, which silently trickled from her lips, staining her chest crimson. Her complexion turned as pale as snow, devoid of color. The mystic treasure mirror hovering before her began to tremble, the images within blurring gradually. Li Fu, possessing a fate that was difficult to fathom, could not perceive it. Any forceful attempt to do so would only harm him. Zhou Meng understood that she had witnessed too much regarding Li Fu's plight, and it had taken a toll on her essence. Yet, she remained indifferent. The length of her life was of little consequence to her. Zhou Meng yearned to further manipulate the mystical mirror and gain deeper insights into Li Fu's existence on Qingyang Peak. Suddenly, an elusive aura of demonic energy infiltrated the bamboo cottage. Fortunately, Zhou Meng detected it in time and swiftly retreated outside the dwelling at the moment the dark energy manifested. How could there possibly be demonic energy here? Although she forcibly cast a spell, compromising her own essence and depleting a significant portion of her lifespan, her instinctual reactions remained intact. Standing outside the bamboo cottage, she clearly observed a flash of black, demonic energy where she had just stood. Zhou Meng's expression turned grave. The malevolent energy did not dissipate. Instead, it slithered along the rough wooden floorboards of the cottage like a lurking viper, spreading silently. This was perplexing. Why would there be such energy in Li Fu's abode on Qingyang Peak? Zhou Meng's mind swirled with doubts. She had merely come to observe the traces of Li Fu's life, never anticipating such a discovery. Li Fu had spent 8 centuries in the abyss, a place fraught with untold dangers and mysteries. Could this demonic energy be a remnant of what once invaded his being? The appearance of this energy in the cottage, a space once inhabited by Li Fu, ignited a flurry of conjectures in Zhou Meng's mind. However, she quickly dismissed this notion. Such remnants could not linger in this manner. Akin to a maggot clinging tenaciously to bone, something was amiss. Or perhaps, Li Fu had inadvertently drawn forth something even more terrifying upon his emergence from the abyss. Casting a glance at the dilapidated bamboo cottage before her, she hesitated not a moment, resolutely enduring the immense toll imposed by the mystical mirror as she activated it with haste. Within the mirror, the cottage was enveloped in a shroud of black, demonic energy. Zhou Meng gazed at the scene within the mirror, rendered speechless by astonishment. The energy surrounding the cottage seemed to be ensnared by a peculiar force, remaining contained without extending outward in the slightest. Zhou Meng sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Just as she concentrated, attempting to trace the source of the demonic energy, the tendrils coiling upon the ground suddenly stirred. With a sharp hiss, a wisp of demonic energy leaped from the cottage, not to strike at Zhou Meng, but rather, transforming into an incredibly swift black line aimed directly at the mystical mirror, which had just stabilized before her. Zhou Meng was taken aback, speechless at the sight. The malevolent entity appeared to possess an instinctual greed for the mirror that gazed upon Li Fu's past. This was too sinister. Zhou Meng swiftly retracted the mystical mirror while channeling her spiritual energy to dispel the wisp of demonic energy within it. She had an inkling that the malevolent energy seemed to be following Li Fu. This energy was exceedingly strange. Zhou Meng furrowed her brows tightly, her fingertips releasing a strand of spiritual energy in an attempt to probe the reality of the demonic presence within the cottage. However, as her energy made contact, it was instantly devoured without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Moreover, a chilling and malevolent thought surged back towards her with intent. Zhou Ming reacted swiftly, decisively unleashing her spiritual power to disperse the encroaching energy. Simultaneously, she retreated several paces, her chest heaving violently. A mouthful of blood escaped from the corner of her lips. The strain of probing into Li Fu's affairs had already endangered her essence. And this encounter with the demonic energy had further drained her spiritual reserves. The situation was indeed far from simple. Is the malevolent aura born from Li Fu or directed at him? At this moment, Zhou Ming found herself in a state of uncertainty, having discerned traces of an array beneath the bamboo house. Lacking knowledge of formations, she contemplated reporting the matter to her master, seeking her guidance. What could have given rise to this dark energy? Yet, upon reflection, Zhou Ming realized that her master had little concern for Li Fu. If the aura was indeed a consequence of Li Fu's presence, it would likely tarnish her master's impression of him even further. Should Li Fu wish to return in the future, her master might refuse him outright. With this thought, Zhou Ming abandoned her intention to seek her master's counsel. Within the sect, the sixth junior sister, Shu Yan, was well versed in the study of formations. However, upon seeing the disdainful expression on her face in the Xuanji mirror as it pertained to Li Fu, Zhou Ming once again dismissed the idea of consulting her. For prudence's sake, it was best to investigate on her own. To validate her suspicions, Zhou Ming, disregarding her injuries, activated the Xuanji mirror. Through its lens, she glimpsed a vast formation concealed beneath the bamboo abode. Committing the formation to memory, she swiftly departed from Qingyang Peak. Chapter 51. Zhou Ming's regret and resolve. Leaving Qingyang Peak, Zhou Ming, heedless of her wounds, made her way directly to the Xuani sect's library. The library housed millennia of accumulated knowledge, containing not only texts on cultivation techniques, but also records of perilous locales within the cultivation realm, alongside various formation manuals. She ascended to the second floor, where nearly 1,000 tomes on formations were stored, having previously documented the formation's shape through the Xuanji mirror. Her first task was to ascertain its true nature. Seated in the library, Zhou Ming meticulously scrutinized each volume. She was undeterred by the labor involved. Her only fear was the possibility of failing to uncover the formation's identity. It was not until the third day that she finally stumbled upon the relevant ancient text. Upon reading the name of the formation, she trembled uncontrollably. The soul-devouring summoning array. This formation summoned and amplified the malevolent energy within a cultivator's body, incessantly nurturing it, while periodically eroding their soul until they were entirely consumed by the dark energy or faced death. The sinister words struggled to escape from Zhou Ming's trembling lips. Merely reading the array's function sent shivers down her spine, not to mention the torment Li Fu must endure within the formation. Her complexion grew increasingly pallid, her expression approaching the brink of despair. Who could be so malicious? Who could have set such a vile formation within the Xuani sect? Who could execute such a scheme beneath the watchful gaze of the sect master, Bushiyu, on Qingyang Peak? Could it be a powerful being of equal standing to her master? No. This conjecture was promptly cast aside. If they possessed such power, why resort to a formation? Could it be someone from within the Xuani sect? The architect of this array clearly did not intend to kill Li Fu outright. Rather, they sought to keep him alive, to perpetuate his suffering. They aimed to amplify the malevolent energy within him, allowing it to torment him, to erode his very soul, rendering him in a state of perpetual agony, unable to live or die. An endless cycle of torment, a fate far more insidious than mere death. Li Fu had served the sect within the abyss for 800 years, only to return to a plight more brutal than the abyss itself. His humble bamboo house, constructed from slender stalks, had become an infernal prison, a relentless tormentor. It resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, devouring him. Poor Li Fu, who mistakenly believed it to be his own doing. Yet, Zhou Ming struggled to comprehend who within the sect harbored such profound enmity towards Li Fu. Having returned from the depths, he was now but a mortal, incapable of cultivation, posing not the slightest threat to anyone in the sect. To orchestrate such a malevolent and wrath-inducing formation against a mere mortal, one must harbor an extraordinary hatred. Furthermore, when was this formation laid? Why had the junior sisters not discerned it? Even the sixth junior sister, with her deep understanding of formations, failed to notice its presence. Why was she unable to? Reflecting on the matter, Zhou Ming began to speculate. Perhaps it was due to her presence in Li Fu's bamboo dwelling, using his personal garments as a conduit, that the formation sensed Li Fu's aura and thus activated itself. Otherwise, given her cultivation level, it would have been impossible for her to detect the existence of the formation's malevolence. Who, then, was so meticulously scheming against Li Fu? Zhou Ming found it impossible to conceive. Only her junior sisters had ascended Qingyang Peak. Yet, even if they held disdain for Li Fu, it seemed implausible that they would deploy such a vicious formation. Zhou Ming did not believe it was the handiwork of her sisters. But if it were not them, who could it be? Who could quietly establish such a formation? Moreover, this was an exceedingly ancient array, long deemed taboo within the realm of cultivation. The conditions for its arrangement were quite stringent. Beyond its complexity, the one who set the formation must possess intimate knowledge of the target's whereabouts, physique, and even fluctuations in their aura. Not only was it labor-intensive, but it was also easily detectable. Zhou Ming was desperate to uncover the truth. She activated the mystical mirror, yearning to delve deeper. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing caused the already weakened Zhou Ming to spit forth a mouthful of blood. The energy of the formation was too formidable. Her cultivation was insufficient to support her inquiry into the identity of its creator. In that moment, Zhou Ming came to a profound realization. She had been mistaken from the very beginning. She had believed her guilt towards Li Fu stemmed from the prophecy she had calculated 8 centuries prior, which had led him into the abyss. Yet, only upon witnessing the soul-devouring array did she comprehend the magnitude of her error. She felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Li Fu that could never be repaid. That prophecy had foretold the sect's prosperity, yet had ultimately doomed Li Fu. For 800 years, Zhou Ming had sequestered herself within the mystical pavilion, refusing to see outsiders, including Li Fu upon his return from the abyss, just as she had turned away from her junior sisters. Heartless, she had thought that by avoiding him, not seeing him, and not contemplating him, she could alleviate her guilt towards Li Fu. Yet she was wrong. Li Fu had never blamed her. Junior brother, I am sorry. It is I who have harmed you. Zhou Ming shut her eyes, and 2 crystalline tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. The mystical arts can predict the heavens and calculate all things, yet they are utterly incapable of fathoming the depths of the human heart. In that moment, Zhou Ming beheld the darkest malevolence lurking within the human soul, leaving her trembling with fear. As the esteemed and favored disciple of the Grandmaster of the Xianyi sect, she had mastered the enigmatic arcane arts to an extraordinary degree. Yet, despite her prowess, she could not foresee the fate that awaited Li Fu upon his return. Nor could she deduce the identity of the one who had set the intricate formation. Zhou Ming withdrew a carving knife and an uncarved wooden sword from her spatial ring. Engulfed in profound self-reproach, it was all her fault. Had it not been for her, Li Fu would not have descended into the abyss. Had it not been for her, he would not have been ensnared within the soul-eating array. Had it not been for her, he would not have been betrayed by her junior sister. Had it not been for her, he would not have sworn an oath to sever ties with the sect. The true architect of this calamity was none other than herself. Tears streamed down Zhou Ming's cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Now, she could not even unravel the identity of the one who had arranged the formation. What kind of arcane master was she? What kind of esteemed disciple of the Grandmaster was she? Zhou Ming despised her own impotence. Her nails digging into her flesh as if she were unaware. She allowed the blood to stain her sleeves. At that moment, it felt as though her heart was being incessantly gnawed upon by swarming insects. This was dire. She was on the verge of succumbing to inner demons. Zhou Ming suddenly jolted back to her senses. No, I cannot allow this to happen. At the very least, I must uncover the truth. I must identify the one who set the formation. For my sake, for the sect's sake, and for that little junior brother who fights valiantly against the cold and darkness. Since he could stealthily deploy the soul-eating array within the Xianyi sect, he must possess considerable power and a high status. Such a person could only be a direct disciple of the Grandmaster or an elder of the sect. Zhou Ming resolved to investigate thoroughly. Regardless of how deeply this individual concealed themselves, she would unearth them. To avoid alarming the serpent, Zhou Ming meticulously copied the array formation and the materials required. She then returned everything to the array's tome in the correct order, cleaning away the blood and tears from the ground. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Ming departed from the library. A formation as malevolent and complex as this could not have left no trace. Everything leaves a trail. One simply needs to find the right direction. Upon returning to the Xianyi pavilion, she consumed a medicinal pill, briefly recuperated, and began compiling a list of the elders and stewards within the sect. Since this individual lurked in the shadows, Zhou Ming prepared to conduct her investigation discreetly, ensuring not to disturb anyone, not even her master. Chapter 52. The conflict erupts in the secret realm of the Falling Leaves Valley. Li Fu sat cross-legged upon the icy crystal jade mat. The demonic energy clashed violently with the icy chill. With Li Fu's spirit serving as the battlefield for their relentless struggle, he felt as though an army of thousands was galloping through his mind. The intense sensation of tearing threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. His garments were soaked with sweat. The icy aura emanating from the jade clashed fiercely against the black, demonic energy, with each collision inciting excruciating pain that pierced his very soul. Fortunately, the icy crystal jade managed to suppress the demonic energy. After several rounds of fierce combat, the demonic energy began to show signs of decline. After half a stick of incense had burned, the demonic force finally ceased its assault, subdued by the chilling aura. At that moment, Li Fu felt utterly weakened, as though he had just recovered from a grave illness. Yet, the exhilaration of having survived the ordeal left him feeling refreshed. However, Li Fu was puzzled. Why did the frequency of his spiritual injuries increase when the demonic energy infiltrated the Xianyi sect? Could it be that due to my ability to cultivate, the frequency of my afflictions has diminished? At this rate, should I reach the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't it be exceedingly rare to experience an episode even once a month? Li Fu lovingly caressed the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade meditation cushion, recognizing its exceptional quality. In the past, he would have endured at least a quarter of an hour of torment from demonic energy. However, with the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade meditation cushion, he managed to suppress the demonic energy within his body in merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. During this process of subduing the demonic energy, Li Fu faintly sensed signs of a breakthrough. The Ice Soul Mysterious Jade not only restrains demonic energy, but also aids cultivators in their training. After sitting cross-legged for a brief moment to recuperate, he began to strive towards the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. With the aid of the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade meditation cushion, Li Fu distinctly felt the speed at which spiritual energy was absorbed into his body accelerating. The combination of the pristine holy body and the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade made his cultivation remarkably efficient. His dantian voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he became completely immersed in the experience, losing all sense of self. Li Fu remained in secluded meditation at the depths of the cold pool for an entire night. Meanwhile, outside the cold pool in the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm, the resentment of the cultivators from the 3 cities towards the disciples of the Xianyi sect had reached a breaking point. The oppressive atmosphere felt as taut as a bowstring stretched to its limit. Finally, with a desperate roar, it snapped. In a misty area of Falling Leaves Valley, 2 cultivators from Wanlu City discovered a century-old blood ginseng. They were filled with excitement. Brother, with this blood ginseng, we can exchange it for enough spirit stones to purchase a heavenly grade foundation establishment pill. I heard that the heavenly grade foundation establishment pill was concocted by a loose cultivator at the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Is that true? Indeed. It is true, but alas, we missed witnessing the scene of 100 pills crossing tribulation. What a pity. Hurry and harvest it. But be careful not to be discovered by the Xianyi sect. Alright. However, just as the cultivator from Wanlu City reached for the blood ginseng, a sharp beam of light suddenly sliced through the air. Watch out. Unfortunately, the warning from the brother came too late. The beam was extraordinarily sharp, piercing through the younger brother's palm. Ah, he cried out in pain. I forgot to inform you. This century-old blood ginseng was discovered by our Xianyi sect first. Did you obtain our permission to harvest it? 2 disciples of the Xianyi sect emerged, their demeanor as arrogant as ever, regarding others with disdain. We discovered it first. How has it become yours? Moreover, why resort to such ruthless measures? Even if you are disciples of the Xianyi sect, you cannot be so cruel. The older brother stood protectively over his sibling, extracting healing elixirs from his spatial ring. The younger brother's hand was pierced, and bright red blood dripped down his fingers, soon staining the ground beneath him. And so what? Our Xianyi sect does not require the approval of loose cultivators like you to act, spoke Qi Bohan dismissively. You. What of it? Get lost, and don't dirty my blood ginseng. Qi Bohan pushed aside the cultivator from Wanlu City and, ignoring them, seized the blood ginseng. This is too much. The cultivator, whose palm had been pierced, felt the veins in his neck bulge, his eyes turning red with fury. Having endured humiliation for less than 2 days, the disciples of the Xianyi sect had treated them as less than human, akin to livestock. At that moment, faced with the blatant act of plundering and the trampling of his dignity, his inner rage ignited completely. He drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at Qi Bohan's face. Put it down. Do you dare to draw your sword against me? Qi Bohan gazed in astonishment at the rogue whose palm he had pierced. What are you afraid of? How shameful for disciples of the Xianyi sect to resort to banditry, tarnishing the sect's reputation. Even if I perish today, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. Qi Bohan scoffed, such audacity. Since you seek death, do not blame me. With that, he drew his treasured sword and engaged in battle with the cultivator from Wanlu City. The other 2 soon joined the fray. However, the disparity between the rogue and the Xianyi sect became apparent. The rogue gradually fell behind under the exquisite swordsmanship of the Xianyi disciples. In just 7 exchanges, Qi Bohan's blade pierced the rogue's heart. The brother fell before him, unwilling to accept his fate. No. The elder brother's eyes blazed with fury. You dare challenge the Xianyi sect? You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Qi Bohan dismissed him with contempt. Soon, you 2 shall be reunited. In a 2-against-1 scenario, the outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Just as the elder brother was about to succumb to the blade of the Xian Yi disciple, a flash of sword light appeared, intercepting the strike aimed at him. It was none other than the siblings from the Chong family. "Are you all right?" Chong Ling inquired with concern, standing protectively in front of the rogue from Wanlu City. "My brother is dead. They killed him. I will fight them to the death." The arrogant disciple of the Xian Yi sect retorted, "So what if he is dead? Do you think you can kill me?" Chong Ling's expression turned icy. "You of the Xian Yi sect regard the lives of us 3 city cultivators as mere weeds. I have witnessed everything, and today, I shall lead the charge against the Xian Yi sect. Count me in," declared Chong Hongyi, standing resolutely beside his sister, his gaze fierce. "Humph, just 3 worthless individuals. Killing you will merely cost me some time." Chi Bohan sneered. "Who said it is only the 3 of you? Count me in. And me. A rogue from Pingwu City, another from Wanlu City, and one from Shuyan City." The cultivators from the 3 cities, incensed by the blatant banditry of the Xian Yi disciples, stepped forward in solidarity. Within just 2 days, they had endured torment and humiliation at the hands of the Xian Yi sect. Now, dozens of figures emerged from all directions, surrounding the 2 disciples. The Xian Yi disciples, encircled, spoke with a tremor in their voices. "Are you rebelling? Do you wish to become enemies of the Xian Yi sect?" Fear gripped them as they perceived the hatred in the eyes of those surrounding them, as if they were about to be torn apart. "You disregard our lives. Today we, the cultivators of the 3 cities, shall act on behalf of justice and rid the Xian Yi sect of its filth. Attack." The 2 words fell like drops of water into boiling oil. Dozens of figures surged forward, driven by vengeance, charging at the 2 Xian Yi disciples. "No, how dare you? Please spare us." Their pleas were drowned in the clamor of clashing swords. Chapter 53. The murderous intent of the cold pool. At that moment, the conflict erupted completely, as those who had suffered under the Xian Yi sect's tyranny were inspired to rise in rebellion. In another part of the secret realm, Mei Xiaoxian also led the cultivators of the 3 cities in their resistance. How could Mei Xiaoxian, who despised evil with a passion, let this opportunity slip away? Having long been discontent with the actions of the Xian Yi sect, Mei Xiaoxian charged forward without hesitation. Within the secret realm of Luya Valley, conflicts had erupted at 5 distinct locations, prompting all treasure seekers to abandon their pursuits in favor of seeking refuge in organized groups. The disciples of Xian Yi sect congregated together, as did the cultivators from the 3 cities, all aware that solitude would render them vulnerable to attacks. Only through unity could they harness greater strength. Amidst the chaos of Lia Valley, in the northwest corner, within the cave of Hantan Mountain, Li Fu slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. Utilizing the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade Lotus platform, he had finally broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Rising to his feet, he reveled in the newfound power, prepared to consolidate his cultivation and diligently practice. However, faint footsteps reached his ears. Was someone approaching? Li Fu's heart raced, and he swiftly stowed away the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade Lotus platform. In the next moment, 2 disciples from the Xian Yi sect emerged into his view. Upon seeing Li Fu, they were momentarily taken aback. "Did you break the formation outside the cold pool?" one of them exclaimed in astonishment. Before Li Fu could respond, the other shook his head in denial. "Impossible. He is merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. How could he have dismantled such a complex formation? Yet, how has the formation vanished?" The 2 resumed their scrutiny of Li Fu, their gazes sweeping over the empty cave. "Did you take the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade Lotus platform?" Li Fu remained silent, activating his eye of void perception to assess them. One was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the other was at the early stage of foundation establishment. The speaker, named Wei Rue, possessed early foundation establishment cultivation, and there was no doubt in his mind that Li Fu had taken the item. Li Fu was curious about how they knew of the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade Lotus platform's existence and the formation. Had they discovered this place before him? That seemed improbable, as it was exceedingly difficult to find. Without his eye of void perception, he too would have been unable to locate it. "How did you know the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade Lotus platform was here?" Li Fu inquired, intrigued. The information regarding the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade Lotus platform had been shared with him by Yan Yonghua, the lord of Shuyan City, though the specific location remained unknown to him. Yet, how did the 2 disciples from Xian Yi sect possess such knowledge, including details about the formation? Their certainty suggested prior familiarity with the place. "Brother Wei, listen to his tone. He must have taken the item." Wei Rue spoke coldly. "Hand over the item." Li Fu replied impassively, "I will give you the item, but first, you must answer my question." Given the sudden appearance of the Xian Yi sect in Luya Valley, Li Fu suspected they might possess information that even the 3 city cultivators or Yan Yonghua were unaware of. "What do you think you are? You dare to negotiate with us?" You are hardly worthy. Fei Haoyu scoffed arrogantly, completely disregarding Li Fu. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, you are but a mere loose cultivator, an ant that could be crushed with a single hand. Li Fu produced the Ice Soul Mysterious Jade Lotus platform, stating, "Here it is, come and take it." Fei Haoyu's eyes gleamed with excitement upon beholding the Ice Soul Xian Jade Piluo, and he eagerly stepped forward, intent on claiming this prized possession. Yet, as his fingers barely grazed the Piluo, an icy blade had inexplicably been drawn against his throat. "You! How dare you draw your sword against me? Are you insane? Do you not know I am a disciple of the Xianyi sect?" His bravado was a mere facade, betraying the panic that churned within. The gaze of Li Fu was devoid of jest. Wei Rue unsheathed his sword, commanding, "Release him. Do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who oppose us?" Li Fu, unfazed, retorted, "Answer my query, or he shall perish." With that, the blade in his hand pressed slightly upward against Fei Haoyu's throat. The sharp edge grazed his skin, drawing forth a crimson line. Wait, I will speak." Fei Haoyu, clearly intimidated, conceded, "It was Elder Yuan who informed us of a cold pool in the northwest of the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm, where within a cave lies the Ice Soul Xian Jade Piluo. My senior brother Wei and I followed Elder Yuan's guidance to find it." Wei Rue remained silent, gradually shifting his stance to inadvertently block the cave's entrance, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. How audacious for a mere Qi refining stage 7 rogue to draw a sword against them. Did he not regard the Xianyi sect with the respect it commanded? This insolent rogue evidently considered the Xianyi sect inconsequential. Seeking death, Wei Rue had no intention of letting him off easy. Since he desired knowledge, Wei Rue would oblige. In his eyes, Fei Haoyu was already a dead man. How did Elder Yuan come to know this? Li Fu pressed on. "I cannot say. I heard that Elder Yuan visited Qianyun Peak, and upon his return, he began organizing the expedition to the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm." Li Fu frowned upon hearing this. Qianyun Peak? Is that not the domain of Cai Jingqiu? How could she possibly be involved? Li Fu initially suspected this was all orchestrated by Jiang Chen, for only he possessed an enigmatic system. However, the mention of Qianyun Peak entirely dismantled that assumption. How was Cai Jingqiu privy to this information? Moreover, the significance of the Ice Soul Xian Jade Piluo seemed trivial to her. While it could aid in cultivation, her singular focus lay in comprehending the sword steel and delving into the path of the sword. Thus, this object bore little relevance to her pursuits. But wait. The Ice Soul Xian Jade Piluo also had the efficacy to suppress demonic energy. Could it be that Cai Jingqiu had been tainted by demonic forces? Li Fu suddenly recalled the day she severed her connection with the sword steel. At that moment, he had sensed a release of demonic energy from the steel. If that were the case, then the Ice Soul Xian Jade Piluo would indeed hold value for her. It became clear why she had dispatched Elder Yuan to the secret realm. Yet, how did she come to know of the Ice Soul Xian Jade Piluo's existence? And how could she ascertain its precise location? Li Fu found himself perplexed, yet he sensed an inextricable link to Jiang Chen. However, while Li Fu was lost in thought, Fei Haoyu seized the opportunity to strike, suddenly launching an assault. His sword shot forth like a venomous serpent aiming for Li Fu. "Die!" Fei Haoyu bellowed. His face contorted in fury, as if he yearned to rend this ignorant rogue to shreds. To dare point a sword at him was to invite death. Nevertheless, Li Fu remained composed. With merely a sidelong glance, Fei Haoyu felt a chilling sensation envelop his neck. Subsequently, a warm liquid gushed forth. He effortlessly pinched the sword in his hand between two fingers. The breath of life rapidly ebbed away. "How dare you?" Fei Haoyu could scarcely believe that a loose cultivator with merely a 7th-tier Qi refinement level could react so swiftly. Filled with resentment, he collapsed to the ground. Wei Rue witnessed the entire scene, profoundly shaken. A single strike to the throat. His junior brother's cultivation was at the 9th tier of Qi refinement. How could he, a 9th-tier practitioner, be slain in one blow by a mere 7th-tier loose cultivator? Wei Rue discerned a hint of overconfidence in his junior brother. Yet the loose cultivator's sword was extraordinarily swift, so fast that even he could not discern how the attack was executed. Chapter 54. The Phantom of the Underworld unveils its secrets. Wei Rue was astonished by the speed of the loose cultivator's swordplay. As he finally discerned the sword in the cultivator's hand, realization dawned upon him. A mid-tier sword of the Xian rank. No wonder. A glint of insatiable greed flickered in Wei Rue's eyes. He was still wielding a mid-tier Huang rank sword at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This was far beyond his expectations. However, soon enough, that sword would belong to him. The chasm between Qi refinement and foundation establishment was not one that a mere weapon could bridge. Wei Rue, with a scornful demeanor, cast a covetous gaze upon Li Fu's Qingfeng sword. "Is this your reliance? If this is all you possess, then prepare to meet your demise." No sooner had he spoken than Wei Ruwei lunged forward with his sword aimed at Li Fu. Li Fu stood transfixed, watching Wei Ruwei's approach, seemingly oblivious, as if he had not sensed the danger. Seeking death, Wei Ruwei uttered those words through clenched teeth as his sword reached Li Fu's front. At the very moment the sword tip approached, Li Fu sprang into action. The Qing Feng's sword met the incoming strike. The sharp clang of metal reverberated through the cave. Instantly, the confidence on Wei Ruwei's face solidified into shock as he quickly retreated, his gaze towards Li Fu filled with astonishment. In a single exchange, Wei Ruwei felt a heavy force emanating from the sword, causing his hands to ache and a numbness to creep up his arm. Is this the power of a mid-tier Xian rank sword? Instead of fear, Wei Ruwei felt elation, his greed intensifying. He still believed that it was the sword that endowed such strength. He must seize that sword for himself. If Wei Ruwei possessed a mid-tier Xian rank sword, his power would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. If a mere 7th-tier loose cultivator could cause him to suffer a setback with such a sword, how could he not challenge the Sect's senior brothers if it fell into his hands? With this thought, Wei Ruwei's gaze burned with fervor. His restless heart felt as though it might leap from his chest. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Fu was merely testing his strength. The outcome revealed that he could barely withstand Li Fu's might in a single strike, leaving Li Fu feeling disillusioned. Is this the extent of a practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment? This time, it was Li Fu who mocked him. Humph, sharp-tongued. Merely relying on the might of a weapon. Below, I will not hold back. I shall demonstrate to you the disparity between the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. The gap in realms cannot be bridged by mere weaponry. Wei Ruwei laughed off the loose cultivator's mockery. Li Fu chuckled as well, playfully beckoning Wei Ruwei with a finger, challenging him. Come on. Wei Ruwei shouted loudly as the spiritual energy within him erupted. The sword was enveloped in a greenish glow. The sword in his hand transformed into a ravenous wolf, lunging at Li Fu with the intent to tear his mouth apart. Li Fu maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he gauged his adversary's strength, no longer holding back. Channeling his vital energy into the sword, a matching azure sword light surged to meet his opponent's blade. Clang, clang. After two resounding clashes of metal echoed through the cave, silence enveloped the space. Wei Ruwei and his junior brother, Fei Haoyu, fell to the ground in defeat, their eyes mirroring one another's despair. The fatal wound at their throats extinguished any remnants of their ambition for the treasured sword. How is this possible? He struggled to utter his final words. Li Fu looked down indifferently. There exists an insurmountable chasm between the Qi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage. However, I am no ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. He is the pure saint body, far from being a typical cultivator of the Qi refinement stage. Li Fu retrieved their spatial rings and incinerated their bodies with a flicker of flame. He now had a rough understanding of his own capabilities. He could easily eliminate those in the early foundation establishment stage. Mid-stage should pose no challenge either. Late stage might demand some effort. As for those at the peak of foundation establishment, Li Fu felt uncertain. He would test his mettle when the opportunity arose. Just as Li Fu finished tidying the battlefield and prepared to depart, he noticed figures approaching from the nearby woods. Activating his eye of insight, he discerned that the newcomers possessed the strength of the peak foundation establishment stage, and there were two of them. What one anticipates often comes to pass. While he could take on one, two peak foundation establishment practitioners would undoubtedly be perilous. To err on the side of caution, Li Fu resolved to withdraw swiftly from the area. Yet, as he stepped out of the cave, a bold idea struck him. He retrieved the Taoist robe of the Xian Sect from Fei Haoyu's spatial ring and donned it hastily, adorning a ghostly mask. He altered his visage to resemble that of Fei Haoyu. The two individuals were clearly making their way toward Li Fu, seemingly in search of the ice soul Xian Jade Lotus. With that in mind, Li Fu decided to remain in place, awaiting their arrival. Greetings, esteemed brothers. The two men, clad in the robes of inner disciples of the Xian Sect, were unknown to him in terms of their master or surname. To avoid revealing any discrepancies, Li Fu bowed deeply and clasped his fists, speaking first. Junior brother Fei, why are you alone here? Where is brother Wei? One of them surveyed the cave and the frigid pool outside, inquiring. In response, brother Wei and I discovered the location of the cold pool first. However, upon arrival, I witnessed a figure darting out from the cave, and brother Wei pursued it alone, instructing me to wait here for him. Li Fu replied. Did you clearly see the figure? The other inquired, his expression grave. Li Fu shook his head. I did not catch a clear glimpse. That individual moved with exceptional speed. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Could it be a cultivator from the three cities? Impossible. There are formations here that obstruct entry. Those rogue cultivators lack the mastery of formations that brother he possesses. How could they breach such defenses? Junior brother Huang, do not underestimate those rogue cultivators. To my knowledge, The alchemist who recently caused a stir during the 100-Dan tribulation has also entered. Is that true? It cannot be false. Junior brother Huang. If we are fortunate enough to encounter that alchemist, we must invite him into our Xianyi sect. What if he declines? The one referred to as brother, he made a slicing motion across his throat, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then we shall have no choice but to eliminate him. Standing beside them, Li Fu was taken aback upon hearing the news. This revelation was unexpected. One bore the surname He and the other Huang. The former had a keen understanding of formations, which suggested a deliberate attempt to unravel the cold pool formation. They had come prepared. Senior brother He, what shall we do next? Inquired the disciple bearing the surname Huang. If they can dismantle the cold pool formation, their cultivation must be formidable, perhaps even at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. What can Wei, who is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, achieve by pursuing them? The practitioner surnamed, he frowned slightly. My master specifically sent me to assist you. Yet I did not anticipate that the ice soul mysterious jade lotus would be seized ahead of us. Fei, how long has Wei been pursuing them? The two glanced at Li Fu, replying to senior brother, it has been a quarter of an hour. Li Fu reflected on the time they had entered and responded. Since he is absent, you need not wait here any longer. The situation outside is chaotic. You should accompany us, suggested he. Indeed, there is little purpose in remaining here. Our disciples have already clashed with the cultivators from the 3 cities. In just one day, nearly 10 of our disciples have perished. Although they are all of the same ilk, their numbers overwhelm us. We entered with 100, yet they number at least 200. And they are gathering together for support. Moreover, we are short-handed for the next location. The next location? Li Fu stood beside them, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Xianyi sect indeed possesses more information about the secret realms. Li Fu maintained a composed demeanor and replied, I shall follow your guidance, senior brother. Chapter 55. Do not panic. Junior brother will assist you. Pleased with Li Fu's enthusiastic agreement, the two patted his shoulder in commendation. If we successfully acquire the item, I can recommend you to our master for entry into Qianyun Peak as an inner disciple under Master Chai. Qianyun Peak? Master Chai? Chai Jingqiu. It was evident that she desired the ice soul mysterious jade lotus. Thus, Li Fu's predictions were accurate. Ultimately, she had not escaped the corruption of the sword steel's demonic aura. On that day, Li Fu had severed her connection with the sword steel just in time, preventing the demonic energy from invading her. Yet, she had not given up, and eventually, she had once again delved into that perilous artifact. Junior brother is grateful for the support from both senior brothers. I shall exert every effort to procure what Master Chai requires. Li Fu continued, May I inquire, senior brother, what exactly is that item and where can it be found? Do not ask what should not be asked. Simply follow us closely, and I will inform you when the time is right. The two's expressions turned serious, and their tone left no room for dispute. Li Fu, recognizing their intent, refrained from further inquiries. Could there be something even more precious than the ice soul mysterious jade lotus? What could possibly hold greater significance within the ancient secret realm of falling leaves? Li Fu was intrigued to discover the nature of this mysterious object. He was unperturbed by their silence. As long as he followed closely behind, he would surely learn in due course. Yes, senior brother, I apologize for my impudence. Li Fu made a concerted effort to suppress his curiosity, feigning a demeanor of respect and humility. Junior brother, there is no need for such tension. You will know in due time. Senior brother, he observed, his stern expression softening slightly. With that, Li Fu trailed closely behind the two as they departed the cold pool. Li Fu felt fortunate, not expecting that his sudden whim to transform into the appearance of Fei Haoyu, a disciple of the Xianyi sect, would yield such unexpected rewards. However, a perplexing question lingered in his mind. Why were they seemingly indifferent to the loss of the ice soul, Xian Jade Lotus? Logically, given its immense value and the fact that it was personally designated by their master, Chai Jingqiu, they should have been more concerned. Yet, their inquiries were merely superficial, lacking any genuine urgency. Could it be that another treasure held greater worth? Or was there a deeper scheme at play? As he followed the two, his thoughts were in disarray. Along the way, Li Fu's keen senses detected at least 3 distinct sounds of combat, with fluctuations of spiritual energy rising and falling, confirming the escalating tensions between the cultivators of the 3 cities and the Xianyi sect. The situation had evidently reached an irreconcilable state, yet the two ahead remained oblivious, seemingly indifferent to the casualties among the Xianyi disciples, as if it bore no relevance to them at all. Li Fu continued southward, trailing behind them. Upon reaching a mountain ravine, 3 disciples of the Xianyi sect emerged from the woods, their bodies marred with numerous wounds, displaying their distress. Senior brother He, senior brother Huang, help us. The sight of Li Fu and his companions was like a beacon of hope, prompting the trio to rush towards them. What transpired? Senior brother He inquired. One of them, catching his breath, explained, "We were ambushed by the cultivators of the three cities while on our way. Two of our companions met with misfortune during the battle. We fought with all our might to escape, fearing we would never see you again." Their voices were choked with emotion as they recounted their ordeal against the cultivators of the three cities. Two of them had reached the peak of the chi refinement stage, while one was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Who would have thought that the once arrogant disciples of the Xian sect would find themselves in such a pitiful state, fleeing like frightened strays just a day later? Senior brother He and senior brother Huang, being among the few disciples at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, realized they had come to their rescue. "Do you know who led the attack?" Senior brother Huang asked. "Her name is Mei Xiaoxian," one of them replied, and upon hearing the name, Li Fu was not surprised. It was characteristic of Mei Xiaoxian's style. As they spoke, she appeared within their line of sight, brandishing a gleaming large blade, leading a dozen companions in pursuit. "Fleeing so swiftly, are we?" Mei Xiaoxian taunted, pointing her blade at the terrified trio. "Weren't you just boasting about how we cultivators of the three cities are nothing but ants? Why the haste now?" Li Fu, bearing the visage of Fei Haoyu, could only roll his eyes at her audacity. "Sister, have you considered the situation? They have two peak foundation establishment cultivators at their side. Are you really that reckless to provoke them? Where is your sense? Is that really Mei Xiaoxian?" Senior brother, he queried. The trio, relieved to see their saviors, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, she is the one who killed our two brothers. Senior brother He, senior brother Huang, you must seek justice for us. When has the Xian sect ever endured such humiliation? Being chased and beaten by a group of rogue cultivators. What a disgrace." They lamented, each adding their own embellishments to the tale. "Since we encountered them, shall we not resolve this matter swiftly? What do you think, junior brother Huang? It is indeed necessary to curb the audacious arrogance of these scattered cultivators. Otherwise, they may assume that our Xuani sect is an easy target." Upon hearing that the two senior brothers were about to take action, the trio immediately adopted a facade of bravado. "Mei Xiaoxian, just wait and see. Let my senior brother teach you a lesson." With a flick of his sword, brother He darted forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly at Mei Xiaoxian. Closely followed by brother Huang, Li Fu and the three injured disciples remained behind to observe the battle. To them, it seemed that the two fully realized foundation establishment cultivators could easily handle this ragtag group without their assistance. Indeed, within merely 7 or 8 exchanges, Mei Xiaoxian's formation crumbled, resulting in the demise of 2 of her companions. Li Fu felt a surge of anxiety. This is bad. If this continues, none of them will escape alive. He anxiously surveyed the battlefield, unsure of how to proceed. Old Yin had entrusted Mei Xiaoxian to his care. Yet how could he protect her now against 2 formidable foundation establishment masters? Fortunately, although Mei Xiaoxian was impulsive and reckless, she was not devoid of rationality. After losing 3 companions in quick succession, she finally grasped the severity of the situation and shouted, "Retreat, quickly." However, the 2 who were caught up in the fray were not inclined to let her escape easily. Mei Xiaoxian and her group were forced to retreat step by step, with Mei Xiaoxian, as the main force, being relentlessly pressed, nearly sustaining injuries herself. Witnessing this, Li Fu thought, this won't end well. If this continues, they will inevitably be slaughtered. "Senior brother, I shall assist you," Li Fu exclaimed loudly, suddenly drawing his sword and rushing towards the battlefield. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? What are you doing? With 2 foundation establishment masters present, what can you, a mere 9th level chi refinement cultivator, do?" The 3 disciples of Xuani sect attempted to block Li Fu, but he swiftly maneuvered into the fray in the blink of an eye. With Fei Haoyu's entry into the battle, the 2 senior brothers found themselves not only lacking assistance, but also hindered. Fei Haoyu cunningly positioned himself in the path of their next attacks. "Junior brother Fei, you need not engage, simply observe," one of them suggested. "No, it is everyone's duty to eliminate these scattered cultivators. Bullying the disciples of Xuani sect is tantamount to bullying me, Fei Haoyu. I cannot allow our sect to be humiliated by a band of rogues. Do not panic, senior brother, I will assist you. Be careful, brother Huang. Hey, so, Mei Xiaoxian, is it? Let me show you how Fei Haoyu of Xuani sect teaches a lesson today." With righteous fervor, Li Fu exerted himself to disrupt the enemy's formation while deliberately drawing fire from Mei Xiaoxian's side. Given his unique position, he had to remain somewhat discreet while appearing valiant. Each of his moves was executed with grandeur, his sword flashing and energy surging, creating the illusion that he was engaged in a fierce battle with formidable opponents. The 3 observing disciples from Xuani sect were profoundly moved by Fei Haoyu's fervent efforts against the enemy. Who would have thought that junior brother Fei possessed such determination to slay foes? Indeed, despite being the weakest, he charges to the front. Had we not been injured, we too would join him in battle. I feel the same. Junior brother Fei is an exemplar for us all, upon returning to the sect. I must report his heroic deeds to Elder Yuan. Li Fu's ardent display of combat prowess stirred the hearts of the 5 disciples of Shuani Sect, especially on the battlefield. The presence of Brother He and Brother Huang was palpable. Li Fu, indifferent to the other scattered cultivators, was solely concerned with rescuing Mei Xiaoxian. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he wielded his sword, intercepting Mei Xiaoxuan's attack before Brother He could react. Brother He, allow me to exact revenge on our foe, Li Fu declared, his words imbued with righteous fervor as he seized the opportunity. Brother He, somewhat resigned, replied, very well, but do exercise caution. She is at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Rest assured, brother, she has slain a fellow disciple of the Xianyi sect. Should I fail to avenge this grievance, my life would be rendered meaningless. Li Fu thrust his sword fiercely towards Mei Xiaoxian. She countered with her blade. The clash of metal echoed as they exchanged blows in rapid succession. Mei Xiaoxian, astonished, realized that this disciple, merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, was unexpectedly formidable. Matching her strength, Li Fu, too, felt a tremor of surprise. Mei Xiaoxuan's power exceeded his expectations, her blade imbued with immense force. It was no wonder that Brother He, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, found himself momentarily thwarted by her. There was no time to linger. Li Fu, out of the corner of his eye, noticed that, without Mei Xiaoxian, the 2 brothers at the pinnacle of foundation establishment seemed to be preying on the scattered cultivators, swiftly claiming the lives of 3. Blocking one of Mei Xiaoxuan's strikes, he seized the fleeting opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. Flee, he commanded in a low, commanding tone, channeling his spiritual energy through his foot. The force of his kick astonishingly propelled Mei Xiaoxian several yards away, forcing her out of the fray. She rolled several times before regaining her balance, casting a puzzled glance at the disciple of Xianyi sect who called himself Fei Haoyu. The name lingered in her mind, perplexing her. However, upon witnessing the last breath of the 3 city cultivators being extinguished, her heart plunged into despair. She realized that continuing the fight would only lead to her demise. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Resolutely, she sheathed her blade and withdrew. Li Fu attempted to pursue. Where do you think you're going, Mei Xiaoxian? Come back and face your doom. Junior Brother Fei, do not chase a desperate foe. Brother He shouted, halting Fei Haoyu's advance. Li Fu, upon hearing this, paused his pursuit, asking, why halt? She has slain our disciple. I demand her life. It is futile to pursue. We have more pressing matters. The dense thicket ahead may harbor ambushes, Brother He cautioned. Li Fu sighed in disappointment. Very well, let her count herself fortunate. Should we cross paths again, I shall claim her head. Suppressing his fury, Li Fu returned his sword to its sheath. Unexpectedly, he noted Fei Haoyu's fierce sense of justice and remarkable bravery. A disciple at the 9th level of qi refinement repelling one at the initial stage of foundation establishment. His future was indeed bright. You overpraise me, brother. My success against Mei Xiaoxian was largely thanks to your prior depletion of her spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could a mere qi refinement disciple like myself have bested her? Li Fu's heart raced as he hurriedly offered his humble explanation, anxious to avoid raising any suspicions. Fortunately, the others, perceiving Fei Haoyu's earnest demeanor, did not dwell on it further. All right, enough of this. We must focus on the task at hand. What are your plans, you 3? Brother, where do you intend to go? One of them inquired. To retrieve something, Li Fu replied. What is it? Where is it located? The 3 pressed, echoing his question. Li Fu, with quick wit and dexterous reflexes, spoke up first. Esteemed brothers, this matter pertains to confidentiality. To prevent any eavesdropping by those wandering cultivators, it would be prudent not to inquire further. As he spoke, he cast a vigilant glance around them, fully aware of the theatricality of the situation. Brothers He and Huang were quite pleased with Li Fu's response and his alertness. Please lead us, esteemed brother. We are eager to follow in your footsteps. What could offer greater security than being in the company of a brother who has reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage? After enduring the ambush set by Mei Xiaoxian, 2 of their 5 companions had perished. Had they not fortuitously encountered the 2 brothers, they too might have met their demise at the hands of the wandering cultivators. Without hesitation, the 3 expressed their intent to accompany him. Brother He remarked, indeed, the more hands we have, the stronger our force will be. Mei Xiaoxian, who had narrowly escaped death, leaned against a cold tree trunk, her great sword trembling slightly in her grasp. Tears of humiliation and self-reproach silently streamed down her cheeks. The dozens of cultivators from the 3 cities, once comrades in arms, now lay lifeless, their bodies cold and still. They had perished just like that, and she, alone, was left to cling to life. Without her master's protection, Mei Xiaoxian felt utterly helpless. She struggled to calm her turbulent emotions. Her master often advised her to think thrice before acting, to avoid impulsiveness. and to never allow emotion to overshadow reason. At that moment, her master's words echoed in her mind. Regretful tears slipped from the corners of her eyes as she blamed herself for her obstinacy. Had she not pursued the fight, they would not have died. Yet here she was, surviving alone. Mei Xiaoxian came to a profound realization of her past errors, recognizing her previous ignorance and recklessness. After a long moment, she stood up, wiped away her tears, and her gaze hardened with determination. She now saw with stark clarity the insurmountable chasm between herself and her fallen comrades. She finally grasped the benevolent intentions hidden beneath her master's stern guidance. Her master had persistently urged her to cultivate diligently. Yet Mei Xiaoxian had always found excuses to slothfully evade her responsibilities. If she could return safely from this ordeal, she resolved to devote herself to her training and never again indulge in laziness. Simultaneously, she began to reflect on the kick delivered by the disciple from the Xian Sect. He had ultimately ejected her from the battlefield. Despite being merely at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, how could he have propelled her, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, so effortlessly? Her cultivation was evidently superior to his. Why, then, had she been unable to withstand him? The force and explosiveness behind that final kick did not seem consistent with a practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Could it be that he had concealed his true cultivation? Not only had he expelled her from the fray, but he had also urged her to flee. Clearly, he had acted to save her. Mei Xiaoxian had never seen him before, nor did she know him. Why had he chosen to save her? A cascade of questions and the weight of her recent losses compelled her, a person typically averse to deep contemplation, to wrestle with her thoughts. Regardless of the reason, she needed to gather her strength. She must inform the cultivators from the 3 cities about the presence of 2 fully realized foundation establishment masters from the Xian Sect, urging them to remain vigilant. It would be best to unite more forces. Only by binding together could they hope to avoid being easily defeated. As for why that individual had come to her aid, Mei Xiaoxian vowed that she would demand an explanation the next time she encountered him. At this moment, Li Fu and his party of 6 had arrived at a steep valley, shrouded in mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. "We have arrived, brother," he exclaimed, halting his steps. Along the journey, Li Fu learned that brother he was named He Yunfan and brother Huang was called Huangjun. As Li Fu gazed ahead, he noticed not only the mist, but also a noxious miasma. "Brother He, it appears rather unsafe ahead," he cautioned. "Indeed, the miasma seems toxic and may erode our bodies," replied the 3 with unease. Just as Li Fu was about to activate his eye of disillusionment for a clearer view, Huang Zhan interrupted him. "No worries. Just stay close to me," he instructed. Subsequently, He Yunfan retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring. "Let us go, keep up." A faint azure light enveloped He Yunfan, and as they stepped into the mist, it dissipated like a frightened mouse fleeing from a cat. The 3 felt reassured and stepped into the luminous shield. With Li Fu trailing at the end, the 6 were cloaked in the gentle azure light, which crackled as it made contact with the mist, creating a peculiar passageway. As they advanced deeper, the mist soon engulfed the area behind them. Li Fu, walking last, activated his eye of disillusionment for a closer inspection. What he saw sent chills down his spine. The branches of the trees were teeming with writhing green-eyed insects. Yet, the 5 ahead remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 57. The miasma of the valley. Li Fu stared at the swarm of insects, his scalp prickling. Soul-eating miasma worms. Despite their mere first-tier beast status, these creatures thrived in swarms, numbering in the thousands. They feasted on miasma, creating a paradise in areas shunned by other creatures. Preferring darkness and fearing the sun, they dwelled in miasma-laden locales year-round. Some malevolent cultivators deliberately raised these worms as a deadly weapon. A single bite could rapidly spread toxins throughout the body, leaving one temporarily defenseless. Lower-tier cultivators turned pale at the mere mention of them. Li Fu was eager to warn his companions. After all, this was no trivial matter. Aware of the danger, he was about to speak when a sharp crack echoed through the serene misty valley, a sound of a brittle branch snapping. Someone had stepped on a dry twig. "Oh no," Li Fu cursed under his breath. Through the eye of disillusionment, he saw the soul-eating miasma worms stirring to life on the branches. They flapped their gray wings in a frenzy, and the sight made Li Fu break into a cold sweat. "Did you hear that noise?" one of them asked. "It seems something is flying up," another remarked. "There appear to be quite a few. It should be fine, right?" Hearing the nonchalant chatter of his companions ignited Li Fu's frustration. "Fine. What could possibly thrive in such a place that is ordinary?" he thought, incredulous. Despite his anger, Li Fu suppressed his irritation and cautioned, "Brothers, I recall from ancient texts that locations with miasma often host creatures known as soul-eating miasma worms. I wonder if they are present here?" After all, Li Fu was also curious about what they were searching for. Until that elusive object was found, it was imperative that nothing went awry. "Close your ominous mouth," exclaimed one of them, as such talk was far too inauspicious. How could such a small secret realm harbor such a thing? The three shook their heads in disbelief. Li Fu, infuriated, felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his indignation. Damn it, these three must have their brains scrambled. Despite the warnings, these three imbeciles remained oblivious. Their ignorance was unfathomable. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, sounding eerily reminiscent of the dreaded devouring spirit blight worm. Fortunately, He Yunfan and Huang Zhun displayed a modicum of sanity. It seemed that attaining the pinnacle of foundation establishment and being accepted as a direct disciple by Cai Jingqiu was no mere fluke. However, the trio, with their heads filled with nonsense, were struck with terror at the mention of the worm. What do we do now? If bitten by the devouring spirit blight worm, we would be immobilized, reduced to nothing but bones within moments. It's over. I don't want to die. I should have known better than to come here. Their faces turned ashen, filled with regret. Silence. Proceed with caution. As soon as the words left their lips, the protective barrier emitted a series of thuds, the devouring spirit blight worms colliding against it. Upon glimpsing the true form of the worms, the three felt impending doom. It's over. It truly is the devouring spirit blight worm. Fei Shidi, this is all your fault for your ominous predictions. Li Fu, standing at the rear, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Where on earth did Xian Yi Sect find these fools? There were too many worms. The talismans couldn't withstand much longer. Maintain formation and move swiftly. Safety lies beyond the misty valley. With that, the six hastened forward. The pale blue barrier shrank under the relentless assault of the worms, its brilliance dimming. Li Fu discerned that, given the ferocity of the devouring spirit blight worms, the barrier would last at most the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Xixiao, do we have any talismans left? We can barely hold on. Stop with the useless chatter and keep up. Li Fu observed the swarm of devouring spirit blight worms, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, surging toward the barrier like a relentless tide. Should they be bitten, it would take mere moments before they were completely devoured. Look, there's light ahead. The exit is near. Just a bit longer. Indeed, sunlight began to filter through, yet a considerable distance remained to the exit, and the barrier could no longer endure. Some of the devouring spirit blight worms had already breached the defenses. With swift reflexes, Huang Zhun cleaved one in two with his sword. However, once a breach occurred, it was not just one worm that entered, a stream of them surged through. Apart from He Yunfan, who was desperately trying to maintain the barrier, the other four were frantically battling the encroaching worms. Li Fu, trailing behind, managed to pierce two worms with precise strikes. This is disastrous. The breach is widening. Xixiang, save me. At some point, one individual was bitten on the neck by a worm. Instantly, his body stiffened, rendering him motionless. Xixiang, he has been bitten. Li Fu thrust his sword into the devouring spirit blight worm, but alas, it was too late. The toxin had already infiltrated his system. The unfortunate victim lost all ability to move or resist, standing frozen like a wooden post. The scent of blood wafting from his wound immediately attracted the attention of the devouring spirit blight worms, who surged forward, eager to devour their prey. In the blink of an eye, the wound became infested with parasitic insects, swiftly spreading throughout the body. Others could not save him, their eyes, including Li Fu's, filled with despair. Forget about him. We must flee. We are nearly out. The scent of blood further incited the frenzy of the insects, which ravenously attacked the protective barrier. In their eyes, Li Fu and his companions were mere delicacies. Having feasted on miasma for so long, the sudden whiff of blood greatly heightened their appetite. Then, a crisp sound echoed, as if the pale blue barrier had shattered. This noise plunged everyone present into deeper despair. Without the barrier, they were akin to living targets, and the parasitic insects darted toward them with alarming speed. The five immediately brandished their swords in defense. The parasitic insects fear fire. Li Fu shouted. The other four quickly reacted, igniting their blades and swinging them at the insects. Ah, die. I will slay you. The two who had witnessed their companions devoured by the insects howled in rage. Li Fu shook his head in response. Losing their composure and wielding their swords chaotically, they risked giving the parasitic insects an opportunity to strike. Death was imminent. Ahead, He Yunfan and Huang Zhun, the most skilled among them, unleashed torrents of flames from their hands. The insects struck by the fire emitted a sizzling sound, extinguished in an instant. In a brief moment, nearly 100 parasitic insects lay lifeless. Yet, the pile of insect corpses on the ground was insignificant compared to the countless swarming above. Li Fu could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. With graceful swordplay, he severed the lives of the parasitic insects one after another. Fortunately, the exit was within reach. He Yunfan charged ahead, being the first to break through. The parasitic insects missed their target, and upon encountering sunlight, they emitted wisps of smoke. Following closely was Huang Zhun, and the two stood at the exit, urging, "Hurry, hold on, do not give up." Although Li Fu had initially lagged behind, his exceptional swordsmanship allowed him to catch up. He was mere steps away from safety. However, just as he prepared to step out, a cold hand suddenly grasped his collar, forcefully pulling him back into the abyss of insects from which he had almost escaped. Chapter 58. The lion's roar demonstrates authority, power emerges, damn it. He Yunfan and Huang Zhun, standing at the exit, changed countenance upon witnessing this scene. Their junior, Fei, had been yanked back into the mist. Meanwhile, the individual named Qi Qihua had leveraged the situation to spring forth. "Get lost. What are you doing?" "I'm so sorry, senior brother. In my panic, I had no choice." This person, Qi Qihua, an outer disciple at the peak of the Qi refining stage, had also stepped on a branch. He was visibly shaken, panic etched across his face. What good were words of explanation now? They had all painstakingly ascended through the ranks, aware of the truth that one should not expect their own survival at the cost of a fellow disciple's life. Just then, another figure stumbled out, named Zhao Lin. At the early stage of foundation building, Huang Zhun glanced at Fei, surrounded by the parasitic insects, and sighed, "Forget it, let us go." At this moment, He Yunfan refrained from expressing his anger, casting a fierce glare at Qi Qihua, unable to bear the sight of his junior brother being devoured by the soul-eating insect. He took the lead and moved forward. Suddenly, a deafening lion's roar erupted from behind, reverberating like thunder throughout the valley. The shockwave dispersed the surrounding mist and miasma. The four were taken aback, turning to witness their robes billowing in the invisible gust. At the edge of the thick fog, a figure emerged, steadily stepping forth. It was none other than junior brother Fei. Countless corpses of the soul-eating insects cascaded from around him, thudding heavily to the ground. A palpable aura of terror enveloped him, resembling a demon rising from the abyss. The frigid, piercing aura locked onto Qi Qihua with a chilling intensity. "Qi!" The voice of Li Fu struck Qi Qihua's very soul. Overwhelmed with dread, Qi Qihua felt his legs weaken, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Cold sweat soaking his back as his face turned ashen. He had intended to argue, but the feral gaze of Li Fu and the penetrating power of his voice silenced any protest. After being dragged into the mist, Li Fu had nearly been bitten. In a moment of desperation, he had unleashed the lion's roar to disperse the soul-eating insects, wishing to strike down Qi Qihua in that instant. Yet, upon witnessing the horrified expressions of the four, he abandoned that thought. Junior brother Fei, He Yunfan, suppressing his shock, swallowed hard and approached, his gaze heavy with gravity and a subtle hint of wariness. "That aura you just exhibited." Li Fu remained unaware of the psychological impact his earlier display of murderous intent had on the others. Calming his emotions, he managed a faint smile. "Senior brother He, in times of life and death, in the face of despair, I have awakened my potential." He felt on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. He Yunfan was skeptical. The terrifying aura Li Fu had just exuded was enough to instill fear even in him at his current level, let alone in Qi Qihua, the target of that menace. To avoid delaying their quest for treasures, He Yunfan turned sharply, admonishing, "Qi Qihua, how dare you harm your fellow disciples for your own survival? What should be done about this?" Trembling, Qi Qihua replied, "Senior brother, I was wrong. It was junior brother who was bewitched, committing a grave mistake. Please punish him." According to the sect's rules, harming fellow disciples was an unforgivable crime, deserving of execution. He Yunfan's voice was frigid. Upon hearing this, Qi Qihua's face drained of color, and he crumbled to the ground, utterly defeated. The status of inner disciples was exalted beyond measure. Fei Shidi and Qi Qihua, both belonging to the outer sect disciples, ventured out for training, while the inner sect disciples could impose discipline on behalf of the sect. "Brother He, acquiring the item is of utmost importance. Let us defer any punishment until we return to the sect," Huang Zhun interjected, attempting to mediate. Indeed. Brother Fei has emerged unscathed. Please, Brother He, show mercy," Zhao Lin added, advocating for Qi Qihua, who, like himself, was an outer sect disciple. "The matters instructed by our master are paramount," Huang Zhun reiterated. "In that case, let us spare him this time. Upon our return to the sect, I shall duly report to the law enforcement hall. What say you, Brother Fei?" Li Fu observed coldly from the sidelines, his heart betraying no emotion. Although He Yunfan seemed inclined to punish Qi Qihua, it was evident that he did not genuinely intend to do so. Throughout their journey, Li Fu had harbored doubts about why two cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage had chosen to accompany him, a mere ninth-layer Qi refinement disciple. Even as they saved Qi Qihua, they had extended warm invitations for him to join them. With two at the pinnacle of Qi refinement and one at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the demise of one of the Qi refinement experts raised suspicions. Had he not been aware of the true dynamics within the Xianyi sect, Li Fu might have been deceived by He Yunfan's seemingly selfless demeanor. He found it hard to believe that inner sect disciples would genuinely care for those of the outer sect. In Li Fu's eyes, it was Qi Hua's reaction that rang most true. One does not act without self-interest. The heavens would punish one otherwise. Li Fu sensed that the two harbored ulterior motives. It is known that the fewer individuals involved in acquiring treasures, the better. Huang Zhun, catching the underlying meaning in He Yunfan's words, promptly provided a graceful exit, and the two harmonized seamlessly in their performance. Li Fu's curiosity grew regarding what could be so enigmatic. I could never blame Brother Qi. On the contrary, I owe him my gratitude, Li Fu declared, stepping towards the still shaken Qi Hua, smiling as he extended his hand to aid him in rising from his kneeling position. Thanks to Brother Qi, I would still be far from the threshold of the pinnacle of Qi refinement without his assistance. Brother Qi, I express my heartfelt thanks. Qi Hua felt the chilling aura dissipate like a receding tide, the hostility vanishing. Though he heard Fei Shidi's words of gratitude, they struck him as jarring. Qi Hua, still recovering, leaned against Fei Shidi for support. It was my momentary lapse that caused this. I am truly sorry. What nonsense. We are all brothers of the same sect. Such words are unwarranted. Li Fu kindly brushed away the leaves that clung to Qi Hua. He Yunfan and Huang Zhun exchanged satisfied glances. Should Fei Shidi pursue accountability, he would not hesitate to execute a penalty. However, it would not be Qi Hua who would face judgment, but Fei Haoyu. For he perceived the murderous intent emanating from Fei Shidi as a threat he could not tolerate. Qi Hua rose, unable to meet Li Fu's gaze, still haunted by the memory of their earlier encounter. Brother Fei is magnanimous. Should this journey proceed smoothly, I shall ensure our master rewards you handsomely upon our return. Thank you, Brother He. Li Fu feigned joy, clasping his fists in gratitude. Since all is well, let us press on. The treasures lie not far beyond the mist. He Yunfan proclaimed, leading the way forward. Li Fu remained at the rear, the group of 6 now reduced to 5. Chapter 59, The True Secret of the Leaf-Falling Valley. To ensure caution, Li Fu activated his eye of disillusionment, scanning the surroundings intently. The spiritual energy here was considerably more abundant than outside, and it seemed devoid of imminent danger. He still felt a twinge of trepidation from the soul-eating mist worms in the misty valley. A single bite would spell doom. Fortunately, he had practiced the lion's roar technique before their journey. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to confront the swarming, soul-eating worms. He Yunfan led the way, with Huang Zhun closely behind. Zhao Lin walked alongside Qi Hua. Li Fu glanced at Qi Hua, who had inadvertently placed himself in danger. Sensing Li Fu's gaze, Qi Hua instinctively looked back, only to meet Li Fu's eyes. He quickly averted his gaze and quickened his pace, closely following He Yunfan. Observing this, Li Fu couldn't help but smirk coldly. As they crested a hill, Li Fu instinctively activated his eye of disillusionment once more. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. Over 100 feet ahead, vibrant beams of multicolored light soared skyward, as robust as towering trees. What could these colorful pillars signify? Li Fu pondered, captivated by the extraordinary spectacle. The closer he approached, the more he could sense the pure spiritual energy enveloping him. With Li Fu's unparalleled holy body, he found that the pure energy naturally gravitated towards him without any conscious effort on his part. To avoid drawing attention, he resisted the temptation to absorb it. Suddenly, He Yunfan halted and spoke. The others turned their gaze towards him. Ahead lay a cliff adorned with lush trees and jagged, peculiar rocks. Li Fu noticed a fissure in the center of the cliff, from which the radiant beams of light emanated. Senior Brother He, I sense an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy here, far surpassing that of the outside world, Zhao Lin exclaimed, invigorated by the potent energy. Indeed, it is far more abundant than that found in our sect. Qi Hua added greedily, yearning to absorb the energy and wishing to cultivate right there. It is naturally superior by 100-fold to the accommodations of outer disciples, He Yunfan asserted with conviction. For there lies a spiritual vein hidden within. A spiritual vein? The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, leaving all but He Yunfan and Huang Zhun utterly astounded, including Li Fu. The essence of a cultivator's power is spiritual energy, which does not originate from the heavens and earth, but rather from spiritual veins. The energy released by these veins permeates the environment, allowing cultivators to absorb it. This energy is transformed into spiritual power within the Dantian, enabling cultivation, spellcasting, and serving as the fundamental energy for alchemy and artifact creation. Without spiritual energy, a cultivator is no different from an ordinary person. Furthermore, spiritual veins can yield spiritual stones. The very first endeavor of any sect in establishing itself is to seek out spiritual veins and create their domain in areas rich in spiritual energy. Only in places abundant with spiritual energy can the disciples within the sect cultivate more effectively and swiftly. It is also in such locations that one can nurture spiritual plants and tame spiritual beasts. Moreover, a spiritual vein capable of sustaining the foundation of a sect for millennia possesses immeasurable value. In the past, when the Shu Yan sect was merely an obscure small sect, it had only a single inferior spiritual vein. It is said that after ascending to the ranks of a first-rate sect master Bushiyu miraculously acquired 2 additional spiritual veins. This is what has led to the current abundance of spiritual energy in the Shu Yan sect. However, spiritual veins are classified by grade, divided into 4 levels: upper, middle, lower, and the legendary top-grade spiritual veins. This classification parallels that of spirit stones. An inferior spiritual vein yields inferior spirit stones, while an upper-grade spiritual vein produces upper-grade spirit stones, and a top-grade spiritual vein generates top-grade spirit stones. Beneath the peak of the Shu Yan sect lies an upper-grade spiritual vein, while the other 2 are of inferior grade. As a first-rate sect in the northern region, it is telling that even a prestigious sect possesses only 3 spiritual veins, underscoring their rarity. The significance of spiritual veins is evident to all present. Yet, Li Fu could hardly fathom that the seemingly modest Falling Leaf Valley secret realm harbors a spiritual vein. No wonder the sky was illuminated by vibrant pillars of light. It must be the emanation of the spiritual vein. Should this news reach other sects, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Li Fu finally comprehended why He Yunfan remained indifferent upon hearing that the ice crystal Xian Jade mat was missing. Their true objective lay elsewhere. They had even maintained a veil of secrecy regarding their intentions throughout the journey. The value of a spiritual vein far surpasses that of the ice crystal Xian Jade mat. However, Li Fu was puzzled as to why only Cai Jingxiu sent disciples from within the sect to take action, while the sect master, Bushiyu, did not personally attend. With her capabilities, she could surely lift the restrictions of the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm. Given the value of the spiritual vein, shouldn't it warrant the sect master's presence, or at least the presence of several peak masters? Why was there an absence of other sect members? Such an important treasure was entrusted merely to an elder from the outer sect, with most participants being outer disciples. Could it be that the Shu Yan sect has grown indifferent to the allure of spiritual veins? That seems implausible. No sect can resist the temptation of a spiritual vein. Even an inferior spiritual vein is sufficient to incite fierce conflict among sections. So, could it be that Cai Jingxiu intends to monopolize this immense opportunity? The possibility is quite high. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. Cai Jingxiu truly harbors grand ambitions. To entrust such a significant matter to 2 disciples at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, while she herself remains hidden, is quite audacious. It appears she wishes to evade the prying eyes of others. If she aims to monopolize the spiritual vein, the fewer individuals aware of it, the better. Li Fu suspected that even Elder Yuan might be oblivious to the presence of a spiritual vein within the secret realm. It must be said, Cai Jingxiu's audacity is matched only by her swelling ambition. The mention of spiritual veins by Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua resonated with the weight of 1,000 burdens. The 2 inhaled sharply, the involuntary sound of swallowed saliva betraying their uncontainable fervor. The terror that had earlier gripped Qi Qihua, provoked by Li Fu's menacing aura, was now completely dissipated by the shocking revelation of the spiritual vein. His gaze, fixated on the gap, radiated an insatiable greed. Zhao Lin's breath quickened, clearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of this news, which was far too immense for someone of his status as an outer sect disciple. Equally astonished, Li Fu concealed his emotions well. A spiritual vein, the most precious and fundamental entity in the realm of cultivation. Just hearing those weighty 2 words induced a sense of breathlessness, not to mention being less than 100 paces away from it. Brother, is there truly a spiritual vein within? Qi Qihua's voice trembled slightly. He Yunfan nodded solemnly. The reason I have kept this matter confidential is due to its extraordinary value. I do not wish for others to be aware of it. This is an absolute secret. Our master, with unparalleled cultivation, has discerned the existence of this spiritual vein and commanded me and junior brother Huang to secure it. You are fortunate to be part of this endeavor. It is indeed your honor. Should we succeed, I assure you, no one in Shuani sect will dare to bully you. Our master will reward you immensely, allowing you to choose from a plethora of techniques and weapons. Becoming a direct disciple under our master will be well within your grasp. He Yunfan's tone brimmed with reverence towards Cai Jingxiu. Chapter 60, The White Jade Crescent Spike. The task entrusted to him by their master represented a profound trust, filling He Yunfan with immense pride. He was convinced that if this mission were executed flawlessly, his standing in the eyes of their master would undoubtedly rise significantly. He could even envision exquisite techniques and precious weapons reaching out to him. Direct disciple? The direct disciple of the peak Master Chai? Upon hearing He Yunfan's promises, both Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua trembled with excitement. As outer sect disciples, they were acutely aware of the challenges in ascending to the inner sect. Not only must one reach the foundation establishment stage, but exceptional aptitude was also required. Given the current scale of Xuani's sect, with hundreds of thousands of disciples, many possessed greater talents than they did. How could they possibly stand out among such a vast number to become inner sect disciples? It is worth noting that there were fewer than 2,000 inner sect disciples. Within the sect, apart from the peak masters, elders, and deacons, they wielded an unparalleled influence, enjoying resources unimaginable to outer sect disciples. Their esteemed status made them the core strength of Xuani's sect and the future backbone of the sect. Both had struggled for years in the outer sect, painstakingly rising from menial disciples to outer sect status, a journey whose hardships only they truly understood. They had long dreamt of becoming inner sect disciples, let alone direct disciples of peak Master Chai. The significance of such an opportunity was beyond words. Now, the prospect of becoming direct disciples of peak Master Chai lay before them. They trembled with exhilaration, as if they could already envision peak Master Chai personally guiding them into Qianyun Peak as his direct disciples. They had even cast aside the fear instilled by the previous encounter with the soul-devouring parasite. Such a tremendous temptation ignited a fervent passion within them. Brother, rest assured, I will do everything possible to retrieve the spiritual vein for our sect. Qi Qihua was the first to express his commitment, his voice quaking with excitement. Zhao Lin followed closely behind, proclaiming his unwavering dedication to the sect, much to the satisfaction of He Yunfan and Huangjun. However, Li Fu stood aside, inwardly scoffing. Had he not witnessed the ruthless methods of Cai Jingqiu over 3 millennia, he might have been swayed. Just moments ago, he activated his eye of disillusionment and discerned a hidden, formidable energy. This energy did not reside within the vibrant light columns. Rather, it resembled the aura emitted by a ferocious beast, instilling a sense of peril in Li Fu. Thus, he found amusement in the two men's displays of loyalty. Did they truly believe that obtaining a spirit vein would be so effortless? If it were so simple, He Yunfan and Huangjun would not require their assistance. They had long been intoxicated by the ethereal promises that clouded their judgment. Nevertheless, at that moment, Li Fu felt compelled to voice his allegiance. For He Yunfan's gaze had turned towards him. Rest assured, senior brother, I, Fei Haoyu, stand ready to serve without hesitation. It is a privilege from my previous life to assist Master Chai, and I ardently hope for our collective success in securing the spirit vein. Li Fu exaggeratedly declared his loyalty, unwittingly deceiving those who were unaware of his insincerity. Qi Qihua glanced at Fei Haoyu, thinking, only you could articulate such words. However, Li Fu's statement did not garner the complete trust of He Yunfan. For the overwhelming killing intent that emanated from him had instilled fear even in those at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Such energy could not possibly be generated by someone at the 9th level of Qi training. Very well. I look forward to the three of you becoming the personal disciples of our esteemed master. At that time, we shall share a toast together. He Yunfan nodded. This endeavor to obtain the spirit vein was fraught with peril, and he desperately needed capable hands. Otherwise, he would never have included Fei Haoyu among them, and he would have willingly eliminated him on the spot. This individual required his vigilance. Li Fu remained oblivious to He Yunfan's thoughts. Yet he understood that the display of power from earlier had instigated a sense of trepidation in both He Yunfan and Huangjun. As they entered the cave, he feared being cast as mere fodder. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant moving forward. Qi Qihua's earlier actions had made Li Fu acutely aware of his own lack of caution. Human nature, when confronted with life and death stakes, revealed its true, often malevolent, colors. Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua were still enraptured by the prospect of becoming personal disciples of Master Chai. Their imaginations ignited. Upon hearing He Yunfan's words, they felt invigorated, eager to rush into the cave and personally present the spirit vein to Master Chai. We must not delay, let us proceed, He Yunfan declared, leading the way. With Huangjun beside him, while Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua followed closely, and Li Fu maintained his position at the rear. Ever vigilant, Li Fu kept his eye of disillusionment attuned to the surroundings. Fortunately, there were no anomalies. The five soon arrived at the cave's entrance. However, as Li Fu gazed upon it, a faint mist emanated from the entrance, intensifying his unease. The power within sent shivers down his spine. He Yunfan halted, stating, "This is the entrance. Huang, it is now your turn." He Yunfan respectfully entrusted the task to Huangjun. "Do not worry," Huangjun replied. Feeling the weight of He Yunfan's expectant gaze, his expression grave and cautious, he approached the entrance of the cave, observing intently. Li Fu similarly activated his eye of void, scrutinizing the area. A formation obstructed the entrance, hindering not only the entry of several individuals, but also preventing the spiritual energy from emanating from within the cave. After a moment of observation, Huang Zhun nodded slightly, seemingly well acquainted with the formation. From his spatial ring, he retrieved 7 array flags of varying hues, inserting them into different positions. Li Fu understood that he was searching for the formation's core. Through the Eye of Void, Li Fu discerned that the core was situated atop an unremarkable rock at the cave's entrance. However, he refrained from offering any advice, choosing instead to quietly observe Huang Zhun's method of dismantling the formation. Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua watched with great enthusiasm, marveling at Huang Zhun's skills. The outer disciples had yet to encounter formations, making them particularly intrigued by his technique. Once the flags were positioned, Huang Zhun took a deep breath. Directing his gaze towards the cave's mouth, he then formed a seal with his hands, channeling his spiritual energy into the 7 array flags. A faint glow emanated from the foremost flag, illuminating each subsequent one in turn. They seemed to establish a connection, enveloping the entrance of the cave. As the flags shone brighter, the formation at the entrance revealed itself. The runes of the formation flowed, shifting in accordance with the flag's illumination and transformation. Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua were transfixed, their eyes filled with envy as they observed Huang Zhun's operation. After a brief period, Huang Zhun lifted his gaze to the rock, declaring, "The core is here." With that, he produced a white jade cone, which he directed to strike the rock with precision. However, Li Fu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the white jade cone. This object was the very one he had gifted to Cai Jingxiu 800 years ago, the white jade crescent cone. Crafted from pure sheep fat white jade, its slender, elongated form resembled a crescent moon, hence the name. This item had fortuitously come into Li Fu's possession during his journey of cultivation. It possessed the ability to assist cultivators in swiftly dismantling formations and restrictions. Even if Huang Zhun had not located the formation's core, he could forcibly breach the formation with this item, though it would consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. Chapter 61, Beneath the Cold Pool. Hidden threats. Li Fu had not anticipated that Cai Jingxiu would entrust this item to her disciple, indicating her determination to secure the spiritual vein. A crisp sound resonated in their ears as the formation's flowing runes at the cave's entrance shattered like fragile ice at the moment the jade cone made contact with the rock. The formation has been broken. Huang Zhun exhaled in relief, retrieving the array flags one by one. Brother Huang is truly remarkable. He dismantled the formation so effortlessly. Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua were thoroughly impressed by Huang Zhun's technique. Let us proceed inside. He Yanfan and Huang Zhun led the way. As they stepped into the cave, it appeared as though there were an invisible surface of water at the entrance, sending ripples outward. Li Fu remained at the rear. The cave was narrow, accommodating only a single person, and it was dim and cold. He Yanfan, leading the group, conjured a flame in his hand to illuminate the passage. Within, the spiritual energy was abundant and pure, and the temperature dropped as they ventured deeper. Li Fu reached out to caress the stone wall. A chilling aura began to seep through Li Fu's fingertips, threatening to invade his very being. Startled, he retracted his hand as if struck by lightning, hastily channeling his energy to fend off the cold. It was unbearably frigid. Something was amiss here. Soon, the 5 of them traversed the narrow passageway and entered the heart of the cavern. The expansive space unveiled a breathtaking vista. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, and beneath them lay a frigid pool. Occasionally, droplets cascaded from the stalactites, splashing upon the surface of the icy water and creating faint ripples. The sound of dripping echoed prominently within the cavern. Qi Qihua scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Senior brother, where is the spiritual vein?" "I see nothing." Zhao Lin echoed the question. "Indeed, all we see are stones and this cold pool. What does a spiritual vein even look like?" Their voices reverberated in the frigid cave. He Yanfan and Huang Zhun surveyed the area, both equally inexperienced in the presence of a spiritual vein. Li Fu stood still, a deep chill gnawing at his heart. This cold was not merely the cavern's chill, but an ominous sensation emanating from within. The intensity of this feeling grew stronger upon their entrance. Habitually, he activated his eye of revelation, hoping to discern the situation inside and perhaps uncover the source of the chilling aura. Upon peering through, he was nearly overcome with shock. Upon one of the stalactites coiled a massive python, its girth akin to that of a barrel. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its tail dangled down, with droplets cascading from it into the cold pool, seemingly unaware of Li Fu and the others' presence. Its coloration blended seamlessly with the stalactites. Had it not been for the eye of revelation, Li Fu would have been utterly oblivious. The source of the bone-chilling cold was none other than this serpent. At that moment, He Yanfan and the others were cautiously approaching the cold pool, unwittingly stepping into the python's range of attack. Unbeknownst to them, danger loomed overhead. The giant serpent slowly opened its eyes. Its cold, vertical pupils resembled the frost of a snow-capped mountain, quietly surveying Yun Fan and his companions. Its massive body melded into the stalactites. As its pupils widened, a predatory aura surged forth, causing the already chilly cavern to plummet in temperature. What does a spiritual vein look like, and where could it be hidden? Might it be within the cold pool? It was a possibility worth investigating. The cavern was not vast, and they decided to take a closer look. Unbeknownst to them, the four had already wandered to the edge of the cold pool. Stepping into the python's attack range, Li Fu longed to issue a warning but feared it would provoke the serpent. At that moment, the python remained coiled upon the stalactite, motionless and seemingly uninterested in the four. Li Fu was concerned that if he spoke out, Hua's fearful disposition would only exacerbate the situation, startling the giant serpent, which could lead to dire consequences for all present. He hoped one of the four would glance upward or turn back to him. At that moment, his finger subtly rose, pointing toward the python. Yet, the four were fixated solely on the spiritual vein, especially Hua, who was eager to showcase his contributions and struggles. Oblivious to the peril as he leaned precariously over the edge of the cold pool. In the frigid depths of the cold pool, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as Hua leaned over the edge and spoke. Brother Huang, do you think the spiritual vein could be affected by the formation? Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly pointed at the water, exclaiming, No, brother He, do you see those eyes in the cold pool? His curiosity piqued. Hua inquired about the ominous gaze lurking beneath the surface. Eyes. Upon hearing this word, Yun Fan and Huang Zhun exchanged solemn glances, following Hua's finger toward the water. Just then, a droplet fell into the cold pool, sending ripples cascading outward. How could there be eyes? There is no presence within, Huang Zhun observed, only perceiving the rippling surface, oblivious to the eyes Hua spoke of. At that moment, Yun Fan glanced up and noticed Li Fu standing motionless at the entrance, his demeanor alarmingly tense. Brother Fei, what troubles you? Yun Fan called out, sensing something was amiss as Li Fu pointed his hand towards them, or rather, towards the space above their heads. What could be above us? As the water's surface gradually settled, Huang Zhun looked down again. In the depths of the cold pool, there indeed were eyes, seemingly emerging from a realm of frost. No, those were not the eyes of the pool, they were mere reflections. Both he and Yun Fan simultaneously lifted their gazes. They beheld a pair of chilling, penetrating eyes fixed intently upon them from the stalagmite above. That single glance sent an invisible chill coursing through their hearts, freezing their blood and rendering them immobile. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water droplets intensified, falling from above into the cold pool. Hua and Zhao Lin finally sensed the grave disturbance. Observing the terror-stricken expressions of Yun Fan and Huang Zhun, they too hastily looked up. There, they witnessed a colossal python, its body adorned with frost-covered scales, swiftly descending from the stalagmite. With a gaping maw that opened without warning, it unleashed a bone-chilling aura as it lunged downward. The icy breath paralyzed Hua, leaving him frozen in place. Run, Li Fu commanded urgently. They could not perish here. Li Fu still needed them to locate the spiritual vein. The python's enormous ivory teeth resembled ice picks, aiming straight for the four of them. Yun Fan and Huang Zhun reacted swiftly, each grabbing the stunned Hua and Zhao Lin, retreating rapidly. The python snapped at empty air, its massive form sliding down from the stalagmite, causing vibrations beneath Li Fu's feet. As he beheld the python, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Its size far exceeded imagination. This creature radiated the aura of a third-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the golden core stage. Yet, the python's presence was still ascending. Awakened from its long slumber, the creature was consumed by rage, its gaze fixated on destruction. No, the python's aura had now climbed to the mid-golden core stage, and it showed no signs of ceasing. The four fleeing for their lives were gripped by sheer terror. Especially Hua. If one looked closely, they could see faint yellow streaks on the ground, trailing behind him as he was dragged away. Chapter 62, Blood Battle at the Cold Pool. The colossal serpent, having failed its initial strike, continued its relentless pursuit with astonishing speed, charging forth with a terrifying momentum. Its thick tail struck the rocky wall, producing a deafening roar, and debris cascaded down. The closest to the serpent were Huang Zhun and Zhao Lin, who found themselves in imminent danger as the serpent's jaws approached. Huang Zhun swiftly retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring, conjuring a deep yellow barrier before them. Retreat, he shouted. The serpent's head collided with the barrier, momentarily halting its massive form. In that instant, Yun Fan also paused, brandishing his sword and unleashing a beam of sword light towards the serpent. However, the strike barely affected the creature, producing only a crisp sound akin to a mere tickle. This creature is at the late stage of the third tier. Huang Zhen exclaimed, his expression grave. What shall we do? Are we to perish here? Chi spoke in a panic. A third-tier beast is comparable to a late-stage golden core cultivator. Among the 5 of them, only He Yunfan and Huang Zhen had achieved the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Lin was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Chi Hua at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, and Fei Haoyu at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. To the late-stage golden core serpent, they were mere playthings. Thud! The serpent's powerful tail struck the barrier, resonating with a thunderous sound. The impact caused cracks to appear in the wall. This is merely a low-tier talisman. It cannot withstand for long. Huang Zhen said anxiously. What do we do now? Chi Hua asked again. Are we truly to die here? Silence. Remain calm. He Yunfan understood that their journey would not be easy, but he had not anticipated encountering a late-stage golden core beast within the cavern. This was far beyond his expectations. The highest level of cultivators permitted in the secret realm should be those at the peak of foundation establishment. A golden core beast, especially one at the late stage, was beyond their capacity to resist. Huang Shidi quickly set up the formation. This creature is too formidable. Do not hold back. He Yunfan commanded, standing firm behind the barrier with his sword poised. Bang, bang, bang. The serpent struck 3 times in rapid succession, its tail resembling a massive iron chain. Each blow accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air. The cracks in the barrier widened, indicating that it could not endure much longer against the serpent's might. Huang Zhen's face contorted with bitterness. Brother He, setting up the formation requires time. The talisman will not hold. Indeed, the serpent lashed out once more, and the barrier shattered immediately. The residual force swept towards the 4 of them. They dared not underestimate this attack, unleashing all their strength to withstand the serpent's blow. Yet, they had gravely miscalculated the creature's power. The 4 were swept away as if they were mere dolls, crashing against the cavern walls and embedding themselves within. Chi Hua emitted a desperate wail, his cries echoing mournfully throughout the cavern. The terror of death filled Chi Hua's eyes with despair. The previously fervent expressions of loyalty vanished in the face of the late-stage golden core serpent. One by one, the 4 tumbled from the wall, accompanied by a shower of stones, their mouths bleeding. I do not wish to die, my brother. I do not wish to die. Let us flee. Chi Hua scrambled up from the ground in disarray, the serpent's might having extinguished any flicker of defiance within him. Be quiet. He Yunfan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose from the ground. Despite his despair, he bore the solemn instructions of his master, and he was determined to retrieve the spiritual pulse on this journey. This was crucial for his future development within the sect. Retreat was not an option, even in fear. Moreover, he still had cards to play, and Huang Zhen had yet to set up his formation. They were not without a glimmer of hope. The colossal python slithered through the cave, producing a harsh, rustling sound. Huang Zhen, find an opportunity to set up the formation. I will buy you some time. He Yunfan declared before leaping deftly to evade the python's attack. Understood. Huang Zhen responded, scrambling to retreat swiftly. He Yunfan drew the python's attention while Zhao Lin and Chi Hua, their strengths insufficient, sought refuge in a concealed spot. Li Fu remained at the entrance of the passage, observing intently. Within the cave, the python pursued He Yunfan, intent on devouring the troublesome human who had disturbed its slumber. As he fled for his life, He Yunfan activated a swift movement talisman. Despite the python's massive size, it was surprisingly fast. On several occasions, it nearly sank its fangs into him. Without the talisman, it was likely that He Yunfan would have been consumed by the beast. However, the mid-stage gold core python was not a mindless creature. Realizing the human had suddenly accelerated, it understood that it would not be able to catch him in a short time. With a hiss, the python decisively altered its course. Its cold eyes scanned the surroundings and zeroed in on Huang Zhen, who was preparing a formation. The python sensed that this human was concocting something dangerous aimed at it. Not good. He Yunfan cursed as he noticed Huang Zhen still setting the formation. Damn beast. He urgently halted, but the python was already upon Huang Zhen. At that moment, He Yunfan could no longer afford to hold back his strength. He resolutely retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring. Should anything happen to Huang Zhen, the task entrusted by his master would remain unfulfilled. As the python's massive jaws prepared to clamp down on Huang Zhen, He Yunfan bellowed, "Fall." His voice reverberated through the cave, infused with unwavering determination. Li Fu, watching from the sidelines, suddenly noticed a palm-sized golden brick materializing above the python's head. The brick expanded in size with He Yunfan's furious shout, emanating an overwhelming force. The radiant golden light, imbued with immense power, descended like a mountain, striking the python's head with devastating precision. Boom! The brick struck the python's head with tremendous force, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the cave. In an instant, It felt as if the very earth were quaking. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. This was a talisman treasure. Li Fu's pupils constricted. Such artifacts were crafted by gold core or even nascent soul masters for self-preservation. Their power far exceeded that of regular talismans. Their rarity was incomparable. In pursuit of the spiritual pulse, Jiang had invested considerable resources. Hiss! The python's head was forcefully driven into the ground by the golden brick. And as the debris above it fell away, its head was raised high once more. Li Fu clearly saw the massive scales atop the python's head shatter, revealing the blurred flesh beneath. The sudden strike of the giant python was utterly unforeseen. It raised its head, standing tall, emitting a soul-piercing, mournful hiss. The sound was so deafening that all present clutched their ears, revealing expressions of agony. He Yunfan's attack had thoroughly enraged the giant python, challenging the authority of a late-stage Jindan-level beast like never before. Zhao Lin was also startled by the python's wail, paralyzed with fear. Hua, already terrified, knelt on the ground with his hands over his ears, too afraid to look at the python, lest it discover his presence. Li Fu was astonished by the power of the talisman, but even more so by the python's formidable head. The beast was capable of withstanding the impact of the gold brick talisman without dying, its physique rivaling that of defensive artifacts. Huang Zhen, having narrowly escaped, was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone present understood that they were about to face the overwhelming wrath of a late-stage Jindan beast. Chapter 63. The Four-Direction Sword Array captures the giant python Huang Shidi. How much longer until your formation is ready? The instigator, He Yunfan, was thoroughly alarmed, more so than anyone else. Yet, as the most accomplished disciple of Cai Jingqiu, he strove to appear less fearful. Otherwise, Hua would undoubtedly be the first to flee. Although the gold brick talisman was immensely powerful and had severely injured the python, it was not sufficient to bring about its demise. He gazed mournfully at the now dim talisman hovering above the python's head. Had he reached the Jindan stage, that brick would surely have dispatched the python on the spot. Unfortunately, he had not yet attained that level. This was one of his life-preserving trump cards, and each use depleted its power. Time was of the essence. Huang Zhen was anxious, more so than anyone else. His formation was still being set up. Though powerful, it required considerable time. Li Fu had little understanding of formations, but he observed that Huang Zhen's method appeared to be a sword array known as the Four-Direction Sword Array. If this was indeed the case, there was a genuine hope of slaying the giant python. However, at that moment, the python had already begun to act, its gaze fixated solely on He Yunfan. It sought to rend this accursed human into pieces to alleviate its wrath. The python lunged towards He Yunfan with remarkable speed. The energy from his emergency talisman had been nearly exhausted, and he directed the gold brick once more against the python. Yet, the python was already prepared. In response to the approaching talisman, it swung its tail, as sturdy as iron chains, to meet it head-on. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding thuds echoed within the cavern, each strike diminishing the brilliance of the gold brick. After 3 consecutive impacts, the talisman had lost all its luster. With a final thunderous crash, the gold brick shattered. The talisman thus consumed. He Yunfan had no time to lament, for the python was charging towards him. It's done. Quickly enter the formation. Huang Zhen's voice resonated in the ears of all present, causing a collective jolt. The first to enter was Hua, who, having been thoroughly frightened, cowered in a corner, trembling and clutching his head in response to the enraged python's hiss. Hearing that Huang Zhen's formation was complete, he swiftly darted into the array. Zhao Lin followed closely behind. Fei Shidi, hurry into the formation. In the midst of his desperate flight, He Yunfan cast a glance at his junior brother Fei, who stood at the entrance, and called out. At that moment, the colossal python drew ever closer, prompting him to once again retrieve a swift escape talisman, increasing the distance between himself and the serpent. Li Fu dashed along the icy wall, with debris continuously plummeting from above. The python's cold, vertical pupils fixated on He Yunfan. The agony from the talisman inflicted wounds igniting its murderous intent. The serpent's massive form slithered over the frozen pool, causing the water to erupt into towering ice waves, while icicles from the stalactites rained down like a tempest. At last, Li Fu arrived within the formation. Take your position at Sun, Huang Zhen instructed, handing Li Fu a sword. As Li Fu gazed at the blade in his hand, his jaw dropped in astonishment. A top-grade weapon of the Xian tier. Li Fu glanced at the others, each equipped with a sword of their own. 4 top-grade Xian weapons. What an extravagant display. For the sake of the spiritual vein, Cai Jingqiu had truly invested heavily. What are you dawdling for? Get in position, Huang Zhen urged. Upon hearing this, Li Fu hurried to his designated spot. The moment Li Fu entered the formation, the sword array was activated. Within this array, Li Fu felt as if he had transformed into a sharp sword himself. a sensation mirrored by Zhao Lin, Qi Qihua, and Huang Zhan in the other three directions. The four directions' spirit-sealing sword array enveloped the python from all sides. The practitioners within the array harnessed its power, the sword energy taking form, embodying both offense and defense. Those trapped within the array found themselves ensnared, surrounded by a tempest of sword energy. At the moment the sword array was formed, He Yunfan retrieved a sword from his spatial ring. A low-grade weapon of the earth tier. Chai Jingxiu even produced a weapon of this rank. Li Fu's Qingfeng sword was a mid-grade weapon of the Xian tier, already coveted by golden core experts, let alone the top-grade Xian weapons. In contrast, He Yunfan's low-grade earth weapon was sufficient to attract the attention of Yuanying and even Huashan experts. Its worth was self-evident. With 4 top-grade Xian weapons, 1 low-grade earth weapon, the golden brick talisman, the white jade crescent-shaped cone, coupled with the 4 directions spirit-sealing sword array, Chai Jingxiu was evidently determined to secure the spiritual vein. The moment He Yunfan entered the array, it sprang to life. A sharp sword intent radiated from Li Fu, as it did from the other 3. The python, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the humans before it, was seized by an unprecedented terror. It decisively lunged to escape the sword array. However, once ensnared within its confines, liberation was not easily attained. As the serpent's head brushed against the edge of the array, a barrier of light obstructed its path, while sword energy surged toward it from all directions. The python used its massive tail to fend off the onslaught. The clashing sounds echoed relentlessly. With a fierce roar, He Yunfan unleashed a terrifying sword intent from the low-grade earth weapon in his grasp. The swords wielded by Li Fu and the others resonated with He Yunfan's blade, intensifying his sword intent. Bolstered by the array, He Yunfan, armed with the low-grade earth sword, found his power ascending to the late stage of the golden core realm. The injured python raised its head, its cold vertical pupils fixating intently on He Yunfan, positioned at the array's core. Its brutal roar reverberated through the cavern, causing ice shards to rain down from the walls. Withstanding the barrage of the sword array, the massive serpent coiled itself, its formidable tail lashing out with ferocity toward He Yunfan. Yet, the human before it was no longer the feeble creature that had once fled in terror. He Yunfan's sword blazed with brilliance as he charged towards the colossal python. The clang of metal echoed sharply as the python's tail intercepted the blade, leaving only a white scratch upon its scaly hide. The beast's physique far surpassed that of a human, its scales resembling impenetrable armor that absorbed much of the sword's force. Undeterred, the python retaliated, its tail whipping like an iron whip, striking fiercely at He Yunfan. He parried with his sword, leveraging the power of the sword array, matching the python blow for blow. As the orchestrator of the formation, Huang Zhan positioned himself to assist, occasionally channeling the array's strength to launch assaults against the serpent. Yet, they had underestimated the python. Despite being momentarily subdued, it proved to be a formidable adversary. The sword's radiance struggled to penetrate the python's scaly defenses, and He Yunfan, as the primary attacker, poured all his spiritual energy into his blade. Even his dazzling maneuvers failed to inflict substantial harm upon the beast. This approach was untenable. Each of He Yunfan's strikes landed upon the python's most resilient scales, which were even harder than defensive artifacts. This was no mere late-stage golden core. It was a challenge akin to facing a perfected golden core. Senior brother He, target the head of the python, Li Fu advised. The suggestion sparked a revelation in the midst of their battle. He Yunfan promptly altered his strategy, avoiding a direct confrontation with the python. Huang Zhan, enlightened by the same insight, exclaimed, "Unite our forces at the head, we must strike." He recognized the urgency of dispatching the python swiftly. As the 4 of them could not sustain the sword array for long, the creature was proving to be more resilient than anticipated. Chapter 64. Ensnaring the python. The python was sheathed in an almost flawless armor of scales, with only its severely injured head presenting a vulnerable point. Amidst the fierce clash, He Yunfan, bolstered by the sword array and the might of his weapon, found himself momentarily oblivious to the critical breakthrough. In a commanding voice, he rallied, "Everyone, attack the python's head." The quartet immediately brandished their weapons, infusing them with spiritual energy. Huang Zhan swiftly directed the formation, adjusting the angle of their strikes. The 4 directions sealing sword array suddenly transformed. Under Huang Zhan's guidance, the previously indiscriminate sword energy converged, now singularly focused on the python's crown. He Yunfan's sword radiated an imposing aura, invigorated by the array's overwhelming intent. Swiftly evading the python's tail, he gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed solely on the serpent's injured head. Positioned in the Sun direction, Li Fu felt his internal energy rapidly siphoned away under Huang Zhan's leadership. The python's cold, vertical pupils constricted sharply, instinctively sensing the lethal threat it faced. As the sword energy surged forth from the array and the weapons of the humans, it continuously shifted its form, deftly avoiding the incoming strikes. The sword energy struck its body, producing a crisp sound, yet the python remained unfazed, occasionally flicking its tail to deflect the onslaught aimed at its head. As the colossal serpent evaded the blade's radiance, He Fan, leveraging the power of the sword formation, vaulted above it. A profound terror gripped the creature at the sight of the sword wielded by a human. The giant python sought to evade the impending strike, but it was too late. He Fan's speed was astonishing, leaving merely 2 zhang between them. There was no escaping this fate. The serpent let out a thunderous roar, unleashing its demonic energy, and opened its gaping maw. Realizing that evasion was futile, it resolved to consume the human even at the cost of mutual destruction. Be careful. The 4 onlookers gasped as the giant python suddenly tilted its head back, its enormous jaws seemingly poised to engulf He Fan. Startled, He Fan sensed the frigid force emanating from the serpent's mouth and, with no time for contemplation, altered his attack trajectory. With a thrust, the sword's tip pierced the python's lower jaw. A piercing scream erupted from the creature, one that threatened to rupture eardrums, as it violently flung He Fan aside. The earth-tier weapon remained lodged within its mouth, cold blood oozing from the wound. Although he had not delivered a fatal blow, he had nonetheless injured the python. He Fan, closest to the beast, was also caught in the reverberation of its ferocity, sustaining injuries that caused his vital energy to surge chaotically. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Fear flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the late-stage golden core giant python was terrifying. Even with the aid of the sword formation and weaponry, it was not slain. At that moment, the serpent abruptly shifted its focus, not towards the one who had wounded it, but instead charged towards Huang Zhun. It seemed to have discerned that he was the one maintaining the sword formation. This was dire. Huang Zhun, as the formation's orchestrator, if he were to perish, the sword formation would collapse. Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua understood the gravity of the situation as well. The 3 of them brandished their swords, unleashing beams of light to obstruct the python's advance. Yet, the onslaught of the serpent remained relentless, as it gathered force for a ferocious strike against Huang Zhun. In that moment, Huang Zhun remained remarkably composed, swiftly channeling the sword formation. Just as the giant python lunged, a protective barrier of light emerged to intercept its assault. Li Fu felt a portion of his spiritual energy being siphoned away. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Qi Qihua suddenly faltered, collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly retrieved a restorative pill from his spatial ring and consumed it. Time and again, he drew upon his spiritual energy, but even he, at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, could no longer endure. At this juncture, Li Fu suddenly realized that his cultivation was not superior to Qi Qihua's. It was utterly illogical for him to remain standing while Qi Qihua faltered. Zhao Lin's complexion turned pale, nearly collapsing as he struggled to maintain his stance. To avoid revealing his own condition, Li Fu mimicked Qi Qihua's plight, feigning exhaustion and half-kneeling before retrieving a restorative pill. After Li Fu consumed his pill, Zhao Lin, with great effort, also took one. However, the serpent's onslaught showed no signs of abating. He Fan, witnessing the significant depletion of spiritual energy among the 3, stifled the tumult within him and swiftly took the place of the kneeling Qi Qihua. He understood that their only hope of contending with the python lay in the sword formation. With his weapon lodged in the serpent's mouth, and thus irretrievable, he had lost his most formidable support. Should the sword formation falter, not only would they be unable to defeat the python, but they would likely perish here as well. Simultaneously, He Fan cast a deep glance at Li Fu, remaining silent. Brother Huang, has the sword yet to coalesce? The onslaught of the giant python continues unabated. Huang Zhun gritted his teeth, striving to withstand the giant python's assault with minimal cost. He observed the other 3, their spiritual energy rapidly depleting, and even he, at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, found it arduous to maintain the sword array against the python's relentless attack. Suddenly, Li Fu noticed that above him, at the heart of the sword array, a sword had begun to take shape, though it was not yet fully formed. Had it not been for He Fan's reminder, even Li Fu would have overlooked it. Their gazes were fixated on the giant python, its oppressive presence leaving them no room for distraction. Li Fu then understood why his internal spiritual energy was draining so swiftly. The exquisite sword he wielded was siphoning energy from those maintaining the array, converging at the sword's hilt above. Strike together, to draw the giant python's aggression. Huang Zhun bellowed, seeing cracks beginning to form in his position. If this continued, the python would inevitably escape. He Fan initiated the offensive, followed closely by Zhao Lin, while Li Fu hastily swung his sword, aiming at the python's head and the gaping wound in its mouth. The sword array must not falter. Under their combined assault, the giant python finally shifted its direction, the recent attacks preventing it from maintaining its offensive momentum. The python, predictably, lunged toward He Yunfan, the human who had inflicted 2 wounds upon it. Everyone hold on. We're almost there. Huang Zhen rapidly executed hand seals, arranging the formation flags around him in an attempt to slow the giant python's advance. The icy, vertical pupils of the creature were now entirely filled with a violent crimson as it launched a ferocious strike at He Yunfan, its tail sweeping menacingly toward Li Fu. Li Fu could see with clarity that the sword array beneath him was already cracking. Yet, the sword above continued to coalesce. The 4-directional ceiling sword array, originally a formidable killing formation, was ineffective due to the participants' insufficient cultivation levels and disparities in strength, resulting in a sluggish formation and diminished power. The main attackers lacked experience against such foes, wasting considerable time and energy. The most potent Earth-grade weapon remained lodged within the python's mouth, further obstructing the array's function and slowing the sword's formation. He Yunfan and Zhao Lin also noticed cracks forming in their positions as the python attacked with wild abandon. Each impact caused the yellowish light barrier to tremble violently, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading at a visible pace. Li Fu, positioned in the Sun direction, clearly saw that the light of the formation flag sustaining the sword array was flickering erratically. Huang Zhen's complexion had turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his face, clearly at his limit. No, it can't be. The array is going to break. Huang Zhen cried out hoarsely, filled with despair. He even began to burn his essence blood in a desperate attempt to stabilize the faltering barrier. But the power of the late Golden Core stage beast was simply too terrifying. Outside the formation, Qi Hua had collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant, mumbling incoherently. It's over, we're doomed. He Yunfan's eyes widened in horror. If the sword array shattered, they would all become fodder for the giant python's wrath. The sword, still in the process of forming above their heads, quivered violently under the onslaught of chaotic energy, on the verge of disintegration. At that moment, he suddenly cast his gaze toward Fei Haoyu. Junior brother Fei, if you do not act now, when will you? He Yunfan's words left those present bewildered. Fei Haoyu? Would he make a move? What could a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement possibly achieve? Why would senior brother he utter such a statement? He Yunfan's thunderous roar drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity to the previously overlooked Fei Haoyu. At this moment, Fei Haoyu stood at the Su position, straining to maintain the operation of the formation. The intensity in He Yunfan's gaze conveyed a desperate urgency. He was gambling. Throughout their journey, He Yunfan had been discreetly observing this junior brother. The actions he had displayed were far beyond what a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner should possess. That astonishing shout amidst the fog, the chilling murderous intent upon emerging from the mist. Although he had concealed himself well upon entering the cave, the need to sustain the formation revealed his vulnerabilities. Qi Hua, at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, had already exhausted his energy, yet Fei Haoyu, at the 9th level, only began to show signs of fatigue afterward. To He Yunfan, the weariness on Fei Haoyu's face seemed anything but natural. Everyone present, including himself, bore pale visages from excessive expenditure of spiritual energy, yet Fei Haoyu's complexion remained flushed. This did not resemble the appearance of one drained of spiritual energy. He was certainly not as simple as a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner. He had intended to reclaim the spiritual vein before striking at Fei Haoyu, but now, there was no time for such considerations. The survival of all present likely hinged upon this Fei Haoyu. Hearing this, Li Fu could not help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Am I not performing well enough? In truth, Li Fu had been waiting for the opportune moment. He had planned to strike once the giant python was slain and everyone was exhausted. However, He Yunfan's sudden revelation thrust him into the spotlight. Junior brother Fei, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the sword formation to be breached or for the giant python to escape? If the python escapes, we will all perish. No matter who you are, the most critical task now is to eliminate the giant python. If you do not act soon, I shall withdraw from the sword formation, and we shall perish together. He Yunfan pressed Fei Haoyu, who remained hesitant to take action. Li Fu understood that He Yunfan spoke the truth. Just as He Yunfan had stated, if the sword formation were to be withdrawn now, no one would be able to withstand the giant python's counterattack. The immediate priority was to deal with the most significant threat, the giant python. Come here. Li Fu beckoned to Qi Hua. Uncertain of what to do, Qi Hua, upon seeing Li Fu's gaze, felt no inclination to resist and obediently approached. For the sake of the spiritual vein, Li Fu inquired, Brother Huang, how much longer until the formation is complete? 3 breaths. Huang Zhen began to reassess Fei Haoyu, and upon hearing his inquiry, quickly responded, very well, 3 breaths it is. Li Fu instructed Qi Hua to take his place at the Su position, having regained some strength during his rest. After Chi assumed his position, Li Fu charged alone toward the giant python. His speed left everyone present in stunned silence. However, they were unaware that Li Fu's true cultivation level was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Huang Zhen was the first to react. He swiftly formed seals to change the formation's primary attacker, redirecting its power to Li Fu's body. Li Fu no longer held back, empowered by the formation. He darted forth from his position like a wraith, his speed so extraordinary that he left only a faint afterimage in his wake. Hurtling directly towards the frenzied giant python that was assaulting the sword formation's barrier, the python sensed the imminent threat behind it and swiftly turned, its icy vertical pupils locking onto Li Fu's figure. The onlookers within the sword formation were captivated, their breath caught in astonishment at Li Fu's explosive prowess. He Yunfan's pupils constricted, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, this fellow had concealed his strength so deeply, his speed was hardly inferior to his own. Was he truly only at the 9th level of Qi refinement? The giant python charged at Li Fu, just as Huang Zhen completed his hand seals. Li Fu felt a continuous surge of power flowing into him, and as the python's massive maw approached, he unleashed the lion's roar technique. The deafening roar of the python collided violently with the deep, fierce sound of Li Fu's technique. In an instant, visible sound waves rippled outward like water, expanding in concentric circles from the two combatants. The 4 members of the formation winced at the overwhelming noise, covering their ears in agony. The once fearsome python was momentarily stunned by Li Fu's roar, its movements noticeably halted. In a breath's time, the python, possessing the strength of the golden core stage, quickly regained its composure. Its enormous tail lashed out at Li Fu. With a nimble leap, Li Fu evaded the strike. The tail crashed heavily against the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. 2 breaths later, the python struck again. Li Fu stepped forward, harnessing the power of the sword formation, and resolutely swung his fist, daring to test whether his strength could withstand the python's onslaught. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished at his audacity. Was he truly attempting to confront the python barehanded? Was this not tantamount to courting death? The impact. Li Fu's fist collided with the python's tail, producing a thunderous sound that echoed within the cavern. The force of the python's tail far exceeded Li Fu's expectations, sending him hurtling backward. A fierce surge of power coursed through his arm and throughout his body, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Even with the support of the sword formation, Li Fu's strength paled in comparison to that of the python. Fortunately, the long 3 breaths had finally elapsed. 3 breaths. As the time limit was reached, the spectators turned their attention away from the flung Li Fu, their gazes filled with exhilaration as they focused on the sword at the heart of the formation. The luminous sword, coalesced from the formation's energy, finally solidified in that last fleeting moment. The instant it materialized, the scant spiritual energy remaining within the force surged into the sword's body. It felt as though their very essence had been drained, yet their spirits remained invigorated. For the terror instilled by the python dissipated in the moment the radiant sword took form, leaving only hope for life and an almost frenzied hatred for the python that was on the brink of demise. As the sword reached completion, it radiated a blinding brilliance, its tip directing a torrent of sword intent that filled the entire cavern. Now was the moment. Seal the spirit from all directions, exterminate. Huang Zhen swiftly executed the hand seals. Perish. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he poured every ounce of his strength into a thunderous roar. The giant python raised its head, and the colossal sword, imbued with an unstoppable force of destruction, lunged toward it. As Huang Zhen pointed decisively, Xiaolin, Chichihua, and He Yunfan regarded the scene with a fierce intensity. Their gazes locked onto the brilliant sword that descended mercilessly upon the giant python's head. The sword shimmered with a tangible essence, adorned with a multitude of intricate runes. It firmly targeted the serpent, propelled by the collective lethal intent of the 4. The hearts of all present raced in their chests. In Chapter 66, as the giant python teetered on the brink of death and retaliated, chaos erupted within the cave. The moment the radiant sword took shape, a flicker of terror emerged in the python's icy eyes. This sword, a fusion of the powers from the 4 directional spirit-sealing sword formations and the might of 4 superior-grade weapons, embodied the unwavering lethal will of the 5 individuals as it fell heavily. When the sword struck, time seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated solely on the dazzling brilliance. With a piercing sound, the blinding light engulfed the python's head, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that resonated with fear of the sword and a deep-seated resentment towards the human cultivators. The immense sword pierced through the python's head, embedding itself deeply into the ground. Suddenly, the cave trembled violently, and stones cascaded down like rain. The icy pool erupted in tumult, splashing water everywhere. Witnessing this, the group instinctively summoned their exhausted bodies to stagger backward. The python's thick, barrel-like tail lashed against the ground with a resounding crack, as if attempting to break free. Yet, the sword's power far exceeded its capacity to endure. The colossal serpent convulsed violently, its death throes accompanied by a cacophony of falling stones. The tumultuous noise persisted for nearly the duration of an incense stick. As the radiance dissipated, the once magnificent spirit-sealing sword formations dimmed, their spiritual energy depleted. The 4 superior-grade weapons fell to the ground with a resonant thud. In the center of the sword formation, the python's severed neck oozed dark brown blood, exuding a chilling aura. The sword had not completely severed the serpent's head, yet the ghastly wound was gradually siphoning away its life force. The remaining layer of skin and flesh barely sustained the connection between head and body. The ferocious glint in the python's cold, vertical eyes swiftly dulled, its life essence ebbing away like the receding tide. The massive tail continued to strike the ground feebly, each blow growing weaker until it finally fell silent. When all became still, the group struggled to lift their heads, their hearts brimming with the joy of survival, momentarily forgetting their physical exhaustion and agonizing pain. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting uncontainable elation. Defeating a late-stage golden core giant python with mere foundation establishment cultivation was beyond comprehension, yet they had accomplished the impossible. Is it dead? The first to break the silence was Huang Zhan, leaning against the stone wall, blood staining his lips, gasping for breath as he beheld the motionless python. Yan Fan, weakly coughing a few times, swallowed a recovery pill, looking at the python and remarked, hit by a golden brick talisman, pierced by an earth-grade weapon. And with the combined might of 4 superior-grade weapons and the sword formation's enhancement, what does it matter if it was a late-stage golden core beast? Although Yan Fan's words were laced with weakness, the excitement in his eyes sustained him. The ultimate purpose of this journey was nearing its conclusion. Yan Fan tossed a chi-replenishing pill to Zhao Lin, who was closest to the giant python, instructing him to retrieve the demon core. Zhao Lin accepted the pill without uttering a word, nodded, and after consuming it, picked up the exquisite weapon from the ground, advancing step by step towards the giant python. The inner core of a late gold core stage beast held considerable value, and Zhao Lin had yet to collect one from such a formidable creature. As he approached the giant python, he could not help but admire its presence. Truly, it was a late gold core stage beast, even in death. Its chilling aura had not completely dissipated. The lingering sensation instilled a twinge of fear within him. Just as Zhao Lin was about to extract the demon core, Li Fu, who was seated in meditation nearby, caught a glimpse of Yan Fan's gaze directed at Zhao Lin, which harbored a subtle, imperceptible coldness. A sense of unease welled up within Li Fu, prompting him to activate his eye of breaking illusions. Through this vision, he discerned that, although the giant python lay motionless on the ground, seemingly devoid of life, its heart still faintly pulsed. The giant python was not completely dead. Alarmed, Li Fu instinctively wanted to shout a warning, but upon recalling the ruthlessness and coldness in Yan Fan's eyes, he swallowed back the words. He understood that while the battle with the beast had ostensibly concluded, the true confrontation was just beginning. Zhao Lin had already approached the giant python, his exquisite weapon slowly poised to pierce the creature's body. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The giant python, which had its eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened its frigid vertical pupils. In a shocking display, the seemingly lifeless creature erupted with a violent chill, locking its icy gaze onto Zhao Lin. The sudden sound startled Zhao Lin, sending chills down his spine as he felt the piercing gaze of the giant python, akin to falling into an icy abyss. It was alive. Before he could retreat, the mortally wounded giant python summoned its remaining strength, opening its bloody jaws, still impaled with the sword, to bite down on Zhao Lin. In an instant, Zhao Lin was pierced through by the python's cold, sharp fangs, extinguishing his life. As a late gold core stage beast, it would not allow a mere human to desecrate its body, even in death. This scene rendered Huang Zhan and Qi Qiwa speechless. The giant python had not yet perished. Despite sustaining such a powerful attack, it still clung to life. What extraordinary vitality! The python's tenacity instilled a chilling terror deep within their souls. Witnessing Zhao Lin being fatally pierced by the dying giant python filled Qi Qihua not only with fear, but also a sense of relief. He was grateful he had not volunteered to retrieve the core, otherwise, he too would have been impaled by the python's fangs. Li Fu's peripheral vision shifted towards Yan Fan, whose eyes revealed no remorse, only indifference. It seemed that all of this had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Yet, Li Fu could not ascertain whether Yan Fan was aware that the giant python was not truly dead and intended for Zhao Lin to test the creature, or if he harbored a more sinister intent of leading Zhao Lin to his demise. If it were the former, it would reveal a dark and ruthless nature, devoid of concern for his fellow disciples. If it were the latter, it would indeed be intriguing. Yet one fears that He Yunfan's true nature is just beginning to reveal itself. Regardless of which possibility it may be, Li Fu has already made his determination. He Yunfan is a man of malevolent heart, viewing the lives of his fellow disciples merely as tools to be exploited and discarded at will. The pungent scent of blood permeates the cave, and having witnessed Zhao Lin's tragic demise, Huang Zhun and Qi Qihua find themselves gasping under the weight of despair. At this moment, the sight of the giant python's motionless form leaves them uncertain whether it is truly dead, the sword protruding from the python's mouth, alongside the lifeless body of Zhao Lin, adds an eerie chill to the already frigid cave. Li Fu hastens to regulate his breathing. Bolstered by the purity of his sacred body and the heavenly-grade qi replenishing elixir, his strength is swiftly recovering. Surely, it must be truly dead this time? Qi Qihua slumps against the cold ground, his voice trembling with the aftershock of survival and an indescribable thrill. He gazes at Zhao Lin's corpse. Bitten through by the dying python, though fear resides within him, it is overshadowed by fervor and the anticipation of gaining recognition and reward from Master Chai upon the completion of their task. He can almost envision the moment when Master Chai accepts him as a personal disciple, eager to return with the spiritual vein to their sect. Just as Qi Qihua prepares to inquire about its whereabouts from Brother He is suddenly struck by the alarming sight of Brother He, sword in hand, rapidly thrusting the blade towards the chest of Brother Huang, who is meditating and recuperating. With a sudden thrust, the exceptional sword of the Xian rank pierces Brother Huang's chest without warning. Chapter 67. A sword to seal the throat and determine the world. Huang Zhun looks down in disbelief at the sword that has penetrated his body, struggling to raise his gaze to lock onto He Yunfan. Why? Huang Zhun stares at He Yunfan, his fellow disciple of 20 years. The shock within him causes him to overlook the pain of the blade piercing his chest, allowing blood to stain his robes. At this moment, he only wishes to understand why. Huang Zhun's eyes widen as he silently demands an answer from He Yunfan. However, He Yunfan's gaze is as cold as frost, his heart as still as the surface of a frigid pool, devoid of any ripples, as if he has merely accomplished a trivial act. Huang Zhun's confusion mirrors that of Qi Qihua. Brother He, what are you doing? At this moment, Qi Qihua is rendered speechless by the shocking scene, his voice trembling. Upon hearing Qi Qihua's question, He Yunfan casts a frigid glance in his direction. Just a single glance sends shivers down Qi Qihua's spine. The terror He Yunfan instills in him is no less than that of the giant python in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Finally coming to his senses, Qi Qihua releases a desperate and terrified scream, his hair standing on end. He could never have imagined that the brother with whom he had fought side by side just moments ago would turn on his fellow disciples with lethal intent. Just when he had felt fortunate to escape death, he is instantly overwhelmed by the fear brought forth by He Yunfan. Yet, He Yunfan does not even spare him a glance. With an impassive expression, he withdraws the sword, looking at the pale Huang Zhun and stating, "Apologies, Brother Huang. But this immense reward shall not be shared with you." As the sword is pulled from his chest, Huang Zhun's eyes, filled with reluctance and resentment, roll back as he collapses. Witnessing this scene, Li Fu is not surprised, given that he was capable of orchestrating Zhao Lin's demise. It is evident that this individual harbors grand ambitions. He first eliminated Huang Zhun, a rival of equal cultivation, and now it seems his next target is me. Indeed. As He Yunfan turned, his cold gaze, reminiscent of a serpent, slowly fixated upon Li Fu, who sat cross-legged in meditation. In his eyes, Fei Haoyu, at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, posed a greater threat than Qi Qihua, who had attained the peak of the Qi cultivation stage. Approaching Li Fu, He Yunfan's sword dripped with Huang Zhun's blood, each drop echoing ominously against the stillness of the cave. The sound was jarring in the profound silence. Qi Qihua had long been paralyzed with fear. Observing Li Fu's calm demeanor, He Yunfan's curiosity was piqued. "Junior brother Fei, you appear unperturbed." His voice was soft, laced with a hint of amusement, as he refrained from striking immediately, his icy eyes scrutinizing this junior brother who, despite being merely at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, remained inscrutable. Stopping 3 feet from Li Fu, He Yunfan gripped his sword tightly. Should junior brother Fei exhibit any sign of abnormality, he would not hesitate to strike him down. Li Fu did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to the terrified Qi Qihua and inquired, "He Shixing, given that he possesses a higher cultivation and is closer to you, why do you choose to overlook him?" He Shixing snorted dismissively. That worthless fool could hardly stir the waters. Then, fixing his gaze back on Li Fu, he continued, "Yet you, at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, are capable of unleashing power rivaling that of a perfected foundation establishment. I am intrigued. How have you achieved this?" Are you truly Fei Haoyu? He Yunfan had long harbored doubts regarding Fei Haoyu's identity. Had it not been for the necessity of joining forces to vanquish the demonic beasts, he would have acted against Fei Haoyu already. However, he found it perplexing how this outer disciple, merely at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, could possess such strength. Did he possess some extraordinary treasure, or had he cultivated a unique technique? If he could acquire such secrets, would it not propel his own foundation establishment prowess to new heights? He Yunfan's chilling inquiries reverberated through the cave, his piercing gaze locked onto Fei Haoyu. You believe that he Shixiang would spare me? Li Fu raised his head slowly, his voice imbued with just the right amount of feigned frailty and a semblance of calm. Of course, Shixiang's words carry weight. He Yunfan's tone was steeped in fervent anticipation for the answer. As for sparing Fei Haoyu, regrettably, once he grasped the secret behind Fei Haoyu's meteoric rise in strength, he would show no mercy. He Yunfan would never share such secrets with another. Li Fu gradually rose to meet He Yunfan's expectant gaze. The answer was sudden. He summoned the Qing Feng sword, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes, and unleashed his concealed strength without reservation. Under the piercing gaze that could discern illusions, he struck with ferocity as He Yunfan's mind momentarily relaxed. The cutting edge of the sword moved with the speed of lightning, slicing through He Yunfan's throat in a decisive blow. You! He Yunfan's pupils constricted as he clutched his throat, desperately attempting to stem the flow of warm, crimson blood. With his other hand, he pointed his sword at Fei Haoyu, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. A clang resounded as his exquisite, Xiantier weapon clattered to the ground, the sound reverberating through the cold cavern. In He Yunfan's eyes, a spark akin to twinkling stars swiftly dimmed until it extinguished entirely. Fear and disbelief solidified within his wide-open gaze. Could Fei Haoyu truly be merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Despite his intricate calculations, he ultimately failed to discern Fei Haoyu's true prowess. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Qi Hua sat slumped nearby, witnessing this scene with a mind rendered blank. He was left speechless, having forgotten to breathe. After a long while, Qi Hua gazed at the lifeless body of his fallen comrade, his expression vacant. What in the world was happening? Since following brother, he in search of spiritual veins, they had encountered countless heart-stopping events. First, in the Misty Valley, they lost a brother to the soul-devouring insect, then faced the late-stage golden-core giant python in the cold pool, where 5 of them struggled to slay it, only for the dying serpent to retaliate and claim Brother Zhao's life, just when he thought the ordeal was over. Qi Hua had even envisioned the scene of the Peak Master inviting him into the inner sect at Xinyan Peak. However, he unexpectedly struck down Brother Huang without warning. Before Qi Hua could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Fei Haoyu, merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had astonishingly sealed Brother He's throat with a single sword strike. All of this far exceeded Qi Hua's imagination. Initially, he had only wished to survive under Mei Xiaoshuan's command, and if he could find a few spirit herbs along the way, that would be even better, nothing more. The cave fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of water droplets falling from the ceiling onto the cold pool's surface, creating an exceptionally jarring echo. Inside the cave, the heavy scent of blood mingled with the bone-chilling aura emanating from the giant python's corpse. Zhao Lin was impaled by the serpent's fangs, Huang Zhen's chest was pierced, and He Yunfan lay with his throat sealed by a sword. The sight of 3 fallen comrades instilled fear in Qi Hua. As he saw Fei Haoyu approaching, he felt utterly devoid of any will to resist. Once again, Fei Haoyu's gaze sent a chill deep into his bones. It is finally your turn. Li Fu stepped before Qi Hua, his expression devoid of emotion. Please spare me. You, a magnanimous person, should overlook my transgressions. I am willing to offer everything I possess, simply begging you to grant me my life. Qi Hua knelt, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity. Having witnessed Fei Haoyu seal Brother He's throat with a single stroke, he already understood that Fei Haoyu was no ordinary individual. At this moment, to Qi Hua, the sword-wielding Fei Haoyu appeared as the embodiment of death. Chapter 68. The manifestation of spiritual veins. He regretted following Brother He's path, even lamenting why he hadn't devoted his time to diligent cultivation within the sect, instead of accompanying Elder Yuan into the world. If you are willing to spare me, I, Qi Hua, shall vow before the heavens to forever guard Brother Fei. Upon speaking, Qi Hua retrieved the spatial ring from his finger and presented it with both hands. This is my accumulation over the years in the sect. I hope you will graciously accept it. Li Fu coldly regarded Qi Hua's pitiful display of submission. In the Misty Valley, when Qi Hua had pulled him back from the fog, Li Fu had already deemed him a dead man in his heart. Allowing him to live to this day was already a benevolent gift. This man would do anything to save his own life. Observing Qi Hua's despicable form, prostrated on the ground, a mocking glint sparkled in Li Fu's eyes, unmasked. However, The kneeling Chi-Chi-Hua suddenly bellowed fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malice. Die! Chi-Chi-Hua's gaze turned vicious as he lunged forward, wielding his sword with ferocity toward Li Fu. How could Li Fu be unprepared for such a foe? He deftly sidestepped, evading the sword's thrust. In swift retaliation, Li Fu's Qingfeng sliced silently through Chi-Chi-Hua's throat, mirroring his previous encounter with He Yunfan. A single strike sealed the fate of his adversary. Li Fu did not even glance back at the lifeless body of Chi-Chi-Hua. The cave fell into a profound silence once more. Amidst the aftermath of chaos, Li Fu stood resolutely, surrounded by the remains of He Yunfan, Huang Zhun, Chi-Chi-Hua, and Zhao Lin, their corpses silently narrating the brutality and treachery that had transpired. He retrieved the 4 spatial rings, along with 4 exquisite weapons of the Xian tier. Yet, the most precious of all was the inferior-grade Earth tier sword embedded in the jaw of the giant python, now quietly resting in its mouth. Li Fu approached and extracted it. A chilling aura emanated from the hilt, invigorating his spirit. This sword was extraordinary, potent, and valuable. Li Fu intended to keep it for his own use. 1 inferior-grade Earth weapon and 4 exquisite Xian weapons. This expedition had been remarkably fruitful. Li Fu cast a glance at the giant python's corpse, gripping Qingfeng as he cleaved through its body. From within, he procured a pearl of ice-blue hue, emanating an intense chill. The pearl pulsated with an ethereal glow, hinting at the purest demonic power within. This was the demon core of the giant python, a formidable creature at the late stage of the golden core. The chilling touch of the demon core hinted at the owner's formidable strength. Valued beyond measure, Li Fu swiftly stowed it away in his spatial ring. The giant python-esque corpse also held significant worth, which Li Fu collected as well. After gathering his spoils, Li Fu straightened, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Where could the spiritual vein be? The most crucial element of the Lia Valley secret realm was the spiritual vein, yet its location remained elusive. Li Fu activated his eye of disillusionment, searching once more. Yet, under the scrutiny of this eye, neither the stone walls nor the crevices within the cave revealed the slightest trace of the spiritual vein. It was perplexing. Where could this entity be hidden? A thought struck Li Fu, prompting him to gaze upward suddenly. Above the cold pond, a massive stalactite hung, inverted within the cave. Surely, such a formation capable of supporting the giant python's immense body was no ordinary object. With the eye of disillusionment fully engaged, his vision pierced through the suspended stalactite. In an instant, Li Fu's mind was jolted. Within the stalactite, a spiritual entity appeared to be in motion, containing boundless, immense spiritual energy. The vibrant 5-colored pillar of light he had observed outside the cave emanated from this very source. The cold pond was likely a product of the mingling of its overflowing aura and the essence of the millennia-old stalactite, which had enabled the guardian giant python to absorb the powers of the cold pond and spiritual vein to cultivate to the late stage of the golden core. The spiritual vein was directly above him. Li Fu suppressed his excitement and retrieved the white jade crescent cone from Huang Zhun's spatial ring. Between the spiritual vein and the stalactite lay a layer of protective barrier, seamlessly integrated with the entire stalactite and the mountain's energy flow. Its intricacy far surpassed the entrance barrier that Huang Zhun had dismantled. This barrier was a natural formation of the spiritual vein, serving not only to prevent the dissipation of spiritual energy, but also to provide a defense. Fortunately, equipped with the Eye of Disruption, Li Fu effortlessly discerned the key to dismantling the barrier, aided by the presence of the white jade crescent spike in his grasp. At that moment, Li Fu's gaze sharpened, locking onto the subtle light point identified by the Eye of Disruption on the stalactite. It was the location of the comparatively weaker point of the barrier. Taking a deep breath, he felt his spiritual power surge within him, his right hand tightly gripping the white jade crescent spike, while spiritual light began to converge upon it. With a command, the white jade crescent spike transformed into a pure stream of white light, precisely piercing toward the imperceptible energy eye on the stalactite. A resonant hum emanated from within the stalactite as the spike penetrated the energy eye. The natural barrier outside the stalactite, akin to a tranquil water surface, suddenly rippled with disturbances. Li Fu distinctly sensed the fluctuations of the barrier and the rich spiritual energy seeping forth, immensely pure. With renewed vigor, Li Fu intensified his effort. The white jade crescent spike spun rapidly under his control. Under the relentless assault of the spike, the barrier gradually weakened, and the ripples alerted Li Fu that the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Waves of spiritual energy continuously dissipated from the energy eye. Finally, with a crisp sound, the natural barrier surrounding the stalactite abruptly vanished. As the barrier dissipated, the stalactite appeared to fulfill its purpose, layer by layer peeling away and plunging into the icy pool below, splashing water in its wake. At last, Li Fu beheld the essence of the spiritual vein within the stalactite, fully exposed before him. He had envisioned various forms of the spiritual vein in his mind. Yet upon witnessing its true appearance, he was still taken aback by its magnificence. The vein was encased in a shell as pure and white as jade. Resembling a living earth dragon, approximately 10 feet in length, solid and vibrant, swimming incessantly within its shell. It radiated a warm, gentle, yet boundlessly overwhelming spiritual energy that sent shivers down his spine. The spiritual energy, 100-fold purer than that found outside, surged forth, instantly filling the entire cavern. As it moved within the shell, it exuded the vitality of a living entity, its internal luminescence swirling in a kaleidoscope of colors. The very source of the dazzling beam of light he had witnessed earlier. Sensing Li Fu's gaze, it seemed to become even more exhilarated, yearning to break free from its shell. Is this the spiritual vein? Li Fu's heart raced uncontrollably, even with his extensive experience of 3,000 years. The sheer shock and ecstasy of confronting a complete spiritual vein overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. The pristine sacred body autonomously absorbed the pure spiritual energy beneath the spiritual vein, requiring no deliberate guidance from Li Fu. As the energy flowed into him like a river merging with the sea, surging towards his dantian, Li Fu carefully removed the white jade shell. The shell felt icy to the touch, refreshing and soothing, unlike the chilling atmosphere of the cavern that pressed upon him. The Shuani sect possessed a total of 3 spiritual veins, and now Li Fu held one in his hands. Li Fu restrained his inner elation and swiftly retrieved a cold ice jade box from He Yunfan's spatial ring, which was presumably prepared by Cai Jingqiu to contain the spiritual vein. He carefully placed the spiritual vein into the jade box, subsequently storing it within the spatial ring. The rich, almost palpable essence of pure spiritual energy was abruptly severed. The surging spiritual tide within the cave suddenly calmed, leaving only the chilling aura emanating from the icy pool and the lingering scent of blood from the lifeless body. However, Li Fu's gaze was firmly captivated by the remnants above his head. Chapter 69. Encounter with Spiritual Liquid, Survival in the Cold Pool Previously. The spiritual vein was nestled deep within the stalactite, and after the barrier was dismantled, the shell of the stalactite had peeled away, revealing a shallow concave stone basin. At this moment, several drops of pure, immaculate liquid emitting a gentle, luminous sheen were sliding from that depression, dripping into the cold pool below and creating faint ripples. With each drop that fell, an unparalleled essence of spiritual energy was released. Spiritual liquid. Li Fu's pupils constricted, and an overwhelming sense of astonishment surged within him. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refined through the passage of time and unique environments, gives rise to spiritual liquid that is 1,000-fold purer than ordinary spiritual energy, brimming with immense vitality. Its rarity far surpasses that of common spiritual stones. Li Fu's breath quickened. The eye of breaking illusion once again operated at full capacity, meticulously scanning the concavity. The stone walls appeared as smooth as jade, bearing the marks of the spiritual vein's nurturing over countless years. The inner walls of the shallow basin were as polished as a mirror, evidently having accumulated the essence released by the spiritual vein over an unfathomable expanse of time, thus forming this precious spiritual liquid. Though the basin was not large, merely a shallow depression, each drop was worth its weight in gold. At that moment, the basin began to crack. As Li Fu removed the spiritual vein, the binding constraints dissipated, and the spiritual liquid within poured forth like pearls from a broken string, continuously cascading into the cold pool. With every drop of spiritual liquid that merged into the pool, the concentration of spiritual energy within the water increased once more. Li Fu was overwhelmed with joy. The spiritual liquid was suitable for direct consumption. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the cold pool. With a splash, the icy water enveloped him instantly, the frigid force assaulting his meridians and bones. The spiritual energy contained within the cold pool was absorbed by Li Fu under the influence of his untainted sacred body, without any conscious effort to guide it. His pores eagerly drank in the essence of the spiritual liquid, as if they were parched whales, ravenously consuming the liquid within the pool. Simultaneously, Li Fu opened his mouth wide, allowing the dripping spiritual liquid to flow into his stomach. In an instant, a torrent of pure power surged into his dantian from both inside and out. Having just entered the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage, Li Fu experienced a rapid advancement under the dual influx of spiritual energy. He distinctly felt his dantian being continuously filled, his cultivation ascending at an observable rate. In mere moments, he reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage. After a stick of incense had burned, Li Fu's cultivation broke through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. The spiritual liquid continued to drip. After a quarter of an hour, he attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, at this point, the spiritual liquid in the shallow basin had nearly run dry, with the dripping becoming noticeably slower, each drop falling languidly. As the moment drew nearer, the rate at which the spiritual liquid dripped slowed considerably, with one drop taking nearly a quarter of an hour to fall. Li Fu adhered to his unwavering principle of waste not, swallowing each precious drop with intent. Finally, after another half an hour, the dripping ceased abruptly. At that moment of reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, Li Fu distinctly felt a torrent of spiritual energy surging into his expansive dantian, akin to a mighty river flowing into the sea. This single pool of spiritual liquid had merely allowed him to transition from the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage to its grand completion. For other cultivators, the liquid, imbued with energy purer by hundreds of times, combined with the spiritual energy contained within the cold pool, would have sufficed for an immediate breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, or even to its later stages of completion. However, with his immaculate body and vast dantian, Li Fu was content to have barely reached the grand completion of the Qi refining stage. Had he relied solely on his own cultivation, it was uncertain how long it would have taken him to achieve such a level. While Li Fu reveled in the exhilarating surge of his newfound power, the stalactites within the cavern suddenly began to fall like rain, without warning. Following that, stones began to crack off the walls and tumble down. Immersed within the cold pool, Li Fu distinctly sensed a tremor. The entire cavern, indeed the entire mountain, was shaking violently. The rumbling intensified, far surpassing the force of a golden core stage serpent's full assault. Li Fu felt the cold pool roiling around him. Though not large, its disturbances were significant. He surmised that the upheaval was likely due to his extraction of the spiritual vein. With the core of the spiritual vein removed, the entire mountain seemed to teeter on the brink of instability. This is disastrous. It's going to collapse. Li Fu was jolted back to reality, activating his eye of the void to observe the entire cavern's precarious state. The walls and overhead rocks were plummeting at an alarming rate. There was no time to linger. The spiritual vein was secured, the liquid fully absorbed. There was no necessity to remain here. As Li Fu leaped from the cold pool, he suddenly realized that the passage through which he had entered had collapsed without his notice. There was no escape. Panic surged through him. Given the speed of the cave's collapse, it would not be long before the entire cavern crumbled. Utilizing his agile movements, he dodged falling boulders while desperately contemplating an escape route. Yet, through the eye of the void, the cavern had transformed beyond recognition, littered with massive stones. No escape route was visible. Was he destined to perish here? Just as he had seized an extraordinary opportunity, was he to lose his life? No. Li Fu refused to accept this fate. He rapidly activated his eye of the void once more. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the cold pool. This was it. Li Fu resolved himself, holding his breath, and leaped into the icy waters. The frigid liquid enveloped him entirely. He was unaware of what lay beneath the depths, nor whether he could find a way out. At that moment, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Wagering that the cold pool was not merely a stagnant body of water, he descended further into the depths, feeling the distant and muffled roar of the collapsing mountain behind him. The tremendous impact of stones striking the water surface created powerful shockwaves that rippled through the pool. Li Fu quickened his pace, daring not to pause for even a moment as he delved into the dim depths. The darkness deepened with each descent. Fortunately, with the eye of disillusionment, he could perceive the conditions within the icy pool with clarity. However, as he plunged deeper, the pain in his lungs intensified. The spiritual energy in his mouth could not sustain him much longer. Li Fu had lost track of time. If he could not find an exit soon, he feared he would perish in the frigid waters. Just then, a winding passage appeared in his line of sight, slanting downwards. A surge of joy filled Li Fu's heart as he swiftly swam towards it. The passage was exceedingly narrow, but it was just barely passable. Li Fu felt immense pressure battering him from all sides, especially against his vital organs, as if they were on the verge of exploding. His vision began to blur, and the spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. At that moment, his eyelids grew heavier, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. He was acutely aware that his body had reached its limit. The icy water enveloped him, akin to countless needles piercing through to his very marrow. He must not sleep. Absolutely not. The shadow of death loomed closely. Each advance was a battle against suffocation. Finally, in the depths of his heavy-lidded gaze, a faint glimmer flickered at the end of the endless darkness, akin to a firefly's light. Though weak, that glimmer shone like a candle flame in the abyss, illuminating Li Fu's despairing heart. His body, on the brink of collapse, unleashed an unprecedented strength. Abandoning all technique, he propelled himself towards that solitary source of light with primal instinct, expending the last vestiges of his life in a frantic rush. Chapter 70. A glimmer of hope amidst despair, assessing the spoils in the moment when consciousness was about to be completely consumed by the endless darkness. That faint light ignited the last instinct of Li Fu's life. He summoned every ounce of strength and fought desperately towards that flicker of brightness. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. As he approached the water's surface, the pressure on his lungs rapidly diminished, and the light gradually grew clearer and larger. Li Fu pressed on towards the increasingly nearer and larger point of illumination. Just a little more. Hold on. 8 feet, 3 feet, 1 foot. At the very brink of losing consciousness to the dark, Li Fu finally burst forth from the water with a resounding splash. Soaked to the skin, he collapsed onto the ground, droplets cascading from his drenched hair. He gasped hungrily for air, greedily inhaling the fragrant blend of vegetation and earth into his lungs. How exquisite the aroma of the grass and the sweetness of the soil. He had succeeded. A euphoric relief washed over Li Fu, a feeling of triumph after escaping death. An overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, and at that moment, he longed for a restful slumber. You truly are a simple-minded fool. Why not seek refuge in the primordial universe tower if you can't endure? The merciless sarcasm of Miaokong dashed cold water over Li Fu's fleeting joy, extinguishing the flicker of relief in his heart. In the primordial realm of the Taichu Qianquan Tower, Li Fu found himself in a state of bemusement, his mind illuminated by the profound words of Miaokong Kong. At the brink of life and death, he had completely forgotten about this invaluable treasure. Driven solely by the instinct for survival and the pressing urgency of the cave's collapse, Li Fu could think only of finding an escape. Throughout his journey, he had only recalled the Taichu Qianquan Tower during his cultivation, neglecting to recognize that it was indeed one of the hardest treasures in existence. After a slight adjustment, Li Fu cast his gaze around, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloping him. Turning around, he was greeted by the cave's contours, which were unmistakably reminiscent of the very cave where he had acquired the ice soul, Xian Jade Lotus. Could it be that this icy pool was connected to the frigid waters of the spiritual vein? Nevertheless, the paramount concern at this moment was to restore his condition. The extreme cold of the pool had severely drained Li Fu's vitality, particularly as his meridians and internal organs had been compressed in the depths of the icy waters, causing excruciating pain. Now, each breath he took was accompanied by sharp discomfort. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, his injuries remained perilously grave. Entering the cave, Li Fu set up a rudimentary formation and took out the ice soul Xian Jade Lotus, settling down upon it to meditate and recuperate. As soon as he sat, a refreshing and gentle stream of ice attribute spiritual energy emanated from the lotus, enveloping him like a sweet spring, rapidly nourishing his parched and injured meridians. Simultaneously, he consumed a healing elixir he had retrieved from He Yunfan's spatial ring, which began to mend the injuries to his internal organs. Within the cave, Li Fu sat in tranquil meditation, the passage of time becoming indiscernible. Eventually, he opened his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. Under the dual effects of the elixir and the ice soul Xian Jade Lotus, his hidden injuries had all but vanished. With his cultivation advancing at an astonishing rate, Li Fu felt as though his physical condition had reached its zenith, perfectly refined in the qi refinement stage. Now, Li Fu could truly savor this moment. With a mere thought, he delved deep into the ocean of his Dantian's qi. The dense and vast spiritual energy within startled him. The reputation of the Immaculate Sacred Body was indeed well-deserved. Such pure and boundless spiritual power filled him with renewed confidence, even inspiring thoughts of sparring with the colossal serpent from the icy pool once more. If he continued to cultivate for a while longer, could he not aspire to break into the foundation establishment stage? With these thoughts, Li Fu forcibly quelled the joy bubbling within him. With his body restored to its former glory, it was now time to assess the spoils of his conquests. 4 top-tier Xian-grade swords and 1 inferior-grade Earth-tier sword lay before him. The inferior-grade Earth-tier sword was the very one that had pierced the giant serpent's jaw, its blade still bearing traces of the serpent's foul blood, exuding a faint chill. As Li Fu grasped it, the blade hummed, the pure ice-cold sword energy instinctively gravitating towards him, as if it had found its rightful master. The blade was inscribed with the 2 characters, Xinghan. He nodded in satisfaction. Its power far surpassed that of the mid-tier, Xian-grade weapon, Qingfeng. This would serve as his primary weapon for a considerable duration. The white jade crescent cone lay quietly before Li Fu, evoking memories of when he had previously gifted it to Cai Jingqiu. Little did he know that, after all this time, it had returned to his possession. Beside it was a demon core the size of a longan, deep blue and radiating an astonishing chill, indicative of its status as a late-stage golden core treasure. The radiant light rested upon the palm, The fierce and malevolent energy emanating from the formidable demon of the late Golden Core stage sent a shiver down Li Fu's spine. However, the most valuable treasure remained the spiritual vein. He refrained from revealing this artifact, fearing that its overwhelming aura would draw unwanted attention and lead to unnecessary troubles. In addition to this, he possessed a plethora of spiritual stones, talismans, spiritual herbs, and weapons and pills of lesser rank. Gazing at the dazzling array of spoils before him, even with Li Fu's composure, a surge of ambition welled up within his chest. This fierce struggle for survival, though costly, yielded immense rewards. This substantial foundation filled him with an unprecedented confidence for the imminent journey of foundation establishment. Li Fu carefully stored his spoils within his universe ring and, with a thought, swiftly entered the primordial universe tower. Since he was reluctant to take out the spiritual vein, it would be wiser to place it within the tower. The primordial universe tower could isolate all external auras. With his resolve firm, Li Fu hesitated no longer. He cautiously retrieved the spiritual vein, which radiated pure and powerful spiritual energy, as if cradling a rare treasure, and placed it in the very center of the first floor of the tower. The moment the spiritual vein made contact with the ground inside the tower, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A colossal beam of energy erupted from the core of the spiritual vein. The pillar shot upwards, seemingly attempting to pierce the roof of the primordial universe tower, causing the entire structure to tremble gently. Witnessing this scene, Li Fu's heart raced. He hoped the tower would not be breached. However, his concerns were unwarranted. The dense spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent, instantly flooding every inch of the tower's interior, transforming the previously dull and silent space into one brimming with vibrant life. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Miao Kong Kong and Jingjia hurriedly descended from the second floor. Miao Kong Kong still clutching a shovel, her face smeared with dirt. Upon seeing the spiritual vein encased in a shell of white jade, her expression returned to normal, no longer fraught with panic. What astonishing spiritual energy! Even though Li Fu had anticipated this, he could not help but exclaim in awe. Cultivating here would yield results far beyond expectations. With the spiritual vein as a foundation, the primordial universe tower had transformed into a premier cultivation paradise. Li Fu felt a surge of enthusiasm. His current cultivation resources far surpassed those he had during his time at the Xianyi Sect. With the Immaculate Sacred Body and an expansive dantian already established, along with the spiritual vein in his possession, the ice soul, profound jade lotus, and the tower's extraordinary flow of time, his cultivation efficiency would exceed that of the outside world by tenfold or even more. Li Fu was highly confident that it would not be long before he regained his peak state, perhaps even surpassing his former self. Chapter 71. Cultivation within the tower. Wait. Who are you? Miao Kong Kong finally noticed the unfamiliar face entering the primordial universe tower and exclaimed, instinctively raising her shovel to shield Jingjia. Jingjia, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, hid behind Miao Kong Kong, peering out curiously yet anxiously at Li Fu. He is the master. Feeling the intimate connection between Li Fu and himself, Jingjia quickly spoke up. Li Fu suddenly recalled that he was still wearing the ghost mask, which at this moment revealed the visage of Fei Haoyu. Seeing the astonished expression on Miao Kong Kong's face, Li Fu couldn't help but chuckle. He removed the ghost mask, restoring his true appearance. It was indeed thanks to the bond he had formed with Jingjia through a drop of his blood. You nearly caught a glimpse of my true form, Miao Kong Kong sighed in relief, realizing that the ghost mask had deceived him. I was wondering how someone could silently infiltrate the Tai Chi Qian Kuan Tower. Miao Kong Kong, sheathing his small shovel back at his waist, circled around Li Fu, scrutinizing him. Then, his little head nodded repeatedly, expressing astonishment. Remarkable. You've reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. Your cultivation has surged rapidly. Just luck. Li Fu suddenly recalled something, then voiced his discontent. Why didn't you warn me to take refuge inside the tower sooner? Such a significant matter, and I nearly drowned in the cold pool. I was too busy tending to the fields to pay you any mind. If it weren't for Jingjia sensing your aura plummet just now, I would have been in a panic. I wouldn't have noticed you. Miao Kong Kong replied nonchalantly, his focus solely on cultivating the land. Eager to showcase his agricultural skills to Jingjia. Jingjia stepped forward, taking Li Fu's hand with a gentle and concerned tone. Master, what happened to you just now? Did you encounter any danger? Li Fu glanced at Jingjia, whose eyes brimmed with concern, and felt a wave of comfort as he affectionately ruffled Jingjia's little head. It's all right now, no need to worry. Then, he turned his gaze towards Miao Kong Kong, who seemed utterly carefree. While he faced mortal peril outside, Miao Kong Kong busied himself with courting favor and reveling in farming. In contrast, Jingjia was so gentle and considerate. Miao Kong Kong, feeling somewhat unsettled under Li Fu's scrutiny, quickly changed the subject. You've made quite the haul this time, discovering a spiritual vein. Your luck is exceptional. With the spiritual vein, the aura within the tower will flourish, and the spiritual herbs I cultivate will thrive even more. Miao Kong had become somewhat obsessed with farming. His conversation now revolving around it incessantly. It seemed he had taken Li Fu's previous advice to heart and was earnestly implementing it. How are the spiritual herbs coming along? I want to take a look. Li Fu expressed curiosity about how Miao Kong had managed the second floor, especially given his dusty appearance, which only heightened Li Fu's intrigue. Just as Li Fu was about to ascend to the second floor, Miao Kong quickly blocked his path. Wait, you can't just go to the second floor without my permission. Li Fu was taken aback by Miao Kong's words. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to go to the second floor as the master of the Tai Chi Chien Coin Tower? What on earth happened on the second floor? Surely you haven't ruined it beyond recognition? Li Fu gazed at Miao Kong, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This fellow was a master thief. Could he really manage the farming? Originally, Li Fu had just wanted to occupy Miao Kong with the planting of spiritual herbs, but what if he had inadvertently killed them? Considering Miao Kong's disheveled appearance, Li Fu's heart raced with concern as he longed to inspect the second floor. Stop! Miao Kong grew frantic, once more obstructing Li Fu. You can't go. Li Fu, puzzled, wondered what had transpired on the second floor. The more Miao Kong resisted, the more curious he became. Have you stabilized your cultivation? The urgency in Miao Kong's voice was palpable, laced with a noticeable panic, especially as he attempted to conceal his anxiety, which only intensified Li Fu's curiosity. Stabilize my cultivation? You do realize I am the Immaculate Sacred Body. Such a flimsy excuse is hardly worth mentioning, Li Fu replied, gazing at Miao Kong. Miao Kong, flustered by Li Fu's words, resorted to stubbornness, insisting, regardless, you are not permitted to go. Not now, at least. Jingjia, standing beside Miao Kong, looked on with wide, confused eyes, unable to comprehend why Miao Kong forbade her master from ascending. Seeing Miao Kong's unwavering determination, Li Fu chose not to press the matter any further. After all, if he were to wreak havoc above, so be it. With 2 days remaining until the secret realm's exit, he resolved to dedicate this time to rigorous cultivation, aiming to acquire the spiritual veins and the ice soul mystic jade lotus, with the intention of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage within the tower. Only through the enhancement of his cultivation could he secure a greater sense of assurance. Very well, if you insist on not going, then I shall comply. Li Fu conceded and prepared to cultivate. However, he noticed Miao Kong standing still, her small eyes fixed intently on him, hesitating to speak. Such a timid demeanor was rarely seen from her. Is there something you wish to say? Li Fu inquired. Miao Kong hesitated before asking, do you still have any spiritual herbs? Could you spare me some? Upon hearing this, Li Fu sighed inwardly, realizing that the herbs he had previously given her had likely been squandered. He then tossed all the spiritual herbs he had acquired from the secret realm, as well as those rummaged from the spatial ring of a disciple from the Xian Yi sect, toward Miao Kong. Only you, my dear. Had it been anyone else, I would not have been so reckless in allowing them to waste such resources, he remarked. Miao Kong eagerly gathered the herbs and, along with Jingjia, dashed toward the second floor. Take care of these herbs. They were hard-won through my efforts. Do not let them perish. Understood, Miao Kong replied, and they vanished from Li Fu's sight. Though her impatient voice could still be heard from the second floor, Li Fu shook his head in resignation. There was little he could do, after all. He had gained so many benefits from this peculiar being. If she wished to indulge, then he would let her. In the ensuing time, Li Fu planned to focus intently on his cultivation. Having secured the most coveted treasures and opportunities within the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm, he had no intention of seeking out further items. The enhancement of his cultivation was paramount. He retrieved the ice soul mystic jade lotus, seated himself cross-legged, and before him lay a spiritual vein, exuding a rich and pure spiritual energy. At this moment, Li Fu was at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, hoping to break through to the foundation establishment stage before the secret realm's conclusion. He adjusted his breath, entering a state of cultivation. With the aid of the ice soul mystic jade lotus and the spiritual vein, his absorption of spiritual energy was markedly accelerated. The ceaseless flow of energy resembled weary birds returning to their nests, eagerly converging upon Li Fu's dantian. With each inhalation of spiritual energy, it felt as though he were filling an insatiable abyss. While ordinary cultivators might possess a dantian akin to a lake, Li Fu's dantian, under the ultimate expansion of the Immaculate Sacred Body, resembled a vast ocean. Meanwhile, far away at the Xian Yi sect, Zhou Ming was diligently investigating the mastermind behind the deployment of the soul-devouring array. Zhou Ming has meticulously inscribed all information regarding the demon-devouring soul array. If an investigation is to commence, it must begin at the very foundation. Her initial consideration was the materials used in the formation. Chapter 72. Clues to the Forbidden Objects and the Pursuit of the True Culprit. The intricacies and antiquity of the demon-devouring soul array suggest that the materials required for its construction are exceedingly rare and may even possess unique magical energies. By delving into the origins of these materials, Zhou Ming firmly believed she could uncover significant leads. The procurement and acquisition methods employed by the array's creator represent the most promising avenue for breakthrough. Glancing once more at the jade slip in her hand, Zhou Ming resolved to act without hesitation. She rose and pushed open the tightly shut door of the Xuanji Pavilion, her figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly making her way to the grand hall of the Xianyi sect. At that moment, an elder and several disciples within the hall were reviewing the materials for upcoming procurements. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, heralding the arrival of Zhou Ming, who appeared before them with an impassive expression. Elder Xing felt a sudden chill. The individual before him possessed formidable prowess, and he had not even noticed her entrance. Had she concealed her presence, he may have remained oblivious for some time. Who could she be? By the attire she donned, she resembled only a few peak masters. Yet, he had met all those masters, and this woman eluded his memory. Could she possibly be the enigmatic pavilion master of the Xuanji Pavilion? Realizing this, Elder Xing hastily set aside the ledger in his hands and bowed in greeting. Honored pavilion master, what commands do you bring? He inquired with caution. Zhou Ming maintained her stoic demeanor, her voice tinged with a hint of frailty, yet imbued with an icy clarity. I require access to the sect's records from the past decade. Additionally, I need a complete transcription of the entry and exit logs for all forbidden items over the last century, including exchange records and detailed procurement lists. At the mention of forbidden items, Elder Xing's heart raced. What could she possibly need these records for? Pavilion Master, the scope of these forbidden items is vast, encompassing elders, stewards, disciples, and several peak masters. Might I inquire about your specific needs? Elder Xing's expression revealed his unease. He had heard tales of the sect master's favored disciple. It was said that the pavilion master practiced the secret arts of Xuanji, mastering divination and glimpsing the threads of fate. Could there be something within the forbidden items that warranted her attention? Before Elder Xing could finish his thoughts, an intangible chill radiated from Zhou Ming. Not as a show of her cultivation level, but as a mysterious pressure stemming from her mastery of the secret arts. All of them, Zhou Ming coldly articulated. Her voice, though not loud, sent a jolt of alarm through Elder Xing. As the pavilion master and the sect master's esteemed disciple, her status within the Xianyi sect was already exalted. She rarely made public appearances, and until now, he had never encountered her in person. Her presence emanated a weight that surpassed even that of the other peak masters, second only to the sect master himself. In an instant, Elder Xing understood that this was not a request, but an unequivocal command. Yes, he replied without hesitation, acutely aware that any further delay would bear consequences beyond his capacity to endure. He swiftly turned to the disciples still in a stupor and barked. What are you standing there for? Did you not hear the pavilion master's orders? Move quickly. Retrieve all documents pertaining to the forbidden items from the archives. Ensure that not a single record from the past century is overlooked. Transcribe everything. Expedite the process. Elder Xing's reprimand sent the hall into a flurry of activity, as the disciples had never witnessed such a state of agitation from him. With expressions of anxiety, they hastily made their way to the sect's archives. Please wait, sect master. Elder Xing said respectfully. The scope of the materials is broad and their history extensive. It may take some time. No matter, I shall wait here, replied Zhou Ming, standing in place, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Her gaze traversed the hall, directed toward Qingyang Peak, filled only with determination and loathing for the one who had set the formation. Elder Xing remained motionless at her side. Sensing the atmosphere within the hall had become almost suffocating, an invisible pressure rendering him hesitant to breathe deeply. The only sound was the hurried footsteps of the disciples. Hurry. Move faster. How long has it been? The imprinting is still not complete. Why are these youngsters so slow? As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Elder Xing's forehead, his only wish being for the enigmatic sect master Zhou to depart from this place swiftly. After what felt like an eternity, a disciple approached cautiously, holding a sandalwood tray piled high with jade slips, reporting to the sect master and master. The records of the sect's procurement, exchange, and storage of prohibited items over the past century have all been imprinted, totaling 280 slips. Please verify, sect master. The sandalwood tray was adorned with an array of jade slips. Zhou Ming's gaze shifted to the tray, her expression devoid of warmth. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, she gathered all the jade slips into her spatial ring. Her eyes, cold and piercing, swept over Elder Xing and all the disciples in the hall. I expect you to keep this matter under wraps. Should anyone utter a single word, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zhou Ming's voice resonated powerfully, its penetrating quality sending waves of terror through the souls of Elder Xing and the disciples. The mysterious master of mysteries left no room for doubt regarding her words. With that, Zhou Ming's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, and with a whisper of the wind, she vanished from the hall. Elder Xing and the disciples remained frozen in place until, after a prolonged silence, someone exhaled deeply. It was then that Elder Xing realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Did you hear that? Keep it under wraps. Yes, master. The disciples nodded vigorously in agreement. Elder Xing cast a lingering glance in the direction where Sect Master Zhou had departed, sensing an ominous unrest looming over the Xianyi sect. Upon returning to the Xianyi pavilion, Zhou Ming sat cross-legged, laying out the jade slips before her. She meticulously examined each one, refusing to allow even a moment of negligence. Particularly, she scrutinized the slips that recorded materials related to the soul-devouring formation, ensuring that not a single clue slipped through her fingers. At last, after a day and a night, Zhou Ming completed her review of the 280 jade slips. 3 of them, however, raised concerns. The materials recorded on these 3 slips were precisely those required for the arrangement of the soul-devouring formation, and all 3 pointed to a singular individual, the outer sect elder Yuan Gang. Zhou Ming had no recollection of him. A seemingly unrelated outer sect elder appeared 3 times in the records of prohibited materials, precisely acquiring the core components necessary for the soul-devouring formation, the soul-devouring stone, and the demon blood crystal. The records of prohibited items within the Xuanyi sect are exceedingly stringent, necessitating meticulous documentation of reasons and destinations for every exchange or confiscation. 2 decades prior, the outer sect elder Yuan Gang, wielding the hand order of the Qianyun Peak Master, Chai Jingxiu, requested 4 soul-eating stones for the purpose of research on formations. 18 years ago, a disciple of the Xuanyi sect encountered the demonic race during an outing, and in the ensuing battle, seized 7 soul-eating stones, which were later claimed by Yuan Gang with the hand order of Chai Jingxiu for the study of formations to combat the demons. A decade ago, Yuan Gang, holding the hand order of Danxiang Peak Master, Ji Mingdai, claimed 2 blood crystals for the research and formulation of pills to counteract demonic energy. Upon reading this, Zhou Ming fell into deep contemplation. Li Fu's return occurred 7 years ago, while Yuan Gang's 3 claims all transpired prior to Li Fu's return from the extreme abyss. At first glance, there seemed to be little of concern. However, it was striking that Yuan Gang had secured materials 3 times under the hand orders of both Chai Jingxiu and Ji Mingdai. What connection existed between them? Zhou Ming gazed at the 3 jade slips inscribed with Yuan Gang's name in her palm, a trace of coldness etched upon her brow. Regardless of who orchestrated events from the shadows, Zhou Ming was determined to unearth that individual. The name of the outer sect elder, Yuan Gang, echoed softly from her lips. Within the esteemed Xuanyi sect, the number of outer sect elders was not insignificant, each overseeing various sect affairs. Although their status surpassed that of outer sect disciples, they remained subordinate to the true disciples and peak masters within the sect. An outer sect elder, who had consecutively claimed taboo materials crucial for the deployment of the soul-eating formation, raised undeniable suspicions. Chai Jingxiu of Qianyun Peak, a revered master of swordsmanship, and Ji Mingdai of Danxiang Peak, overseer of the sect's alchemical foundations, were both pivotal figures within the Xuanyi sect, commanding significant authority. If they required materials for either research on formations or the crafting of secret pills, they could have easily dispatched their personal disciples or the sect's stewards to procure them using their hand orders. Why rely on an inconspicuous outer sect elder like Yuan Gang? Such a scenario appeared exceedingly abnormal, even irrational. The jade slips only documented that Yuan Gang had taken the materials, but whether these materials were truly delivered to the 2 peak masters for their research remained unverified. Merely from the information gleaned from the jade slips, Zhou Ming sensed an abundance of discrepancies. What was the relationship between Yuan Gang and these 2 peak masters? Where did the materials genuinely end up? Most perplexing to Zhou Ming was the fact that Li Fu's return from the extreme abyss was 7 years ago, while Yuan Gang's material claims dated back 10 to even 20 years. The motives were shrouded in mystery, and the timeline was equally suspect. These materials had been taken long before Li Fu emerged from the extreme abyss. If the orchestrator was indeed Yuan Gang or someone behind him, how could they have predicted Li Fu's return? It is crucial to note that even Zhou Ming, as a skilled diviner, could not ascertain Li Fu's fate. So how could the orchestrator possess such knowledge? Were they merely preparing in advance, awaiting Li Fu's emergence from the extreme abyss? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. If the formation was not aimed at Li Fu, then whom could it possibly target? Did the orchestrator possess a deeper or more grandiose scheme? Zhou Ming now felt as if her mind were a muddled mass, becoming increasingly disordered the more she attempted to sort it. Nevertheless, her intuition suggested that Yuan Gang, even if not the mastermind, was undoubtedly a pivotal piece in this intricate conspiracy. Unable to deduce the truth, she resolved to delve deeper through the mysterious treasure mirror. However, the moment she summoned the mirror, Zhou Ming was taken aback. The surface of the mirror was shrouded in an unknown layer of black mist, within which a sinister aura lurked. As she channeled her spiritual energy to dispel the malevolence, she found it clung to the mirror's surface like a parasite, leaving her, with her current cultivation, utterly helpless. Could it be? Zhou Ming recalled the moment when the dark energy surged towards the mysterious treasure mirror beneath the bamboo hut on Qingyang Peak. She had believed she had eradicated it completely at the time, yet this residual darkness had gone unnoticed, lying in wait like a living entity. As she activated the mirror once more, it erupted violently, transforming into a tenacious black fog that sealed the mirror's surface. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming suppressed her inner turmoil. She prepared to expel the dark energy, but as her spiritual force made contact, the black mist churned violently, resisting her with the ferocity of boiling ink. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as her jade-like fingers danced swiftly in the air, unleashing her pure spiritual energy like a cascading river towards the mirror. However, to her astonishment, the black mist proved remarkably resilient. Even as Zhou Ming dispelled a portion of it, the remaining dark energy swiftly reformed, gathering at a speed that surpassed her own efforts. Zhou Ming's complexion paled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. In her current weakened state, she found herself utterly incapable of overcoming this dark force. She realized that only by regaining her peak strength could she eradicate the malevolence entirely, yet in her present condition, she was powerless against it. But if she refrained from using the mysterious treasure mirror, how could she uncover the true identities of Yuan Gang and the orchestrator of this scheme? Should she seek the assistance of her junior sisters? Absolutely not. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Ming dismissed it. If her junior sisters were involved, it would only serve to alert the enemy. Thus, her only recourse was to seek help from her master, whose extraordinary abilities would surely allow her to easily dispel the dark energy, while simultaneously informing her of the malevolent summoning array beneath Qingyang Peak. In the frigid confines of the Zhuanyage, Zhou Ming's face was as pale as parchment, the blood at her lips still fresh. She gazed at the mysterious treasure mirror, now enveloped in black mist, with which she had shared a profound bond for a millennium. It pained her that she could not assist it in its plight, while the dark energy swirled mockingly as if to taunt her impotence. In that moment, she lightly tapped the mirror a few times to seal the leakage of the dark energy. The thought of seeking her master's help flickered like a candle in the dark, becoming Zhou Ming's only viable option. However, upon arriving at the main peak, she was informed that her master had departed the sect the previous day to attend a ceremonial event at the Holy Land. This news struck Zhou Ming like a nightmare. Her master had left the sect. Who else could she turn to within the entire sect? Her junior sisters? From the very beginning, Zhou Ming had no intention of seeking their aid, for in her heart, the malevolent summoning array on Qingyang Peak was inextricably linked to her junior sisters, particularly to Cai Jingqiu and Ji Mengdai. But if she did not turn to them, who else could she find? Zhou Mingjiu resided in the Xuanji Pavilion, having never engaged in the affairs of the sect and being unfamiliar with its members. In this vast sect, comprising 100,000 individuals, she found herself devoid of acquaintances, a situation that elicited a tinge of melancholy. However, she quickly regained her composure, with her master absent. She could not rely on their assistance to dispel the demonic energy tainting the Xuanji treasure mirror. Since she could not utilize the mirror for investigation, she resolved to employ the most rudimentary methods instead. Returning to the Xuanji Pavilion, Zhou Mingjiu sealed the tainted mirror within a box of ice jade, inscribing protective runes to completely obstruct the leakage and spread of the demonic aura. Having completed this task, she quietly pushed open the door of the pavilion, her silhouette blending into the twilight's embrace. She made her way to the registry hall of the Xianyi sect, a repository of all records pertaining to disciples, stewards, and elders of the sect. If she were to investigate, it would be prudent to begin with the background of Yuan Gang. Zhou Mingjiu requested the disciple at the registry hall to take an impression of the records pertaining to the outer sect elder, Yuan Gang. The disciple, hesitant to inquire further, promptly retrieved the jade slip containing Yuan Gang's information for the impression. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. With this admonition, Zhou Mingjiu returned to the Xuanji Pavilion. Zhou Mingjiu's consciousness delved into the jade slip. Yuan Gang had been a member of the sect for 300 years, having been a wandering cultivator in Shuiyun City prior to entering the sect. Initially at the foundational stage, he reached the pinnacle of that stage after 70 years, subsequently serving as a steward for the sect's mining operations. After a century within the sect, Yuan Gang broke through to the Golden Core stage and took charge of the outer sect's steward hall, overseeing lowly disciples. The information inscribed within the jade slip was unremarkable. His life story was mundane, resembling dead leaves upon water, stirring not a ripple. Chapter 74. Undercurrents of the Sect. A wandering cultivator at the foundational stage entered the Xianyi sect, taking 70 years to attain the pinnacle of that stage, and a further 30 years to laboriously reach the golden core stage, becoming one of the low-ranking stewards overseeing menial tasks. Each of his steps was marked by protracted time, imbued with hardship and sorrow, lacking any semblance of distinction, especially within the Xianyi sect, in which a golden core outer sect steward was scarcely noticeable. Nevertheless, as Zhou Mingzhou's consciousness brushed over this individual's deeds from a century past, an exceedingly unusual record abruptly captured her attention. After 200 years within the sect, Yuan Gang had achieved notable contributions and was recommended by the elders of the Steward Hall for exceptional promotion, receiving the personal endorsement of the Peak Master, Cai Jingqiu, to ascend as a distinguished steward of the outer sect. Cai Jingqiu. Upon seeing these three characters, the tranquil lake of Zhou Mengzhou's heart seemed to be disturbed by a colossal stone, sending tumultuous waves surging forth. After 200 years in the sect, Yuan Gang's achievements were remarkable, leading to his extraordinary promotion. Even Zhou Mengzhou, who remained uninvolved in sect affairs, was aware of the rigid hierarchy within the Xianyi sect. A wandering cultivator from Shuiyun City struggled for 2 centuries to attain the golden core stage, becoming an outer sect steward, and yet, a century later, he was elevated to a distinguished steward. What accomplishments could an outer sect steward, overseeing menial disciples, possibly hold? What was even more perplexing to Zhou Mingzhou was that the approving figure was her second junior sister, Cai Jingqiu, the master of a peak, Cai Jingqiu, the foremost authority in swordsmanship within the sect. Why would she personally approve the elevation of an inconspicuous outer sect steward? In Zhou Mingzhou's mind, her second junior sister was devoted to the study of swordsmanship. While she may not have been as indifferent to sect matters as Zhou Mingzhou, it was unlikely she would take the time to personally review the case of an outer sect steward. Cai Jingqiu, the master of Yunfeng, commands a multitude of disciples. How could she possibly cast her gaze upon a mere lowly steward? It is utterly inconceivable. What merits could Yuan Gang possibly possess to attract Cai Jingqiu's attention? This revelation left Zhou Ming in disbelief, her hand clutching the jade slip growing cold as frost. The chill did not only encompass Zhou Ming's hand. The fragments of information were frantically piecing together within her mind. 20 years and 18 years prior, Yuan Gang had received a total of 11 soul-devouring stones under the command of Cai Jingqiu. Did this imply that their connection had begun 200 years ago, when Yuan Gang was still a mere steward? Furthermore, 10 years ago, he had received 2 blood demon crystals under the command of his 4th senior sister, Ji Mingdai. Had Yuan Gang also established a connection with Ji Mingdai? The icy jade slip in Zhou Ming's hand felt as if it might shatter. Yuan Gang, Cai Jingqiu, Ji Mingdai, those brief, cold records within the jade slip, and the unmistakable disdain and indifference etched upon the faces of Cai Jingqiu and Ji Mingdai in the mystic mirror when it came to Li Fu, raised the question, was the malevolent formation beneath the bamboo house on Qingyang Peak truly related to these 3 individuals? What kind of enmity could incite them to deploy such a wicked formation, intending to inflict unbearable torment upon Li Fu? Zhou Ming abruptly closed her eyes, her breath growing heavy. The old wound in her chest throbbed painfully due to the intense emotional upheaval, and a metallic taste surged in her throat. Everyone in the sect, including her master, believed that Li Fu's severe soul injuries stemmed from his prolonged stay in the extreme abyss. Little did they know that the true malevolence lay within the formation, which drew out and magnified the demonic energy within Li Fu, subjecting him to relentless torment. Silent tears streamed down Zhou Ming's cheeks. This matter was unexpectedly entangled with her 2 senior sisters. Zhou Ming dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. The further she probed, the more frigid her spine became. Since Yuan Gang was the key, she would seek answers from him. Zhou Ming's figure silently melded into the infinite darkness. And within the Xianyi sect, a fleeting shadow darted past the mystic pavilion, swiftly traversing the woods toward Elder Yuan's residence. However, disappointment awaited her. Elder Yuan's courtyard lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. Zhou Ming held her breath, attuning herself to the stillness of the night. At that moment, 2 patrolling disciples happened to pass by. Have you heard? For this excursion to the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm, Master Cai has sent out his direct disciples, He Yinfan and Huangjun. What treasures await us in the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm? Who knows? It is said that the Falling Leaves Valley was originally a training ground for loose cultivators from Shuiyun City, Pingwu City, and Wanlu City. Who would have thought that this modest training ground would attract Master Cai's attention and prompt him to dispatch 2 fully fledged Foundation establishment disciples? Indeed, it seems there must be treasures within. What a pity, I didn't bring a gift for Elder Yuan. Since all participants are below the golden core stage, I should have mustered the courage to offer some spirit stones and joined as well. Alas, what a loss. When Elder Yuan returns, we should inquire if there are any other training grounds. The voices of the two disciples gradually faded into the distance. Concealed in the darkness, Zhou Ming's brow furrowed tightly. The Falling Leaves Valley secret realm? The pivotal information exchanged among the disciples swiftly traversed her mind. He Yunfan and Huang Zhan, esteemed direct disciples of Qin Yunfeng, had been dispatched by Cai Jingqiu to partake in the expedition to the secret realm of Lia Valley, with Yuan Gang serving as the leading elder for this venture. It was peculiar that two of Cai Jingqiu's favored disciples were assigned to what was ostensibly a typical secret realm for scattered cultivators from the three cities. What treasures could possibly warrant such attention from Cai Jingqiu? Furthermore, when did this occur? A thick veil of uncertainty enveloped Zhou Ming's thoughts once more. The answer was glaringly apparent. Yuan Gang shared a profound connection with Cai Jingqiu. It seemed she would have to await Yuan Gang's return to seek clarity. With her master absent from the sect, Zhou Ming found herself devoid of any trustworthy allies within the vast confines of the sect. The Xian sect seemed poised for turmoil. Could this be linked to Li Fu's departure from the sect and the dissipating fortunes? This murky water delved far deeper and more turbulent than she had anticipated. Yuan Gang. Regardless of what secrets lay concealed, Zhou Ming was resolute in uncovering the truth. She was determined to ascertain the true nature of Yuan Gang, an ostensibly unremarkable outer elder who had garnered the favor of both Cai Jingqiu and Ji Mengdai. Receiving their tokens, she intended to personally investigate whether the soul-eating stone and demon blood crystal he had claimed were genuinely delivered to the two disciples or if he had clandestinely retained them for himself. Zhou Ming was intent on discovering whether he was indeed the orchestrator of the demon soul-devouring array, if he had any accomplices, and what his true intentions were. Departing from this place, she once again melded into the shadows. Within the cold cave of the Lia Valley secret realm, Li Fu sat cross-legged on the ice spirit Xian jade cushion, immersed in his cultivation, while the spiritual veins continuously emanated rich and pure spiritual energy before him. Having cultivated within the tower for 20 days, Li Fu found his dantian still lacking in fullness of spiritual energy. He believed that with another 10 or 8 days of diligent practice, he could undoubtedly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Just as Li Fu prepared to exert himself in his cultivation, a sudden shriek pierced the air, rousing him from his meditative state. Li Fu had no intention of involving himself in trivial matters, yet the voice outside seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of Mei Xiaoshuan's. Had she encountered misfortune? Contemplating this, Li Fu concluded his cultivation and stepped forth from the Taichu Qiankuan Tower. Chapter 75. Grasping the azure wind to slash through foundation establishment, Li Fu's figure darted from the cave, and the scene before him caused his heart to sink. Not far away, Mei Xiaoxian, Chang Hongyi, and Chang Ling were firmly encircled by a group of disciples from the Xianyi sect. The trio bore severe injuries. Their breaths weak, and blood trickled from their lips. Mei Xiaoshuan's right hand trembled as she clutched her dagger, while her left hand hung limply, clearly having endured a fierce battle and now at her limit. Despite her dire state, there was no trace of fear on Mei Xiaoshuan's face. Her gaze remained defiant. The leader of the assailants was at the late foundation establishment stage, accompanied by 2 in the mid-stage and 2 in the early stage. The 5, armed with sharp blades, tightly encircled Mei Xiaoxian and her companions. Humph, mere scattered cultivators dare to oppose our Xianyi sect? They should weigh their own worth. One sneered, while another added, do they truly believe that sheer numbers can rival us? The expressions of the assailants revealed a cruel arrogance, as if the 3 before them were nothing more than inconsequential cultivators, easily vanquished. Indeed, the reality is as follows. In recent days, the Xianyi sect and the cultivators from the 3 cities have engaged in numerous skirmishes, both large and small. Despite their numerical advantage, the disciples of the Xianyi sect possess superior cultivation techniques and resources that far surpass those of their opponents. Initially, the scattered cultivators resisted valiantly. However, as the battles prolonged, their shortcomings became glaringly evident. Lacking coordination, their techniques were embarrassingly inadequate. Individually, none could match the prowess of the Xianyi disciples. And even in groups, they were outmatched by the seamless collaboration of their adversaries. The greatest flaw of the scattered cultivators lies in their feeble foundational skills in cultivation and swordsmanship. They are overly focused on elevating their realms and rarely take the time to refine their fundamentals. Even the finest techniques would be futile in their hands. After days of combat, the disciples of the Xianyi sect discerned the critical weaknesses among the scattered cultivators. On this day, they launched a final, fervent assault. The 200-strong team of scattered cultivators was shattered under the onslaught of the Xianyi disciples. Fleeing into the depths of the Falling Leaves Valley, as if they were lost dogs. They were nothing more than a rabble. Enough idle talk, let's act. Slay them, urged their leader, as they needed to reinforce other battlefronts. At that moment, 3 swords were thrust toward Mei Xiaoxian and her companions. Perish. Just when the 3 believed their demise was imminent, a swift and formidable figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 lethal sword strikes were unexpectedly deflected, and the 3 disciples of the Xian Yi sect were sent staggering back 3 paces, their swords vibrating violently and their wrists tingling. Fury ignited within them as they glared at the sudden arrival. Who are you? Mei Xiaoxian and her companions also turned their attention to the figure of Li Fu. Feng Mu. Upon catching a glimpse of Feng Mu's profile, Chang Hongyi's eyes sparkled with recognition, while Mei Xiaoxuan's stubborn gaze softened with surprise. Feng Mu's appearance illuminated a glimmer of hope for the trio, who were engulfed in despair. Especially for Chang Hongyi, who had witnessed Feng Mu bravely facing a horde of foes alone. He had no doubt that Feng Mu had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. No, wait. Has he achieved full mastery of the qi refining stage? Chang Hongyi thought he must be mistaken and rubbed his eyes, while Mei Xiaoxian also became aware of the formidable aura emanating from Feng Mu. The two stared in disbelief at Feng Mu, who had ascended to the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, their expressions filled with astonishment. How did he accomplish that? However, this was not the time for questions. The disciples of the Xian Yi sect regarded the newcomer with mild surprise. But upon recognizing that Li Fu had only attained the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, disdain crept upon their faces. How dare a mere qi refining stage practitioner attempt to intervene? Especially the 3 who had been repelled by Li Fu. Their eyes brimmed with rage. How dare someone at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage rescue others from their grasp, showing them such contempt? Simultaneously, they could not help but admire the fact that even when the 3 cities' cultivators had already been driven to disperse and were too preoccupied with their own plight, there was still someone willing to risk their life to save others. I give you a choice. Leave immediately, or face death. Li Fu's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable air of haughty confidence. As his words reached the ears of the 5 disciples from the Xian Yi sect, rather than retreating, they erupted into mocking laughter. What did you say? Ha ha ha. You want us to leave? Did you hear that? He threatens us. As if we could be intimidated by a mere cultivator at the peak of the qi refining stage. My friend, are you trying to amuse me to death? Among us, you are the only one at the qi refining stage, yet your arrogance surpasses even ours. The 5 disciples of the Xian Yi sect seemed to find the situation utterly ludicrous, laughing heartily. Just leave quickly. Do not mind us, Mei Xiaoxian implored. Her condition dire as she tugged at Feng Mu's sleeve, urging him to flee. While she understood Feng Mu's capabilities, she did not believe that even he, at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, could stand against the 5 from the Xian Yi sect, especially with the leader being a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. She did not wish for Feng Mu to be implicated because of her. However, Li Fu paid no heed to Mei Xiaoxian's kind counsel. With the Qingfeng sword firmly grasped in his hand, he stood proudly, his gaze resolute as he faced the derisive disciples of the Xian Yi sect. Li Fu's eyes were exceptionally calm. When there is a path to heaven, you do not take it. Yet when there is no door to hell, you dare to enter. Since you seek death, do not blame us for being merciless. Kill them, commanded the leader, Tu Kuan, with a casual wave of his hand. The 4 disciples, brandishing their swords, charged at Li Fu. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Fu's eyes as he swiftly met their advance with the Qingfeng sword. Unfazed by the onslaught of 4, he danced through their attacks with remarkable ease. The clang of swords echoed as Li Fu deftly maneuvered beneath their strikes. His movements fluid and untroubled. Behind him, Mei Xiaoxian and the others stood in stunned silence, particularly Mei Xiaoxian, whose heart surged with shock. She had known of Feng Mu's profound alchemical skills, yet she had not anticipated his swordsmanship to be so exquisite. His ethereal technique held its ground against the 4 attackers, and he even possessed the capacity to counterattack. Tu Kuan, who had yet to engage, discerned something extraordinary in Li Fu. This solitary cultivator at the peak of the qi refining stage executed each sword strike with impeccable timing and near-perfect angles, devoid of any wasted force. Such mastery of the sword was indeed a rarity among solitary cultivators. He mused that even he could not defend himself so effortlessly against the combined assault of 4 disciples. Li Fu's demeanor remained unflustered, as if this were merely a trivial matter to him. The finesse of his swordplay was unparalleled, even surpassing that of his own master, Elder Yuan. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Li Fu was merely testing the extent of his newfound power. This was his first engagement since achieving the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. After a brief moment, he smiled faintly and declared, "It is over." No sooner had he spoken than the blade of the Qingfeng sword flashed fiercely, swiftly slicing through the throat of one disciple. In a fluid motion, he stepped forward and pierced another's heart with unerring precision. Withdrawing the Qing Feng, he dispatched the remaining 2 disciples with ease. Thud, 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 thud. In rapid succession, the 4 bodies collapsed, disbelief etched across their faces. I warned you to leave, otherwise, death awaits. Chapter 76. Feng Mu demonstrates might. Slaying strong foes from the secret realm, Tu Kuan's expression of disdain abruptly vanished, his pupils constricting and his face stiffening. In the blink of an eye, had the 4 junior brothers been effortlessly slain by this Qi refinement stage consummate cultivator before him? Tu Kuan scarcely witnessed any fierce struggle. It was an unilaterally executed massacre. Each movement executed with precision and efficiency. Was he truly merely at the Qi refinement stage's pinnacle? Not only Tu Kuan, but even Mei Xiaoxian and Chong Ling, who stood behind Li Fu, were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Particularly, Mei Xiaoxuan's jaw had dropped in astonishment. She recalled her master instructing her to protect someone, never anticipating that the individual she was to safeguard possessed such astonishing strength, easily dispatching 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators, all disciples of the Xianyi sect. Mei Xiaoxian swallowed hard, gazing at Feng Mu's calm demeanor, her eyes filled solely with shock. What manner of prodigy was he? His alchemical skills were extraordinary, casually crafting heavenly-grade pills, and his swordsmanship was equally sublime. Even though she wielded a saber, she could still perceive the ethereal quality of Feng Mu's swordplay. Watching him fight resembled a performance rather than a battle. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed such a prodigy existed in the world. Zhang Hongyi, having previously witnessed Feng Mu's swordsmanship, was mentally prepared. Yet witnessing Feng Mu in combat still left him profoundly astonished. He understood the superiority of Feng Mu's swordplay, yet he had not anticipated it to be of such an elevated caliber. For disciples of the Xianyi sect had perished beneath his blade. Chong Ling, witnessing Feng Mu's prowess for the first time, had often heard her brother extolling Feng Mu's virtues, his admiration evident. Initially, she had dismissed the tales, questioning how formidable a Qi refinement stage cultivator could truly be and how exquisite their swordsmanship could be. She had assumed her brother's limited cultivation had clouded his judgment, regarding Feng Mu as merely talented with a sword. After all, who could fathom that a master alchemist capable of crafting heavenly-grade pills would also possess such remarkable swordsmanship? Now, having witnessed Feng Mu's swordplay firsthand, Chong Ling was utterly convinced. Her gaze towards him was now complex and inscrutable. Who exactly are you? Tu Kuan, shaken by the swordplay exhibited by the rogue cultivator before him, recognized his own limitations. In a contest of swordsmanship, he knew he was no match for this individual. Feng Mu, a mere rogue cultivator. Gripping his treasured sword tightly, Tu Kuan resolved to rely on his cultivation level since he could not compete in swordplay. How could a consummate Qi refinement stage cultivator possibly withstand his late foundation establishment stage prowess? Die! Tu Kuan bellowed, his voice resonating as if to shatter the fear that gripped him. The brilliance of his sword surged as he charged at Feng Mu, intending to slay him with sheer cultivation power. A Qi refinement stage consummate cultivator against a late foundation establishment stage? Li Fu remained unfazed as he observed the rising aura of Tu Kuan. A contest of cultivation? Bring it on, he too bellowed, enveloping his sword in a surge of spiritual power. The vast and abundant spiritual energy within his dantian enveloped the blade. As Tu Kuan swung his sword, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the power emanating from Li Fu surpassed his own. What was happening? Was this a mistake? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as the two were now merely half a zhang apart. Bang! The clash of 2 swords sent birds scattering, and an ear-splitting resonance of sword cries echoed through the forest. Contrary to the anticipated scene of the Qi practitioners being effortlessly vanquished, Tu Kuan was instead engulfed by an overwhelming surge of pure, robust spiritual energy that crashed into his body from the sword. The might of this force rivaled that of his own master. In an instant, Tu Kuan was hurled backward, as if struck by a colossal boulder, his chest heaving, his arm trembling violently, and his palm cracking under the pressure, causing his sword to slip from his grasp and fly several meters away. He finally came to a halt after colliding with a towering tree. With wide eyes, Tu Kuan's pupils reflected disbelief and terror, his insides roiling tumultuously as blood surged within him. A warm torrent erupted from his mouth, and blood flowed freely from his nose. How could this be possible? How could a mere Qi practitioner possess such power, with spiritual energy far surpassing his own? Was he truly only at the peak of the Qi refinement stage? The strength displayed by Li Fu shattered Tu Kuan's understanding. Struggling, Tu Kuan pushed himself up with his left hand, his right arm numb and unresponsive. Who are you? He began to suspect that the solitary cultivator before him might be a formidable figure from the Golden Core, or even the nascent soul stage. Suppressing his cultivation to enter this secret realm, Li Fu remained motionless, gazing coolly at the disheveled Tu Kuan, and coldly declared, "A dead man needs not know my name." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Qing Feng's sword in his hand transformed into a shooting star, darting swiftly toward Tu Kuan. In an instant, Tu Kuan was pinned helplessly against the tree trunk. Mei Xiaoxian, Chang Hongyi, and Chang Ling stood frozen, their minds blank, as if turned to stone. A disciple from the later stages of the foundation establishment of the Xian Yi sect was slain so easily. They had been pursued by him just moments ago, yet now he was effortlessly dispatched by Feng Mu, who had only reached the peak of the qi refinement stage. Observing Tu Kuan pinned to the tree, the trio cast fearful glances at Feng Mu, grateful he was on their side. Had he been from the Xian Yi sect, they would have surely fallen victim to his prowess. Li Fu approached, his expression impassive as he withdrew the Qing Feng's sword. Letting Tu Kuan's lifeless body drop to the ground, he gently wiped the blood from the blade, scarcely glancing at the corpse below. This battle granted Li Fu a deeper understanding of his own strength. He then turned to the 3 injured individuals, retrieving 3 medicinal pills from his spatial ring and tossing them to them. "Thank you," they chorused in unison. "How much longer until the secret realm concludes?" "Today is the final day," Mei Xiaoxian, the most severely wounded, slowly replied after consuming the pill. She looked at Feng Mu, her eyes a mixture of gratitude, shock, and a profound, ineffable reverence. She had never imagined that the person her master had asked her to look after possessed such terrifying strength. Did her master know of Feng Mu's capabilities? How did her master know him, and why had he requested her to keep an eye on him? It seemed upon her return, she would need to inquire thoroughly. "Thank you, Taoist friend Feng, for saving our lives," the Chang siblings expressed with clasped fists. No need for further words. For Li Fu, this seemed merely a trivial matter. At that moment, Li Fu felt an overwhelming sensation of being torn apart, enveloping his entire body. The other 2 experienced the same phenomenon. Time had arrived. In the next instant, the 3 of them found themselves outside the secret realm simultaneously. As Li Fu opened his eyes once more, he saw Yin Yonghua leaning against a tree trunk, holding a wine jug. Upon noticing Li Fu's emergence, Yin offered a slight nod, which Li Fu reciprocated. However, upon observing the bloodstains on Mei Xiaoxian, Yan's expression shifted, and he crushed the wine jug in his hand. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his fury in time and refrained from inquiring about the situation immediately. One by one, individuals from the secret realm were being teleported out, each bearing varying degrees of blood and injuries. The expressions of the city lord of the 3 cities and Elder Yuan of the Xian Yi sect grew grave. "Everyone is out?" Elder Yuan inquired incredulously. The city lord of the 3 cities could hardly believe it. Out of 300 who entered, fewer than 70 had returned. What on earth transpired within? Chapter 77. The mask unveiled. Yuan Gang's threat. Elder Yuan's unease deepened as he scanned the area, finding no sign of He Yunfan and Huang Zhun, causing a chill to run down his spine. They had not emerged. Moreover, Wei Rue and Fei Haoyu were also absent. Had they perished within? Disciples of the Xian Yi sect and cultivators from the 3 cities whispered to Elder Yuan and the 3 city lords. Instantly, Elder Yuan's gaze turned fierce, a cold aura sweeping across the gathered loose cultivators, while the faces of the 3 city lords reflected their displeasure. Despite numerous entries into the secret realm, this time had resulted in severe casualties. "Very well." Elder Yuan's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, each word resonating with a palpable fury that seemed on the verge of erupting. A group of reckless loose cultivators dared to act so audaciously, uniting to slaughter the disciples of my Xian Yi sect. This debt shall not be forgotten. The atmosphere grew tense. The cultivators from the 3 cities fell silent, bearing the pressure from the Xian Yi sect. The expressions of the 3 city lords darkened ominously. What did Elder Yuan imply? "We, the cultivators of the 3 cities, have entered the secret realm multiple times without encountering such circumstances." The city lord of Pingwu, Lu Chun, had yet to finish his statement when Elder Yuan interrupted with a cold snort. What? Does City Lord Lu wish to imply that this incident originated from my Xian Yi sect? Are you blaming us? Elder Yuan's voice was soft, yet left no room for retort from City Lord Lu. Who among them would dare to accuse such a colossal entity as the Xian Yi sect? Elder Yuan's words were harsh. There must be some misunderstanding. The youthful fervor of the younger generation inevitably leads to conflicts among peers. Our cultivators from the 3 cities have also suffered significant losses. The journey to the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm has concluded. We should take our disciples back to recuperate, as they have sustained injuries that require immediate attention. It was Yang Xin, the city lord of Wanjiao City, who spoke. Although they understood that the provocations likely originated from the disciples of the Xian Yi sect, they could not publicly criticize the sect, regardless of the grievances they harbored. Yin Yonghua, The city lord of Shuyan City cast a cold glance at Yuan Gang, remaining silent. Unmoved, Elder Yuan retorted coldly, asserting that this group of loose cultivators could not be compared to the disciples of the Xianyi sect. They were merely a disorganized rabble. Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Yonghua, leaning against the tree, interjected sharply, "Enough? Do not forget, you two emerged from Watercloud City in your earlier years. Now, having taken refuge beneath the towering branch of Xianyi sect, have you forgotten your humble origins as a rogue cultivator?" Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? Elder Yuan actually hails from Watercloud City? Good heavens! How could one born a rogue cultivator express such disdain for their peers? It is utterly unbecoming. Those unaware might presume Elder Yuan to be of noble lineage. Yin Yonghua's words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves upon a surface already rife with undercurrents. Not only did the rogue cultivators from the three cities engage in fervent discussions, but even the disciples of Xianyi sect exchanged glances of bewilderment. While there is no shame in originating from humble beginnings, the act of a rogue cultivator entering Xianyi sect is indeed commendable. However, Elder Yuan has seemingly forgotten his own roots, persistently belittling and ridiculing rogue cultivators, which serves as an affront to his own past. The muscles of Elder Yuan's face twitched violently, as if Yin Yonghua's words were an invisible hand ruthlessly trampling upon his long-held pride. The traces of his origins as a rogue cultivator, which he had sought to erase since joining Xianyi sect, were mercilessly unveiled by the Lord of Watercloud City. Yin Yonghua. Yuan Gang felt a scorching pain across his face, akin to receiving a public slap. Yuan Gang's gaze turned icy as it locked onto Yin Yonghua, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike in the shadows. Yet, Yin Yonghua remained unfazed. With his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he had no reason to fear Yuan Gang, who was merely at the mid-stage of golden elixir. Has Elder Yuan been struck where it hurts? Without my assistance back in the day, could you have established a foothold in Watercloud City? Could you have even crossed the threshold of Xianyi sect? Could you have attained the prestigious status of an elder today? Yuan Gang's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently. The public exposure of his past had evidently infuriated him to the utmost. The city lords, Lu Chun and Yang Xian, quickly intervened, realizing that provoking an elder of Xianyi sect was unwise. Elder Yuan, given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to lead your disciples back to heal, one suggested. Indeed, Lord Yin merely indulged in drink and spoke inebriated nonsense. Please do not take it to heart, Elder Yuan. Very well, very well. You have done well. Yuan Gang seethed, his voice trembling with rage, laced with an unsettling chill. Today, I shall remember this humiliation and the blood debts of the disciples of Xianyi sect. With that, Yuan Gang, consumed by anger and resentment, stormed away, leading the disciples of Xianyi sect in furious retreat. Elder Yuan's parting words left Lu Chun and Yang Xian with an uneasy feeling. The atmosphere grew silent, as all eyes followed Elder Yuan's departing figure until it vanished from sight. This expedition into the secret realm had resulted in heavy losses for the disciples of Xianyi sect, and with Elder Yuan publicly humiliated, any potential retaliation from the sect would likely be beyond what they could withstand. Though the three cities were subordinate to the Great Wu dynasty, they all understood that the dynasty would not jeopardize its standing by antagonizing a behemoth like Xianyi sect. Xiaoxian. Yin Yonghua's figure flickered, appearing suddenly before Mei Xiaoxian. At that moment, all traces of his previous languor and drunkenness had vanished. His aged hand gently brushed against Mei Xiaoxuan's left arm, wiping away the blood that had trickled from her lips, his gaze sharp and penetrating. It is apparent without question that this incident was orchestrated by the disciples of the Xianyi sect. Given Mei Xiaoxuan's straightforward nature and her deep-seated aversion to evil, it is inconceivable that she would provoke others unprovoked. This also serves as one of the reasons why Yin Yonghua did not hesitate to expose Yuan Gang's actions on the spot, providing a measure of relief for his cherished disciple. Subsequently, his gaze shifted toward Li Fu, revealing a hint of surprise before returning to his usual demeanor. Very well. We should not linger here. I fear that Elder Yuan will embellish the tale upon his return, placing the blame squarely upon us. Let us escort them back and deliberate on how to address this matter. Indeed, Yuan Gang possesses a narrow mind and a brooding disposition. It is likely this affair will not conclude amicably. To be prudent, I shall draft a letter to inform the Great Wu dynasty of the events that transpired here. That would be most prudent, remarked the two city lords, Lu Chun and Yang Xian. Yin Yonghua nodded in agreement, and the three city lords led their respective disciples away from the site. In Shuyan City, within the Tsuizhu Garden, Mei Xiaoxian, now aflame with indignation, recounted the despicable actions of the Xianyi sect's disciples. Master, it is precisely as I have said. The disciples of the Xianyi sect are utterly detestable. Had it not been for Feng Mu's intervention, my brother and I would have perished beneath their blades. Meng Yinyang hastily poured water for his master, Mei Xiaoxian. Master, I almost forgot to mention, this is my disciple, Meng Yinyang. Xiaoyang, come here and greet your grandmaster. Mei Xiaoxian gestured toward Meng Yinyang. Greetings, grandmaster. Meng Yinyang respectfully bowed to Yin Yonghua. Yin Yonghua's gaze lingered on Meng Yinyang for a moment before he nodded slightly. You may rise. Thank you, grandmaster. Xiaoxian, earlier you mentioned that Feng Mu single-handedly dispatched 5 disciples of the Xian sect with but a single sword stroke? Indeed. Mei Xiaoxian nodded vigorously, her pale face still betraying her shock. Chapter 78. Xianyun Peak, the Emergence of Malice. Master, you did not witness it. Among the 5 disciples of the Xian sect, 1 was at the late foundation establishment stage, 2 at the mid-stage, and 2 at the early stage. Feng Mu was like a wolf among sheep, effortlessly slaying all 5 with a mere sword. I sensed that he did not even exert his full strength, despite her grievous injuries. Mei Xiaoxuan's excitement was palpable as she recounted Feng Mu's prowess in battle against the disciples of the Xian sect, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Is that so? Yin Yonghua retrieved a flask of wine, his gaze deepening as it turned toward Li Fu. Could it be otherwise? Master, you are truly remarkable. Given his extraordinary capabilities, why must I still protect him? Furthermore, this fellow is truly a prodigy. Before entering the secret realm, he was merely at the 6th stage of Qi refinement. And in just 7 days, he has broken through to the peak of Qi refinement. Feng Mu, can you teach me your methods of cultivation? Among those present, only the severely injured Mei Xiaoxian was brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating Feng Mu's response as she gazed at him, who remained silent. Feng Mu did not provide a direct reply. Meeting Yin Yonghua's gaze, he spoke slowly. I merely encountered some fortunate opportunities within. Did you acquire that item? Li Fu nodded. That is good to hear. Yin Yonghua then addressed his disciple, Mei Xiaoxian. Enough, Xiaoxian. You should accompany me back. You have sustained serious injuries during the secret realm expedition, and it is best to return with your master for proper recuperation. Mei Xiaoxian glanced at Li Fu and said, I shall visit you once my injuries have healed. Li Fu nodded in response, as Yin Yonghua led Mei Xiaoxian and Meng Yinyang out of the emerald bamboo garden. Li Fu's expression turned grave, casting a lingering gaze at the retreating figure of Yin Yonghua. Simultaneously, in the grand hall of the Xian sect on Xianyun Peak, Jiang Chen entered the hall of Cai Jingqiu with a sullen countenance, followed by the taciturn Yuan Gang. Junior brother, what brings you out of seclusion? Cai Jingqiu inquired, observing the displeasure etched on Jiang Chen's face. Despite Jiang Chen's efforts to maintain his usual refined demeanor, the thought of the missing items ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. The items have vanished, Jiang Chen stated flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. Cai Jingqiu's face paled in an instant. They have disappeared? Impossible. For this expedition to the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm, I made thorough preparations and even equipped my 2 direct disciples with numerous treasures. As she spoke, a sudden realization struck Cai Jingqiu, and she swiftly waved her sleeve. The screen in the corner of the hall flew aside, revealing 2 dimmed soul lamps on the table behind it. Dead? How could this be? The countenance of Cai Jingqiu turned ashen, disbelief clouding her thoughts at the sight of the extinguished lamps. These 2 lamps belonged to her direct disciples, He Yunfan and Huang Zhen. When a person dies, their lamp is extinguished. Cai Jingqiu's gaze darkened as she fixed her attention on the 2 soul lamps, her aura of sword intent becoming palpable. Suddenly, the hall was suffused with an invisible sword energy as she descended from her seat step by step. Jiang Chen stood with hands clasped behind his back, his once genteel demeanor now dissipated. Yuan Gang trembled in trepidation, unable to raise his gaze, his body shaking uncontrollably as the oppressive sword intent enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. He had led the expedition, aware that the treasure known as the Ice Essence Profound Jade Lotus, personally designated by the sect leader, was crucial. Thus, he had urged his disciples, Wei Rue and Fei Haoyu, to exert their utmost efforts to acquire it. Moreover, the sect leader had included her direct disciples, He Yunfan and Huang Zhen, in the expedition, indicating her firm resolve to obtain the treasure. Yuan Gang had believed that with the addition of 2 fully realized Foundation establishment disciples, there would be no unforeseen incidents. However, when the expedition concluded without any sign of Wei Rue or Fei Haoyu, or even the figures of He Yunfan and Huang Zhen, he realized that something catastrophic had transpired. What on earth happened? Cai Jingqiu confronted Yuan Gang, her piercing sword intent causing his legs to buckle as he fell to his knees. Reporting to the sect leader, it must be due to the rogue cultivators from the 3 cities launching a surprise attack. Otherwise, how could the 4 of them perish within the secret realm? I have inquired of the surviving disciples, and they all reported seeing the 4 only on the first day. after which they never spotted them again. Based on their descriptions and the brutal circumstances within the secret realm, I deduced that they must have fallen victim to an assassination by rogue cultivators. Yuan Gang was oblivious to the true nature of He Yunfan and Huang Zhen's intentions for this journey, but he understood that if he wished to preserve his own life, he could only shift the blame onto the rogue cultivators from the 3 cities. This was the only rationale that could hold water. Otherwise, how could the 4 of them, with their cultivation levels, have perished within the secret realm? Chai Jingqiu cast a cold gaze upon the trembling Yuan Gang, who knelt before her in despair. A mere loose cultivator, how could he possibly assassinate 2 of my esteemed disciples, both of whom bear my treasured artifacts? She was utterly unconvinced by Yuan Gang's defense. While Jiang Chen stood nearby, his expression inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen stepped forward. Sister, rebuking him now serves no purpose. Our immediate priority is to ascertain who has taken the item. Are you certain it is not within the secret realm? Chai Jingqiu regarded Jiang Chen and inquired. Jiang Chen nodded emphatically, his conviction unshakable. Just moments before, during his seclusion, the system had unexpectedly alerted him. Spirit vein taken. He initially believed the situation would unfold smoothly, suspecting that He Yunfan or Huang Zhen had taken the spirit vein, and he felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of significant advancement in his cultivation. However, when he sought to confirm the identity of the individual who had taken the spirit vein, he was left dumbfounded. Unable to ascertain the identity of the person who took the spirit vein, it dawned on him that neither He Yunfan nor Huang Zhen could be responsible, for the system would not fail to provide information on them. The fact that the spirit vein had been taken was not alarming. What truly terrified him was the system's inability to identify the perpetrator. Once again, he faced a familiar scenario. Previously, while searching for the Taichu Qianquan Tower in Shuyan City, he had encountered a similar predicament, where treasures vanished inexplicably, leaving him without his greatest support. A sense of foreboding enveloped Jiang Chen, as the news plunged him into despair. Who could it be? Unable to remain in his tranquil state of meditation any longer, he concluded his practice just in time to encounter the disheveled Yuan Gang, who was preparing to bear the consequences of his actions. Although Chai Jingqiu was unaware of why her junior brother was so certain that the spirit vein had been taken by someone rather than being lost within the secret realm, she placed her unwavering trust in Jiang Chen, as he had provided her with the information regarding the spirit vein. She did not know the source of his knowledge, but she believed wholeheartedly that he would not deceive her, and moreover, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. At that moment, Yuan Gang remained oblivious to the fact that the object of their discussion was not the same item at all. He pondered to himself. While the Eye-Soul Mystic Jade Lotus was indeed a treasure, it hardly warranted such a fierce reaction from the sect leader and his junior uncle. Junior brother, what do you propose we do? Better to kill mistakenly than to let go. Chapter 79, Sword Pointing to 3 Cities. Chai Jingqiu's city-slaying declaration. Jiang Chen's voice echoed through the grand hall, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. A mere 6 words instilled a profound fear within the kneeling Yuan Gang. Since it was a secret realm entered by cultivators from 3 cities, the solution was clear. Chai Jingqiu nodded slightly at his words. Junior brother, we are of one mind. Since we do not know who took the treasure, we shall eliminate them all. Let the world see what price must be paid for harming disciples of the Xianyi sect. A cruel smile suddenly blossomed upon Chai Jingqiu's proud visage, her eyes shimmering like cold stars. Her voice resonated in the grand hall, harmonizing with Jiang Chen's fierce resolve. Their gazes met, reflecting a shared understanding of their intentions. As Chai Jingqiu's fingers gently moved, a dark iron token engraved with the patterns of the Qianyun sword floated before Yuan Gang. The token exuded a subtle sword aura, conveying an edict. All elders of the Qianyun Peak, at the Golden Core stage and above, shall assemble immediately. All core disciples must be present. No. All disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage and above shall gather. Depart within a quarter of an hour. Upon receiving the command, Yuan Gang felt a tightening in his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but voice his concern. Peak Master Chai, might this be too ostentatious? Only about 40 rogue cultivators from the 3 cities managed to escape. Should we truly mobilize all core disciples of Qianyun Peak? We have over 5,000 core disciples and elders at the Foundation Establishment stage and above. Is it necessary to deploy so many? It feels like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Moreover, all 40 rogue cultivators from the secret realm have been slain. Could this provoke the wrath of the Great Wu Dynasty? After all, the 3 cities fall under the jurisdiction of the Great Wu Dynasty. Although the Xianyi sect stands as a top-tier sect and is not afraid of the Great Wu Dynasty, is it wise to mobilize such forces? Yuan Gang refrained from expressing further thoughts, sensing the chilling murderous intent radiating from Chai Jingqiu and Jiang Chen, who said, I only intend to kill those 40. Chai Jingkaiyu paused and enunciated each word with chilling clarity. I aim to raise the city. At the utterance of those words, Yuan Gang's heart jolted violently, and cold sweat drenched his back as he nearly lost his grip on the hot iron command in his hand. Raise the city? The Grand Palace echoed with the weight of those two words. In that moment, he comprehended the true meaning behind Jiang Chen's assertion of better to wrongfully kill than to let one escape. This was not mere vengeance, nor solely the retrieval of treasures. It was a cataclysmic disaster for the rogue cultivators of the three cities. Raise the city. The very mention of it instilled terror. At this moment, having navigated the trials of life for nearly 300 years, Yuan Gang could not simply believe that Peak Master Chai and his junior uncle would mobilize such forces merely because of the murder of the Ice Soul Black Jade Lotus and their disciples. There were undoubtedly reasons behind this that he was unaware of. Yet, at this juncture, Yuan Gang could not afford to ponder further. He gripped the searing dark iron sword command, feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds. Chai Jingqiu's cold decree of raising the city still reverberated in the grand hall, an icy dread spreading through his limbs. Daring not to hesitate, he promptly communicated the command of the Peak Master. Among the three cities, only Yin Yonghua possessed the highest cultivation level at the late nascent soul stage. The other two city lords were at the early nascent soul stage. We shall split our forces to the Pingwu city and Wanlu city, and after the slaughter of Shuyan city, we will regroup. What say you? In the frigid hall, Chai Jingkaiu's voice rang out, as if this were merely a trivial matter. Her eyes glinted with ferocity as she spoke softly. Those who dare to touch my belongings and disrupt my junior brother's grand affairs must pay a blood price. Today, we will use the blood of the rogue cultivators from the three cities to honor the deceased disciples of the Xian Yi sect and simultaneously declare to the world the unassailable might of our sect. Excellent. Second sister, your decisiveness in slaughter and commitment to the sect truly exemplify a heroic spirit. Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with murderous intent, shattering his usual composed demeanor. In the icy hall, the two spoke calmly. At this moment, countless beams of sword light surged from various caves and courtyards of Qinyun Peak, converging outside the grand hall. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the elders in the Golden Core stage and disciples above the Foundation Establishment stage had gathered in full force, exceeding 5,000 in number. An aura of solemnity and murderous intent emanated from them, resembling an invisible giant's sword poised to pierce the heavens. Yuan Gang stood before the crowd, sensing an intangible killing intent permeating the entire Qinyun Peak. Even the sunlight above seemed to dim. As the palace doors swung open, Chai Jingkaiyu, clad in simple white robes, stepped out gracefully, while Jiang Chen stood elegantly beside her, hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, the gazes of over 5,000 disciples and elders converged upon Chai Jingkaiyu, the Peak Master of Qinyun. With a sword in hand, she hovered in midair, her robes rustling in the wind, her eyes sweeping over the disciples below as she began to speak. 7 days prior, Elder Yuan Gang led 100 disciples to assist the scattered cultivators of Shuyan City, Pingyu City, and Wanliu City in entering the Leaf-Fall Valley secret realm, adhering to the principle of peaceful coexistence. However, instead of gratitude, the scattered cultivators turned against our disciples from the Xian Yi sect, mercilessly slaughtering their fellow sect members, stealing treasures, and committing despicable acts. Such transgressions warrant the wrath of both gods and men. Though our disciples of the Xian Yi sect fear not death and valiantly resisted despite the disparity in strength, we suffered heavy casualties. Out of the 100 who set forth, fewer than 30 returned. This blood feud shall be avenged in blood. We, as cultivators, must uphold our honor with the sword. From this day forth, let it be known to the world, any harm inflicted upon a disciple of the Xian Yi sect, no matter how trivial, shall demand the head of a city as recompense. The direction of your swords shall reflect the will of our sect. With the blood of the scattered cultivators from the three cities, we shall honor the souls of our fallen disciples and exalt the might of the Xian Yi sect. With that, Chai Jingqiu drew her treasured sword, its tip aimed directly at the three cities. Kill, kill, kill. The atmosphere thickened with a murderous intent that soared to the heavens, enveloping the entirety of Qinyun Peak. Satisfied with the response of the crowd, Chai Jingqiu calmly commanded, Jiang Shidi, take 1,500 disciples to Pingyu City. Her voice was serene, yet carried an undeniable authority. Rest assured, second senior sister, within an hour, Pingyu City will turn into a sea of blood. Jiang Chen clasped his hands in salute, the gentle and refined demeanor on his face replaced by a long-suppressed ferocity and ruthlessness. Chai Jingqiu nodded slightly, and then turned her gaze to Yuan Gang. Elder Yuan, you shall lead 2,000 disciples to encircle Shuyan City. Surround, but do not kill. Understood. Yuan Gang bowed in acceptance of the command, his heart heavy with bitterness. cold sweat beating on his forehead. Even now, he felt as though he were dreaming. Initially, he had attributed the blame to the scattered cultivators to avoid reprimand. Little did he expect the situation to escalate far beyond his imagination. He had never considered the possibility of slaughtering the cities. With the remaining 1,500, we shall proceed to Wanlu City to carry out the massacre. As the words left his lips, Jiang Chen was the first to take flight, transforming into a streak of light as he soared through the air, with 1,500 sword lights trailing closely behind him. Yuan Gang followed closely, while Cai Jingxiu led the 1,500 disciples, cutting through the vast sky, their sights set firmly on Wanlu City. Chapter 80. You have ultimately arrived. In her mind, a singular thought persisted: annihilate them all. The disciples of Qianyun Peak had nearly mobilized entirely, their targets set upon the scattered cultivators of the three cities. At this moment, Li Fu sat steadily upon the stone bench in the bamboo garden, observing the silent, yet returning, Yin Yonghua. With a calm demeanor, he spoke. You have finally come. Yin Yonghua, taking a seat opposite Li Fu, produced a flask of strong liquor and took a hearty swig. With a gaze steeped in the weight of experience, he regarded the unperturbed Li Fu. Knowing that I would come, why did you not flee? Could I have escaped? Li Fu extended his right hand, revealing a faint azure tracking mark that materialized in his palm. With a forceful grip, he shattered it, causing the mark to dissipate into thin air. The moment you inscribed that mark upon me, I understood I could not flee. At the peak of the Qi refinement stage, Li Fu found himself facing Yin Yonghua, who had already attained the late nascent soul stage. Where could he possibly run? The azure tracking mark had taken immense effort to eradicate. Silence enveloped the bamboo garden. Yin Yonghua remained reticent, taking another swig of liquor. After casting a sidelong glance at Li Fu, he resumed, I am quite curious about your cultivation journey. When we first met, you were merely at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Yet, in just over a month, you have achieved the pinnacle of this stage. Though you were once a prodigy, such rapid advancement in your cultivation seems implausible. What extraordinary encounters did you experience within the Leaf Fall Valley's secret realm? Beyond the Ice Heart, Xian Jade Lotus, what other treasures could have facilitated your remarkable breakthrough? Li Fu realized that he had indeed drawn too much attention. His meteoric rise in cultivation was a tantalizing prospect for Yin Yonghua, despite his earlier claims of having transcended worldly concerns. Witnessing Li Fu's astonishing progress had altered his state of mind. Hope for a breakthrough flickered within him, stirring the dormant desires of a heart long silenced. If one could ascend, who would willingly submit to the dust of mortality? To traverse 5 minor realms in just over a month. Reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement, a speed unheard of. The Leaf Fall Valley's secret realm must harbor more than just the Ice Heart, Xian Jade Lotus. Tell me, what miraculous opportunities have you uncovered within? Yin Yonghua's murky gaze fixated on Li Fu, eager to unveil the truth behind his sudden surge in power. His voice bore the weight of long-suppressed excitement and greed, the earlier facade of indifference shattered. Witnessing Li Fu's extraordinary cultivation was akin to a brilliant light illuminating the dark path he had traversed for centuries in the late nascent soul stage. The once dormant heart of inquiry, nearly extinguished, was now gradually rekindled. Li Fu's explosive growth acted as a spark, igniting the desolate depths of his being. The glimmer in Yin Yonghua's murky eyes betrayed a fervent yearning for higher realms, for a brighter future, and for life itself. If this opportunity could allow him to break free from his shackles, who would willingly resign themselves to becoming mere dust, lost to the passage of time? Li Fu sensed the intensity of his gaze and the subtle undercurrents of malice lurking within. He understood that should his response fail to satisfy Yin Yonghua, his life could very well meet its end here. If I were to divulge the secrets of the Leaf Fall Valley's hidden realm, would you turn against me? Li Fu asked slowly, meeting Yin Yonghua's murky yet fervent gaze head-on. His voice remained tranquil, though his fingers subtly curled beneath the stone tabletop. In the murky depths of Yin Yonghua's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered. He set down the wine bottle, his emaciated hand pressing lightly against the table. An invisible pressure akin to the weight of the ocean surged through the bamboo garden. The old man, nearing the end of his lifespan, sought merely a fleeting opportunity for breakthrough. If you willingly surrender the treasures obtained from the secret realm, I shall allow your departure. He leaned slightly forward, his tone imbued with a suffocating intensity. Li Fu felt a cold sweat drench his back. With his mere Qi refinement stage cultivation, the oppressive force of a late-stage nascent soul was akin to a mountain pressing upon his heart. He struggled to steady his mind, thoughts racing within. The spiritual vein was of paramount importance. However, he had no doubt that if he held back any information, Yin Yonghua would not hesitate to seize the treasures by force. Rather than risk such confrontation, it would be better to lay everything bare. After all, the spiritual vein was insignificant compared to his own life. After a moment of silence, Li Fu sighed as if resigned to his fate, meeting Yin Yonghua's avaricious gaze head-on. In truth, the greatest treasure within the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm is not the ice soul Xian Jade Lotus, but the spiritual vein. Spiritual vein. Upon hearing these words, even with his mental preparations, Yin Yonghua's breath suddenly quickened. He could scarcely believe that the Falling Leaves Valley secret realm housed a spiritual vein. Such a treasure was coveted by countless sects, the very foundation upon which disciples cultivated. Indeed, my rapid advancement in cultivation is precisely due to the spiritual vein. Li Fu candidly recounted his experiences with the spiritual vein, including the absorption of spiritual liquid and the resultant swift progress in his cultivation. Spiritual vein. Spiritual liquid. Yin Yonghua murmured. No wonder, where a spiritual vein exists, it is highly probable that spiritual liquid will also appear. For cultivators, directly consuming spiritual liquid is far more effective than merely absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. So, you have taken the spiritual vein? Yin Yonghua's gaze bore into Li Fu. As he inquired, Li Fu nodded slightly. Li Fu was prepared. As soon as Yin Yonghua requested it, he would not hold back. In the face of such overwhelming power from the late-stage nascent soul, any resistance would be futile. He waited quietly for Yin Yonghua's next words. The air was thick with the fragrance of bamboo leaves and the chilling silence of impending doom. Yin Yonghua's murky eyes fixated on Li Fu, as if attempting to pierce through his very being. His bony fingers rhythmically tapped against the stone table, each sound resonating like a strike upon Li Fu's taut heartstrings. With a laborious swallow, Yin Yonghua rasped, "Where's the spiritual vein?" Without hesitation, Li Fu retrieved the prepared jade box from his spatial ring. The moment Yin Yonghua had left the bamboo garden with Mei Shaoxian and Meng Yinyang, Li Fu sensed something amiss. As the pure saint body, he detected the tracking mark Yin Yonghua had placed upon him before his departure, reinforcing his suspicions. He had an inkling of Yin Yonghua's intentions, which prompted him to remove the spiritual vein from the Taichu Qiankuan Tower. After all, should Yin Yonghua discover the existence of the Taichu Qiankuan Tower, he would undoubtedly not relent. Thus, it was wiser to prepare in advance. Li Fu pushed the jade box before Yin Yonghua, stating, "The spiritual vein lies within. It was you who facilitated my entry into the secret realm of Falling Leaf Valley. I have obtained the ice spirit Xian Jade Body and the spiritual liquid, and I am content. However, to monopolize such a heavenly opportunity as the spiritual vein is ultimately a misfortune rather than a blessing. The power of the spiritual vein is boundless. I hope it aids you in breaking through your shackles and reaching the divine transformation stage." Yin Yonghua gazed at Li Fu in astonishment. To part with such a treasure without the slightest hesitation revealed the extraordinary nature of his mindset. Given time, his potential appeared limitless. Yet, it was a pity that such a person could not be a friend. Yin Yonghua did not even cast a glance at the jade box. His gaze was fixed intently on Li Fu as he slowly spoke. "Old man does not desire the spiritual vein." Not desire the spiritual vein? Li Fu suddenly met Yin Yonghua's penetrating gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine. "I want you." Chapter 81. Enlightenment in the Bamboo Garden. Upon uttering those words, Li Fu realized he was unable to move. Yin Yonghua's late-stage nascent soul cultivation enveloped him like an invisible web, completely restraining his every action. Even the slightest tremor of his fingertips was impossible. "What do you intend to do?" Li Fu could only speak. However, Yin Yonghua ignored him entirely. His skeletal hand slowly rested on Li Fu's wrist. A surge of profound and turbulent spiritual energy forcefully invaded, recklessly coursing through Li Fu's limbs and bones. Moments later, a startling brilliance erupted from Yin Yonghua's murky eyes. "Indeed, as I suspected, you are the legendary pure sacred body." Yin Yonghua's voice brimmed with a near-maniacal greed, each word sending a chill through Li Fu's very soul, a despair deeper than that found in the coldest of depths. Had his greatest secret been so easily unveiled? How did he discover it? "The spiritual vein might assist me in breaking through my bottleneck, but ultimately, it is merely an external object, compared to the pure sacred body. The spiritual vein pales in comparison." Yin Yonghua's withered hand gripped Li Fu's wrist like a gnarled branch, and with each deepening inquiry, the shock on his face became increasingly evident. The greedy glimmer in his murky eyes, coupled with the overwhelming pressure of his late-stage nascent soul, descended upon Li Fu without restraint, leaving him breathless and on the verge of asphyxiation. "Do you wish to seize my body?" At these words, Li Fu's heart plummeted. He never anticipated that Yin Yonghua coveted not the spiritual vein, but his very pure sacred body. "If I, the old man, were to possess the pure sacred body, I would not only break through the shackles of the nascent soul and enter the divine transformation stage, but achieving the fusion of reality and void would also be a simple task. How could a mere spiritual vein compare?" Yin Yonghua appeared oblivious. his eyes filled solely with admiration and fervor for Li Fu's pure sacred body. Such a rare pure sacred body, obtained by you. I cannot fathom what fortuitous events led you here. I am perplexed, after returning from the abyss of extreme depths, clearly rendered a waste. How did you achieve the pure sacred body? Yin Yonghua's gaze was fervent as he raised the wine jug and drank deeply. The burn of the strong liquor paled in comparison to the fervor within his heart. Driven by curiosity, he refrained from immediately seizing Li Fu's body, opting instead to understand how Li Fu had attained such a monumental opportunity. I have said, will you let me go? At this point, Li Fu's words were but a formality. Naturally, Yin Yonghua would not relinquish the empty wine gourd, resolutely refusing. If that is the case, why should I indulge your curiosity? Li Fu spoke with calm composure. Upon hearing this, Yin Yonghua was momentarily taken aback, then gently smiled. Very well. Truly, you are worthy of being a former prodigy of the Xinyi sect. Although you are merely at the Qi refinement stage, your spirit remains undiminished from your youth. However, it matters not. Once I have completed my soul transference, the secrets you possess shall no longer remain secrets. Yet, one must ponder, if your master, Bushiyu, were to learn that she had let go of a disciple with an untainted sacred body, would she not regret it deeply? The untainted sacred body will undoubtedly achieve greatness, perhaps even surpassing her in time. With the right circumstances, it is not impossible for the sect to possess 2 tribulation stage experts. Li Fu regarded the nearly deranged, emaciated figure of Yin Yonghua with a calm gaze. Indeed, people undergo transformation. Previously, his serene acceptance of life's transience was genuine, and his affection for the disciples of the bamboo grove was equally sincere. Yet now, with the end approaching and the opportunity to break free from constraints presenting itself, who would willingly resign themselves to oblivion? At this moment, both greed and the desire for soul transference were palpable truths. Li Fu had never doubted human nature. His 8 centuries of experiences in the abyss of extreme depths and 3 millennia of dreams had rendered him acutely aware of the trials of human character. However, he remained perplexed as to how his untainted sacred body had been exposed. Despite his utmost caution, even conducting his cultivation within the primordial tower, how had Yin Yonghua discerned it? I am quite curious. How did you uncover my untainted sacred body? Was it during the 100-Dan tribulation? Li Fu voiced his lingering doubts, recalling the immense commotion from that event. Observing the look of bewilderment in Li Fu's eyes, a hint of a smile graced Yin Yonghua's weathered face. A smile that appeared rather unsettling to Li Fu. Before I depart this world, I shall satisfy your curiosity, Yin Yonghua slowly began. To be honest, during the 100-Dan tribulation, I did not detect any signs. You concealed it remarkably well. Even someone of greater cultivation than I would struggle to uncover it. Yet, what truly struck me as peculiar was the scene during your second pill tribulation. Second, Li Fu's heart jolted. What was amiss during that occasion? Did you know that I, too, am an alchemist? Since the early stages of my cultivation, I have mastered the art of pill refining. Whether it be foundational elixirs or the essential pills for breaking through realms, such as the Foundation Establishment Pill, the Dust Settling Pill, or the Transformation Infant Pill, I have concocted them in great quantities. Regrettably, despite my millennia of experience, I have only managed to refine 3 batches of celestial-grade elixirs. And the success of these batches was solely due to the ancient age and potent essence of the spiritual herbs utilized. While my alchemical skills may not be unparalleled, I can assert that I have reached a respectable level. Without the advantage of aged herbs, I would not have been able to produce celestial-grade pills at all. Yet you, with mere ordinary spiritual herbs, have achieved a celestial standard, all while being at the nascent stage of cultivation. I find it hard to believe that anyone could possess such extraordinary alchemical prowess. Surely, even the reincarnation of a pill sage could not guarantee celestial-grade results with every batch. On that day, when you engaged in transactions beneath the lightning of the Water Cloud City, I observed from a distance. Your calm demeanor as you retrieved pills from your spatial ring struck me as peculiar, as if you were assured that each pill would attain celestial status. From that moment, my suspicions were aroused, leading me to peruse numerous texts until I uncovered a particular piece of information: the Immaculate Sacred Body. Only this pure and pristine spiritual essence can elevate the quality of the refined pills. At this point, Yin Yonghua produced a Foundation Establishment Pill crafted by Li Fu, holding it delicately between his fingers. This is your mid-tier celestial-grade Foundation Establishment Pill. Clearly, the herbs provided by Hongfu Tower were merely ordinary, yet you transformed the mundane into the miraculous. Aside from the legendary Immaculate Sacred Body, I cannot fathom any other ability that could achieve such a feat. Li Fu was struck with realization. Despite his cautious demeanor, he had left numerous gaps in front of this ancient monster who had cultivated for millennia. So, you discovered I am the Immaculate Sacred Body back then? But why did you not act then, and instead grant me an opportunity? Yin Yonghua retracted the celestial grade foundation establishment pill and spoke slowly at that time. I merely harbored suspicions rather than certainty. Additionally, I had no intention of seizing your body. It was only upon hearing the truth from your own lips that I was convinced of your immaculate sacred body. And it was only after witnessing the spiritual veins that I resolved to take action. Chapter 82. Abyssal Demonic Energy, All Consumed. The immaculate sacred body was revealed through my own words? What do you mean? Li Fu's pupils constricted, his heart shaken. How could he have spoken such a thing himself? A cryptic smile played on Yin Yonghua's lips. You mentioned that upon consuming those spiritual liquids, your cultivation surged from the 7th level of the nascent stage to the consummation of that stage. Hearing this, a flicker of regret passed through Li Fu's eyes. These spiritual liquids were potent enough to elevate an ordinary cultivator from the 7th level of the nascent stage to the late foundation establishment stage, or even to consummation. Yet, as an immaculate sacred body, with a dantian as vast as the sea, he had plateaued at the consummation of the nascent stage. Experience prevails. Li Fu had been sufficiently cautious, yet he had overlooked this crucial detail. Well then, your doubts have been addressed. You may now proceed with peace of mind. Yin Yonghua concluded, and suddenly, Li Fu felt a profound shift within him. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Yin Yonghua, originally as vast as the sea, surged to its zenith with an explosive force. The air within the emerald bamboo garden seemed to solidify into a tangible substance, and the invisible weight bent the emerald bamboos instantaneously, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Subsequently, the stone table and benches trembled violently, unable to withstand the burden, and rapidly fractured. In that fleeting moment, Li Fu felt an irresistible mental force forcefully invading his sea of consciousness. As if his awareness was being swept into a maelstrom of tumultuous waves, an immense sensation of being pulled and torn apart washed over him. Yin Yonghua's mental power, imbued with a destructive will, intruded into Li Fu's consciousness without any hindrance. Li Fu trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. The absolute mental force of the late nascent soul stage suppressed him like a deluge breaching its dam, rendering him utterly immobile. Li Fu could not simply resign himself to fate. He unleashed all the spiritual energy from his dantian in a desperate attempt to resist. However, the chasm between the Qi refinement stage and the nascent soul stage was insurmountable, and expending all his spiritual energy proved futile. In that moment, Li Fu felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of his captor. Before him, Yin Yonghua sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. From the pinnacle of his withering form, a condensed gray orb of light burst forth from the mud pill palace at the top of his head. This gray orb was none other than the nascent soul resembling Yin Yonghua himself. As it emerged, the entire emerald bamboo garden seemed to be shrouded in an endless darkness, instantly losing its luster. The suffocating pressure of the nascent soul was not merely a physical oppression. It transformed into an ultimate force targeting the very soul. Locking onto the essence of Li Fu's being, the nascent soul slowly hovered above Yin Yonghua's head, showing no signs of hesitation as it drifted towards the immobilized Li Fu. The moment the gray nascent soul made contact with Li Fu's forehead, a horrific roar escaped his throat as he felt his soul being forcibly torn asunder, his body convulsing and his eyes turning crimson. Within his sea of consciousness, the space that once held only his awareness felt as though it had been violently breached, and a powerful, feral aura surged in. Yin Yonghua's nascent soul manifested within Li Fu's consciousness, its cold, disdainful gaze fixed upon Li Fu's soul, followed by a voice devoid of emotion. Li Fu, I shall gladly accept this immaculate sacred body of yours. The voice of Yin Yonghua's nascent soul struck directly at Li Fu's essence. Then, the nascent soul opened its mouth, devouring the indistinct yet resilient essence of Li Fu's soul within the sea of consciousness. Li Fu felt as if his very soul was being forcibly consumed. The sensation of tearing no longer limited to his spirit, but resonating through the very foundation of his consciousness, as if it were being uprooted entirely. He fought to maintain his mental clarity, striving to counteract the overwhelming pull. Yet, how could he withstand the power of the nascent soul before such absolute strength? Li Fu's meager resistance felt akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The nascent soul's mouth resembled a vortex, and Li Fu acutely sensed his essence being rapidly devoured. The seated Yin Yonghua revealed a grin mingled with insatiable desire. The aura of destruction within the emerald bamboo garden reached its pinnacle as the emerald bamboos were reduced to dust and the ground cracked and split. The entire realm is suffused with an aura of destruction. Inside Li Fu's sea of consciousness, the violent essence of Yin Yonghua's nascent soul relentlessly devours Li Fu's soul source, which flickers like a candle in the wind. Each act of consumption is accompanied by the anguished wails emanating from the depths of Li Fu's soul, causing the entire space of consciousness to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. The immaculate sacred body shall be mine. Yin Yonghua's voice is laden with a yearning suppressed for centuries, now erupting in its entirety. Faced with the absolute dominance of the nascent soul, Li Fu, despite being outmatched, would not yield easily after enduring 8 centuries of arduous trials. Having traversed the depths of despair, he has forged an indomitable spirit. With all his might, Li Fu resists the devouring force of the nascent soul. At this moment, though his spirit is weakened, it stands resolute like the bamboo in the courtyard, refusing to bend. Quite resilient. Yin Yonghua senses Li Fu's unyielding willpower, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Indeed, a person from the extreme abyss, your soul's tenacity surpasses my expectations, making you remarkably difficult to consume. However, under my absolute suppression as a nascent soul, how can you hope to resist?" Yin Yonghua intensifies his devouring force, and the sea of consciousness is instantly whipped into a frenzy, his small mouth transforming into a gaping abyss that seeks to engulf Li Fu's soul. Though Li Fu's resistance is fierce, the disparity in strength is monumental. His unyielding soul is gradually being absorbed, just as he teeters on the brink of being consumed. Li Fu's voice reverberates within the sea of consciousness. "Yin Yonghua, you have forced my hand." His tone is resolute, as if prepared to share the fate of destruction. No sooner had the words left his lips than a pitch-black mist suddenly materializes within the sea of consciousness. This dark vapor morphs into a larger maw, threatening to consume both Yin Yonghua and Li Fu's soul simultaneously. What is this? Sensing the emergence of the dark mist, Yin Yonghua's nascent soul is overcome by a wave of terror, a fear that penetrates to the core of his being. The nascent soul recoils in an instant. Is this demonic energy? From the depths of the extreme abyss? Are you seeking mutual destruction? Yin Yonghua's voice trembles, the quaking originating from his very essence. He attempts to distance himself from the thick, ink-like mist that emanates a disquieting dread. Though this demonic energy may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is insidious and relentless. To sever it seems a formidable task, and with your nascent soul's power, it would be challenging to refine this mist. Within the sea of consciousness, Li Fu's soul finds a moment of respite, retreating to the side as Yin Yonghua's nascent soul withdraws to a safe distance. The dark mist gazes hungrily at the unfamiliar nascent soul, its fluctuations intensifying with excitement, as if driven by an insatiable desire to consume everything. You have truly gone mad. A lunatic. In your desperation to resist me, you have summoned demonic energy. Yin Yonghua howls in despair. This is the demonic energy of the extreme abyss, not the kind that emanates from those who cultivate the demonic arts. Even a mere touch could bind a nascent soul like a parasite, and should a cultivator's will falter, they would be assimilated in an instant. Even those of transcendent cultivation would shun its taint. I told you, you have forced my hand. Within the sea of consciousness, the forces of Li Fu's soul, Yin Yonghua's nascent soul, and the demonic energy stand in a precarious balance, the mist eyeing Yin Yonghua's nascent soul with an eager hunger. Chapter 83. The ensnaring demonic aura, the retreat of the nascent soul, the perilous siege. The oncoming calamity. I concede that I am powerless against your attempt to seize my nascent soul. However, can you truly escape the grasp of the demonic aura by consuming my essence? If you dare to devour me, I shall relinquish my mind entirely, allowing the malevolent energy to infiltrate. I am eager to witness which will prevail, your possession or the encroachment of the demonic aura. In that moment, you shall gain nothing but a vessel corrupted by the very darkness you sought to harness. Within the sea of consciousness, the surging strands of demonic energy writhed like a living entity. Though diminutive, it exuded an aura that instinctively instilled dread within the soul. It gazed greedily upon Li Fu's essence and Yin Yonghua's nascent soul, seemingly biding its time, deliberating which to consume first. You madman, you are truly insane. Yin Yonghua's nascent soul contorted in a mask of indescribable terror and fury. Having lived for thousands of years, he was acutely aware of the horror that this demonic energy represented. Its essence was not limited to the erosion of the soul. It posed a fundamental corruption of the Tao foundation and nascent spirit. The slightest taint would instantaneously transform one into a mindless abomination, eternally ensnared in darkness. This fate was far more terrifying than death itself. Possession was a means of survival, a path to transcendence. Yet to become a demonic creature was to exist as a mere husk, stripped of humanity and spirit, entirely devoid of self. In that moment, Yin Yonghua found himself admiring Li Fu, who, despite being tormented by the demonic aura, managed to resist its engulfing embrace. Such was the strength of his will. After all, He had returned from the abyss as nothing more than an ordinary mortal unable to cultivate. Yet, this very mortal had withstood the onslaught of the demonic energy for so many years. Yan Yonghua pondered. If the roles were reversed, he would undoubtedly have faltered. The demonic aura infiltrated without restraint. The moment one's will wavered, it would seize the opportunity to invade. Li Fu's soul hovered at one end of the sea of consciousness. Though frail, it emanated a resolute determination. You have forced my hand. Either you withdraw from my mind, or we shall both be consumed. Though Li Fu's essence was gravely weakened from resisting the consumption of Yan Yonghua's nascent soul, the indomitable spirit, forged over 800 years of trials in the abyss, sustained him still. His declaration was not mere bravado. Even the powerful sect master of Xianyi, Yu, had hesitated to eradicate the demonic energy within Li Fu, let alone Yan Yonghua, who was but at the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Yan Yonghua's nascent soul retreated to a safe distance, fearful of even the slightest taint from the demonic aura. Yan Yonghua's nascent soul seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly helpless, casting wary glances at the surging demonic energy that seemed almost alive. Yan Yonghua found himself ensnared in a dilemma, with no avenue for advance or retreat, unable to seize Li Fu's untainted sacred body. And with his cultivation level insufficient to break free from his constraints, he faced a deadline of 2 years. Should he fail, he would meet his demise. Yan Yonghua's nascent soul remained motionless. This attempt at possession was his final opportunity. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed above Shuyan City. Boom. Though Yan Yonghua's nascent soul was ensconced within Li Fu's sea of consciousness, he remained vigilant of the external world. At this moment, the city's protective array was triggered. Someone was attacking Shuyan City. Who could it be? Despite the frailty of his essence, Li Fu too heard the deafening roar resonating from Shuyan City. This thunderclap struck like a warning bell, reverberating within Yan Yonghua's nascent soul. Very well, very well. After a lengthy pause, Yan Yonghua's nascent soul spoke with resignation. The old man would rather perish and dissolve into dust than become a mindless fiend. Li Fu, you have triumphed. I admit, I could not have withstood the overwhelming demonic energy to this day without your indomitable will. I resign myself to fate. Yan Yonghua's declaration seemed to drain his very essence, and at that moment, his nascent soul appeared akin to a burst bubble, its brilliance rapidly fading. Time and fate. Yan Yonghua's nascent soul slowly retreated from Li Fu's consciousness, the pressure of the nascent soul ebbing away like a receding tide. Although Yan Yonghua's nascent soul withdrew from Li Fu's mind, Li Fu remained vigilant. Having driven away the wolf, the tiger still lurked, its demonic aura menacingly encroaching upon Li Fu's weakened spirit. For Li Fu, the true battle had only just commenced. There are no secrets to countering demonic energy. One must steadfastly guard their core, regardless of the strength of your soul or the astonishing nature of your cultivation. If you cannot eradicate the demonic energy, you must be prepared for a prolonged struggle against it. By steadfastly maintaining one's essence and denying the demonic energy any opportunity, Li Fu has managed to resist its corruption for so many years. As Yan Yonghua's nascent soul returned to its original form, tranquility enveloped the bamboo grove. Yet, a more significant crisis approached silently. The rumbling above Cloud City grew increasingly thunderous, and practitioners on the streets of Shuyan City gazed upward, witnessing a myriad of colorful attacks bombarding the city's protective array. It was their first time witnessing the activation of the defensive formation. Amidst the violent tremors, dust was kicked up from the soil of the bamboo grove, and the already fragile stone tables and benches collapsed into mere powder. Yan Yonghua's murky eyes struggled to focus, ultimately resting upon Li Fu. The madness and greed had faded, leaving only profound exhaustion and a hint of relief, mingled with a complex emotion that reflected a bleak understanding of the inevitable end. At that moment, Li Fu was engaged in a desperate struggle against the demonic energy within himself. Yan Yonghua's emaciated chest heaved slightly as he glanced skyward, where the protective array emitted a mournful cry, teetering on the brink of shattering under the onslaught of countless forces. Suddenly, he produced a glowing communication talisman, bearing the urgent final messages from the lords of Pingwu City and Wanjiao City. Upon reading the contents of the talisman, Yan Yonghua's face turned ashen. The message from the two lords was stark. The Xianyi sect is invading. Massacre the city. A massacre? Yan Yonghua stood frozen in shock for a long moment, then turned his gaze to Li Fu, murmuring, Li Fu, the true calamity has arrived. After speaking, Yan Yonghua retrieved a flask of strong liquor from his spatial ring and downed it in one go, the fiery liquid searing his insides. In the aftermath of the burn, he hurled the empty bottle away, shattering it into countless pieces. He understood that Li Fu could no longer hear his words or sense the outside world. nonetheless. He continued to murmur, "It seems this is where I must part ways. I entrust my incompetent disciple to you." He cast a final, lingering glance at the jade box containing the spiritual vein that lay on the ground, sighed softly, and tucked the box away. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he propelled Li Fu's body into the room, the door closing silently behind him. Yin Yonghua subtly moved his fingers, setting a barrier around Li Fu's closed room before soaring away. The commotion above Watercloud City captured the attention of numerous wandering cultivators, who were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. What is happening? Is that a disciple of the Xianyi sect? Why are they attacking our Watercloud City? What do they intend to accomplish? Witnessing the relentless bombardment of the city's protective formation by the disciples of the Xianyi sect, a wave of anxiety washed over the wandering cultivators, each feeling a sense of impending doom. Yuanfu, "Father, we are under attack," Chang Hongyi exclaimed anxiously, gazing at the protective formation being assaulted from above. "It's the disciples of the Xianyi sect. What should we do? Could it be that they have come for revenge due to our actions in the secret realm?" Chang Ling speculated, believing this to be the only plausible explanation. Chang Yoxin, having heard of the incident at the Fallen Leaves Valley secret realm, felt that the Xianyi sect displayed no semblance of a first-rate sect, utilizing their strength to oppress the weak. Yet now, confronted with the overwhelming presence of Xianyi disciples, he realized that their conduct transcended a mere lack of decorum. It was akin to the actions of demonic cultivators. Chapter 84. The inquiry before the protective formation. Chang Yoxin turned to the anxious members of the Chang family, resolutely producing 2 rings and placing them in the hands of the Chang siblings. "This represents the accumulation of our family over several centuries. This time, it appears that our Watercloud City may be facing inevitable disaster. Should any of you manage to escape, these resources will surely aid in your resurgence." At this moment, not only the Chang family, but also the other 2 prominent families, along with numerous sects and wandering cultivators, brandished their weapons and gathered in the streets, all casting their gazes upward at the Xianyi disciples relentlessly attacking the formation, eager to understand the reason behind this assault. Outside of Watercloud City, Chai Jingxiu and Jiang Chen floated in the air, their expressions stoic as they observed the protective formation rising above the city. The multitude of Xianyi disciples descended like a swarm of locusts, encircling Watercloud City and inundating it with a barrage of magical artifacts and spells that relentlessly struck the pale golden protective barrier, casting shadows and igniting fierce ripples accompanied by deafening roars. "Sister, do not be deceived by their status as wandering cultivators. Their protective formation is quite formidable," Jiang Chen remarked with a hint of playful mockery, perceiving the slaughter as less of a battle and more of an entertaining diversion. Chai Jingxiu's expression was as frigid as frost, her gaze sweeping over the fellow disciples fervently engaging in the assault, her voice devoid of warmth, a futile struggle. This mere city of wandering cultivators, relying on a nearly deceased late-stage nascent soul city lord, can withstand for only so long. This Watercloud City's protective formation is far sturdier than that of the Pingwu city I attacked, Jiang Chen remarked, unbeknownst to him. He had produced a folding fan from his spatial ring, fanning himself with elegance. A glimpse of bloodstains on the fan caused him to grimace, leading him to destroy the fan, as if the blood of the wandering cultivators had sullied it, tainting his possession. "Isn't this your favorite ivory fan? You just destroyed it?" Chai Jingxiu inquired, her lips slightly parted. "How can it be my favorite if it is stained with the blood of wandering cultivators?" Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. The 2 engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly unfazed by the impending carnage. Meanwhile, the protective formation was on the brink of collapse. Inside Watercloud City, it felt as though the end of days had arrived. Suddenly, from within the formation, a gray figure soared into the sky, hovering above. It was the frail and emaciated figure of Yin Yonghua. Uncertain as to why the Xianyi sect has launched a baseless assault on the protective formation of Shuyan City, Yin Yonghua's voice, though aged and not particularly loud, resonated clearly through the cacophony of spells, echoing in the air outside the city. Standing beneath the faint glimmer of the protective barrier, his frail figure appeared as fragile as the very formation itself, particularly under the onslaught of over 3,000 disciples from the Xianyi sect. Yet, despite his diminutive and withered stature, he emanated an undeniable air of resolve. The impending doom and the exhaustion from a failed possession attempt rendered his back even more stooped with age. Nonetheless, he stepped forward alone, allowing the vibrant array of attacks to blossom before him, unflinching in the face of danger. For beneath his feet lay countless scattered cultivators and his most cherished disciple. Yin Yonghua's voice was devoid of anger, fear, or pleas. It was instead imbued with a heavy, resolute gravity. Chai Jingxiu, her expression impassive, regarded Yin Yonghua, who had reached the late stage of the nascent soul, without answering his inquiry. Instead, she turned to Jiang Chen beside her and stated, "Neither Pingwu City nor Wanlu City has shown any signs of spiritual vein descent. Do you believe it could be in the hands of the scattered cultivators of Shu Yan City?" Jiang Chen, observing the fluctuating protective formation, affirmed, "Certainly." Chai Jingxiu nodded slightly, her gaze shifting back to Yan Yonghua beneath the protective barrier, and she began to speak slowly. "Shu Yan City, a haven for scattered cultivators, rife with chaos. During our expedition to the Fallen Leaf Valley's secret realm, the disciples of the Xian Yi sect extended goodwill to accompany you, yet what we received in return was slaughter. Today, under the decree of our sect, we have come to eliminate the threat and restore peace to this land. With the blood of the scattered cultivators of Shu Yan City, we shall honor the souls of our deceased disciples." Chai Jingxiu's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any tremor, cloaking the impending carnage in a facade of nobility. Her words reached the ears of those scattered cultivators who had narrowly escaped from the Fallen Leaf Valley's secret realm, inciting a torrent of curses. What goodwill to accompany you? It was clearly the disciples of the Xian Yi sect who initiated the violence. We scattered cultivators are not to be slaughtered like lambs. How shameless of the Xian Yi sect, blaming us for the misdeeds of their own disciples, as if we are not human. What kind of first-rate sect is this? Their barbaric actions, where those who comply flourish while those who resist perish, are no different from the ways of the demon clans. Within Shu Yan City, the cultivators were incensed, both the informed and uninformed alike erupting in rage. What unfounded accusations! How brazenly they twist the truth. They felt like fish on the chopping block, cursing their own lack of cultivation and connections. Otherwise, they would have loved nothing more than to slap Chai Jingxiu for her twisted rhetoric. Yan Yonghua stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke. "During our expedition to the Fallen Leaf Valley's secret realm, 200 scattered cultivators from our 3 cities entered, yet barely 40 emerged. The casualties among us were even greater, regardless of the rights and wrongs within. The contest for fortune is determined by one's own abilities, and life and death are left to fate. If the disciples of the Xian Yi sect were bested within the secret realm, must they cast blame upon the entire city of scattered cultivators? Such actions are no different from those of the demon clans." Yan Yonghua's voice suddenly rose, laced with sarcasm. "Impudent." Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword, its brilliance flickering. The tip aimed directly at Yan Yonghua. "You scattered cultivators dare to compare yourselves with the disciples of the Xian Yi sect? How dare a mere struggling lord of a scattered cultivator city speak against us? If you possess any wisdom, dismantle the city's protective formation and surrender. I may consider granting you a swift end." The laughter of Yan Yonghua echoed in the sky, a desolate and mournful sound, infused with a scornful insight into the world's affairs, as well as a hint of reckless liberation. What a noble sect the Xian Yi sect is. Do we, the wandering cultivators, not deserve to be acknowledged before your exalted presence? I have survived for millennia, witnessing the vicissitudes of life, and such fallacies truly open my eyes wide. Upon hearing this, Chai Jingxiu coldly scoffed. "In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Your lives, to me, are but those of ants. It appears that the Xian Yi sect has not come for the spiritual vein, but simply seeks to slaughter the wandering cultivators of Shu Yan City." It was only at this moment that Yan Yonghua confirmed the ultimate intention of the Xian Yi sect. Previously, he had harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps offering the spiritual vein might avert this calamity and transform conflict into reconciliation. Yet now, it seemed he had been indulging in fanciful thoughts. "Indeed, the treasures lie within your grasp." Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold, a palpable aura of murderous intent surging towards Yan Yonghua. Chai Jingxiu's eyes too ignited with the fire of vengeance. He disregarded Chai Jingxiu and Jiang Chen, instead surveying the streets of Shu Yan City below, where despair and terror were evident on the faces of the wandering cultivators, who clutched their weapons tightly under the guidance of their family elders, prepared to fight to the death. The siblings of the Chang family held tightly onto the ring bestowed by their father, their faces etched with grief and resolve. Chang Ling's eyes blazed with fierce determination, while Chang Hongyi stood protectively before his sister, fists clenched. In this moment, he had shed his youthful naivete, embodying the demeanor of a family patriarch. Chang Yoxin felt a surge of pride seeing his son's resolute stance in front of his sister. Should they survive this tribulation, he would dedicate himself to nurturing the son he once deemed unworthy. He could only hope for such an opportunity. Chapter 85, To the Death. A vow to never surrender. The grandiloquent pretexts merely served to cloak the vile nature of their actions, knowing that surrendering the spiritual vein would still lead to inevitable bloodshed. What more is there to discuss? As the protective formation crumbled, Yan Yonghua's voice, laden with the weight of experience yet imbued with strength, resounded like thunder throughout the city. reaching the ears of every wandering cultivator. Esteemed cultivators of Shu Yan City, I am Yin Yonghua. The protective formation is on the verge of collapse, and this battle is unavoidable. However, the Xian Sect's brutal actions, intent on slaughtering the cultivators of Shu Yan City, will reveal the truth of righteousness to the hearts of the people. Today, this city shall be our burial ground. It will also be the grave of the so-called honor of the Xian Sect. He paused, then with a tone of resolute determination, he declared fiercely, "The protective formation will fall. Everyone, raise your weapons and fight with me to the death. We vow never to surrender." As the hour of reckoning approached, the decay of the body, the failure of possession, the shattering of one's mental state, and the boundless fury towards the Xian Sect's barbarity ignited a final surge of life's madness. Yin Yonghua's last proclamation of never surrendering was like a spark igniting oil, instantly unleashing the long-suppressed emotions of the cultivators within Shu Yan City. Never surrender. Let us battle against these self-proclaimed righteous beasts. Shu Yan City is our home. We vow to guard it with our lives. Despair transformed into solitary bravery, and fear evolved into fierce resolve. In the city of Shu Yan, thousands of wandering cultivators clutched their modestly ranked magical artifacts and talismans, from the leaders to the common folk, all displaying unfaltering resolve. Above them resounded the thunderous cacophony of countless attacks from the disciples of the Xian Sect, while below, the indomitable voices of the scattered cultivators echoed their united resistance. Within the Lord's mansion of Shu Yan City, Mei Xiaoxian gripped her treasured blade, harboring long-standing disdain for the conduct of the Xian Sect's disciples. Confronted by their impending assault, her eyes reflected no fear, only a steadfast determination to embrace death, if necessary. Beside her, Meng Yinyang, undaunted, exhibited a flicker of hatred, particularly upon the sight of Yuan Gang hovering above. His tiny fists clenched tightly, yearning to avenge his father. "That man is the one who murdered my father," Meng Yinyang seethed, pointing at Yuan Gang. Mei Xiaoxian had previously inquired about the circumstances of his father's death, to which Meng Yinyang could only attribute it to someone from the Xian Sect, unaware of the perpetrator's identity. In this moment, however, he instantly recognized the killer. Mei Xiaoxian furrowed her brow. "Is it him?" The individual Meng Yinyang indicated was Elder Yuan, who had led the disciples of the Xian Sect into the secret realm, a cultivator of late Golden Core stage. How could he be responsible for the death of Meng Yinyang's father? Yet, there was no time for inquiries now, as cracks began to form in the city's protective barrier. "Are you afraid?" Mei Xiaoxian asked. "Not afraid," Meng Yinyang replied, taking the blade Mei Xiaoxian offered him, shaking his head resolutely in response to his master's inquiry. "Good." The Xian Sect, self-proclaimed as an esteemed righteous faction, engages in despicable deeds. Though we scattered cultivators may be humble in cultivation, we possess our own blood and spirit. This time, if we slay one, we have broken even. If we slay two, it is profit. Mei Xiaoxian gazed up at the solitary figure of her master, Yin Yonghua, whose frail silhouette appeared particularly lonely. Her master showed no fear. Her disciple showed no fear, and she, too, was unafraid. In the skies above Shu Yan City, the murderous intent of the Xian Sect's disciples bore down like a palpable weight upon the hearts of every scattered cultivator. The luminous shield of the defensive array, under the relentless assault from numerous Xian disciples, began to fracture. All eyes were fixed upon the spreading cracks, fully aware that the moment the barrier shattered would signal the onset of a massacre by the Xian Sect. At last, with a sharp sound, the protective array succumbed to its burdens, emitting a mournful wail. Boom! The disciples of the Xian Sect, akin to ravenous wolves, prepared to pounce at the instant the protective barrier crumbled, their eyes glinting with anticipation, poised to invade Shu Yan City at the slightest command. Jiang Chen grinned wickedly, and a cold, cruel smile blossomed on Chai Jingqiu's icy visage. "Kill!" Chai Jingqiu's sword pointed directly at Shu Yan City. In an instant, over 3,000 disciples of the Xian Sect transformed into streaks of light, armed and propelled by the bloodthirsty command, dashing into the heart of Shu Yan City. The Chang family, Chen family, and Su family stood ready, while several factions, including the Qinghua Gang, Jindao Gang, and Huoyan men, rallied in solidarity against their common foe. A tempest of spells and weaponry erupted, akin to brilliant yet despairing fireworks, blasting throughout Shu Yan City. Multicolored sparks rained down like droplets, illuminating the resolute and furious faces of the scattered cultivators below. The 3,000 disciples of the Xian Sect descended like a dark swarm of locusts, infused with the overwhelming aura of invasion and a deluge of magical brilliance. "Brothers, let us confront the beasts of the Xian Sect. For the sake of Shu Yan City, for our homeland, we shall fight." The heads of the three great clans, The leaders of various factions, the shopkeepers, and every able-bodied man are ignited with fervor, forming an indomitable last line of defense, recklessly charging towards the reigning blades of the Xianyi sect. At the gates of the Lord's Manor, Mei Xiaoxian wields her treasured blade, slicing through the oncoming flying swords and talismans. She shields Meng Yinyang behind her, her eyes ablaze with ferocity. In her foundational stage of cultivation, she embodies a protective eagle, refusing to allow any disciple of the Xianyi sect to step into the manor. The guards of the manor, including 2 leaders in the Golden Core stage, staunchly defend the entrance while fending off the disciples of the Xianyi sect, all while safeguarding the Lord's most cherished disciple. Soon, Mei Xiaoxian finds herself in a fierce battle with a disciple of the Xianyi sect at the foundational stage. Her blade glimmers with fierce light, creating a whirlwind of slashing winds. One disciple attempts to bypass her to reach Meng Yinyang, but meets her blade's precise edge across his throat, blood gushing forth. Yet, another disciple at the intermediate foundational stage charges in, their sword clashing with Mei Xiaoxuan's treasured blade. Though the Xianyi disciple possesses superior cultivation and swordsmanship, Mei Xiaoxian, still recovering from her injuries sustained in the secret realm, finds herself forced back after several exchanges. Her once aggressive strikes have turned into desperate defenses. Ants dare to challenge the Xianyi sect? You shall perish. The disciple sneers at Mei Xiaoxian, drawing blood with a swift cut to her arm. Unfazed, Mei Xiaoxian remains resolute. Protect the young lady and the young master, bellows the leader of the Golden Core guards. Striking down a charging disciple of the Xianyi sect and stepping forward to block an attack aimed at Mei Xiaoxian. Your opponent is me. Yuan Gang appears at the manor, his sword repelling the Golden Core guard as he gazes towards Meng Yinyang, saying, "Ah, little one, so you are here?" Meng Yinyang's eyes blaze with hatred upon seeing Yuan Gang. Clutching the blade gifted by his mentor Mei Xiaoxian, he lunges towards the man who killed his father. "I will fight you." Meng Yinyang bursts forth from behind Mei Xiaoxian, swinging his sword at Yuan Gang. "Watch out." Another Golden Core guard interposes himself in front of Meng Yinyang. The Lord's Manor is now besieged by Yuan Gang and the disciples of the Xianyi sect. "You are Mei Xiaoxian, disciple of Lord Yan?" Yuan Gang takes his time, his curiosity piqued. Mei Xiaoxian faces him boldly, not answering but instead retorting, "Is it you who killed my disciple's father?" Yuan Gang, glancing at the enraged Meng Yinyang, dismisses her with disdain, "And if so, what of it? Then you shall die." With determination, Mei Xiaoxian strides forward, her blade ready, while the 2 Golden Core guards stand resolutely by her side. "Get lost." Yuan Gang, confronted once more by the Golden Core guard, reveals an impatient grin. "A mere foundational stage cultivator dares to challenge me?" In Yuan Gang's grip, the long sword emitted a resonant hum, pulsating with spiritual energy, as he thrust it forward with formidable intent. The leader of the Golden Core guards countered with his blade, and the 2 engaged in a fierce battle. In an instant, the Lord's mansion was engulfed in a whirlwind of flashing blades, and the cacophony of slaughter reverberated through the air. Above Shuyan City, Yin Yonghua gazed down at his homeland, rapidly consumed by blood and flames, countless lives extinguished beneath the slaughtering hands of the Xianyi sect. At that moment, the scornful taunts of Cai Jingqiu and Jiang Chen echoed in his ears. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Yin Yonghua surveyed the formidable presence of Jiang Chen, who had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, alongside Cai Jingqiu, who had just entered the transformation stage. "Where is the spiritual vein?" Jiang Chen's voice was cold, his gaze fixated on Yin Yonghua, his greedy inquiry sounding particularly jarring amidst the bloody battlefield. Yin Yonghua looked upon Jiang Chen's face, etched with arrogance and cruelty, as well as the proud countenance of Cai Jingqiu standing with her arms crossed. He spoke, "Ultimately, it all comes down to the spiritual vein. Just because of one spiritual vein, you, who pride yourselves as the righteous sect of Xianyi, resort to slaughtering the cultivators of Shuyan City. Do you not consider us loose cultivators as human lives? Are you not afraid of being scorned by the world, of being looked down upon?" Scorned, looked down upon. At Yin Yonghua's words, Jiang Chen erupted into laughter, as if he had heard an absurd joke. The world is filled with fools. What do they truly understand? Once this battle concludes, the distinction between right and wrong will be dictated by Xianyi sect. I shall declare that Yin Yonghua, the lord of Shuyan City, conspired with the demonic sect and slaughtered the loose cultivators practicing demonic arts. Xianyi sect acts on behalf of heaven to eradicate this evil. Who would dare to dissent? Does truth even matter? To seize what belongs to me, one must be prepared to pay with their life. Otherwise, do you think we, the Xianyi sect, are easy to deal with? Jiang Chen spoke with a smile, his refined visage now resembling that of a demon from hell. Upon hearing this, Yin Yonghua exclaimed thrice, "Good, good, good, truly worthy of Xianyi sect." In that moment, Yin Yonghua comprehended why Li Fu would rather swear a heavenly oath to sever ties with Xian's sect. Since you covet the spiritual vein? Yin Yonghua's voice suddenly turned hoarse, yet it carried an almost frenzied resolve. Then let us see if your Xian sect possesses the capability. Even as he faced imminent demise, he was determined to take a few of these Xian sect wretches down with him. As his words fell, Yin Yonghua unleashed his full power. Gripping his sword with intensity, its tip aimed directly at the brazen Jiang Chen. Junior brother, step aside and watch how your senior sister deals with this man. Chai Jingqiu declared with a fierce gaze, her own sword drawn as she met Yin Yonghua's eyes. The early-stage transformation cultivator Chai Jingqiu and the late-stage nascent soul, Yin Yonghua, stood suspended in the air, recalling how her senior brother Li Fu, in his first battle upon descending the mountain, had faced off against Yin Yonghua, a golden core cultivator who had been defeated with a single strike. Today, Jiang Chen yearned to test his own mettle. He did not retreat, but rather advanced with fervor towards Yin Yonghua. A sharp sword intent erupted from Jiang Chen's seemingly nonchalant form, his cultivation at the pinnacle of the golden core stage pushed to its utmost. Spiritual energy surged around him, subtly forming an aura that rivaled that of a nascent soul, his luxurious robes billowing with a resounding rustle. In his hand, the once disdained and tarnished folding fan had long been replaced by a long, azure sword that exuded a chilling aura, the Frostblade, a weapon bestowed upon him by his master. The tip of Jiang Chen's sword pointed menacingly at Yin Yonghua, no longer imbued with derisive amusement, but rather infused with an intense desire to prove himself in battle. Junior brother, do not underestimate your opponent, cautioned Chai Jingqiu, fully aware of Li Fu's legendary first battle after descending the mountain. A confrontation that catapulted the Xian sect to fame. It was in that very battle that Chai Jingqiu recognized Li Fu's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. And it was after that encounter that a seed of ambition to surpass him had taken root within her heart, gradually flourishing to this day. Once, Li Fu had triumphed over a nascent soul with his golden core cultivation, defeating him with a single sword strike. Today Jiang Chen vowed, I too can achieve such a feat. His voice rang clear, brimming with confidence and provocation, each syllable resonating like the sharp clang of a blade, slicing through the cacophony of the battlefield and reaching Yin Yonghua's ears with piercing clarity. Since Jiang Chen entered the sect, comparisons to Li Fu had become a constant refrain. Be it in cultivation progress, character, or swordsmanship, there were always those eager to juxtapose the two. Over time, having grown in the shadow of Li Fu, Jiang Chen developed a unique psychological drive. He sought to surpass Li Fu in every regard, whether in cultivation, swordsmanship, or in his dealings with others, ensuring that he left no room for error. Now, confronted by one of Li Fu's former adversaries, Jiang Chen felt compelled to assert his worth, to demonstrate that he was not inferior to Li Fu, that he could accomplish what Li Fu had achieved, and even exceed him. He refused to remain in Li Fu's shadow. Yin Yonghua's gaunt face, marred by the remnants of a failed possession and the imminent approach of death, ignited with fury at Jiang Chen's audacity. A long-dormant sharpness surged forth from the depths of his murky gaze. Years ago, he had been bested by Li Fu's sword, his spirit wounded, and despite countless efforts to reclaim his honor, Li Fu's ascension to the abyss had robbed him of any opportunity to vindicate himself. Since then, he had languished in despair. Yet now, this young man sought to emulate Li Fu's past exploits. If someone aimed to use him as a stepping stone to establish their own reputation, then it was time to see if they possessed the requisite merit. Impudent child, how dare you presume to stand alongside Li Fu? Yin Yonghua's voice rasped, laced with biting derision and the pent-up rage of millennia. Though he harbored resentment towards Li Fu for his astonishing talent and the way he had vanquished him, he could not truly hate him. Rather, over the years, he had come to admire Li Fu for his character and mastery of swordsmanship. At that moment, he chose not to speak further. Raising his withered arm, he drew forth a seemingly unremarkable brown sword, which emitted a deep, resonant hum. This was the very sword he had wielded in his battle against Li Fu, a blade that had waited a millennium for the chance to unsheath. Sensing its master's long-absent indomitable spirit, the sword sang forth, resonating in harmony with its wielder's resolve. Chapter 87. Dawn breaks across the river, newcomers and the elderly. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the echoes of spells crashing and the distant cries of battle within the city as a somber backdrop. The soul-severing sword in Yin Yonghua's hand resonated with a deep, powerful hum, as if it were recounting a millennium of silence intertwined with an explosive resolve for battle. In that moment, the sword's sound momentarily eclipsed the surrounding chaos. The brown-hued soul-severing sword bore the marks of time, seemingly animated, flowing with the weight of history and an indomitable spirit. My old companion, you have been shrouded in dust by my side. Yan Yonghua tenderly caressed the sword's blade, his words laden with remorse. The soul-severing sword sensed the sentiments within Yan Yonghua's heart and responded with a resonant hum, as if to declare, no regrets. Humph. A mere scrap of metal dares to be audacious. Jiang Chen scoffed, yet a flicker of seriousness crossed his gaze. The shadow of Li Fu from years past loomed like an invisible shackle, tightening the more he yearned to break free. He would never allow himself to falter before the remnants of Li Fu's forces. My old companion, today let us engage in a fierce battle. Upon finishing his words, the brown sword emitted a sharp cry, and Yan Yonghua's murky eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, his withered face devoid of any expression, save for a fierce will to confront death itself. In his grasp, the soul-severing sword exhibited no flamboyant phenomena. Instead, its tip quivered, solidifying into an overwhelming aura of swordsmanship that was stiflingly heavy. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between the rogue cultivators and the Xianyi sect, and show you that I, Jiang Chen, can also triumph over you. Jiang Chen bellowed, pouring his spiritual energy unreservedly into the frost sword. In an instant, the blade illuminated with a brilliant blue radiance, unleashing a chilling aura. Chai Jingkaiyu stepped aside, nodding slightly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with approval. Come, young one. Let me see how you measure against Li Fu of your. As the words fell, the clash of the soul-severing sword and the frost sword echoed with a deafening resonance above the waters of Cloud City. The onlookers, witnessing the fierce battle between the city lord and the Xianyi sect, were invigorated, rising to retaliate. Kill, seek death. Jiang Chen, inflamed by the provocations, felt his last shred of rationality swallowed by arrogance. With a fierce strike, he was forced back several paces, while Yan Yonghua barely shifted, his robes rustling in the aftermath of the blow. With a roar, Jiang Chen surged forward like a released arrow, wielding the frost sword which transformed into countless icy arrows. Slicing through the air, aimed straight at Yan Yonghua. Confronted with this ferocious assault, Yan Yonghua sneered. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of Li Fu. With his golden core pitted against Jiang Chen's nascent soul, he declared, this ends now. Facing the storm of icy arrows, each imbued with lethal intent and frigid energy, Yan Yonghua shouted a command, and the soul-severing sword erupted in a blaze of brown flames. With countless fiery swords, he met the icy onslaught head-on, unleashing a barrage of gray fire arrows against the ice projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of ice and fire erupted like fireworks in the skies above Cloud City. Is that all? Yan Yonghua taunted. Jiang Chen, with a frost-bitten countenance, wielded his sword, enveloped in murderous intent. He sought to defeat Yan Yonghua with the simplest and purest form of swordsmanship. Nevertheless, Yan Yonghua stood undaunted, gripping the soul-severing sword as he charged forward. The soul-cutting sword, unadorned yet possessing an overwhelming and suffocating aura, boldly confronted the frost sword wielded by Jiang Chen, which emanated an icy chill. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords clashed without any embellishment, their blue and brown lights exploding into a terrifying ripple of shockwaves that shattered the very stones beneath their feet. The already unstable building collapsed with a thunderous crash. In this contest of swordsmanship, within merely 6 breaths, the two had exchanged blows 20 times, with no discernible victor. How had Li Fu managed to defeat his foes with a single strike back in the day? Why was it that Jiang Chen, despite his numerous attempts, could gain no advantage and instead felt his hands go numb from the impact? His once proud spiritual energy and sword techniques seemed to falter under the relentless assault of the fading cultivator, Yan Yonghua. Impossible. Jiang Chen's face twisted in disbelief and fury. If Li Fu could achieve such feats, why could he not? Why? Jiang Chen refused to yield, resolutely advancing with his sword. He acknowledged Li Fu's exceptional swordsmanship. Having trained diligently within the sect and earned the admiration of the swordsmanship masters, Chai Jingxiu, and his mentor, Bu Shiyu. But why, when facing Yan Yonghua, could he not replicate Li Fu's triumph? You are no match for the Li Fu of your. At that moment, Yan Yonghua's derisive taunt pierced Jiang Chen's proud heart like a poisoned dagger. Enraged by the insult, Jiang Chen once again swung his sword. He could not accept that his swordplay was inferior to that of Li Fu. Your swordplay is too superficial, merely flashy techniques devoid of true intent. Yan Yonghua not only mocked, but also offered a lesson in real time, the utmost form of contempt for an adversary. The soul-cutting sword deftly parried Jiang Chen's relentless onslaught from all directions. Silence. Jiang Chen's arrogance ignited into fury, his shame and murderous intent obliterating the last remnants of reason. The Xianyi sword technique, dawn. As Jiang Chen wielded the frost sword, a chilling light coalesced, the blue radiance condensing into a singular, pure, icy star-like gleam. Moving with unparalleled swiftness, as if space itself had frozen in a shroud of frost. This strike, the culmination of his chilling and murderous intent, represented his most formidable sword technique. He aimed to pierce through this old fool, ignorant of his own limitations. From a distance, Cai Jingqiu sensed the lethal intent of Jiang Chen's strike, her beautiful eyes narrowing, recognizing this as the pinnacle of his current abilities, stirring even her composure. In the face of this swift and deadly attack infused with boundless malice, a spark ignited in Yin Yonghua's murky gaze. The soul-cutting sword, which had appeared so heavy, now exhibited a velocity and agility that belied its form when confronted with Jiang Chen's strike. He let out a fierce roar, channeling his immense spiritual energy into the sword. He did not evade nor block the incoming threat. Instead, he chose to meet it head-on. You have your dawn, old man has his river cutting. With that, the soul-cutting sword swung violently in Yin Yonghua's grasp, the brown light condensing like a rushing river, directly facing the dawn. Boom. Dawn versus river cutting. Frost sword against soul-cutting sword. Newcomer against elder. There was no melodious clash of metal, only the terrifying explosion of obliterated energy. A surge of terrifying energy erupted, centered around two individuals, and in an instant, a wave of destruction swept across the battlefield, visible to the naked eye. The disciples of the Xianyi sect and the cultivators of Shu Yun City fell like wheat stalks in a field, their ranks decimated. Nearby structures crumbled as if made of paper, dust and debris soaring into the heavens. At the epicenter of the radiance, time seemed to freeze momentarily. Yin Yonghua, his hair a wild halo, bore a gaze still sharp despite its cloudiness. The Duanhuan sword no longer resonated with heaviness, but rather with the exhilaration of battle. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen's earlier madness and confidence solidified into disbelief upon contact. The anticipated, overwhelming victory he envisioned did not materialize. The seemingly decrepit elder exuded an indomitable fighting spirit. The power emanating from the weathered brown longsword was as weighty as a mountain, effortlessly shattering his proudest technique. The Dawn of Destruction. Chapter 88. Duanhuan Sword. Breaking the heart of the path, what shattered was not merely his strongest technique, but also the confidence he had cherished for many years. Jiang Chen coughed violently, blood surging within him as he spat out a mouthful, his palms torn and bleeding. He was thrown backward, a vivid crimson line tracing his flight. His face a portrait of incredulity, fury, and pain. Had his most formidable attack truly been obliterated so easily? The cultivators of Shu Yun City, witnessing their lord's formidable display, were invigorated, rallying with fervor. Kill. We will never surrender. We stand with our lord. Junior brother. In a swift motion, Cai Jingqiu caught Jiang Chen's flying form, channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy from her palm into his body. Are you all right? Sensing the tumultuous sword intent within him, she quickly retrieved a healing pill from her spatial ring and placed it in Jiang Chen's mouth. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Chen was wounded not just in body but also in pride. He had aspired to prove himself by stepping over Yin Yonghua's body, only to find the old man's swordplay astoundingly adept. You wish to use me as a stepping stone, emulating the actions of Li Fu from years past. Yet you fail to gauge your own worth, Yin Yonghua rasped, his voice dripping with derision. Even when I lower my realm to duel with you, you cannot gain an advantage, let alone when I face Li Fu in my prime, only to be bested by him in a single stroke. The gap between you and Li Fu is as vast as a grain of rice attempting to shine in the presence of the bright moon. Since that day he was defeated by Li Fu, Yin Yonghua had yearned to avenge that humiliation, diligently honing his swordplay in anticipation of a rematch. However, instead of Li Fu, he found himself confronted by this impudent junior who sought to make a name for himself at the old man's expense. Thus, Yin Yonghua channeled the regret of a millennium without a chance to confront Li Fu into this encounter with the young Jiang Chen, lowering his realm to engage him and ultimately triumphing. In that moment, a surge of pride welled within Yin Yonghua. What mattered if he was a loose cultivator? He had still defeated a disciple renowned for his swordsmanship from the Xianyi sect. A grain of rice shining in the moonlight. A grain of rice. The bright moon. Jiang Chen found himself engulfed in the bitterness of defeat, a fissure forming within his heart. Upon hearing the venomous taunts of the despicable Yin Yonghua, his temper flared, causing him to cough up blood once again. His disheveled hair danced in the wind, his once resplendent robes now stained with crimson, and the elegance on his face vanished, replaced by a tempest of wrath and an aura of lethal intent. Junior brother, hold steadfast to your spirit, and do not allow him to disrupt your tranquility. Cai Jingqiu cautioned, sensing the chaotic energy surging from Jiang Chen. Yes, do not let the old man disturb your peace of mind. You are still young. Your path ahead is radiant, with immense potential for growth. To be bested by an old man nearing his end is no disgrace. Yin Yonghua's malicious words cut deeper than any of his formidable attacks. As his scornful voice reached Jiang Chen's ears, the turmoil within him intensified. "You old scoundrel!" Chai Jingxiu exclaimed, her anger manifesting as an invisible sword force that forced Yin Yonghua back 2 steps. Should his mockery continue, it would surely damage the heart of the young disciple, potentially rendering his future cultivation stagnant. The innocence of the junior brother made him ill-equipped to contend with someone as seasoned as Yin Yonghua, who had thrived among the unorthodox for millennia. Acknowledging that his intentions were perceived, Yin Yonghua did not conceal his motives. For him, shattering the resolve of a disciple from the Xian Sect was far more gratifying than merely slaying him. Moreover, as Li Fu had once mentioned regarding the Xian Sect's plight, these two were unlikely to escape blame. This act served not only to avenge the city of Shuiyun, but also to settle a score for Li Fu. A bitter yet exhilarating smile crept across Yin Yonghua's face. "Li Fu, I shall collect a bit of interest on what you owe me," he muttered to himself. Below, Shuiyun City had transformed into a hellscape of blood and fire. The remnants of resistance scattered throughout the city flickered like faint embers, desperately clinging to their last vestiges of defiance. In the Tsuelu Garden, within a room enveloped by barriers, Li Fu sat cross-legged on an ice-cold, dark jade mat, eyes tightly shut, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat poured down. His expression was one of profound agony. Inside his sea of consciousness, his soul was engaged in a grueling battle against a strand of demonic energy. This time, he had drawn the demonic energy out himself, making it far more challenging to suppress than before. The cacophony of slaughter outside only served to heighten the tension, the anguished cries echoing in his ears, further inciting the demonic energy, which became increasingly feral in the midst of the bloodlust. The demonic energy surged like a turbulent black tide, each assault causing his soul to tremble violently. It greedily absorbed the cries of battle and anguish from beyond the barriers, as if those sounds were fuel, causing the demonic energy to swell and contort. Li Fu's already fragile soul appeared feeble and helpless under the onslaught of the wrathful demonic energy. At last, the demonic force launched an attack, transforming into a monstrous maw intent on devouring Li Fu's soul. Having battled the demonic energy for years, Li Fu understood its tactics well. He clung to his spiritual core, realizing that he could not confront the demonic force head-on at this moment. He could only rely on his indomitable will to prevent it from engulfing him. However, his soul was inherently weak, and with the external murderous intent bolstering the demonic energy, the balance was tipping. At this moment, Li Fu's soul felt like a solitary boat adrift, perilously close to being consumed by the gaping maw of the demonic force. Li Fu's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, his robe soaked in perspiration. He gritted his teeth, his feeble soul exhibiting extraordinary resilience under the onslaught of demonic energy, akin to a stubborn bone that is hard to gnaw. Yet, the demonic energy, nourished by the external environment, grew increasingly turbulent, tirelessly gnawing at Li Fu's soul. With each bite, both his body and spirit trembled violently. Nevertheless, despite the extreme frailty of his soul, Li Fu remained undaunted by the devouring of the demonic energy, resolutely guarding his spiritual clarity, refusing to be tainted by its corruption. Fortunately, the icy essence of the Xianyu jade cushion beneath him emitted a chilling aura, aiding Li Fu in his struggle against the demonic force, as the clash of black and white energies surged and dissipated in relentless combat. Within the sea of consciousness, this silent battle reached a stalemate. The demonic energy rampaged, yet could not utterly shatter Li Fu's will. With the assistance of the Xianyu jade cushion, he fiercely resisted. Though the cushion's continuous emanation of icy air alone was insufficient to repel the demonic energy, Li Fu dared not let his guard down for even a moment. The cacophony of battle outside could not distract him. A lapse in focus would yield dire consequences. Thankfully, Yin Yonghua had set up a protective barrier for him. Outside the Emerald Bamboo Garden, disciples of the Xian Sect clashed fiercely with wandering cultivators from Shuiyun City. At the entrance of the Chong residence, Chong Hongyi wielded a spear, aided by his sister Chong Ling, managing to hurl a disciple of the Xian Sect into the air. Both were bloodied and bore numerous wounds. The remaining cultivators of the Chong family, along with some isolated wandering cultivators, surged forth under Chong Hongyi's leadership, like a torrent breaching a dam, charging fearlessly at the oncoming disciples of the Xian Sect, unleashing a stunning and brutal counterattack. The gleam of blades, the shadows of swords, and the brilliance of spells clashed once more in fierce intensity. Chapter 89, Bloodbath in Shuiyun City. In front of the city lord's mansion, the battle grew even more ferocious. Mei Shaoxian wielded her treasured blade with relentless precision, barely fending off the fierce onslaught of Yuan Gang and his subordinates. With the assistance of 2 Golden Core guards, Meng Yinyang's eyes burned crimson as he fixated on the murderer of his father. His small frame trembling violently from rage and fear, yet he clutched the blade bestowed by his master, refusing to retreat an inch. "Do not be afraid," Mei Xiaoxian shouted, deflecting a flying sword aimed at her disciple. Though her arm bore a deep wound, blood splattering across Meng Yinyang's face, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. "Master." Meng Yinyang's heart ached as he beheld his mentor injured while protecting him. He loathed his own lack of combat strength, feeling like a burden rather than a help. "Remember his face. If we survive, I shall teach you the art of the blade, and one day, you shall exact vengeance." As Yuan Gang witnessed Yin Yonghua severely injuring Jiang Chen, and realizing he could not breach the city lord's mansion, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. His swordplay suddenly became more cunning and ruthless. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a strike imbued with the full power of a peak golden core cultivator. Aimed directly at Mei Xiaoxuan's heart with a piercing sound that sliced through the air, the sword's energy was fierce, sealing off all her escape routes as he sought to slay Mei Xiaoxian in one decisive blow. "Miss, be careful." The two golden core guards acted swiftly, joining forces to shield Mei Xiaoxian. Although they barely managed to block Yuan Gang's strike, they paid a grievous price, as one guard lost an arm in the process. A blow from a peak golden core cultivator was far beyond the resilience of an early-stage golden core cultivator. The one-armed golden core guard let out an anguished roar. Yet he gritted his teeth, fiercely clutching his sword with his remaining left arm, standing valiantly before Mei Xiaoxian and Meng Yinyang. Blood gushed from the severed limb, instantly staining the vast expanse of bricks beneath him a deep crimson. "Uncle Hong." Mei Xiaoxuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart twisted in agony. This golden core guard had watched her grow up, serving as a mentor. A wretched cry echoed before the Lord's mansion. Mei Xiaoxian's eyes widened in horror as the guard sacrificed his arm to save her, only for that blood-soaked limb to be ruthlessly trampled beneath Yuan Gang's foot. With a resounding thud, the severed arm transformed into a mist of blood, splattering the ground, while Yuan Gang's boots became stained with the sanguine remnants, his face displaying a savage delight. It appeared that the massacre of a city could indeed be such a source of pleasure. When he first heard of city slaughter, Yuan Gang had felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, as the bodies of cultivators fell beneath his blade in increasing numbers, he became numb, even feeling a hint of madness arise within him, particularly after entering the sect as a loose cultivator and enduring disdain and humiliation. In this moment, those emotions blossomed into carnage, flourishing in a place he knew all too well. "You beast, I will kill you." Mei Xiaoxuan's eyes turned crimson, her body trembling uncontrollably. She yearned to slay this villain with her own hands. "You lot, mere scum." Yuan Gang gazed at the enraged Mei Xiaoxian, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Are you in pain? This is merely the beginning. Old Yin is nearing his end. Who will protect you two pitiful disciples?" His gaze swept over Mei Xiaoxian's blood-stained yet defiant face, landing on the trembling form of Meng Yinyang filled with fury. "Your father perished by my hand. Today, you shall follow him to reunite with your family." He laughed maniacally, relishing the sight of the cultivators before him, reveling in the taste of wielding life and death. Such horrific scenes were being replayed in other locales. The Xianyi sect had dispatched its elite, all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, numbering over 5,000 disciples. After the slaughter in Pingwu City and Wanjun City, which claimed 2,000 lives, 3,000 disciples remained within Shuyan City. Although Shuyan City boasted the largest population of loose cultivators among the three cities, the majority were merely at the qi refining stage, with those at the foundation establishment stage comprising less than 30%. This vast disparity in combat prowess led to rivers of blood flowing through the streets of Shuyan City under the relentless blades of the Xianyi sect disciples. In less than an hour, the ground was littered with the corpses of loose cultivators, while the number of Xianyi disciples slain was fewer than 500. Various factions were being nearly annihilated by the onslaught of the Xianyi disciples. The Su and Chen families, the three great clans, rose in desperate resistance. Yet they could not withstand the slaughter of the Xianyi sect. Both families suffered catastrophic losses, with their leaders fighting to the last breath. "At this rate, we will be slowly devoured." A voice from within the crowd broke the tension. But what could be done? Shuyan City was entirely encircled. There was no escape and no chance of victory. Surrender was not an option. Gather together. A mass of loose sand dies faster. Indeed, gathering might also lead to death. But fighting alone would only hasten their demise. Above Shuyan City, Yin Yonghua's smile, a blend of despair and exhilaration, lingered as the oppressive aura of Chai Jingqiu, a transcendent cultivator, descended like a tidal wave. "You old fool, even as your demise approaches, you dare to utter such words, disrupting my junior's resolve. Today, I shall ensure your soul is shattered." Yin Yonghua's frail body suddenly sank, emitting a creaking sound under the unbearable weight, as if burdened by an immense load. Despite being in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, he found himself utterly powerless against the overwhelming pressure released by Cai Jingxiu, who was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Nevertheless, his emaciated figure stood tall and unyielding, his grip tightening fiercely around the Duanhuan sword, its tip unwaveringly directed at Cai Jingxiu. The brownish glow of the sword dimmed under the oppressive force, yet it remained as stubborn as its master, flickering like a candle in the wind, refusing to be extinguished. Let this farce come to an end. Cai Jingxiu's voice was cold and authoritative as she pronounced judgment. Yin Yonghua, the lord of Shuyan City, has condoned the slaughter of disciples from the Xuani sect within his domain. He must be punished. Shuyan City, a den of filth, is rife with misdeeds, and the scattered cultivators within share in this grave sin. The Xuani sect shall act on behalf of the heavens to cleanse this corruption and restore clarity to the realm of cultivation. As her words fell, the seemingly unadorned Jing Huang's sword in her hand was gracefully lifted, her movements as elegant as a musician playing a delicate melody. Clang! A sound erupted, a sword cry that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. As the foremost sword master of the Xuani sect, Cai Jingxiu unleashed a strike devoid of flamboyant brilliance or deafening air-splitting sounds. Instead, a dark yellow sword shadow surged forth from the tip of her blade, so refined that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, directly aiming for Yin Yonghua's heart. This strike, seemingly plain and unassuming, was felt profoundly by Yin Yonghua, who sensed the purity of Cai Jingxiu's sword intent. His murky pupils abruptly constricted as he realized he had been locked onto by this sword, the very space around him seemingly frozen. Was this the sword intent of the transformation realm? This strike embodied Cai Jingxiu's comprehension of sword intent, as well as her mastery over the laws of nature. Time appeared to slow infinitely in that moment. Yin Yonghua sensed the approach of death. Yet, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator did not yield under the weight of this sword. If evasion was impossible, then he would face it head-on. Despite the imminent peril, his fighting spirit surged fiercely. Raising the Duanhuan sword high, his nascent soul energy reached its zenith. Kill! The sword gleamed with an intense radiance as Yin Yonghua's resolute gaze met the sword of Cai Jingxiu. The clash of her formidable sword intent against all of Yin Yonghua's late-stage nascent soul power resounded with a cataclysmic roar. Boom! This strike was 100 times more terrifying than his previous encounter with Jiang Chen. This battle was not merely a contest of sword intent. It was a profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth.